You are merely a menial disciple, perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of how to manipulate the sect. Yet, he is revered as the savior by all within the congregation. Even the assertion that the sect leader is an undercover agent from a demonic cult is met with unwavering belief, as they are willing to assist you in apprehending the sect leader, all due to your acquisition of a task-issuing talisman. Within the compass lies a myriad of tasks awaiting completion. However, the tasks within are all detrimental to the sect. Once accomplished, one shall instantly ascend to the status of a formidable sovereign. Although it may seem detrimental, your excitement is genuine. For others, becoming a martial emperor requires a lifetime of cultivation, an endeavor that may remain unattainable. Once you are expelled from the sect, you shall immediately attain the status of a martial emperor. It is often said that mastering knowledge is a challenging endeavor, while falling into the abyss of ignorance can happen with alarming ease. The Haotian sect stands as the preeminent behemoth of our time, and the difficulty of its destruction is surpassed only by the arduous path to becoming a martial deity. However, to be expelled from this esteemed sect is, in contrast, a rather uncomplicated task. Just as you indulge in visions of a splendid future, a voice abruptly pulls you back to reality. Chu Xinghe, what occupies your thoughts? Do you remember the instructions I just imparted to you? For this matter, adhere strictly to my guidance. Should you act recklessly, the consequences will not be favorable for you. A youth beside you, possessing a hawk-like nose, speaks softly, his words accompanied by a menacing glare directed at you. His name is Chu Xinghe, and he resides in Kaoshan village. Together, they were selected to join the Haotian sect as disciples. It is a remarkable occurrence for a small village like Kaoshan to produce two disciples capable of entering the Haotian sect. Upon learning this news, the village chief was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Both of you have entered the Wu Tian sect together, yet now, that fellow Chu Xinghe has already become a squad leader. You are also part of Chu Cheng's team. The recent 9 tolls of the bell from the Haotian sect are indeed attributed to your team. A fortnight ago, the latest batch of disciples admitted to the Haotian sect was divided into numerous small teams to embark on their initiation trials. Originally, this trial was merely a formality, intended to facilitate some familiarity among the disciples before concluding. However, no one anticipated that this ostensibly uneventful trial would take a turn for the worse. Within your team, 2 exceptionally talented disciples, misled by erroneous information, inadvertently ventured into a perilous domain, ultimately meeting their demise therein. These 2 individuals had previously become disciples of the Grand Elder. A seemingly simple trial resulted in the simultaneous demise of both. How could the Grand Elder possibly let this matter rest? Thus, today, the great bell tolls 9 times, as the esteemed elder intends to personally uncover the identity of the one who has brought harm to his cherished disciple. You cast an impatient glance at Chu Xinghe. Mind your tongue. Should you dare utter another word, I shall sever another path for you. Chu Xinghe threatened you once more. Previously, during the trial, this fellow, relying on his superior cultivation, had the audacity to break one of your arms. Now, as he brings it up once more, you feel a surge of anger, your teeth clenched in fury. This insolent wretch has no inkling of the formidable individual standing before him. Just wait until the day I am expelled from the sect. He shall be the first to face my wrath. The various factions of the Haotian sect converge upon the Grand Haotian Hall. The imposing Grand Elder strides forth among the multitude of elders, his gaze icy as it sweeps across the assembly. Established for a millennium, the Haotian sect earned its illustrious title as the foremost sect in the realm 4 centuries ago, becoming a sacred ground in the hearts of martial artists everywhere. Over these 400 years, the sect has witnessed an unprecedented emergence of prodigies, surpassing even the glories of yesteryears. Every individual who joins the Haotian sect is indeed a paragon of excellence. In this recent trial for newcomers, 2 disciples under my sect, Haotian, have tragically fallen victim to the deceit of treacherous individuals, resulting in their untimely demise. This marks the first occurrence of such a calamity in 4 centuries. The Grand Elder, with a countenance full of sorrow and anguish, continued to speak. I have thoroughly investigated the rights and wrongs of the matter. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to address this issue. Regardless of who conspired to harm the 2 of them, I shall show no mercy. As the Grand Elder spoke, all eyes turned towards your team. The Grand Elder approached your group directly. Will you explain yourselves, or shall I take it upon myself to speak? The crowd trembles with trepidation. You can distinctly observe that Chu Xinghe beside you is shaking the most violently. Considering his seemingly poor relationship with those two individuals, could it possibly be him? Just as this thought crosses your mind, the Grand Elder has commenced his inquiries. The disciple being questioned stammered while articulating the events of the trial, but could only utter a single phrase. They truly do not know who is responsible for the harm. The Grand Elder grew increasingly enraged as he pressed further. Upon approaching you, he spoke once more, stating, "If you confess voluntarily at this moment, I shall, out of consideration for your youthful ignorance, expel you from Haotian. However, should I be compelled to unearth the truth, your life will be in grave peril." Upon the utterance of the Grand Elder's words, the entire team, save for you, wore expressions of palpable trepidation. Over yonder, Chu Xinghe appeared utterly unable to contain his distress. Your excitement is almost overwhelming. Goodness expelled from the sect. Is there truly such a fortunate occurrence? Is this not an opportunity presenting itself? The Grand Elder approached you, urging you to elucidate the events that transpired during the trial. Yet, as soon as the Grand Elder's words fell silent, you spoke, saying, "Elder, there is no need for further inquiry. It was I who committed the act. I, the disciple, am acutely aware of my grave misdeeds, and find myself unworthy to remain within the Haotian sect. I implore you, Elder, to expel me from the sect as a means of imposing due punishment." The members of the squad were rendered speechless by your words, remaining frozen in place, including the Grand Elder. At this moment, you find yourself filled with joy. "Hurry, hurry, the Grand Elder is about to expel me from the sect. The pinnacle martial emperor is already charging towards me with fervor." Yet, while you envision yourself becoming a martial emperor and ponder how to roam freely through the realms that follow, the Grand Elder, however, fell into a profound silence. It is uncertain how much time passed, but in the midst of your eager gaze, the frost that once adorned the Grand Elder's countenance suddenly dissipated, giving way to uproarious laughter. Surely, one must be utterly bewildered. What follows should be the expulsion from a sect. You wear an expression brimming with anticipation. Very well indeed." The Grand Elder repeated the word "well" thrice, which left you somewhat perplexed. "Good child, how did you uncover their identities?" "The two of them are spies from the Shadow of Demons sect. Before they were about to unleash their chaos, they were lured into a perilous trap and met their demise. Your mind is currently clouded. What treachery lies within the Shadow sect? To ambush and slaughter them before they can instigate chaos is not merely a betrayal. This is not an act of betrayal at all." Subsequently, the Grand Elder recounted, amidst your bewilderment, that the two deceased individuals were disciples of the Demon Shadow sect who had infiltrated the Haotian sect with malicious intent. They had originally devised a sinister plot for this trial, however. They could never have anticipated that their schemes would be thwarted before they could be executed, leading to their untimely demise due to misleading information. Thus, you, who were entirely unaware of the circumstances, emerged not only unscathed, but rather credited with merit. Seeing your bewildered expression, the Grand Elder joyfully patted you on the shoulder. After all, those two individuals had indeed become disciples under his tutelage. If something were to truly go awry, the Grand Elder would find it exceedingly difficult to absolve himself of responsibility. Subsequently, with a grand gesture of his hand, the Grand Elder, "This time, Chu Xinghe has eradicated the spies of the Shadow Demon sect, safeguarding our disciples of the Haotian sect. Henceforth, Chu Xinghe shall be elevated to the rank of elite disciple, rewarded with 10 spirit-gathering pills, and invited to study under our esteemed lineage." Upon the conclusion of the Grand Elder's words, all disciples from the various teams cast envious and jealous glances in your direction. Yet it is only you who is bewildered. What on earth is this? My peak as a martial emperor has vanished. You might as well offer me 10 spirit-gathering pills to mend the wounds of my soul. Observing the bewildered Chu Xinghe beside me, an epiphany suddenly struck. The esteemed elder and the disciples are unworthy. In truth, it was our captain, Chu Xinghe, who first unveiled the insidious infiltrators of the Demon Shadow sect. I merely acted as the executor of his command. If rewards are to be distributed, They rightfully belong to the captain. As for the disciples who deceived the venerable elder, I implore you to expel them from the sect. As soon as you uttered those words, everyone was taken aback. Chu Xinghe wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had never anticipated that you would attribute such a significant achievement to yourself. Yet, just at the moment when Chu Xinghe was consumed by excitement, the originally benevolent elder turned towards Chu Xinghe, his expression now frigid. Your name is Chu Xinghe, is it not? Today, I deliberately set this test to observe whether you possess the courage to step forward. Yet, as the captain of your team, you exhibit a complete lack of responsibility, failing to promptly acknowledge your actions before me. This is a disgrace to our esteemed Haotian sect. You and Chu Xinghe should hail from the same region, correct? Chu Xinghe, out of loyalty to his fellow townsmen, was even willing to accept expulsion from the sect as punishment. Yet, you remain silent. How can you now show your face and claim any credit? Chu Xinghe has become foolish, and so have you. Chu Xinghe has indeed become foolish. Convey to me the elder's decree, banishing Chu Xinghe from the inner sect of the Haotian sect. Henceforth, let him be regarded as an outer disciple, serving as an example. After Chu Xinghe was taken away, the Grand Elder once again regained the sensation of a gentle spring breeze. He patted your shoulder, saying, "Do not be proud when rewarded, nor be alarmed when punished. You are a good child. The smile upon your face at this moment is far less graceful than a tearful countenance." Ah, my peak warrior emperor, were these so-called elite disciples and the adoration of esteemed elders all mere nonsense? I yearn solely to be expelled from the sect. A garment of black, symbolizing elite status, now adorns your figure. You have bid farewell to the fifth group of well-wishers who have come to congratulate you today. Just when you intended to take a moment's respite, your teammates arrived. They approached you to extend their congratulations and reminded you not to forget them. As the foremost sect in the realm, Haotian sect, alongside Wutian sect, boasts formidable strength and equally stringent regulations. Under ordinary circumstances, an average inner disciple seeking to ascend to the ranks of elite disciples, endowed with exceptional talent, would require a grueling period of 3 to 5 years of arduous training. Those with lesser talents need not even be mentioned. The elite disciples not only hold a status far superior to that of ordinary inner disciples, but they also have access to greater resources and the opportunity to learn more profound techniques. Moreover, you are personally favored by the Grand Elder, having been taken under his wing as a disciple. How could your future be anything but bright? Establishing a good rapport with you now can only yield benefits for all involved. Alas, why has Chu Xinghe not arrived? You are feigning ignorance, well aware of the reason. That detestable creature has now become an outer disciple. Gaining entry into the inner sect is not something one can achieve at will. Previously, even as a mere captain, he regarded us with disdain. Now, relegated to the outer sect, we shall see how he maintains his arrogance. The squad members are well aware of the incident where Chu Xinghe had once broken one of your arms. Thus, they're most aware. Do not be deceived by the fact that these two individuals hail from the same hometown. There exists no true camaraderie between them. Indeed, he has now become an outer sect disciple. It is a lamentable situation. Upon hearing your words, the most astute member of the team, Zhao Dong, quickly grasped the situation. It is a pity about that despicable fellow from before who did not hesitate to lay hands on us. Upon Zhao Dong's utterance, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, Dong, your words are rather misguided. Although that scoundrel Chu Xinghe is indeed shameless, despicable, and lowly, he is, after all, my fellow townsman. In this foreign land, fellow townsmen are akin to brothers. How could you possibly add insult to injury? Zhao Dong and others hastily expressed their reluctance. You lamented with great sorrow. Very well, merely breaking an arm will suffice. However, you added, let's not go too far. After all, they're also disciples from the outer sect, are they not? Brother Chu possesses a vast and open mind, earning our admiration. We shall proceed as Brother Chu has instructed. After showering you with compliments, you bid farewell to the former members of the team. Subsequently, several ordinary inner disciples who had entered the sect at the same time came to congratulate you, attributing your good fortune solely to the favor bestowed upon you by the Grand Elder. Until the evening, you received news that several brothers from the team went to visit Chu Xinghe. However, This fellow spoke disrespectfully and ended up getting his arm broken in a group beating, leaving him battered and bruised. Yet, who would care for an outer disciple? At night, you lie in bed, gazing upon the myriad tasks within the compass of misfortune. Every task, capable of ensuring the continuation of the Haotian sect, is meticulously detailed within. Although this time you miss the opportunity to be expelled from the sect and become the pinnacle martial emperor, you remain unfazed as you gaze at the ominous compass. One must acknowledge that to stand out in the esteemed Haotian sect, regarded as the foremost sect in the world, is indeed a formidable challenge, even for the elite disciples. After all, there remain core disciples and direct disciples above, and even a chief disciple. If one wishes to court disaster and seek punishment leading to expulsion from the sect, then the paths available become numerous. The following morning, you donned the attire of an elite disciple and made your way to the dining hall designated for the elite, where you partook in breakfast, exchanging greetings with your fellow elite disciples along the way. Just as I was about to depart, two dejected elite disciples approached from behind. A glance revealed that their elite disciple robes were identical to mine, adorned with the unique crane insignia of the Grand Elder. This indicated that, like myself, they were also esteemed disciples under the tutelage of the Grand Elder. Greetings to the two senior brothers. Neither of them even glanced up to regard you. They simply sought out their respective places to sit down and dine. You were not particularly concerned, yet, just as you were about to depart, one of the elite disciples spoke up. "Ma Biao, I fear this time I might be doomed." With a heavy sigh, Ma Biao remarked, "Shin, you mentioned that the Grand Elder excels in the art of alchemy. Thus, all disciples under his tutelage must diligently practice this craft. However, what the Grand Elder finds most irksome are those disciples who lack earnestness. The fact that your recent attempt at concocting a potion resulted in an explosion of the furnace has left the Grand Elder utterly incensed, to the point where his beard has become askew with fury. It is certain that you shall not escape the repercussions of this folly." Shin exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of punishment could one possibly face? A light punishment may result in a month of confinement, while a severe transgression could lead to the outright revocation of your status as an elite disciple. No, I have just become an elite disciple. Shin is almost in tears from fright. Yet your eyes have brightened. What a curious thing. As long as one engages in alchemy and operates the furnace, one may be rewarded. In severe cases, the status of elite disciples may be revoked, while in less grave situations, confinement may be imposed. Is there truly such a fortunate matter? Quickly glancing at the doom compass, I discovered indeed a similar task. Receiving confinement punishment allows for an immediate ascension to the rank of martial artist, while being stripped of elite disciple qualifications leads directly to the elevation of grand martial artist. Your excitement causes the braised pork in your stomach to churn. Being confined to quarters can lead to the promotion of a martial artist. Losing the qualification of an elite disciple, moreover, directly elevates one to the rank of a third-grade grand martial artist. Indeed, if one were to diligently cultivate their skills, despite possessing a commendable talent, it is likely that without a span of 2 to 3 years, ascending to such a level would prove quite challenging. You excitedly rushed towards your two despondent senior brothers, and without uttering a word, you bowed a 90-degree angle in gratitude, leaving them utterly perplexed and completely unaware of what had transpired. Upon departing from the cafeteria, you hastened towards Xinghe Palace with unwavering determination. The Haotian sect occupies the entirety of the Haotian mountain range, with each elder presiding over their respective peaks. The peak of the Grand Elder is known as Xinghe Palace. Apart from the sovereign, it is also the place where spiritual energy is most abundant and of the highest quality. You ascend to the Xinghe Palace, and after verifying your identity, you enter its sacred halls. The Grand Elder is a master alchemist of the 9th rank, who has attained enlightenment through the art of alchemy. Thus, all disciples under his tutelage are mandated to study the path of alchemy. You arrive at the central hall of medicine kings within the Xinghe Palace. A fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafts from the hall, enticing you to step in without hesitation. After a brief inquiry, you encounter an elite disciple named Feng Fei. The 4 cauldron patterns adorning his chest signify that he is a 4th-grade alchemist. Meanwhile, Feng Fei, the esteemed elder, regularly guides his disciples in their cultivation. The Grand Elder and numerous other elders are often preoccupied with various affairs, rendering it impossible for them to personally instruct every day. Thus, the majority of the disciples are taught by other selected senior disciples. Today, it is Feng Fei who assumes the role of the instructor. The tale of junior brother Chu Xinghe, who remains unperturbed by praise or punishment, has spread throughout the Wu Tian sect, and his unwavering resolve to stand up for his fellow townsmen is truly commendable. Feng Fei is evidently aware of your situation. Your words seem to have brought you a tinge of embarrassment. After all, it has been less than half a month since your compatriot has likely been unable to rise from bed. Master Feng, I aspire to learn the art of alchemy. Ahem, alchemy. In your excitement, you nearly revealed your innermost thoughts. Since you are eager to learn, I shall personally guide you. However, the craft of alchemy demands an exceptionally high level of innate talent. Feng Fei spoke for a while, yet not a single word registered in your mind. It was only when Feng Fei mentioned the points of consideration that you finally arrived. Junior brother Chu Xinghe, the first step in the art of alchemy lies in mastering the control of fire. Each individual possesses a unique affinity for flames, and only those capable of harnessing spiritual fire may embark on the path of alchemy. Now, I shall conduct a test to assess your affinity for spiritual fire. However, dear junior brother, I must emphasize the importance of maintaining composure during this evaluation. Should the spiritual fire come into contact with the alchemical furnace in a chaotic manner, it could spiral out of control and result in an explosion, which would spell disaster. The Grand Elder holds a particular aversion to such occurrences, and the consequences can be quite severe. Feng Fei's expression was one of utmost seriousness. You, on the other hand, are fixated on Zheng. After all that Feng Fei has said, you should only remember a few key points. First, losing one's composure can lead to catastrophic consequences. Second, once a disaster occurs, the penalties are exceedingly severe. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of how to take flight. Following Feng Fei, you arrive at the Zhuke Hall, where the testing of the spiritual flame takes place. Feng Fei meticulously reiterates the methods to you, advising that even if the test fails, it is of no consequence. You may return another time. However, he cautions that you must not lose your composure, lest it provoke a catastrophic eruption of the spiritual flame. You are indeed a disciple personally nurtured by the esteemed elder. It is imperative that you do not disappoint him. You bestowed upon Feng Fei a resolute gaze, observing his approving nod with great satisfaction. You too felt a profound sense of contentment. Fear not, brother Feng, for I have never faltered in the realm of disappointment. Everything is in readiness. You sit before the earthly fire, channeling your spiritual energy into it, as instructed by Feng Fei. In an instant, the fire surges forth, transforming from its original crimson hue to a vibrant orange. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Fei was immediately filled with joy. The earth fire underwent a remarkable transformation, indicating that you must possess the ability to manipulate spiritual flames. Just as Feng Fei eagerly anticipated discovering the rank of your spiritual fire, the originally orange-hued flames erupted in an instant. The terrifying blaze surged forth from the depths of the earth, swiftly engulfing everything. Under the searing heat of the spiritual fire, the alchemical furnace turned a vivid crimson. Junior brother Chu Xinghe, please cease your actions. Upon witnessing this, Feng Fei realized that you had lost control. Stop. I have painstakingly provoked the spirit fire into a frenzy. May I cease my efforts? You pay no heed to Feng Fei's words. Increase the intensity and surge forward. The furnace shall be detonated today. Increase the intensity and surge forward. The furnace shall be detonated today. Feng Fei, noticing your lack of response, initially assumed you had lost your composure. However, he quickly set aside other concerns and hastily summoned his own spiritual power in an attempt to suppress yours. After Feng Fei infused his strength, the spiritual fire indeed diminished considerably. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. But you, infuriated, realized that your furnace was on the verge of exploding. You could not allow Feng Fei to thwart your endeavors. In this moment, you disregarded everything else and channeled all your spiritual energy into the spiritual fire. In an instant, the fire that was about to extinguish transformed from a vibrant orange to a deep crimson, and then further evolved into a dazzling golden hue. The terrifying flames swiftly obliterated Feng Fei's suppressed spiritual power. Feng Fei was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. Yet at that very moment of his disarray, a faint, almost ethereal cry emanated from the spirit fire. In the next moment, the resplendent golden flames overwhelmed the already crumbling alchemical furnace, which could no longer withstand the sheer force of the inferno. A colossal explosion erupted, accompanied by flames scattering in all directions. Feng Fei hurriedly stepped forward to shield you as you made your escape. The furnace erupted with a thunderous roar, and the flames swiftly engulfed the room within the Vermilion Bird Hall, reducing it to a cloud of ash and smoke. Feng Fei stared in disbelief at the devastated room, his mind consumed by a single thought: it's over. Yet, gazing at the ruined room, a sense of delight blossomed within me. This time, I shall witness who dares to stand in my way. Chapter 3. The Vermilion Bird's Sacred Flame. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire room, and the explosive sound from the Vermilion Bird Hall's furnace reverberated throughout the apothecary palace, prompting countless disciples to rush from all directions. Quick, extinguish the fire, someone commanded, but the inferno was too fierce, not only incinerating the room housing the furnace but also igniting 2 adjacent chambers. Witnessing this scene, Feng Fei's face paled. How could a mere spirit fire test escalate to such chaos? On the surface, Chu Xinghe appeared to be in shock, yet internally he reveled in the prospect of disaster. Let it burn. If the entire Vermilion Bird Hall were to be consumed by flames, perhaps the Grand Elder would be so enraged as to expel him from the sect, a scenario he deemed utterly perfect. However, his hopes were swiftly dashed. For news of the fire reached the Grand Elder, who promptly arrived with several others. Through their combined efforts, the flames were ultimately extinguished. Although the entire Vermilion Bird Hall was not burned down, the sight of the soot-streaked Grand Elder and his companions made Chu Xinghe realize he had succeeded in his aims. Who was responsible for this? The Grand Elder's voice resonated throughout the hall, silencing both disciples and elders alike. Feng Fei regarded Chu Xinghe with a look akin to that of witnessing a condemned man. He understood that this time, Chu Xinghe was likely finished. Feng Fei, what on earth happened? The Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Feng Fei. Feng Fei hastily scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Grand Elder, it was an accident. Today, he dared not conceal the truth and recounted the incident regarding Chu Xinghe's spirit fire test. Yet, as he concluded, he continued, I beseech the Grand Elder to temper his wrath. Although this incident involved junior brother Xinghe, I, as the supervising brother, failed to prevent it and must bear my share of the responsibility. Please do not place all the blame on junior brother Xinghe. What a good person. Chu Xinghe looked at Feng Fei beside him with a twinge of regret. He had inadvertently placed Feng Fei in a difficult position. Yet here was Feng Fei stepping forward to shoulder the burden on his behalf, filling Chu Xinghe's heart with gratitude. It was you? However, the Grand Elder disregarded Feng Fei entirely and swiftly approached Chu Xinghe. Yes, the Grand Elder was not as Feng Fei had depicted. Rather, Chu Xinghe asserted, Senior brother Feng Fei has explained all the precautions to me. I alone failed to heed them, and thus the calamity ensued. The fault lies entirely with me. So I implore the Grand Elder not to punish senior brother Feng Fei. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Feng Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Xinghe would take full responsibility. Previously, there had been rampant rumors about how Chu Xinghe had defended a fellow townsman. But later it was said that the townsman had suffered a broken arm, leading to speculation that Chu Xinghe and he were not truly on good terms, merely pretending to be. Yet now, Feng Fei wished to deliver a resounding slap to those who spread such gossip. Observe, even in this predicament, junior brother Xinghe refused to shift blame, choosing instead to shoulder the consequences alone out of fear of punishment. How could such a junior brother possibly align with the malicious rumors circulating behind his back? Just as Feng Fei was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears, the Grand Elder spoke once more. Is it truly you? Absolutely. The Star River felt a deep sense of shame for the Elder's patronage, acutely aware of his grave transgressions, and thus pleaded for a severe punishment from the Elder. His face was etched with guilt, yet internally, he reveled in joy. Expel me from the sect. Please, cast me out, or at the very least, revoke my status as an elite disciple. If I cannot attain the pinnacle of martial emperor, then let me settle for a third-rank great martial master. Just imagine the comfort of being elevated directly from a first-rank martial artist to a third-rank great martial master. However, Instead of facing the elder's wrath, Chu Xinghe was unexpectedly ushered into another chamber for a spiritual fire test. The elder pointed to the ground fire and commanded, "Now, repeat what just occurred." What? Chu Xinghe was bewildered. What was happening? Quickly again. The elder's urgency was palpable. Confounded, Chu Xinghe glanced at the elder and the other equally perplexed spectators. It was evident that none understood the elder's intent. Nonetheless, without concern for their confusion, Chu Xinghe thought, "If you wish to witness another explosion, then so be it." Seating himself in a meditative posture as before, Chu Xinghe began to channel his spiritual energy into the ground fire. Much like the previous occasion, the flames surged and transformed into a vibrant orange. This time, no one restrained him, allowing Chu Xinghe to go all in. He poured all his spiritual energy into the ground fire, and in an instant, crimson gold flames reappeared. Accompanying the resplendent flames, the alchemical furnace emitted a deep, resonating hum, signaling an imminent explosion. However, just as Chu Xinghe anticipated the elder would intervene, he noticed the elder and the other observing elders watching him with expressions of shock. What was happening? Just as he pondered this, a shrill cry echoed, reminiscent of the previous explosion. With it came a thunderous roar, and the furnace erupted once more. In that split second, the elder shielded Chu Xinghe and whisked him out of the room as flames engulfed the entire chamber. Vermilion Bird Spiritual Fire. Indeed, it is the Vermilion Bird Spiritual Fire. Heaven bless our Haotian sect. After 4 centuries, we have once again birthed the Vermilion Bird Spiritual Fire. The sudden exclamation left everyone in stunned silence. Chu Xinghe gazed at the elder, whose once cold and reproachful demeanor was now replaced with astonishment and uncontainable joy. In that moment, all understood why the elder had not reacted with anger, but rather had urged Chu Xinghe to attempt it again after witnessing the furnace's explosion. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of the flames, detecting a trace of the hidden Vermilion Bird Spiritual Fire's essence. Uncertain, yet hopeful, he had prompted Chu Xinghe for another attempt. Now, all bore witness to the moment when the flames turned crimson gold and erupted once more, drawing forth the Vermilion Bird Spiritual Fire from the depths of the earth. The true rise of the Haotian sect should have occurred 4 centuries prior, during which several unparalleled powerhouses emerged, including the revered medicine sage, Lu Changfeng, who possessed the Vermilion Bird Spiritual Fire, thereby becoming the closest being to the god of medicine in existence. It is precisely due to Lu Changfeng's remarkable alchemical skills that the Haotian sect has continually risen to prominence, with its alchemical arts being regarded as the preeminent in the realm. However, for the subsequent 4 centuries, Lu Changfeng mysteriously vanished without a trace, and much of his legacy faded away, while the Xinghe spirit fire became a lost art. Throughout these 400 years, the Haotian sect has produced many grandmasters of alchemy, yet none have been able to attain the heights reached by Lu Changfeng. Yet today, this explosive incident has summoned forth the Xinghe spirit fire. The Xinghe spirit fire conjured by Chu Xinghe has stirred the hearts of all present. After 400 years, the Haotian sect has finally birthed another disciple capable of wielding the Xinghe spirit fire. This Xinghe hall derives its name from the Xinghe spirit fire. 400 years ago, it was Lu Changfeng, and 400 years later, it is Chu Xinghe. At this moment, the Grand Elder is as exuberant as a child, while the other elders gaze upon Chu Xinghe with palpable excitement. Only Chu Xinghe himself is bewildered. This is not the outcome I desired. What about the punishment? What about the severe consequences of the explosion? What does this all mean? After much hesitation, Chu Xinghe resolves to speak. Grand Elder, there are laws of the nation and rules of the family. Even though I have indeed obtained the Xinghe spirit fire today, the crime of causing 2 consecutive explosions cannot go unpunished. I implore you to administer justice impartially. Upon uttering these words, not only the Grand Elder, but even the disciples surrounding Lingyi Palace are moved. Listen, what is the essence of true mastery? What is the meaning of a noble heart? Brother Xinghe has just been elevated to the rank of elite disciple, yet he remains devoid of arrogance, and today, he stands as the first person in 400 years to possess the Xinghe spirit fire. It is evident to all that Brother Xinghe has a promising future ahead. Nevertheless, in such circumstances, Brother Xinghe exhibits no hint of hubris. He still feels profound remorse over his explosions and seeks punishment from the Grand Elder, demonstrating an extraordinary level of character. In that moment, even those disciples who had previously envied Chu Xinghe cannot help but acknowledge his exceptional nature. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid, splendid. Upon hearing these 3 words of praise, Chu Xinghe realizes that something is amiss. Indeed, the Grand Elder gazes at him with a look of profound contentment and remarks, "You are truly worthy of being my chosen disciple. One must cultivate virtue before mastering martial skills. I have witnessed far too many extraordinarily gifted youths lacking in moral integrity, and your words today bring me great solace. The legacy of the Sage of Medicine shall continue. May the heavens bless Haotian." A chorus of congratulations once again erupts. Xinghe, although this explosion was instigated by you, it is not your fault. The Zhuke spirit fire is not something an ordinary alchemical furnace can withstand. An explosion was inevitable, thus you bear no guilt. However, your words today have awakened me. I have unjustly punished too many disciples for their accidental explosions in the past. After all, they were simply misfortunes. Henceforth, if a disciple causes an explosion due to an unintentional mistake, there shall be no punishment. As these words leave the Grand Elder's lips, a wave of jubilation sweeps through the disciples present. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your magnanimity. Countless disciples bow in gratitude, while Shinshan, who had encountered Chu Xinghe earlier in the cafeteria, is so moved that tears stream down her face. Ah, if there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be directed towards Brother Xinghe. Were it not for him, how could I have transcended my own obsessions? The Grand Elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Ah. Junior Brother Xinghe, a group of disciples from the Lingyi Palace bowed once more to Chu Xinghe, their gazes filled with goodwill. From this day forth, I, along with numerous elders, shall personally instruct you in the art of alchemy. Xinghe, you must not squander this precious vermilion bird spirit fire. Ah, Grand Elder Xie. Chu Xinghe felt tears welling up. It was clear that being expelled from the sect would have allowed him to reach the pinnacle of his abilities. Yet now he was to be subjected to daily admonishments by a host of old men. Was there any justice left in this world? Any law? The Grand Elder departed with the assembly of elders, and Feng Fei, along with a throng of Lingyi Palace disciples, quickly surrounded Chu Xinghe. Junior Brother Xinghe, we owe you our gratitude today. From this moment on, anyone who dares to lay a hand on you within Lingyi Palace shall be considered an enemy of us all. Junior Brother Xinghe stands for righteousness. Previously, I foolishly believed the slander that you had orchestrated the breaking of Chu Cheng's arm. I now feel utterly ashamed. Let the rumors cease with the wise. How could Junior Brother Xinghe possibly be that sort of person? I shall immediately investigate who has been spreading such malicious gossip. They shall face my wrath. No need to investigate. I heard it directly from the outer sect today. It was that Chu Chang fellow who spoke of it. Nonsense. That scoundrel has been relegated to the outer sect, and Junior Brother Xinghe has yet to even lay eyes on him. How could he possibly incite others against him? Clearly, this wretch feels twisted by jealousy over Junior Brother Xinghe's ascent to the ranks of elite disciples. Just watch. I shall deal with him. The crowd became increasingly agitated, causing Chu Xinghe to question whether he had indeed been responsible for that incident. My esteemed brothers, please reconsider. Chu Cheng's actions may stem from unspoken troubles. After all, we share a hometown, and I already feel guilty for his demotion to the outer sect. If you were to harm him further, how could I live with myself? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the expressions of his elder brothers grew resolutely determined. Listen, this is what true character looks like. How can 2 young men, both hailing from the same humble village, exhibit such vastly different qualities? Chapter 4. Is there such a good thing? Perhaps the words of Chu Xinghe had an impact, for the senior disciples of Lingyi Palace indeed refrained from taking action against Chu Chang. However, they opted for an alternative approach, suspension of medicinal supplies. Indeed, while the treatment of outer disciples at Haotian sect may not rival that of the inner sect, it remains the foremost sect in the world. Even the resources available to outer disciples surpass those of inner disciples from many lesser sections. Among these resources, the elixirs are naturally provided by Lingyi Palace. It can be said that all alchemical resources within Haotian sect are sourced from Lingyi Palace. Various factions would come to collect their respective supplies and distribute them among their disciples accordingly. Yet this time, the outer sect received no elixirs, with the simple explanation being that the medicines were scarce. Initially, the outer sect did not think much of it. After all, they were the outer disciples, and it was not unexpected for them to be the first to be cut off during a scarcity. However, when they inquired about when supplies could be replenished, the answer was a resounding no. This news sent the outer disciples into a frenzy. What was the meaning of this? Were the outer disciples not human? It was one thing to be bullied routinely, but this was an outright affront. Just as the outer disciples were preparing to confront the Grand Elder, a message arrived from Lingyi Palace. What? It was because of that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. He claimed that Chu Xinghe had broken his arm? Nonsense. Chu Xinghe had never even set foot in the outer sect. I was present that day. It was one of his former teammates who had come to visit him. He himself had been disrespectful and was subsequently beaten by a crowd. I have heard that this fellow has always treated those in his team with disdain. For heaven's sake, are we being denied elixirs because of this scoundrel? It appears that the people from Lingyi Palace are saying he has slandered their junior brother Xinghe, and they could no longer tolerate it. I care not. Just watch as I deal with this wretch. A group of outer disciples deprived of their elixirs could be quite ferocious, and no one understood this better than Chu Xinghe himself. After a few days of recuperation, although his face was still bruised, he could now walk. Chu Xinghe vowed, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. One day, he would return to the inner sect in the guise of a great emperor. At that time, he would make Chu Xinghe kneel before him and call him father. He would not rest until all of his limbs, no, all 5 of his limbs, were broken. Yet just as Chu Xinghe envisioned himself wielding a divine sword in his left hand and a magical technique in his right, the door to his room was kicked open by a group of outer disciples. So you are Chu Xinghe. A rotund outer disciple glared at him with a tilted head. Senior brother, what is the matter? I am Chu Xinghe. How may I assist you? Chu Xinghe, having returned from the realm of dreams to the harshness of reality, found himself swiftly engulfed by the shadows of hell. Once the group confirmed that he was indeed Chu Xinghe, they wasted no time and unleashed a torrent of blows. No one could precisely recount how long the beating lasted, but everyone was acutely aware of how long it would take him to recover. Half a year has passed. After the recent tumult, news reached Lingyi Palace. When the outer disciples returned to collect their medicinal herbs, the once scarce supplies were now abundantly available. Not only did the outer disciples receive their rightful share, but the lead instigator in chastising Chu Xinghe, the rotund fish, was additionally rewarded with a vial of body refinement pills by the senior brothers of Lingyi Palace. Consequently, the collective effort to confront Chu Xinghe became a routine occurrence among the outer disciples. Upon receiving this news, Chu Xinghe was deeply distraught, addressing Feng Fei, Brother Feng. How am I to navigate this predicament? Dear Brother Xinghe, you jest. This matter does not concern you, nor does it pertain to our Lingyi Palace. Chu Xinghe is a narrow-minded individual who has long bullied others during his tenure as captain. The investigation has revealed the truth, and it is infuriating that he has attributed his humiliation to you. The outer disciples are merely acting on their righteous indignation to reprimand this scoundrel. Feng Fei's words left Chu Xinghe at a loss for a response. How could one speak of such blatant bullying with such a righteous tone? Brother Feng, I misjudged your character. Yet, oddly enough, a sense of admiration arose within him. Regarding Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei had inquired about him. Both he and Chu Xinghe hailed from Kaoshan village. Despite their shared origins, their circumstances differed greatly. While Chu Xinghe grew up an orphan, supported by the kindness of his fellow villagers, Chu Xinghe was the son of a prominent local family, reigning as a bully from a young age. It was well known that Chu Xinghe had suffered at Chu Cheng's hands for years. Some of Chu Xinghe's former teammates even recounted that during their trials in Haotian's sect, Chu Xinghe had once broken Chu Xinghe's arm, though his companions affirmed that Chu Xinghe had never sought retribution, embodying a magnanimous spirit. Feng Fei, typically mild-mannered, grew genuinely furious upon hearing this. What is this? Bullying the gentle-hearted? It is one thing to torment my brother Xinghe throughout his childhood, but to continue such behavior after entering the sect is intolerable. In the midst of this righteous indignation, he nearly neglected the pressing matter at hand. Brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder awaits you at the Apothecary Palace today. He intends to impart various foundational teachings to you. It is a rare honor for someone to receive personal instruction from the Grand Elder in alchemy. Indeed, you are the first. Though Feng Fei felt a twinge of envy, he recognized that Chu Xinghe was exceptional. With the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, he was destined for greatness. Upon hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe felt helpless. To be honest, I never intended to learn alchemy. I've heard it requires memorizing a plethora of tedious knowledge, and my memory is rather poor. I simply cannot manage it. Yet, no amount of protest would change the situation. Under Feng Fei's guidance, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Apothecary Palace. In the heart of the palace stood the resplendent vermilion furnace, adorned with an ethereal image of the vermilion bird, the palace's most treasured artifact. This furnace once belonged to the revered apothecary Lu Changfeng. When combined with the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, Lu Changfeng dominated the realm of alchemists, earning their utmost respect and solidifying Haotian sect's reputation as the pinnacle of medicinal arts. However, for 4 centuries, the vermilion bird furnace has remained untouched. For without the sacred fire of the vermilion bird, it cannot be ignited. At this moment, the Grand Elder stood beside the furnace, gazing at it before turning his attention to the incoming Chu Xinghe, lost in thought. He seemed to envision a day when the vermilion bird furnace would once again blaze with the sacred fire, elevating the Haotian sect to new heights. The disciple, Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei, greeted the Grand Elder, and both bowed in respect. Feng Fei, you have worked hard. Go and instruct the other disciples, the Grand Elder commanded. The disciple accepted the order and exited the apothecary king's palace, leaving behind the beleaguered Chu Xinghe and the hopeful Grand Elder. In the ensuing moments, the Grand Elder began recounting the tales of the apothecary sage, Lu Changfeng, starting with the vermilion bird furnace. While the stories were captivating, Chu Xinghe found himself lamenting. I have no desire to learn alchemy. His predicament deepened. To master alchemy, one must first discern herbs. From today onward, I shall personally teach you the various methods of herb identification. The path of alchemy is arduous, but with the sacred fire of the vermilion bird within you, the future is yours. What is monotony? Chu Xinghe grasped the meaning within a mere afternoon. What are moonlit grass, lunar dark grass, and soul moon grass? They all look identical. How am I to distinguish them? The subtle differences in their patterns? My eyes are nearly strained to the breaking point. I cannot discern any differences. The misfortune compass, is this not a form of punishment? Shouldn't I receive some compensation akin to a peak martial sovereign instead? This is far worse than confinement. His heart was engulfed in despair, yet Chu Xinghe felt utterly powerless. Why was being expelled from the sect so difficult? He yearned to become a martial emperor in an instant. Previously, he had considered confronting the Grand Elder, cursing him, and questioning whether he would be expelled for such insolence. Yet, the consequence of such actions was not mere expulsion, but rather a fate worse than death. He desired expulsion from the sect, not a reincarnation. Moreover, the misfortune compass seemed to impose restrictions against overly deliberate actions. To court death, one must do so with finesse. Therein lies the challenge. As Chu Xinghe observed the 3 herbs, he thought, is my misfortune compass akin to a system? Logically, a system should provide assistance to help one defy fate. Yet since obtaining the misfortune compass, he had received no aid whatsoever. Tasks appeared before him like alluring beauties, yet they were untouchable, leaving him perplexed. Xinghe, the identification of herbs is not a matter of a day or two. Do not be disheartened, the Grand Elder said, mistaking Chu Xinghe's dejection for the struggles of a novice. Thank you, Grand Elder. But how long will it take to master this? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, chuckling lightly. I, as an apprentice, took a mere 5 years to grasp the properties of 70% of the world's herbs. Merely 5 years? Ahem. Oh, Galaxy, you are unaware that while my innate talent may not be unparalleled, it is indeed a rare gift that emerges once in a century. Within 5 years, I have mastered 70% of the craft, rendering me unmatched in this era. If one's aptitude is slightly inferior, achieving merely 30 to 50% in 10 years would be the utmost limit. A thunderous clap reverberated in Chu Xinghe's ears. 10 years? 30 to 50%? Is that still considered slightly inferior? What if someone like me, who possesses no desire to learn? 20 years? 30 years? Chu Xinghe envisioned himself, aged and decrepit, still seated here, struggling to discern the distinctions between moonlight grass and moonshade grass. Well, today's lesson concludes here. You may return to rest. Come back early tomorrow for the next session. The Grand Elder smiled as he bid farewell to the wooden figure that was Chu Xinghe. As Chu Xinghe walked, he numbly greeted the brothers he passed by. He now resided within the Lingyi Palace, sharing a room with Feng Fei. A deliberate arrangement by the Grand Elder. Observing Chu Xinghe's dazed return to their quarters, Feng Fei was taken aback, but soon recalled the Grand Elder's strict nature. It was only natural for his junior to receive a reprimand on his first day of study. Junior brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder, is indeed stern. Yet his alchemical mastery is unparalleled. You must strive to follow in his footsteps, Feng Fei encouraged earnestly. Thank you, Brother Feng. I will endeavor to do my best, Chu Xinghe replied, his heart heavy with apathy. At that moment, he yearned for nothing more than to vanish. What did the Grand Elder teach you today? Feng Fei pressed on with the conversation. Identifying herbs. Moonlight grass is moonlight grass. Moonshade grass is moonshade grass. Moon soul grass is moonlight grass. What the hell? Chu Xinghe's mind was in disarray. Feng Fei nodded as if he fully comprehended. Do not be disheartened, junior brother. The art of herb identification is indeed challenging to grasp initially. However, once you do, the Grand Elder will undoubtedly impart more profound fire control techniques, making your studies far less tedious. Furthermore, with your possession of the Vermilion Bird's spirit fire, you are the sole individual capable of wielding the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace. Your future holds limitless potential, but please, do not be reckless as you were on your first attempt. Damaging the Vermilion Furnace would be dire. Feng Fei patiently reminded Chu Xinghe. Yet, the latter could only latch onto a single phrase. Damage the Vermilion Furnace? Such a fortunate prospect exists? Chapter 5. The virtue of the Star River disciple. The Xinghe Divine Furnace is a treasured relic left behind by the medicine sage, Lu Changfeng. Over the course of 4 centuries, the Haotian sect has exhausted every conceivable method, yet remains unable to utilize the Xinghe Furnace once more. The ultimate conclusion drawn is that only the Xinghe spirit fire can activate it. Thus, the Haotian sect has been patiently awaiting the emergence of an individual who possesses this sacred fire. Furthermore, the Xinghe Furnace symbolizes the medicine sage for the Haotian sect, regarded as a divine artifact in the hearts of countless individuals. The destruction of such a revered object would be catastrophic. Expulsion from the sect seems unlikely, especially since one possesses the Xinghe spirit fire. Such an act would warrant expulsion only if one were to commit heinous acts against the sect leader's family. However, should one pursue such a course, it is more probable that they would face a gruesome fate rather than mere expulsion. Therefore, expulsion is not a viable option. Enduring punishment, on the other hand, could yield substantial benefits. Even if the Xinghe Furnace were to be damaged, it is conceivable that in a fit of rage, the Grand Elder might relegate one to the outer sect and impose a confinement of 3 to 5 years, which would still be acceptable. With this plan, the path to becoming a martial sovereign seems imminent. With newfound ambition, Chu Xinghe has set his sights on a new goal: moonlight grass, moonshade grass, moon soul grass, a variety of herbs. After dedicating half a month to memorizing these, he made considerable progress, though occasional errors occurred. The Grand Elder expressed satisfaction. In his words, Chu Xinghe is a piece of uncut jade, and he intends to carve it with care. One day, early in the morning, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Medicine King Palace, greeting his fellow disciples. At that moment, Shen Chun approached him. Disciple Xinghe, in just a few days, the spirit tomb will be opened. All inner sect disciples of your cohort will enter the spirit tomb to select their spiritual weapons. Have you decided what weapon you desire? The spirit tomb? Spiritual weapons? Chu Xinghe was bewildered. Aside from the moonlight grass, moonshade grass, and moon soul grass, he had no knowledge of spiritual weapons. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, all disciples of the Haotian sect enter the spirit tomb, which is filled with countless spiritual weapons. Each disciple may seek out a weapon that resonates with them. Upon gaining the weapon's acknowledgement, they become its new master. However, the more formidable the spiritual weapon, the more challenging it is to establish a bond. Thus, selecting a weapon that suits oneself is of paramount importance, for it will become a personal treasure and lifelong companion. Though Chu Xinghe is a martial artist, his cultivation speed has not waned during his time at the Medicine King Palace. After all, the Lingyi Palace is a sacred ground for elixirs, unlike disciples from other places who receive only a few pills each month. Even those who diligently train daily see only modest progress. On the other hand, for Chu Xinghe, a few pills? Not a chance. He consumes elixirs as if they were mere candy. Whenever his stock runs low, his fellow disciples promptly deliver new elixirs without him needing to ask. Coupled with the 10 spirit-gathering pills previously awarded by the Grand Elder, Chu Xinghe's cultivation has advanced remarkably, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of his peers who toil away in hardship. However, when it comes to selecting spiritual weapons, Chu Xinghe truly lacks experience. It seems that junior brother Xinghe is not well acquainted with this matter, but fret not, dear junior brother. As long as you can envision the type you prefer, I shall endeavor to assist you in locating them. Thank you, senior brother Shen. No need for such formalities. It is we who ought to express our gratitude to you. Moreover, possessing the Vermilion Bird's spiritual fire, it is not beyond possibility for you to one day oversee the Lingyi Palace. When that time comes, we shall undoubtedly rely on you. Senior brother, I cannot dare to make such assertions. I have never aspired to such heights. My humble ambition is merely to cultivate diligently within the Lingyi Palace and support my seniors in the future. How refreshing. Hearing Chu Xinghe speak, Xinshun felt a sense of comfort, even if one understands that the future may not favor them as much. The humility and respect displayed by another can be profoundly uplifting. Thus, dear junior brother, take heart. You may rest assured that the matter of spiritual weapons shall be entrusted to us. We will certainly find the most suitable ones for you. Xinghe is deeply grateful for the kindness of my seniors. Now, let us not delay any further. The Grand Elder awaits your presence. Yes, safe travels, senior brother. After bidding farewell to Xinshun, Chu Xinghe returned to the apothecary palace. Today, the Grand Elder was not seated in his usual spot, but rather stood beside the vermilion bird furnace. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Xinghe, after studying with me for so many days, do you not find the identification of herbs rather tedious? I would not dare to say so. However, in truth, it can indeed be somewhat monotonous. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled, for he appreciated this quality in Chu Xinghe, not only his humility, but also his honesty. Since Chu Xinghe entered the Lingyi Palace, the Grand Elder had been observing his every action, with utmost respect towards his seniors. He never exhibited an ounce of arrogance despite possessing the vermilion bird's spiritual fire. In just a month, the entire Lingyi Palace, from disciples to elders, had grown fond of this young man. This gave the Grand Elder immense satisfaction. Even when faced with him, Chu Xinghe spoke candidly. Unafraid of delivering answers that might displease or lead to punishment, he always chose to speak the truth. The Grand Elder had experienced moments of frustration, even contemplating punishment for Chu Xinghe. Yet upon reflection, he realized that a disciple willing to speak honestly is far preferable to one who only flatters. The Grand Elder genuinely wished to treat Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple, not merely because of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, but also due to his character. He aspired to cultivate Chu Xinghe as the future leader of the Lingyi Palace. Initially, the Grand Elder had worried about potential dissent, but Chu Xinghe's conduct over the past month had won over everyone, himself included. Observing the Grand Elder's exceedingly gentle gaze, Chu Xinghe remained unaware of the latter's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely exclaim, "Was that honesty?" It was a desperate plea for punishment. "I only seek your guidance, Grand Elder. Today, we shall not engage in the drudgery of mundane studies. Instead, I will teach you the art of fire control, and you shall attempt to communicate with the vermilion bird furnace." Chu Xinghe was left in a state of disbelief, as if he had finally pierced through the clouds to see the azure sky. Had he truly endured until this moment? Indeed, the excitement coursed through him to the point of near loss of control. The Grand Elder's explanation of the fire control technique flowed relentlessly. Yet not a single word registered with Chu Xinghe until the Grand Elder cautioned. "The vermilion bird furnace is a divine artifact. Be cautious not to mishandle it. For the vermilion spirit fire is formidable and must not harm the furnace." "I shall remember," Chu Xinghe vowed, diligently committing to memory every method that could potentially harm the vermilion bird furnace. It was a propitious day. All his wishes seemed destined to come to fruition. A divine artifact. Indeed, the vermilion bird furnace would be his today. If he could acquire it, even the Grand Elder would be powerless to shield him. Swiftly, following the Grand Elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe began to commune with the earth fire. In no time, the vermilion spirit fire was coaxed forth. Yet Chu Xinghe refrained from any reckless actions, meticulously adhering to the Grand Elder's instructions to draw the fire closer to the furnace. It was not that he did not yearn to act boldly. Rather, the presence of the Grand Elder instilled a sense of restraint. To falter in his concentration before such a formidable figure would be unwise. Though he was not particularly apprehensive of the Grand Elder discovering his intentions, the sheer terror of the Elder's abilities was enough to deter any thought of rashness. Thus, Chu Xinghe maintained an outward demeanor of utmost propriety. As the vermilion spirit fire made contact with the vermilion bird furnace, the long-sealed artifact began to tremble. There was a reaction. The Grand Elder was filled with uncontainable excitement. The trembling furnace transformed, and soon the ethereal image of the vermilion bird began to orbit around it. Indeed, it was as anticipated. The Grand Elder's tears flowed freely with joy. After 400 years, the Haotian sect had awaited this moment. The vermilion divine furnace had returned. The Grand Elder was beside himself with elation, and the movement of the vermilion divine furnace drew the attention of the elders from Lingyi Palace. In an instant, countless elders rushed from all directions, their hearts racing at the sight of the furnace being reignited. "Heaven bless Haotian," they shouted in unison. Their gazes converged upon Chu Xinghe, and at that moment, every face reflected a sense of relief. With the vermilion spirit fire and the vermilion divine furnace combined, the alchemical arts of the Haotian sect were destined to reach new heights. As the vermilion spirit fire faded, the vermilion divine furnace returned to its normal state. A throng of elders surrounded the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, continuing to chant their blessings. Today marks a monumental celebration for both the Haotian sect and Xinghe Palace after 4 centuries. Let us raise a toast. Let us drink, let us drink. Several elders exclaimed. And even the typically stern Grand Elder revealed a smile as he declared, "Let it be known, today Xinghe Palace shall permit the consumption of wine." A chorus of joy erupted from the elders. As word spread, the disciples of Xinghe Palace erupted in cheers. Xinghe Palace was the sole place within the Haotian sect where the consumption of alcohol was prohibited, as the Grand Elder held a strong aversion to it. However, on this momentous occasion, the disciples believed the toast was in order. In the kitchen of Xinghe Palace, the chefs worked with fervor, their woks sparking with flames as they prepared for the celebration. A splendid array of delectable dishes was presented as the banquet commenced at the apothecary king's palace. The esteemed elder raised his cup in reverence to the ancestors of the Haotian sect, followed by a toast to the revered medicine sage, Lu Changfeng. Finally, he invited all to join in a hearty drink. As the revelry continued and the cups were passed thrice, the atmosphere within the apothecary king's palace was filled with laughter and merriment. Many approached Chu Xinghe to share a drink, for today's joyous occasion was indeed in honor of their beloved junior brother. However, Chu Xinghe, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, soon became flushed and inebriated. Noticing his condition, Feng Fei swiftly intervened to shield him from further drinking, and the other senior brothers found amusement in Chu Xinghe's drunken demeanor, ceasing their attempts to offer him more. As the night deepened, the festivities gradually came to a close. The elder and the other elders departed first, followed by the remaining disciples who left in various states of exhaustion. Chu Xinghe appeared to be quite tipsy, though it was merely a fade. After seeing off the inebriated Feng Fei, he urged his senior brothers to leave, insisting he would assist in tidying up. This gesture, of course, elicited a chorus of playful lamentations from his fellow disciples, who hailed his benevolence. Chu Xinghe, puzzled by the notion of virtue, found himself alone in the apothecary king's palace once all had departed, his gaze resting upon the vermilion bird divine furnace. Now, it was time to engage in matters of righteousness. He chuckled, "Oh, little vermilion bird, allow your elder brother to cherish you properly." Chapter 6. The spirit of the vermilion bird within the halls of the Medicine King Palace. Chu Xinghe gazed fervently at the vermilion bird divine furnace before him, its allure surpassing that of any fair maiden. The earlier intoxication had long since dissipated. He was acutely aware of his own capacity for drink. Approaching the divine furnace, he reached out to caress its surface, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Ah, little vermilion bird, at last, we can indulge ourselves without restraint." Seating himself cross-legged, the ground fire emerged from the depths under Chu Xinghe's guidance, and the vermilion spirit fire swiftly enveloped the entire furnace. The ethereal figure of the vermilion bird danced above, spiraling as though a genuine bird of flame were twirling in tandem with the fire. Yet, Chu Xinghe had no time to admire the spectacle. Finding an opportunity to cause the divine furnace to explode was no trivial matter. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thus, he unleashed his full power. The vermilion spirit fire surged forth with ferocity. Even a treasured artifact like the divine furnace began to glow a fierce red under its relentless heat. However, divine objects are not easily destroyed, and the task of provoking an explosion was far from simple. Hence, Chu Xinghe made a bold gamble. He poured his spiritual energy into the ground fire with reckless abandon. Under this enhancement, the vermilion spirit fire showcased why it was revered as the most domineering of flames. Even the divine furnace trembled under its intense blaze. Soon, the explosion would come. This time, no one could intervene. If the vermilion divine furnace was destroyed, even the Grand Elder would be powerless to protect me. It was likely that the secluded sect master would have to emerge to punish me. The prospect of being expelled from the sect was daunting. But losing my status as an elite disciple and enduring several years of confinement seemed inevitable. The martial sect would be mine. No one could thwart me. At this moment, under Chu Xinghe's command, the vermilion spirit fire transformed into a fiery whirlwind. Beneath the terrifying inferno, the divine furnace could no longer withstand the onslaught. its quaking reverberating throughout the Medicine King Palace. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed as fissures began to appear on the surface of the vermilion furnace. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly leaping from his position. The little vermilion furnace had ultimately succumbed to his vermilion spirit fire. Before long, the entire divine furnace was riddled with cracks. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xinghe turned and fled. This was no jest. Even the explosion of a common alchemical furnace could obliterate a room or two. How catastrophic would the detonation of a divine furnace be? Would it annihilate the entire Medicine King Palace? If that were to occur, it would be utterly splendid. He sprinted to the farthest edge of the Medicine King Palace, glancing back to behold a conflagration of crimson golden flames sweeping across the premises, followed by a resounding boom. Boom. The terrifying explosion reverberated from the Medicine King Palace, its sound echoing throughout the entire territory of the Lingyi Palace. The shockwave hurled Chu Xinghe several meters away, leaving him sprawled on the ground, covered in dust and debris. Yet, at this moment, Chu Xinghe felt a bittersweet blend of pain and joy. Initially intending to destroy the Xinghe furnace, I never anticipated the remarkable prowess of little Xinghe. Now, the entire Medicine King Palace has been engulfed in flames, leaving me to ponder who could possibly safeguard me in this calamitous situation. The terrifying sound not only startled Chu Xinghe, but also roused countless disciples and elders of the Lingyi Palace from their inebriated stupor. The Grand Elder, having been pampered by his disciples, lay comfortably, surprisingly enjoying his drunken state despite his aversion to alcohol. His mind, though clouded, wandered towards the future of Lingyi Palace, envisioning its resurgence to greatness under his guidance, perhaps even surpassing its former glory. However, a deafening explosion abruptly yanked the Grand Elder from his reverie. With a swift motion, he leapt from his bed, his spiritual energy surging to dispel the effects of the alcohol entirely. As he rushed out of his chamber, he encountered a throng of disciples and fellow elders gathered outside. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in shock, but upon following their gazes into the distance, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was the direction of the Medicine King Palace, now ablaze with towering flames. An incident had occurred. The Grand Elder, disregarding further inquiries, hastened towards the Medicine King Palace. Meanwhile, numerous others, roused from their stupor, also made their way there. Yet, upon arrival, the sight before them left everyone utterly bewildered. The inferno had almost completely engulfed the Medicine King Palace, transforming the night into a crimson spectacle. This. The Grand Elder was momentarily at a loss. The Medicine King Palace was the most crucial site of the Lingyi Palace, and yet it lay in such disarray. What had happened to the blessings of the heavens? At that moment, he could not afford to ponder such matters. Extinguishing the flames became paramount. Countless individuals began channeling their spiritual energy to combat the fire, but it was evident that the flames within the Medicine King Palace were no ordinary fire. Even many elders struggled to quell the blaze. This is Xinghe's spiritual fire. It was then that the realization dawned upon someone. This was no common flame, making it exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Xinghe's spiritual fire? The Grand Elder's mind buzzed with confusion. Only Chu Xinghe had the ability to wield Xinghe's spiritual fire within the entire Lingyi Palace. He vaguely recalled that Chu Xinghe had remained behind to handle the aftermath. How could it have escalated to this point, leading to the destruction of the Medicine King Palace? The Grand Elder's thoughts raced. What on earth had Chu Xinghe done? Had he truly obliterated the entire Medicine King Palace? Was there a malfunction with the Xinghe Divine Furnace? Panic surged within him, and without hesitation, he joined the fray to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, at the far edge of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe had been hiding in the shadows for quite some time. The reason he had not rushed out immediately was to await the Grand Elder's arrival. From a distance, he observed the Grand Elder's face, a portrait of despair, and realized that he had indeed succeeded this time. He knew that if he were to burst forth and inform the Grand Elder that, through an unfortunate mishap, he had not only blown up the Xinghe Divine Furnace but had also set the Medicine King Palace ablaze, the Grand Elder would be justified in delivering him a resounding slap for such a monumental blunder. As the flames subsided, various forms of punishment would inevitably follow. Chu Xinghe was elated, convinced that his perseverance had finally borne fruit. Rising to his feet, he prepared to dash out of the Medicine King's palace to face his fate. However, just as he stood up, the palace erupted once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of fire that sent those attempting to extinguish the flames sprawling backwards. While Chu Xinghe, wielding the vermilion bird's sacred fire, felt secure from being incinerated. An unexpected, melodious cry pierced the air just as he was about to escape the palace. It was the cry of the vermilion bird. Accompanied by this celestial sound, the once crumbling Medicine King's palace shattered into fragments. The resounding collapse struck the Grand Elder like a dagger. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Xinghe was overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly losing control of himself. Just as he reached the entrance, a magnificent vermilion bird soared skyward from the heart of the flames behind him. Its immense form, radiating fiery brilliance, forced everyone outside the palace to retreat. After circling above the palace, the bird seemed to locate its target, then dove from the sky, heading straight for Chu Xinghe. "Don't come any closer," he exclaimed, stunned by the approaching creature. Had the vermilion bird become sentient? Did it realize it had been set ablaze and was now seeking to perish alongside him? With no time to ponder, he hastily summoned the vermilion bird's sacred fire to defend himself. Yet this time, the flames offered no protection against the oncoming bird. The vermilion bird surged through the fire and collided with Chu Xinghe. Instead of being reduced to ashes, he found himself enveloped in a world ablaze with flames. As countless visions surged into his mind, Xinghe, Feng Fei, following the bird's descent, spotted Chu Xinghe amidst the inferno. Before he could call out again, the vermilion bird had enveloped Chu Xinghe entirely. Not only Feng Fei, but all present witnessed this astonishing scene. The vermilion bird had manifested its spirit. An elder, still reeking of wine, spoke with a trembling voice, yet his words ignited a fervor outside the Medicine King's palace. There existed a legend within the Haotian sect, a legacy left by the medicine sage, Lu Changfeng, intended for future disciples. However, its whereabouts had eluded the sect for 4 centuries. Some speculated that the legacy might be concealed within the vermilion bird's divine furnace. Yet it had remained dormant for 400 years, rendering the truth of this speculation unprovable. Yet today, as the vermilion bird ascended, all understood that the legend was indeed true. The soaring vermilion bird signifies the legacy left behind by the apothecary sage, Lu Changfeng. At this moment, the manifestation of the vermilion bird is indeed awakening the apothecary's inheritance, and the one destined to receive this legacy is none other than Chu Xinghe, amidst the fiery chaos. The Grand Elder stood in stunned silence for a full half-minute. However, once his reverie subsided, the fury that had previously marred his countenance vanished entirely. When the apothecary palace was engulfed in flames, did he, like others, mistakenly assume it was the work of Chu Xinghe? Yet now, the Grand Elder comprehended that it was not Chu Xinghe at all. The vermilion bird divine furnace had sought out its rightful heir. Clearly, the divine furnace had unleashed the sacred vermilion fire, which incinerated the entire apothecary palace. Subsequently, the vermilion bird emerged from the divine furnace to bestow the sacred connection upon Chu Xinghe. The vermilion bird enveloped the entirety of the apothecary palace, and the Grand Elder frantically urged everyone to retreat. At this moment, no one was permitted to attempt to extinguish the flames. Should anyone interfere with the sacred inheritance of the vermilion bird, each would become an eternal sinner of the Haotian sect. What is the apothecary palace? If it burns, so be it. With the might of the Haotian sect, reconstructing the apothecary palace would be child's play. However, this vermilion bird connection has been awaited by the Haotian sect for 4 centuries, and today, the vermilion bird has finally descended. Chapter 7. Why is it so difficult to seek punishment? The flames raged, reducing the entire Medicine King palace to ashes. Countless onlookers, drawn by the towering inferno, rushed to the Lingyi palace from various mountain peaks. However, upon arrival, they were met with bewilderment. For the Grand Elder had issued a strict decree. No one was permitted to extinguish the fire. When the news reached those who had come to assist, they were left in shock. What madness was unfolding at the Lingyi palace? The Medicine King palace was in ruins, yet they refused to act? Were the inhabitants of Lingyi palace inebriated? It soon became apparent that each individual from the Lingyi palace exuded a strong scent of alcohol. Had they genuinely indulged too much? Yet, as the elders from various mountain peaks arrived at the Medicine King palace, the truth dawned upon them. A colossal vermilion bird enveloped the entire palace. While amidst the endless sea of flames, a figure shrouded in golden red fire floated effortlessly, with the vermilion bird soaring around him in a mesmerizing dance. The vermilion bird had manifested. The onlookers now understood why the Grand Elder forbade them from extinguishing the flames. Was this merely fire? No. This was the sacred flames summoned by the vermilion bird. The legacy of the medicine sage from 4 centuries ago had indeed resurfaced. The inferno that consumed the Medicine King Palace was a manifestation of the vermilion bird's spirit. At that moment, they comprehended the Grand Elder's earlier expression, which bore no trace of anger or sorrow, but instead, an overwhelming joy. Initially, they thought the Grand Elder was laughing out of frustration, but now they realized he was genuinely elated. Though the Medicine King Palace lay in ruins, the Grand Elder had obtained the legacy of the medicine sage. He would gladly sacrifice the entire Lingyi Palace for such a boon. The flames continued to blaze, and the transmission of the vermilion bird's legacy culminated in a radiant flash, which entered the center of Chu Xinghe's forehead. Behind him, the flames surged, transforming into a spectral image of the vermilion bird, granting him fiery wings. Awakening from the legacy, Chu Xinghe found his mind flooded with knowledge of alchemy, an overwhelming tide of information. However, the legacy bestowed upon him unimaginable advantages. The patterns of moonlight grass were thus. The textures of lunar dark grass were thus. The faint glow of moon soul grass was thus. All the details he had painstakingly memorized now surfaced clearly with a mere thought. Chu Xinghe realized the gravity of the situation. But the dilemma lay in the fact that this was not what he desired. He did not wish to be an alchemist. He aspired to be a martial emperor. If that proved impossible, he could settle for being a martial sovereign. Once the Grand Elder confirmed the transmission was complete, he disregarded the searing vermilion flames and rushed into the inferno, embracing the bewildered Chu Xinghe in a rather undignified princess carry, extracting him from the fire. The Grand Elder's hair and beard were singed blackened by the flames, yet he beamed, revealing a gleaming smile. Heaven bless Haotian. In that moment, whether it was the people from Lingyi Palace or those who had hurried from afar, all gazed in awe as the Grand Elder emerged from the flames, carrying Chu Xinghe. They erupted in joyous exclamations. Heaven bless Haotian. Chu Xinghe felt as though he might vomit blood upon hearing those words. Why did the heavens only favor Haotian? When would they bestow a moment of grace upon him? He merely wished to face his punishment. Why was it so arduous? Someone arrived with garments to drape over Chu Xinghe, for the flames had reduced everything he possessed to ashes, leaving him completely bare when he was carried out. No sooner had he donned the clothes than he wore a mournful expression and spoke. Grand Elder, I, your disciple, inadvertently caused the Xinghe divine furnace to explode, igniting the entire Medicine King Palace. I am guilty. At that moment, Chu Xinghe was beyond caring. He thought it best to make an effort to secure some form of punishment. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. Good child. Good child indeed. Today marks the awakening of the Xinghe. How could you be at fault? Moreover, the Xinghe divine furnace is a divine artifact. Would it be so easily damaged? Look, the Grand Elder pointed toward the Medicine King Palace, and as Chu Xinghe gazed in that direction, he nearly fainted from shock. Before him, the Xinghe divine furnace blazed with terrifying flames, suspended in midair above the Medicine King Palace. While the ethereal figure of the Xinghe danced joyously around the fiery furnace, there were no cracks, it bore no signs of having been destroyed. In fact, the Xinghe divine furnace appeared far more magnificent than before. This was the true Xinghe divine furnace. After 4 centuries, it had finally revealed its authentic form. The Grand Elder laughed heartily once more. Chu Xinghe joined in the laughter, though his smile was more grotesque than his earlier sorrow. Could it be that what he had just destroyed was not the true Xinghe divine furnace? Not only had he not obliterated it, but he had inadvertently acquired the medicine saint's legacy? What a turn of events! As the flames finally extinguished, the Xinghe divine furnace descended, transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, now devoid of its previous appearance, yet this was indeed its true visage. Good child, you have just received the medicine saint's legacy. The Grand Elder eagerly inquired of Chu Xinghe. Yes, Chu Xinghe replied weakly, though he wished to assert that he had received nothing. Yet, in the presence of so many witnesses, stripped bare, and with the legacy laid bare for all to see, he had no opportunity to fabricate a lie. Good, good, good. The Grand Elder repeated the word thrice, and with each utterance, Chu Xinghe felt a throbbing pain in his head. For centuries had passed. For centuries. And at last, Haotian sect had reclaimed the medicine saint's legacy. Heaven bless Haotian. Heaven bless Haotian. At that moment, both the members of Lingyi Palace and those from other sects joined in a thunderous chorus, their voices resonating across the land. Let my decree be known. From this day forth, Chu Xinghe shall be promoted to the rank of core disciple. The Grand Elder. as if seeking further excitement for the day, delivered another blow to Chu Xinghe's heart. Clutching his chest, Chu Xinghe could scarcely breathe. He had barely retained his status as an elite disciple, and now, suddenly being elevated to core disciple. What did that even mean? After congratulating the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, the guests gradually departed. The Grand Elder, seemingly uneasy, grasped Chu Xinghe and inquired about various aspects of alchemy. In the past, Chu Xinghe could only listen to these questions in a foreign tongue, yet now, he could effortlessly respond to every inquiry posed by the Grand Elder. For he had indeed inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage. Once he was fully assured of Chu Xinghe's attainment, the Grand Elder erupted into joyous laughter, advising him to rest well and not to bear any burden due to the destruction of the Medicine King's palace. Subsequently, the Grand Elder summoned Feng Fei and entrusted him with various tasks, including the reconstruction of the Medicine King's palace. With laughter echoing around him, the Grand Elder departed amidst a throng of elders. After his departure, Feng Fei and others gathered around Chu Xinghe, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Xinghe." Their titles had shifted from Junior Brother Xinghe to Senior Brother Xinghe. It was inevitable, for the Grand Elder had officially announced that Chu Xinghe had been promoted to a core disciple, and elite disciples must address core disciples as Senior Brother. Esteemed brothers, how can I, Xinghe, possibly merit such a title? Chu Xinghe exclaimed, appearing both honored and flustered. Hearing his words, the disciples of Lingyi Palace were moved to tears. Just look at him. This is their Junior Brother Xinghe. When others are elevated to core disciples, they often look down upon their peers. Yet, here stands Junior Brother Xinghe, having risen from an inner disciple to a core disciple, potentially setting a record for the shortest time to achieve such a feat in the history of Haotian sect. Despite this, he remained humble, treating his former seniors with the utmost respect. What a noble spirit, remarked Xinchen, stepping forward to elucidate. Now that Senior Brother Xinghe is a core disciple, according to sect rules, we indeed must address him as such. Ah, is there such a rule? Chu Xinghe scanned the room, his expression one of trepidation. Brothers, my journey to this day has been supported by each of you. Without your assistance, there would be no Xinghe today. Although the rules state thus, as the latest entrant, I cannot accept such a title from you all. Henceforth, if outsiders are present, you may call me according to the rules, but if it is just among ourselves, I kindly ask you to address me as before. With these words, silence enveloped the room. Feng Fei, also a core disciple, gazed at Chu Xinghe with admiration, while the surrounding elite disciples were deeply touched. Listen to him. Junior Brother Xinghe speaks of us as one of our own. This is not merely a matter of titles. It reflects his unwavering humility. Such an exceptional junior brother. Yet he remains entirely unpretentious. Where could one find a disciple of such caliber? Let us heed Junior Brother Xinghe's wishes. Feng Fei finally spoke, and upon hearing his words, the elite disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Chu Xinghe brimming with warmth and camaraderie. All right. Today, Xinghe, the junior disciple, has indeed borne the heaviest burden. He deserves to rest. You should all return early, for tomorrow we must commence the reconstruction of the Medicine King's palace. To all my senior brothers, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your efforts, as it is due to Xinghe that you have all been compelled to toil. Xinghe feels profoundly remorseful. As he spoke, he once more bowed deeply to all the elite disciples. Witnessing such humility from Chu Xinghe, even those who felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the reconstruction of the Medicine King's palace found their hearts at ease. After all, Chu Xinghe has ascended to the rank of core disciple, and it is unprecedented for such a core disciple to exhibit such deference towards so many distinguished juniors. What harm is there in assisting this extraordinary junior brother in the reconstruction of the Medicine King's palace? Feng Fei escorted Chu Xinghe away from the Medicine King's palace amidst the cheerful laughter of his fellow disciples. Observing the bittersweet expression on Chu Xinghe's face, Feng Fei assumed that he was simply exhausted from the day's exertions, advising him to rest early before departing himself. Once Feng Fei had left, tears welled up in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Why must it be so difficult to face punishment? Chapter 8. Caring for fellow townsmen at the break of dawn. Disciples of Lingyi Palace delivered the exclusive robes of core disciples to Chu Xinghe. The black robes, adorned with golden threads along the edges, seemed to narrate the esteemed status of a core disciple. According to custom, these garments should have been delivered within 3 days. However, the heartfelt words spoken by Xinghe the previous night profoundly moved everyone. Consequently, the senior disciple responsible for the core disciple's attire spent a sleepless night, hastily crafting Chu Xinghe's robes, which were delivered early in the morning. Moreover, the robes were even more exquisite, featuring 2 tails more of the gilded embroidery than usual. Draped in the attire that symbolized his core disciple status, Chu Xinghe's countenance bore little joy. It was challenging enough to relinquish his status as an elite disciple. And now the thought of shedding the core disciple identity seemed even more daunting. The sole source of solace for Chu Xinghe lay in the fact that the rewards for discarding the core disciple identity appeared to be considerably greater. Previously, the reward for shedding the elite disciple status was the pinnacle of martial sovereign cultivation, whereas now, the reward for relinquishing the core disciple identity was an even loftier peak of 5th-rank martial spirit cultivation. This perspective made the situation seem somewhat more tenable. After grooming himself, Chu Xinghe joined his fellow disciples for breakfast before heading to the Medicine King Palace. Last night's fire had reduced the entire palace to rubble, leaving only the Zhuke furnace standing resolutely amidst the ruins. Everything else that could burn had been utterly consumed. At this moment, disciples of Lingyi Palace had commenced the cleanup, preparing for the reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu Xinghe decided to lend a hand. Xinghe, you need not assist here, Xinghe. You labored through the night. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Despite various refusals, Chu Xinghe persistently offered his assistance, willingly undertaking the most arduous tasks, which deeply touched his senior disciples. Look at that other core disciples act like royalty, yet our Xinghe is truly embodying his words with action. They toiled until noon, at which point the other disciples began to rest, but Chu Xinghe continued working. This day marked the distribution of medicinal resources to various palaces. Although the Medicine King Hall had been destroyed and many herbs had been reduced to ashes, the foundation of Lingyi Palace remained steadfast, ensuring that the supply to the other palaces would not be interrupted. Chu Xinghe busily assisted the disciple in charge of distributing the herbs, earning a look of gratitude from him as well. Though weary, Chu Xinghe found this labor to be a means of expelling the guilt and resentment that lingered within him. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Lu Bo from the Outer Sect, here to collect the medicinal resources for the outer disciples. A rather rotund fellow, resembling a plump fish, spoke with a deferential demeanor. Such was the nature of outer sect disciples. The disciple responsible for dispensing the herbs casually handed over the resources to the chubby Lu Bo. However, Chu Xinghe recalled this individual. He was the very same who had mercilessly assaulted Chu Qing last time in the outer sect. Upon mentioning Chu Qing, Chu Xinghe spoke. Are you Lu Bo from the outer sect? Indeed, I am Chu Xinghe, came the reply from his senior brother. Chu senior brother. Greetings. Lu Bo evidently recognized Chu Xinghe. Hello, I am a fellow townsman of Chu Qing. As soon as these words escaped Chu Xinghe's lips, Lu Bo broke into a cold sweat. It seemed that the last time he had assaulted Chu Chang was due to the latter's slanderous rumors about Chu Xinghe, for which he had even received a reward in the form of pills. Lu Bo was perplexed. What was the purpose of Chu Xinghe approaching him today? Was it perhaps because he had been too harsh? Did Chu Xinghe intend to stand up for Chu Cheng due to their shared hometown? Brother Lu, after all, Chu Cheng and I are fellow townsmen. The past is behind us, yet I sincerely hope you will look after him in the outer sect. The bond of our hometown cannot be forgotten. Regardless of what Chu Cheng has done, he will always remain my compatriot. Upon hearing these words from Chu Xinghe, both Lu Bo and the disciples of Lingyi Palace nearby were taken aback. Listen, this is true character. It was common knowledge that Chu Cheng had spread rumors about Chu Xinghe, and there were even speculations in the outer sect that Chu Xinghe had orchestrated the assault on Chu Cheng. Yet now, hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lu Bo was genuinely impressed. Was there truly such a magnanimous person in this world? How could anyone suspect him of having ulterior motives? Chu Xinghe casually retrieved a bottle of spirit pills and placed it into Lu Bo's hands, continuing, Brother Lu, consider this a small token of my appreciation. I kindly ask that you look after Chu Cheng in the outer sect for my sake. Lu Bo gazed in astonishment at the pills in his hand. Very well. Once he confirmed that Chu Xinghe was not speaking in jest, he solemnly replied, Rest assured, Brother Chu, from this day forth, while I am in the outer sect, no one shall dare to bully Chu Cheng. With your words, I can rest easy, Chu Xinghe replied with a grateful smile. Lu Bo bowed and prepared to leave, but at that moment, Feng Fei approached from a distance, clearly having witnessed everything. He truly admired Chu Xinghe now. Previously, when he had arranged for someone to deal with Chu Cheng, he had assumed Chu Xinghe was merely putting on an act when he intervened. However, today's conversation with Lu Bo made Feng Fei realize he had underestimated his junior brother. Junior brother Xinghe, you must reconsider, Feng Fei said, shaking his head with a sigh. Is it about the pills? Fear not, brother Feng, I shall compensate for the pills. No, junior brother. It's not about the pills. When has Lingyi Palace ever lacked for them? I refer to your earlier actions. I know you are a good person, but Chu Cheng's character is exceedingly poor. He has maliciously harmed you behind your back. A slight punishment would be well deserved, yet now you are advocating for his care. Based on my understanding of him, he will not appreciate your goodwill, but will only escalate his misdeeds. Feng Fei's words prompted nods of agreement from those around, silently acknowledging that junior brother Xinghe was still too naive. Moreover, within the esteemed Haotian sect, whether in the inner or outer sanctums, strength reigns supreme. If Chu Xinghe truly possesses exceptional talent, even relegation to the outer sect would not hinder his resurgence. However, dear junior brother, by entrusting Lu Bo to care for him, he will not only fail to remember your kindness but also find no benefit in his cultivation. Today, when he is powerless and suffers a beating, you provide Lu Bo with elixirs to tend to him. What will become of him if he endures further beatings tomorrow? Feng Fei shook his head as he spoke. I comprehend your perspective, brother Feng, yet he is my fellow townsman, and this is the only assistance I can offer him. Should it come to pass, as you suggest, that he faces further aggression, my only recourse may be to present more elixirs to dissuade his assailants. Chu Xinghe's innocent demeanor prompted Feng Fei to shake his head in exasperation. Ultimately, Feng Fei refrained from further discourse, for it was precisely this untainted nature of Xinghe that endeared him to many. As Feng Fei departed, not far behind, the rotund fat-head fish fortuitously overheard the exchange between Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei. The earlier remarks nearly instilled in him a fear of losing the elixirs he had acquired, but the subsequent words ignited a spark of excitement within him. Whether Chu Xinghe was pure of heart mattered little to fat-head fish. What he cared about was the prospect of Chu Xinghe offering elixirs should anyone strike Chu Xinghe again. What a delightful prospect! Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Fathead Fish felt a slight dampness in his trousers, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Elixirs, here I come. In a state of exuberance, Fathead Fish exited Lingyi Palace, unaware that from a distance, Chu Xinghe observed his departure with a satisfied smile. Chu Xinghe, you little rascal, you managed to escape unscathed last time. But this is fortuitous. I shall relish the opportunity to torment you slowly. Just as my mood is dampened, I shall let Fathead Fish teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, in the outer sect, bound like a mummy, Chu Xinghe lay on his bed. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As the most gifted youth from Kaoshan village, Chu Xinghe refused to be defeated by a mere few setbacks. He vowed that when the time was ripe, he would wield his sword and claim the head of that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. No, and that fathead fish. That fellow must have been sent by Chu Xinghe. It has to be him. I will sever his head and prepare it as a spicy fish dish, making him understand that those who provoke me, Chu Xinghe, will pay a price they cannot bear. Just as Chu Xinghe envisioned himself ascending to the pinnacle of martial prowess, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. Fathead Fish, accompanied by a throng of individuals, stormed in. Oh dear, please do not act in such a manner. Brother Chu Xinghe instructed us to look after his fellow townsmen, and I must intervene. You cannot lay a hand on Chu Xinghe. Alas, I cannot stop so many of you. Such clumsy theatrics. Utterly inept. Before Chu Xinghe could express his thoughts on the performance of the fat-headed fish, a fist the size of a sandglass was already upon him. The dream of the peak martial emperor was shattered by that blow. A group of individuals relentlessly besieged Chu Xinghe, and no one knew how long the beating lasted. However, it was certain that the execution of Chu Xinghe's plans to become a martial emperor and to dictate his destiny would be postponed for over a year. In the afternoon, Chu Xinghe continued to bustle about the Medicine King Palace alongside everyone else. The Grand Elder, accompanied by numerous elders, paid a visit. Upon witnessing Chu Xinghe diligently assisting others, both the Grand Elder and the other elders nodded in approval. This child possesses an exceptionally fine character, remarked the Grand Elder. Indeed, Grand Elder, Xinghe's nature is genuinely pure. Even though he has now become a core disciple, he remains devoid of arrogance. I hear from the younger disciples that he still addresses them as senior brothers and only adheres to formal titles in the presence of outsiders, another elder added. What a commendable child! The vermilion bird's spiritual flame and the inheritance of the medicine sage. Each of these alone could elevate one to the status of a prodigy. Yet this child shows no pride in such gifts. He is truly blessed by the heavens. The Grand Elder stroked his singed beard, revealing a knowing smile. In the realms of martial arts and alchemy, while talent is undoubtedly significant, character holds even greater importance. How many exceptionally gifted individuals have turned against their masters and ancestors after achieving their goals? Yet, when one observes Chu Xinghe, he is humble towards his peers and respectful to the elders of the sect. Such a child deserves the vermilion bird's spiritual flame and the inheritance of the medicine sage. And even so, he remains steadfast in his original intentions. The Grand Elder felt that bringing Chu Xinghe to the Lingyi Palace was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Chapter 9. Xinchuan's advice. The Grand Elder and the other elders refrained from praising Chu Xinghe, for they understood that this commendable young man required no accolades. His actions had already conveyed to all the kind of person he was. With smiles upon their faces, the Grand Elder and his entourage departed. Although the apothecary palace had been destroyed, the strength of the Haotian sect was formidable. The increasing number of disciples at the apothecary palace had already led to a sense of congestion. Now, with the fire having consumed it, a more magnificent apothecary palace could be constructed, rendering Chu Xinghe's actions quite commendable. As evening descended, a rather disheveled Chu Xinghe concluded a day's labor alongside his fellow disciples from Lingyi Palace. Though wearied, the news that Chu Xinghe had once again been dealt with revitalized him, dispelling his exhaustion. Had it not been inappropriate, he would have ventured to the outer sect to witness the state in which Chu Xinghe found himself. Just as he was preparing to return to rest alongside Feng Fei, Xinchuan approached. Junior Brother Xinghe. Greetings, Senior Brother Xinchuan. Haha. Junior Brother Xinghe, you have been toiling tirelessly all day. Upon your return, please remove your core disciple attire and hand it to the inner disciples. There are dedicated members who will assist you with its cleaning. This is a privilege reserved for core disciples. That cannot be, Chu Xinghe replied earnestly. As the newest member of our sect, how could I impose such a task upon my senior brothers? I already feel a twinge of guilt for not being able to assist you all with your garments. Therefore, I shall wash this myself. I am unaware of the privileges extended to other core disciples, but I kindly ask that you treat me as an ordinary disciple. I am immensely grateful for the care you have all shown me. Xinchuan's eyes glistened with tears. It is indeed you, Junior Brother Xinghe. Very well. We shall do as you suggest. Ah, by the way, Junior Brother Xinghe, in a few days, the time for the opening of the spirit tomb will arrive. I have already arranged for someone to gather information regarding the various aspects of the spirit tomb for you. Pray tell, what kind of spiritual weapon do you favor? Oh. Chu Xinghe paused, pondering what sort of spiritual weapon he preferred. It is known that entering the spirit tomb is largely a matter of fortune. The Haotian sect believes that a spiritual weapon's encounter with a disciple is governed by fate. A destined weapon will accompany its disciple throughout life, only returning to the spirit tomb upon the disciple's demise. Thus, fate is of paramount importance. This concept of fate is rather enigmatic. Some individuals, despite possessing exceptional talents, may inadvertently select the most inferior of spiritual weapons upon entering the spirit tomb, resulting in a fate that arrives but leaves them with no future. Conversely, those who acquire a powerful spiritual weapon may find themselves capable of altering their destinies. However, very few are aware that this so-called fate is not absolute. All who enter the spirit tomb are novices, unfamiliar with its intricacies. Even those disciples favored by the elders may receive only scant rumors prior to their entry. For the elders are cautious, adhering to the sect's regulations. But now Xinchuan implied that one could choose their own fate? Senior Brother Xinchuan, would such an action contravene sect regulations? Chu Xinghe inquired with utmost seriousness. I have discreetly gauged the sentiments of the Grand Elder regarding this matter, and he has given his tacit approval. Therefore, there is no risk of contravening the sect's regulations or facing punishment, so you need not worry, Junior Brother. However, my concern remains. Upon hearing Xinchuan's words, Chu Xinghe could not contain his laughter and frustration. Did I imply that the absence of transgression renders the situation acceptable? If there are no repercussions, what future is there to speak of? Ah, I see. Thank you, Senior Brother Xinchuan. I have a fondness for, swords. Yes, swords. Aha. Fear not, Junior Brother. Within our Haotian sect's spirit tomb, there are 10 divine swords. Although 5 are currently in the possession of various elders and the sect leader, 5 remain unclaimed. Their locations may be shrouded in mystery, yet the Grand Elder is bound to possess some knowledge. Rest assured, I shall discreetly inquire with him, and I expect fruitful results. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Senior Brother Xinchuan. There is no need for such formalities among brothers. Farewell." With that, Xinhe departed. And Chu Xinghe returned to his quarters, where Feng Fei was already seated, sipping tea after his ablutions. Chu Xinghe recounted Xinhe's visit to Feng Fei. With a straightforward intention, it is often better to explore possibilities than to remain ignorant of potential violations. This matter is hardly a secret. Elders from various halls often extend favors to their favored disciples. Our Lingyi Palace is no exception, thus it cannot be deemed a breach of protocol. Chu Xinghe wore a disappointed expression. If Feng Fei deemed it non-viable, then it truly was. Junior brother Xinghe, with your innate talent, should you acquire a divine sword, your future will undoubtedly be brighter and more expansive. Therefore, pursue this endeavor without hesitation. Thank you, brother Feng. Chu Xinghe managed a wry smile, realizing that the opportunity for any violation had slipped away. Observing Chu Xinghe's bitter smile, Feng Fei mistakenly assumed he was concerned about his ability to subdue the divine sword. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Fei spoke. Junior brother, the acquisition of the 5 divine swords is not solely reliant on fate. Some subtle strategies may also be required. Thus, you need not worry. The Grand Elder will surely devise a means for you to obtain one. Chu Xinghe was taken aback, realizing that behind the notion of fate lay some underhanded dealings. However, Feng Fei refrained from elaborating further, as he had already conveyed his thoughts. Chu Xinghe pondered whether to expose these clandestine dealings. If such information were to surface, the newcomers would surely be in an uproar, likely delivering a significant blow to the entire Haotian sect. Yet, after much contemplation, Chu Xinghe concluded that such a revelation could lead to his expulsion from the sect. It would be exceedingly difficult. Would I face punishment? Yes, but it would not be severe, for the Grand Elder would go to great lengths to suppress this issue. Given his capabilities, it is highly probable that the matter would fade away, with Xinhe, the intermediary, being scapegoated and the incident dismissed as mere rumor. Engaging in self-serving actions is permissible, but to harm others without personal benefit is something Chu Xinghe deemed impossible. Moreover, acquiring the divine sword holds significant importance for oneself. The 10 renowned divine swords of the Haotian sect are famed throughout the world, akin to the Qingtian sword wielded by the sect leader and the soul-extinguishing sword of the Grand Elder, both of which are treasured artifacts. To possess such a divine sword as a spiritual weapon would herald a promising future. Currently, only 5 of the 10 divine swords remain within the spirit tomb. And with the Grand Elder's covert manipulation, obtaining one should pose no challenge. Reflecting on the numerous times I had outwitted the Grand Elder, albeit without success, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. That night, Chu Xinghe dreamt of Chu Qingbao, appearing as a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution and declaring, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. He also proclaimed, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, and threatened to sever my head with a sword. How absurd. This rascal isn't even dead, yet he dares to invade my dreams. Is it possible that such heavy resentment could manifest in dreams? Infuriated, Chu Xinghe rushed to the dining hall the following morning. Brother, bring me 2 tightly wrapped rice dumplings, the kind filled with meat. After devouring the dumplings, Chu Xinghe felt considerably relieved. This little brat harbored quite a deep-seated resentment, didn't he? As for me, I have seen my fair share of things. Not to mention rice dumplings. If you were to come in person, let us see if I could chew you up and swallow you whole. The remnants of the Medicine King's palace had been cleared away, and the Haotian sect possessed its own construction team, a group of disciples skilled in earth and wood techniques, who demonstrated the process of erecting buildings for Chu Xinghe. I had often heard tales of towering edifices springing forth from the ground, which were mere exaggerations. Here, however, it was a tangible reality, as stones were lifted from the earth to form majestic columns. The various palatial structures, centered around the Zhuke furnace, truly emerged from the ground. Within a mere few days, the Medicine King's palace had taken shape under the diligent efforts of the disciples, expanding its area to more than 10 times its original size, to the extent that one could easily become lost within its confines. Of course, there would be numerous additions required for the Medicine King's palace. But in light of the Haotian sect's substantial financial resources, these concerns were trifling. After observing the rapid construction for several days, although I held little interest in becoming a disciple of earth and wood techniques, I did genuinely admire the Haotian sect's practices. However, Chu Xinghe remained at the pinnacle of the first-grade martial artist realm, and to formally study the techniques, he needed to acquire a spiritual weapon and officially step into the second-grade martial artist realm. During this period, the Grand Elder sought out Chu Xinghe to discuss the construction of the Medicine King's palace and even solicited his opinions. Chu Xinghe, however, was utterly uninformed on the matter and could only suggest that the Grand Elder make the decisions. Nevertheless, these days had been the most comfortable for Chu Xinghe, as he merely had to observe the arduous performances of the earth and would disciples without any obligation to contribute. Even if he had the desire to assist, he lacked the capability. Thus, utilizing this time, Chu Xinghe contemplated his next steps. Should he burn the spirit tomb? That seemed impractical. What if the spiritual weapons automatically defended the tomb and pierced him with a myriad of swords? That would be a steep price to pay. As Chu Xinghe found himself at a loss, Xinchen arrived. With an air of mystery, Xinchen handed a piece of paper to Chu Xinghe. Upon glancing at it, Chu Xinghe was taken aback. The locations of 5 divine swords were marked, with 4 clearly indicated. Notably, the means to acquire 3 of them were elaborated in detail. No wonder the Grand Elder had cryptically advised him to seize the opportunity during his previous visit. It was indeed about seizing this chance. Thank you, Senior Brother Shin. Oh, there's no need for such formality, Junior Brother. I am merely a messenger. You must not disappoint the Grand Elder. Rest assured, Senior Brother. Xinchen continued. The Grand Elder instructed me to inform you that it is best to select one of these 3 swords. Refrain from touching the others. Moreover, once you enter the spirit tomb, remember to limit your interactions with others. During the last opening of the spirit tomb, a disciple received some information but, overconfident in his knowledge, misled others, resulting in many disciples obtaining only the most inferior spiritual weapons. In the ensuing outrage, even the elders could not protect him, and he was directly expelled from the sect. Therefore, Junior Brother, you do not worry, Senior Brother. I will not mislead anyone. Tears welled up in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Senior Brother Shun, you are truly my most esteemed elder now. After pondering for so many days with no progress, your expertise immediately clarifies everything. Misleading others can lead to expulsion from the sect. Is that so? Fear not, for in the realm of misguided guidance, that expelled disciple pales in comparison to me. Chapter 10. The disparity in humanity today is a splendid day, and it seems that everything I wish for can come to fruition. Chu Xinghe, having shaken off the previous gloom, bounced joyfully back to his residence. It appears that my junior brother has obtained what he desired, as he is in such high spirits. Feng Fei smiled at Chu Xinghe, affirming the words of his senior brother. Chu Xinghe nodded with a smile, fully aware of the elder's dedication and the importance of not disappointing him. Feng Fei, however, had misinterpreted the situation. He believed that Chu Xinghe was elated because he had acquired the method to obtain the divine sword. Yet, the true source of Chu Xinghe's joy was not merely that, but also the news brought by Xinchen. Nevertheless, when the topic of the divine sword arose, Chu Xinghe hastily opened the document to take a closer look. Among the 5 swords, the elder was aware of the locations of 4, the falling star, the new pavilion marquee, the solitary swan, and the spirit-severing sword. The 5th sword, named Moonshadow, had only a vague indication of its location, hence it was not specified. Among the remaining 4 swords, apart from spirit-severing, which lacked a precise acquisition method, the other 3, Falling Star, New Pavilion Marquee, and Solitary Swan, had clearly outlined their respective methods of acquisition, even detailing the optimal paths for each sword. It was evident that the elder had meticulously laid bare the secrets for Chu Xinghe. Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback upon finishing the reading. This was truly the first time such detailed records had emerged. Feng Fei's observation was spot on. As the foremost sect in the realm, Haotian sect not only possessed formidable power but also maintained a commendable sense of fairness. Typically, when a spiritual tomb is opened, the elders tend to provide some guidance for their own disciples, often suggesting that a certain individual may be better suited for a particular location or method. However, this is usually as far as it goes. Those fortunate enough to receive such information are treated as if they were the elder's own progeny. Yet, what the elder had written for Chu Xinghe was astonishingly generous. It was as if the elder were personally retrieving the swords from the spiritual tomb and placing them before Chu Xinghe for his selection. While others might offer subtle hints, the elder practically forced open Chu Xinghe's mouth, stuffing in the knowledge, and even ensuring that he would not suffer from indigestion by providing digestive tablets. Thus, Feng Fei was understandably astonished. However, he did not perceive the elder's actions as excessive. To him, it was clear that Chu Xinghe was destined for a path that would lead him to command the Lingyi Palace, and thus the elder was willing to spare no effort in smoothing the way for him. My senior brother is right. The elder must be concerned that I might not comprehend it fully. Chu Xinghe discerned from Feng Fei's expression just how profound the elder's intentions were. Make sure to remember all this, and then burn it, Feng Fei suggested. Understood. Chu Xinghe meticulously noted each word before incinerating the paper in front of Feng Fei. My junior brother, do remember to be discreet. It is sufficient for you to keep this knowledge to yourself. Do not recklessly guide others, Feng Fei advised. Rest assured. Senior brother. Perhaps it was the effect of the zongzi consumed in the morning, or perhaps it was the joy in his heart. But that night was filled with beautiful dreams. At dawn, Chu Xinghe continued to observe the towering structures while contemplating his next course of action. By afternoon, he received news that the spirit tomb would be opened early the next day. Due to the sect master's seclusion, the Grand Elder would personally preside over the upcoming Spirit Tomb Conference. Upon hearing the news, disciples from various factions were filled with their own thoughts. Although some had received early whispers of the event, to claim they were unfazed would be a falsehood. After all, even if the rumors were accurate, one could not guarantee that others had not received the same information. Such clandestine matters were not easily discussed among the elders of different sects, who certainly would not convene to strategize about their disciples' movements. Therefore, the possibility of receiving overlapping messages was not out of the question, and it would ultimately boil down to who arrived first. Of course, individuals like Chu Xinghe were unique within the entire Haotian sect. The position of the divine sword was typically not disclosed to disciples unless a particularly suitable candidate emerged. Otherwise, it remained unattainable. Besides these exceptional individuals, the majority were ordinary inner disciples of the Haotian sect, as outer disciples lacked the qualifications to enter the spirit tomb. Only those who transitioned from outer to inner disciples would join the next cohort to enter. This time, the Haotian sect had recruited 3,000 disciples from all corners of the realm, making this Spirit Tomb Conference a pivotal event that could determine the destinies of many. Securing a powerful spiritual weapon would pave the way for a smoother journey, while the absence of one would lead to a tumultuous path. Consequently, after the announcement was made, it was evident that disciples across various halls gathered in clusters to discuss the Spirit Tomb Conference. However, such discussions bore little fruit, as the particulars of the Spirit Tomb's contents could only be gleaned from snippets shared by senior brothers. Beyond that, they were of little use. Which spiritual weapon was superior, and which would be suitable for oneself? Who could say? Amidst the anxiety of countless individuals and the excitement of a select few, the day of the Spirit Tomb Conference arrived as scheduled. The 3,000 inner disciples congregated at the martial arena outside the central Haotian palace. Although Chu Xinghe stood at the very edge, his presence remained the focal point for all. The individual who had become a core disciple in the shortest time in history. His black disciple robes looked remarkably handsome. The golden threads embedded within were even more striking. What a pity, if only I could wear them. A core disciple. I wonder when I will attain that status. Stop dreaming. To even aspire to be an elite disciple, one must reach at least the level of a Grand Martial Master and possess notable achievements. As for becoming a core disciple, even a lifetime of effort may prove futile, as every core disciple is personally selected by the elders and is destined to become a prominent figure within the sect. A chorus of discussions ensued, both flattering and disparaging, but Chu Xinghe paid them no heed. Silence. With a commanding voice, the Grand Elder ascended the high platform, surveying the multitude of disciples below. He began with words of praise for the sect, and then reminded these disciples that entering the Haotian sect was a stroke of fortune for their ancestors. They must cherish this opportunity. Lastly, a brief introduction to the rules of the Spirit Tomb was provided. These rules are straightforward. Once inside, one may venture wherever they please. But each individual is allotted only half a day. Should one fail to select a suitable spirit weapon within this time frame, the sect will forcibly assign them a weapon of the lowest grade. This serves as a cautionary note to those with lofty aspirations, urging them to reflect upon their true capabilities and not to chase after legendary weapons, lest they find their efforts amount to nothing. Although the Grand Elder's words may have been blunt, they encapsulated the reality of the situation. After the Grand Elder concluded his remarks, the platform behind him descended, revealing a path leading to the rear of the heavenly palace, which now lay before everyone. This was the route to the Spirit Tomb. Under the guidance of the sect's disciples, the crowd began to enter the Spirit Tomb in an orderly fashion. Chu Xinghe noticed that the Grand Elder had subtly nodded in his direction before his entrance, offering encouragement. Following the group, Chu Xinghe traversed the underground passage of the Spirit Tomb, ultimately passing through a mist-laden gateway into its depths. Before him unfolded a vast world resembling an underground cavern, where countless massive stones jutted out in disarray. Adorning these colossal rocks were various spirit weapons, yet they appeared shrouded in dust, rendering it impossible to discern their quality. While Chu Xinghe contemplated the terrain, some individuals had already set off, clearly those who had received insider information, heading towards the weapons of their desire. However, many others stood in confusion, overwhelmed by the myriad paths and the seemingly endless stones, unsure of how to choose their weapons. It was a matter of luck. As Chu Xinghe pondered his strategic approach, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, are you Brother Chu Xinghe?" A delicate young woman approached him. Chu Xinghe's gaze inadvertently fell upon her chest. Goodness, not that. It was the emblem of Qilin Palace. Indeed, he merely wished to ascertain her origin, indifferent to other matters. "Greetings, junior sister. I am Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, my name is Wan Lin. As a core disciple, you must possess greater knowledge than we do. I wonder if you could assist us." The other disciples behind her turned their attention to Chu Xinghe. Yet Wan Lin braced herself for a potential refusal, recognizing that in matters concerning personal gain, most would hesitate to expend their precious time aiding others. However, just as she prepared for rejection, Chu Xinghe spoke. "There is no need for formality, junior sister Wan Lin. Although I am a core disciple, my knowledge is not vastly superior to yours. Nevertheless, I feel a duty to assist my fellow disciples. If you do not mind, you are welcome to follow me, and I shall do my best to guide you." "Ah, thank you, Brother Xinghe." Wan Lin and her companions were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Wan Lin gazed at Chu Xinghe with eyes that sparkled with admiration. Previously, it was rumored that Chu Xinghe was a man of great integrity, willing to risk his own safety to protect his fellow townsfolk. His venture into Lingyi Palace had garnered him countless accolades from his peers. Wan Lin had thought these were merely tales, yet he was astonished to find that the core disciple, Chu Xinghe, was indeed so approachable. This revelation led Wan Lin to believe that sometimes rumors hold a kernel of truth. Fellow disciples, if you are uncertain about the path ahead, feel free to follow my lead, and I shall endeavor to guide you, Chu Xinghe proclaimed, raising his arm in a call to action, which was met with exuberant cheers from the bewildered disciples. "Thank you, Brother Xinghe. I am truly impressed. No wonder Brother Xinghe has earned the status of a core disciple," exclaimed one. "Indeed, just the other day, I encountered a core disciple who ignored my greeting. It's astonishing how vast the difference in character can be among those of the same rank." Countless voices echoed their admiration for Brother Xinghe's benevolence, rallying behind him as he set forth. However, unbeknownst to Chu Xinghe, within Haotian Palace, a group of elders observed everything transpiring in Lingzhong through the Haotian mirror. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront, feeling a mix of gratification and resignation upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's willingness to lead his fellow disciples. His heart swelled with pride at the boy's commendable nature. Even if he were not a disciple of Lingyi Palace, he would still step forward to assist any member of Haotian's sect. Yet, there was a tinge of regret, for such selflessness would inevitably consume much of Chu Xinghe's time, potentially jeopardizing his own quest for the divine sword. The other elders nodded in agreement, fully aware of the underlying complexities at play, even if they could not voice them aloud. They observed their own disciples rushing towards the sources of information, anxious to secure their fortunes, while Chu Xinghe remained unperturbed. It was evident to all that he had received guidance from the Grand Elder, perhaps even superior to what the others had been offered. Yet, faced with the pleas of his fellow disciples, Chu Xinghe exhibited no hesitation. This singular act had already won the admiration of a significant portion of the elders present. As the adage goes, when evaluating disciples, one must consider not only their talent, but also their character. Chapter 11. The original intention within the spirit tomb. Everything was vividly displayed within the heavenly mirror. Each individual's actions were clearly discernible. Some, upon entering, frantically sought out their desired locations based on prior whispers of information, utterly neglecting the pleas for assistance from their fellow disciples. Not only did they refuse to help, but even a glance in their direction would be considered a concession. In stark contrast, when faced with requests for aid, Chu Xinghe welcomed all with open arms. This juxtaposition made the disparity glaringly evident. Our sect, the heavenly sect, stands as the foremost among all, with every disciple possessing extraordinary talent. While innate ability is undeniably significant, character ultimately shapes one's destiny. What are your thoughts on this? The voice of the Grand Elder was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every elder present. During the sect master's seclusion, The Grand Elder oversaw all sect affairs and naturally managed every elder, though the Grand Elder did not explicitly state it. The implication was clear to all. Look at the disciples you have chosen. What are they doing? Each one is solely focused on their own pursuits, disregarding their fellow disciples. Is this what you have selected? The Grand Elder's admonishment was a call for reflection. Many elders felt a sense of shame. This competition of character was evident. In previous openings of the Spirit Tomb, everyone was relatively similar, and thus no one spoke out. However, today, Chu Xinghe's performance was so dazzling that it rendered others mere background figures. What was most frustrating was that, even when reprimanded by the Grand Elder, the other elders found themselves unable to voice any criticism against Chu Xinghe. How could they? Would they blame him for aiding his fellow disciples? Although the heavenly sect comprises many factions and palaces, it has always been a remarkably united entity. Its status as the #1 sect was no mere coincidence. Yet, these newly initiated disciples were evidently oblivious to this unity, fixating solely on their individual gains and forgetting that the Spirit Tomb gathering was not a battle for survival, but a gathering of brothers and sisters bound by the same roots. Within the Spirit Tomb, the sisters from Qilin Palace followed in Chu Xinghe's footsteps, and they were not alone. An increasing number of individuals were joining him. The core disciple, who selflessly devoted his time to guide his fellow disciples, earned their heartfelt respect. This is precisely why he is regarded as a core disciple. His righteousness is undeniable. Fellow disciples, this is also my first time entering the Spirit Tomb. Though I have heard some seniors speak of its intricacies, my understanding remains limited. The selection of spiritual weapons relies on one's fate. I shall guide you. Yet the type of spiritual weapon you obtain ultimately depends on your individual connection with it. If you do not acquire a weapon that meets your expectations, I hope you will not hold it against me. Chu Xinghe's words instantly brought tears to the eyes of the juniors behind him. We will forever remember your kindness. Brother Xinghe, there is no need for such humility. Your guidance is already more than enough. Brother Xinghe is truly magnificent. Wan Lin trailed behind Chu Xinghe, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Initially, she approached the journey with a mere sense of experimentation, but she was pleasantly surprised by the kindness of her senior brother. Under Chu Xinghe's guidance, they advanced steadily, and as they progressed, the variety of spiritual weapons around them began to flourish, indicating that they were indeed on the right path. Within the vast realm of spiritual tombs, myriad paths existed, some of which might lead to places devoid of spiritual weapons. Thus, straying from the correct route could spell trouble. However, the path chosen by Chu Xinghe was precisely the one they had previously acquired. Yet, it was not the intention of Chu Xinghe to lead them to the ultimate location of the divine sword, but rather, soon, as they rounded a bend, Chu Xinghe discovered the destination he sought. This place differed from others, as a stone tablet unexpectedly emerged before them. The spiritual pool. Wan Lin discerned the inscription on the tablet, and everyone was familiar with the significance of the spiritual pool. It is considered the central region of the entire spiritual tomb, housing the earliest spiritual tomb of the Haotian sect. After the ancestors of the Haotian sect passed away, their spiritual weapons were left in the spiritual pool. Upon seeing the spiritual pool, Chu Xinghe spoke. This is the place. Fellow disciples, you may choose the spiritual weapons you need here. After his declaration, he gestured toward the pool. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless individuals, including Wan Lin, were left bewildered. Did senior brother Xinghe not know what this place was? Wan Lin was taken aback. Of course I know. The spiritual pool. So why would senior brother Xinghe have us select spiritual weapons here? Indeed, the spiritual pool is the original site of the Haotian sect's tomb, and the weapons here are among the oldest. Exactly. Many of these spiritual weapons are even damaged, and those that remain intact are of the lowest quality. What does senior brother Xinghe mean by this? Selecting weapons here? Is he trying to lead us astray? In an instant, chaos erupted around them, just as they had articulated. The spiritual pool housed the earliest spiritual weapons of the Haotian sect's ancestors. However, during that era, the Haotian sect was not yet the foremost sect in the land, and the variety of weapons within the spiritual pool was far less abundant than it is today. Thus, both the efficacy of the spiritual weapons and their overall quality were inferior to the present offerings. By suggesting they select weapons here, Chu Xinghe was clearly leading them into a trap. Unquestionably, all gazes turned toward Chu Xinghe, laden with confusion and indignation. What was meant to be a guiding hand had morphed into a source of treachery, not only within the spiritual tomb, but also within the Haotian palace. The elder and numerous other elders were taken aback, for no one had anticipated that Chu Xinghe would bring everyone to this place. What happened to the principle of benevolence? Was this not an obvious attempt to deceive? In the spiritual tomb, Wan Lin was equally perplexed. What exactly was senior brother Xinghe trying to accomplish? It was evident he was leading them astray. The emotions of the surrounding disciples grew increasingly agitated, with a few hot-tempered individuals on the verge of voicing their grievances. They declared that even if Chu Xinghe was a core disciple, such misconduct would not go unchallenged, and they would collectively confront him until he faced the consequences of his actions. Silence. Amidst the cacophony, Chu Xinghe's thunderous roar reverberated throughout, effectively silencing all voices. Do you believe I am leading you astray? Forcing you to choose the most inferior spiritual weapons? His words elicited nods from countless individuals. Alas, how tragic. This is indeed the greatest sorrow of all. Chu Xinghe's expression was one of profound grief as he surveyed the crowd and began to speak. Millennia ago, our first patriarch, the Emperor Haotian, emerged from a humble mountain village. He possessed no unparalleled talents nor divine weaponry, yet he single-handedly founded the Haotian sect. Over the ensuing centuries, numerous sects have risen and fallen, lost to the tides of history, while our Haotian sect has persevered, rising from obscurity to face countless challenges head-on. For centuries past, the 10th Emperor Haotian was born, a prodigious talent, a slayer of demons, a vanquisher of evil. On that day, 4 words graced the entrance of our sect, the first under heaven. For the next 400 years, our sect has maintained its position as the foremost in the realm, unshaken by any rival. Yet today, I must ask my fellow disciples, who among you remembers the spiritual weapon of the first Emperor Haotian, or that of the 10th? A profound silence enveloped the assembly. Allow me to enlighten you. The spiritual weapon of the first Emperor Haotian was the Xian Tai sword. This very sword you see before you. Chu Xinghe gestured toward the weapon, now weathered and battered by the passage of time, its scars narrating tales of past glory. And the 10th Emperor Haotian wielded the Mercury sword, equally unassuming, standing before you now. He pointed once more, revealing a weapon that appeared unremarkable. After a millennium, from obscurity to greatness, who still recalls the past? How lamentable! With a heart heavy with sorrow, Chu Xinghe continued, as we enter the Haotian sect and approach the spirit tomb. We are here to select our spiritual weapons. But is that all we seek? No. We come to pay homage to the legacy left by our ancestors, to comprehend the splendor they once achieved. Yet today, you stand before these spiritual weapons and dare to label them as mere refuse. Do any of you remember that each of these weapons fought valiantly alongside their masters until the very end for the Haotian sect? Silence prevailed. In this moment, not only the spirit tomb fell silent, but even before the Haotian mirror, all was still. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, akin to ascending the heavens. A single spiritual weapon can ease our journey significantly. Yet, let us reflect, the 10th Emperor Haotian, wielding the Mercury sword, still led the Haotian sect to its pinnacle. Why can we not do the same? For centuries ago, our ancestors possessed no divine weaponry yet still bestowed upon the Haotian sect the illustrious title of the first under heaven. Yet, here you stand, each of you a child of destiny, contemplating how to obtain a spiritual weapon to smooth your path of cultivation. Do you truly deserve to be disciples of the Haotian sect? Silence. In this moment, not only the spirit tomb fell silent, but even before the Haotian mirror, all was quiet. The Grand Elder and the numerous elders were all plunged into deep contemplation. For centuries ago marked the zenith of the Haotian sect, and to this day, it appears that the sect has been unable to surpass the pinnacle of its past. Everyone pondered the reason behind this. The resources of the Haotian sect today far exceed those of yesteryears, and the disciples possess superior talents compared to those of the past. Yet, the brilliance of former days remains unattainable. Why is this so? Today, Chu Xinghe provided an answer to all. The essence, we have all forgotten our original intentions. In our pursuit of more formidable spiritual weapons and greater resources, we have overlooked the truth that external possessions are ultimately just that, external. Only by rediscovering our foundational purpose can we resurrect our former glory. Now, I ask you, do you still consider the spiritual weapons in this spirit pool to be ordinary? Chu Xinghe spoke fervently, his voice trembling with emotion. As the saying goes, to inspire others, a hymn, to move others, one must first be moved oneself. Regardless of their belief, he had convinced himself. Chapter 12, A Grand Venture. The Haotian Sword Box. Only by remaining true to one's original aspirations can one achieve their ultimate goals. The Grand Elder silently uttered these 8 words. raising his gaze towards Chu Xinghe within the Haotian mirror. Observing the multitude of disciples lost in contemplation, Chu Xinghe understood that to succeed, he must ignite a fervor within them. For centuries ago, our ancestors ascended to greatness without external aid. Why should we not do the same today? Do you believe yourselves inferior? Not at all. Wan Lin spoke up, her eyes brimming with tears. As she voiced her sentiments, a chorus of voices arose around her. Senior Brother Xinghe, I was mistaken. I once thought you were intentionally leading us astray, but I now realize your realm far surpasses ours. Our ancestors relied on these spiritual weapons to carve out the dominion we possess today, yet we have forgotten their noble intentions, fixating instead on external aids. Senior Brother Xinghe is correct. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. While external support can lend us a helping hand, if we solely pursue external means, how can we hope to reach the pinnacle? A boisterous youth emerged from the crowd, boldly stepping towards the spirit pool, grasping the edge of a spiritual weapon. He found it covered in dust, as if responding to his touch, and with a flash of light, the weapon recognized its master. With the first acquisition, the rest would surely follow. Wan Lin also stepped forward, bowing deeply to Chu Xinghe before selecting her own spiritual weapon, claiming her destined companion. As more individuals approached to claim their weapons, many others remained in a state of hesitation. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, realizing that one must be willing to sacrifice to achieve greatness. Were these not merely spiritual weapons? He had just declared that they were, after all, mere external items. Today, he would not relent until he had thoroughly inspired them. Advancing to the spirit pool, Chu Xinghe surveyed the seemingly ordinary spiritual weapons before him. He hesitated not, his gaze settling on a sword that appeared rather pleasing. With resolve, he made his decision. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. I have experienced hesitation, yet I have never retreated. With that, Chu Xinghe stepped forward. Observing his choice, the hesitant disciples below suddenly found their resolve solidified. Senior Brother Xinghe, a core disciple with limitless potential, possessed the courage to rely solely on his own cultivation. As he stated, although the path of cultivation is laden with challenges, he had wavered but never retreated. Perhaps this is the true essence of the cultivation journey. If even Senior Brother Xinghe can make such a decision, what do we have to hesitate about? In an instant, countless doubts dissipated, and they flocked to the spirit pool. One by one, they selected their spiritual weapons, destined to become lifelong companions. Though the weapons were of modest rank, each individual who laid claim to one bore an unwavering determination in their eyes. As Chu Xinghe observed the growing number of choices being made, he recognized that he too must take a leap today. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he seized the ordinary spiritual sword before him, raising it high and singing to the heavens. On this day, the great phoenix rises with the wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. Today, we shall forge a new brilliance. At this moment, all were united in a jubilant cry alongside Chu Xinghe. Yet, just as he was about to harness his spiritual energy to bind the spirit sword in his grasp, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. With a swift motion, the spirit sword was seized by an unknown force, breaking free from Chu Xinghe's hand and soaring back to its original position. As the sword reinserted itself, eerie sounds reverberated around them. A buzzing noise filled the air, and suddenly, all the spiritual weapons within the spirit pool began to tremble in unison. This bewildering scene left Chu Xinghe in a state of confusion. What was happening? However, before the Haotian mirror, the elders, including the Grand Elder, gasped in astonishment. The divine sword has emerged. All spirits converge. The Grand Elder's eyes widened. Within the Haotian sect's spirit pool lay 10 divine swords. And each time a divine sword recognized its master, countless spiritual weapons would vibrate in response. It was indeed the emergence of the divine sword that caused all spirits to unite. Yet, there was no divine sword present. What was amiss? The Grand Elder quickly realized something was amiss. The number of spiritual weapons within the Haotian sect's spiritual lineage far exceeded mere thousands. There were hundreds of thousands. The culmination of millennia's worth of collection. Under normal circumstances, when a divine sword emerged, many spiritual weapons would tremble in response. But there was no divine sword in Chu Xinghe's vicinity. Why were these spiritual weapons quaking? Soon, numerous elders discovered that not only were the spiritual weapons where Chu Xinghe stood shaking, but the entire spirit tomb was reverberating with tremors, including those weapons that had already recognized their masters. This disturbance was not confined to the spirit tomb, swiftly centered around it. All spiritual weapons within the Haotian sect began to vibrate in unison. Not just the ordinary disciples. The Grand Elder found that one of his 10 divine swords, the Soul Destruction Sword, had completely broken free from his control and was now hovering in midair, shaking alongside the others. In that moment, it seemed as if some force from the heavens was stirring the entirety of the Haotian sect, compelling all spiritual weapons to tremble towards the spirit tomb. What is happening? The elders stood dumbfounded, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. The emergence of a divine sword could cause a multitude of spirits to tremble. But for all the spiritual weapons of the Haotian sect to resonate together, what could this possibly signify? Boom. Just as everyone was astonished by the unfolding events, a thunderous roar emanated from the spirit tomb, and the next instant, the stone pillar at the center of the spirit pool erupted violently. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. A total of 9 rays of different colors surged forth from the exploding stone pillar, soaring into the sky. The 9 beams moved with incredible speed, yet they all converged at the same point, where Chu Xinghe stood. In an instant, the 9 divine lights spiraled around Chu Xinghe in a frenzy, as if celebrating. Accompanying these 9 divine lights, a white beam of light shot forth from the shattered stone pillar. The Haotian sword box. This is the Haotian sword box. At this moment, the Grand Elder gasped in astonishment, and the expressions of the elders behind him shifted dramatically. The Haotian sect is renowned for possessing 10 divine swords. But few are aware that these 10 blades are not the most formidable spiritual weapons of the sect. The most powerful artifact is, in fact, the Haotian sword box, obtained during the later years of the 10th generation Haotian Emperor's reign. Within this box lie 9 ancient divine weapons, which the 10th generation Haotian Emperor was able to acquire but could not wield. Consequently, he named it the Haotian sword box and sealed it within the spiritual tomb of the sect, where it became the ultimate weapon to suppress the myriad spiritual weapons of the Haotian sect. For 4 centuries, each generation of powerful figures from the Haotian sect endeavored to communicate with the sword box, yet it remained unresponsive, concealed within a stone pillar. Even the feats that the Haotian Emperor could not accomplish were ultimately abandoned. However, the present day heralds a momentous occasion. The Haotian sword box has emerged from the earth, and after 400 years, the 9 swords dance forth at the behest of Chu Xinghe. The manifestation of this divine artifact prompts a celebration among all spirits. The entire spiritual tomb, along with every weapon in the Haotian sect, now bows in reverence toward the Haotian sword box. The elder before the Haotian mirror was nearly rendered speechless. No one anticipated that Chu Xinghe's unwavering declaration, filled with resolve and determination, would awaken the sword box, prompting it to acknowledge a master. 9 beams of divine light encircled Chu Xinghe in a mesmerizing swirl. Flying locust, thunder shadow, suspended blade, white rainbow, gentle touch, a line of heaven, yet evil, shattered star, calming sea. Each of these 9 divine swords possesses unique attributes and extraordinary capabilities, surpassing even the legendary 10 swords of the Haotian sect. At this moment, as the 9 swords revolved around Chu Xinghe, an abundance of brilliance emanated from the Haotian sword box, radiating outward in a frenzied expansion. In an instant, all disciples wielding spiritual weapons nearby were enveloped in the light of the divine swords, rendered immobile as if under a spell of stillness. The sword box recognizes its master, bestowing blessings upon all. They entered a state of sudden enlightenment. The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, gasped once more, as everyone within the spiritual tomb felt as though they had been drawn into a distinct realm, entering a profound state of realization. Not only did they experience enlightenment, but the spiritual weapons in their hands began to emanate dazzling light, merging with their very essence. The sword box's emergence heralded blessings for all, as the spiritual weapons fused with their souls. This transformation elevated the status of these young disciples significantly. In an instant, chaos ensued within the spiritual tomb. Those who had resolutely sought to obtain spiritual weapons found themselves enlightened, while the hesitant ones had no opportunity to reap the rewards. They rushed toward the spiritual pool in a desperate attempt to claim the weapons, but it was already too late. Wanlin was the first to awaken, her gaze fixed upon the ethereal weapon that resonated with her very soul, nearly leaping with exhilaration. What kind of weapon is the finest in this world? Is it the divine sword? No. While the divine sword is undoubtedly formidable, a weapon that can merge with your soul is your truest ally. It shall never betray you nor disappoint you. Today, Wanlin could scarcely fathom that she had acquired such a soul-fused weapon. It was all thanks to Brother Xinghe. His words had garnered the recognition of the Haotian sword box, allowing all those who shared his aspirations to reap its greatest benefits. Wanlin and the others who had successfully obtained and fused with their weapons were elated, while those who hesitated to seize their opportunity were engulfed in frustration, nearly choking on their regret for missing such a monumental chance. How could they have failed to grasp Brother Xinghe's benevolent intentions? Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the air, and all 9 swords soared into the Haotian sword box, which then ascended before Chu Xinghe. In a flash, the box pierced through Chu Xinghe's left shoulder, leaving an indelible mark upon his body. The Haotian sword box had acknowledged its master. As everyone beheld this moment of recognition, a voice resonated through the heavens, and a figure emerged, traversing the void above the mountains. The world beneath his feet seemed to shatter with each step he took. When he materialized once more, he stood before the Haotian mirror within the Grand Haotian Hall. Salutations, Sect Master. Everyone, including the Grand Elder, bowed in reverence to the arrival. He was none other than the Lord of the Haotian sect, the current champion of martial arts known as the Haotian Martial Emperor, Gu Mingqiao. Yet, at this moment, Gu Mingqiao paid no heed to the assembled elders. His unwavering gaze was fixated upon the Haotian mirror, watching as Chu Xinghe was bestowed with the recognition of the Haotian sword box. Chapter 13. Ascension. Gu Mingqiao had firmly sealed himself in meditation, for the Haotian sect would only draw him out in the face of insurmountable challenges. Even the resonant tolling of the sect's great bell had failed to rouse him from his contemplation. Yet today, Gu Mingqiao emerged. The Haotian sword box had not only awakened the soul destruction sword of the Grand Elder, but also stirred Gu Mingqiao's own Qingtian sword. The ability to command such divine weapons signified that only the legendary Haotian sword box could be the catalyst. However, when he beheld the scene within the spirit tomb through the Haotian mirror, Gu Mingqiao, despite his preparations, was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Incredible tales spoke of the Haotian sword box, a relic so formidable that even the Haotian emperor could not subdue it. Yet today, it had chosen a master, not a peerless warrior, but a mere novice disciple. After all, only newly initiated disciples were permitted to enter the spirit tomb. However, Gu Mingqiao soon discerned an anomaly. The disciple who had claimed the Haotian sword box was adorned in garments exclusive to core disciples. Thus, he was a core disciple. Gu Mingqiao recalled that within this cohort of disciples, although a few displayed remarkable talent, they were merely poised to become elite disciples. When had a core disciple emerged among them? It was crucial to note that core disciples could only be appointed by 2 individuals within the Haotian sect, himself, Gu Mingqiao, and the Grand Elder. Consequently, Gu Mingqiao's gaze instinctively shifted to the Grand Elder, eager to unravel the mysteries that had unfolded during his seclusion. Congratulations, Sect Master, on your emergence. Noticing Gu Mingqiao's momentary bewilderment, the Grand Elder was well aware of his thoughts. Upon glimpsing Chu Xinghe within the Haotian mirror, a proud expression adorned the Grand Elder's face. The Grand Elder then recounted the events that had transpired during Gu Mingqiao's retreat, detailing how Chu Xinghe had willingly taken the blame for his fellow townsmen, the resurgence of the Zhuge Linghua after 4 centuries, the subsequent conflagration at the Yaowang Palace, the transmission of the Zhuge Tongling Yaoxing's legacy, and the current recognition of the Haotian sword box by the spirit tomb. Upon absorbing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Mingqiao felt his mind whirl. So much had transpired within the sect during his brief absence. A disciple of such extraordinary caliber had emerged. What was even more astonishing to Gu Mingqiao was that Chu Xinghe was a disciple of the Grand Elder's Lingyi Palace. While it was understandable for the Grand Elder to extol Chu Xinghe's virtues, the fact that other elders echoed his praises genuinely astonished him. From the other elders, Gu Mingqiao gleaned a deeper understanding of Chu Xinghe, blessed with unparalleled talent, possessing the Zhuge Linghua, inheriting the legacy of the Yaoxing, and now claiming the Haotian sword box. This youth had not only distinguished himself through his abilities, but had also earned the unanimous respect of numerous elders. The Haotian sect had never been devoid of prodigious talents, yet to find a disciple so widely acknowledged by nearly all elders was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. In a fleeting moment, Gu Mingqiao found himself utterly captivated by Chu Xinghe. What manner of individual could he possibly be? Within the spirit tomb, the instant the Haotian sword box melded with Chu Xinghe's essence, the shackles binding him as a first-tier martial artist were finally shattered. His spiritual powers surged dramatically, enabling him to ascend into the realm of a second-tier martial artist, marking this as his true initiation into the path of cultivation. Not only did Chu Xinghe advance, But all disciples who believed in him and came to select spirit weapons also experienced a profound awakening, merging with their spiritual weapons and achieving breakthroughs into the second tier in a single moment. Brother Xinghe's grace shall be eternally etched in my heart, Wanlin exclaimed, his chest heaving with excitement as he bowed deeply before Chu Xinghe. The kindness of Brother Xinghe shall never be forgotten. The other awakened disciples behind Wanlin echoed his sentiments, expressing their gratitude with reverent gestures towards Chu Xinghe. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming appreciation, Chu Xinghe was at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. In truth, he had merely intended to play a trick on them. Who would have thought that he would inadvertently draw forth the Haotian sword box? Initially, he had hoped to deceive these disciples, imagining the chaos that would ensue once they realized the truth, if it had reached the sect leader. Considering the number of disciples he had unwittingly ensnared, he doubted even the Grand Elder could protect him, even if expulsion from the sect were avoided. A severe punishment was inevitable. However, now that the Haotian sword box was revealed, due to its benevolent nature, those who were supposed to be deceived became its greatest beneficiaries. Nevertheless, reflecting on the acquisition of the Haotian sword box, he found himself rather pleased. Brother Xinghe, please assist us as well. Another voice called out, belonging to those who had not been successfully deceived earlier. They had hesitated to select the spirit weapons, and thus, when the Haotian sword box chose its master to bestow blessings, they were naturally excluded. Initially intending to observe, they now lamented having missed such a magnificent opportunity, each filled with regret. Humph, do you still have the audacity to speak? Wanlin could no longer contain his indignation. Brother Xinghe has guided us and opened such an opportunity. Yet you dare to question his intentions? You bring this disgrace upon yourselves while still beseeching for his aid. At the outset, Wanlin too had harbored doubts about Brother Xinghe's motives, but the outcome had clarified everything. Moreover, during the selection of the spirit weapons, Brother Xinghe had been entirely unaware of the Haotian sword box's existence. He had chosen from the same ordinary spirit weapons as everyone else. It was merely his actions that had moved the Haotian sword box, prompting it to acknowledge him as its master. Yet, despite his selfless contributions, he was met with skepticism from these individuals, provoking Wanlin's desire to deliver a resounding slap to each of them. At this juncture, those who had failed to acquire spirit weapons were engulfed in profound regret. Why did I not place my trust in Brother Xinghe? His character is well known throughout the sect. Had I chosen to believe in him, I would undoubtedly possess a spirit weapon of soul unity by now. They understand that there is no remedy for regret in this world. At this moment, they can only silently vow that in the future, wherever Brother Xinghe leads, we shall follow without a hint of doubt. Fellow disciples, the Haotian sword box, which benefits all beings, is beyond my control. At this juncture, all I can say is my sincere apologies to everyone. However, there remains some time for us to seek our desired spirit weapons. As I have often stated, the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. We may have hesitated, but I believe we have never retreated. Upon the conclusion of Chu Xinghe's words, a wave of fervent applause erupted around him. Wanlin was moved to tears. Listen, this is the essence of true mastery. Brother Xinghe's realm has undoubtedly surpassed ours. Even when faced with doubt and distrust, he harbors no grievances and, at this moment, is willing to guide them. He is truly an extraordinary senior brother. Countless disciples who did not obtain spirit weapons, despite their hearts heavy with regret, nonetheless embarked on the path of seeking. Chu Xinghe has illuminated the right path for them. Perhaps it will offer them some assistance. As Chu Xinghe and a group of joyous disciples emerged from the spirit tomb with their spirit weapons, many elders of the Haotian sect, including the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, were already gathered at the entrance of the spirit tomb. The disciples bowed in respect to the sect leader and the elders. Chu Xinghe led everyone in paying their respects to the esteemed figures. Gu Mingqiao nodded slightly. Rise. Thank you, sect leader, they replied. Once they stood, Gu Mingqiao and all the elders fixed their gazes upon Chu Xinghe, particularly Gu Mingqiao. Among the 3,000 disciples who entered the Haotian sect, he had some impression of all the slightly outstanding ones, yet Chu Xinghe was a complete blank in his memory. However, a person who could rise so swiftly could not be overlooked, and Gu Mingqiao believed that they must have been negligent at the time. This time, Chu Xinghe acquiring the Haotian sword box was indeed a blessing from the heavens. The Grand Elder beamed with joy. Heaven bless Haotian, echoed the other elders in unison. Xinghe, present your Haotian sword box for us to behold, the Grand Elder said proudly as he approached Chu Xinghe. Certainly, Chu Xinghe replied, and without further ado, he summoned forth a radiant white light from his left arm, which transformed into the Haotian sword box, hovering majestically before him. Fei Huang, with a thought. A yellow beam of light shot forth from the sword box, swiftly arriving before Chu Xinghe. The Fei Huang did not resemble an ordinary sword. Instead, it took the form of an oval stone. Yet, as it flew, a sword aura naturally manifested upon its surface. This was the first of the 9 swords of the Haotian sword box Fei Huang. It was also the only one Chu Xinghe could wield at present. However, the moment Fei Huang appeared, the expressions of everyone present, including Gu Mingqiao, changed dramatically. A flying sword. This is the legendary flying sword. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the flying locusts and swords that moved in accordance with Chu Xinghe's will. These swords, akin to those spoken of only in legends, could chase souls from 1,000 miles away. To this day, only the tales of flying swords remain in the world. The Haotian sect possesses 10 divine swords, the foremost of which is the Qingtian sword wielded by the sect leader. However, even the Qingtian sword, in the hands of its master, can merely allow for a fleeting mastery of sword flight. This is not a testament to the sword's inherent power, but rather a reflection of Gu Mingqiao's extraordinary prowess, enabling him to command the sword with his own being. Yet, the Qingtian sword cannot stray too far from its master. In stark contrast, the flying locust is a true flying sword. Indeed, all 9 swords within the Haotian sword box are genuine flying swords. Gu Mingqiao could scarcely fathom the terrifying spectacle that would ensue should Chu Xinghe ever gain control of the Haotian sword box, unleashing all 9 swords in a single thought. The 10th generation Haotian emperor, despite being the strongest figure throughout the entire history of the Haotian sect, could not subdue the Haotian sword box in his time. Yet now, it has recognized Chu Xinghe as its master, perhaps indicating a deeper cosmic design. Xinghe, though my Haotian sect may lack the art of flying swords, I have devoted half my life to the study of the sword path. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple and learn the art of swordsmanship under my guidance? Gu Mingqiao spoke, and his words plunged the scene into a profound silence. The sect leader wishes to take Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple? Such an ascent to greatness. Chapter 14. The Supreme Technique. Haotian Battle Intent. The Haotian sect occupies the entirety of the Haotian mountain range, which is further divided into 18 palaces. However, above these 18 palaces lies the Haotian Palace, where the sect leader resides. Disciples of the Haotian sect train under various elders within the 18 palaces. Yet the Haotian Palace stands apart. It harbors no elite or core disciples. Instead, it only accommodates the sect leader's personally accepted disciples. 30 years ago, Gu Mingqiao ascended as the leader of the Haotian sect, and throughout this time, he had never taken on a disciple. Who could have anticipated that today he would take the initiative to accept Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple? The onlookers were rendered speechless. The sect leader's only personal disciple. What an immense honor. This disciple is also referred to as the chief disciple of the Haotian sect. Indeed, the sect leader's personal disciple is none other than the chief disciple. Gu Mingqiao had refrained from accepting any disciples for 30 years, but today, Chu Xinghe's acquisition of the Haotian sword box had evidently moved him. It appeared that Gu Mingqiao intended to pass on his legacy to him. If one were to inherit Gu Mingqiao's teachings, the future would be bright. Everyone was deeply touched, their gazes fixed upon Chu Xinghe. At that moment, should he nod in agreement, he would ascend to the position of the sect leader's personal disciple, becoming the chief disciple of this generation of the Haotian sect. Apologies, sect leader, but I do not wish to become your personal disciple. What? In an instant, all were left dumbfounded, including Gu Mingqiao, who looked at Chu Xinghe in disbelief. He rejected the offer. Chu Xinghe had actually turned down the opportunity to become the sect leader's personal disciple, to become the chief disciple? Madness. This individual must be out of his mind. Even the Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with incredulity. When the sect leader proposed to accept Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple, the Grand Elder had felt a twinge of resistance. After all, he did not want such an outstanding disciple to leave the Lingyi Palace. Yet, considering Chu Xinghe's future, the Grand Elder ultimately refrained from speaking out. Becoming the sect leader's personal disciple could lead to the chance of becoming the next sect leader, an opportunity the Grand Elder did not want Chu Xinghe to miss. Even the Grand Elder had anticipated that Chu Xinghe would nod in acceptance, but to everyone's astonishment, Chu Xinghe had refused. Sect leader, I hail from a small place called Kaoshan Village. Having lost both parents at a young age, I was raised on the kindness of others. To enter the Haotian sect is the greatest pride of my life. Within the Haotian sect, I have felt the warmth of my fellow disciples, and, most importantly, I encountered the Grand Elder, who made me feel the warmth of home for the first time. The care of parents. On the day I entered the Lingyi Palace, I silently vowed to myself that the Grand Elder treats me as his own, and I shall regard him as my parent. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. I wish to remain in the Lingyi Palace to serve the Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe's words flowed forth steadily, yet upon their conclusion, the hall fell into profound silence. When Chu Xinghe declined the sect leader's offer, everyone thought he had lost his senses. What an extraordinary opportunity to ascend. However, after hearing Chu Xinghe's heartfelt declaration, even Gu Mingqiao could not help but be moved. Faced with the opportunity to become a disciple of Gu Mingqiao, countless individuals were eager to seize the chance. Yet Chu Xinghe remained steadfast and true to his roots. When Gu Mingqiao heard Chu Xinghe passionately proclaiming that we must not forget our original intentions within the spirit tomb, it did not seem significant at first. However, at that moment, Gu Mingqiao was profoundly moved by Chu Xinghe. This young lad did not merely speak of his principles, but genuinely cherished them. Xinghe, splendid, truly splendid. The Grand Elder stepped forward and embraced Chu Xinghe warmly. The heartfelt words spoken earlier had stirred deep emotions within the Grand Elder. There had been other disciples who vocally declared their loyalty to the Grand Elder, likening him to their own parents. But when faced with the opportunity to become a sect leader's disciple, they likely cast such sentiments aside without a second thought. What a good child. A genuine smile finally graced Gu Mingqiao's face. It was a smile born from the heart. Upon inquiring about Chu Xinghe's circumstances, he found that most of the elders were effusively praising him, which made Gu Mingqiao momentarily wonder if the Grand Elder had orchestrated it all. How could there possibly exist such an exceptional child? Yet, in that instant, Gu Mingqiao's doubts vanished. This child possessed not only extraordinary talent, but also an unprecedented character. Perhaps it was this pure and sincere nature that earned him the recognition of the Haotian sword box. Good child, I permit you to remain in the Spirit Crane Palace. But your talent must not go to waste. I shall personally impart to you the Haotian battle intent. Gu Mingqiao spoke once more, and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The Haotian battle intent? The sect leader intended to teach Chu Xinghe the Haotian battle intent? It is known that only the direct disciples of the sect leader are eligible to learn this, and those who acquire the Haotian battle intent are essentially considered among the candidates for the future sect leader. Few within the Haotian sect are deemed worthy of studying the Haotian battle intent. No one had anticipated that Gu Mingqiao, who had been initially rejected by Chu Xinghe, would still be willing to bestow this honor upon him. Hurry and express your gratitude for the sect leader's generosity. The Grand Elder's eyes glistened with emotion, now viewing Chu Xinghe as his own son. Ah, thank you, sect leader. Chu Xinghe was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Why was he being offered the Haotian battle intent? When Gu Mingqiao first proposed to take him as a direct disciple, Chu Xinghe was equally exhilarated, almost ready to bow in reverence. However, he soon realized the implications. It was already exceedingly difficult to relinquish his status as a core disciple in the Spirit Crane Palace. If he were to become the sect leader's direct disciple, the likelihood of losing that status would be virtually non-existent. How could he possibly hope to be expelled from the sect then? His dream was to be cast out. Initially, Chu Xinghe even contemplated outright rejecting the sect leader's offer, believing that such a bold act might provoke the sect leader into a fit of anger, leading him to storm away, and subsequently orchestrating various schemes to undermine him, ultimately using his authority to expel him from the sect. A typical narrative, after all. Yet, what does it mean that you are so quick to impart the Haotian battle intent to me? At this juncture, Chu Xinghe finds himself unable to refuse, as he cannot conjure an appropriate rationale. Good child, remain in the Lingyi Palace. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple. The elder, moved to tears, spoke up, nearly bringing Chu Xinghe to weep as well. Thus, he is ultimately unable to escape the identity of a direct disciple. The only comfort for Chu Xinghe is that being the direct disciple of the Grand Elder carries a slightly higher likelihood of acceptance than that of the sect master, who might cast him out. Gu Mingqiao nodded with a smile, and a throng of elders came forth to congratulate the Grand Elder. Observing the envy etched upon their faces, the Grand Elder's delight blossomed anew. Gu Mingqiao presented Chu Xinghe with a Haotian token before departing, and with this token in hand, he could venture to the Haotian Palace to study the sect's most formidable technique, the Haotian battle intent, under Gu Mingqiao's guidance. Surrounding disciples gazed at the gleaming Haotian token in Chu Xinghe's grasp, with palpable envy. After emerging from the spirit tomb, most had either ascended to the second rank or were on the verge of doing so. Thus it was time to proceed to the Concealed Techniques Tower and select their martial arts. Although the Haotian sect boasts a plethora of techniques, the most prestigious are not accessible to ordinary disciples. One must first demonstrate exceptional talent to earn the right to learn the more advanced techniques. Yet, Chu Xinghe leapt directly to the pinnacle, qualifying to learn the Haotian sect's most powerful technique, the Haotian battle intent. Therefore, although Chu Xinghe declined the sect master's offer, the sect master bore no ill will and continued to regard him as a direct disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been granted the Haotian battle intent. The Spirit Tomb Conference concluded, and most disciples acquired their spirit weapons, though whether they were to their liking is another matter. However, the most unfortunate were not the ordinary disciples, but those who had received insider information, just as they brandished their newly acquired high-grade spirit weapons. Eager to boast to their elders, they were met with scathing rebuke. What is there to be proud of? This scrap metal is worthless. Look at your senior brother Xinghe, who not only secured the Haotian sword box, but also the sect master's direct Haotian battle intent. Comparisons were drawn, and in light of Chu Xinghe's achievements, their own disciples paled in worth, barely qualifying as individuals, reduced instead to mere commodities. Upon returning to their respective palaces, none among this group of prodigies escaped unscathed. Each faced various forms of punishment. Hearing this news, Chu Xinghe nearly spat blood. He longed to be punished himself, yet fate had denied him that chance. While these individuals received punishment without lifting a finger, why did such fortune elude him? Chu Xinghe's recognition of the Haotian sword box and his outright refusal to become the sect master's direct disciple only fueled the spread of news regarding his mastery of the Haotian battle intent throughout the entire Haotian sect in no time. From the elders to the outer disciples, none were unaware of Chu Xinghe's name. When this news reached Fathead Fish, who related to Chu Cheng, the latter immediately spat 2 tails of blood. On this day, at Lingyi Palace, Feng Fei personally brought attire representing the Grand Elder's direct disciple to Chu Xinghe. The garments remained black, yet adorned with additional golden thread, intricately woven into cloud patterns beyond the original gilded borders. From today onward, I shall refer to you as Senior Brother Xinghe. Feng Fei jested with a smile. Senior Brother Feng, it is one thing for the other seniors to tease me. But you too? Chu Xinghe feigned annoyance. Ha ha ha. Very well, very well. Shall we say Junior Brother Xinghe instead? Feng Fei continued his light-hearted banter before returning to his tasks. Chu Xinghe chose not to disturb him and instead exited the room, making his way toward Haotian Palace. In recent days, everyone had begun to congregate at the Kangong Tower to study martial techniques, yet he could not join them. For his sole focus was learning the Haotian battle intent from the sect master. With the Haotian order in hand, Chu Xinghe moved unhindered and soon found himself in the Grand Hall of Haotian, where sect master Gu Mingqiao awaited him. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe's arrival, Gu Mingqiao greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. Xinghe, today I shall impart to you the Haotian battle intent, but before we proceed, there are a few important points I must caution you about to prevent any future missteps. Missteps? At the mention of this term, Chu Xinghe's spirit ignited. Was another opportunity at hand? Chapter 15. The procurement order while others flocked to the concealed skill tower to learn profound techniques. Chu Xinghe found himself deprived of such an opportunity, which ignited a fierce frustration within him. After all, it was the concealed skill tower, one of the most revered locations of the Haotian sect. If only he could set that place ablaze. What a spectacular sight that would be. Alas, the concealed skill tower was beyond his reach, compelling him to remain at Haotian Palace to learn the Haotian battle intent from the sect master. Though the Haotian battle intent was undeniably alluring, it paled in comparison to the thrill of igniting the concealed skill tower. Xinghe, listen well. The inheritance of the Haotian battle intent is the most formidable legacy of our Haotian sect. However, this technique must not be disseminated without my explicit permission. Otherwise, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity had presented itself. Otherwise, what would happen? Would he be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect? Or worse, would he face a torturous death? Chu Xinghe thought to himself, goodness, this truly leaves no escape route. This disciple shall remember, he replied. Very well, I shall personally impart the Haotian battle intent to you. Gu Mingqiao said with a satisfied nod, thereafter beginning to gradually teach Chu Xinghe the intricacies of the Haotian battle intent. It must be acknowledged that the Haotian battle intent is indeed a premier technique, encompassing various methods for body refinement, spirit cultivation, and diverse combat skills. Each individual technique is of the highest caliber, incomparable to the ordinary methods found within the concealed skill tower. Typically, martial arts techniques are rather singular in nature. Cultivation methods pertain solely to cultivation, while combat skills exist independently. Therefore, selecting a technique within the concealed skill tower requires both a cultivation method and a suitable martial art. A slight misstep in this selection could result in starting over or, at the very least, achieving far less than desired. However, the Haotian battle intent alleviates such concerns entirely. It not only encompasses cultivation methods, but also offers a harmonious combination of various martial skills, a culmination of wisdom refined through generations of ancestors. The optimal pairing of martial techniques with operational routes renders the Haotian battle intent a seamless match. Moreover, what astonished Chu Xinghe was the simplicity of the Haotian battle intent. One would expect such an extraordinary technique to be complex and convoluted, yet it was, in fact, significantly simpler than ordinary methods. In Gu Mingchao's words, "The wisdom of our ancestors has distilled complexity into simplicity." Throughout an entire day, Gu Mingchao imparted the Haotian battle intent to Chu Xinghe. Though his mind buzzed from the intensity of learning, Chu Xinghe adeptly retained every detail. This remarkable ability may be attributed to the legacy of the medicine sage. Since acquiring that inheritance, he had discovered a newfound capacity for photographic memory, accelerating his learning exponentially. From here on, you must diligently practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with me at Haotian Palace. Gu Mingchao expressed his satisfaction with Chu Xinghe. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take Chu Xinghe at least 3 days to grasp the Haotian battle intent. Yet he was astounded to find that this talented youth comprehended it in a mere day, surpassing his own aptitude in his youth. Faced with the remarkable Chu Xinghe, although he could not become his direct disciple, Gu Mingchao had resolutely decided to nurture him diligently. After all, a direct disciple is merely a title. After bidding farewell to Gu Mingchao, Chu Xinghe returned to Lingyi Palace, where the main structure of Yaowang Palace was fully completed and the various decorations were nearly finished. It was now time for extensive procurement of alchemical furnaces, medicinal herbs, and a plethora of essential consumables. The daily procurement amounts were undoubtedly astronomical. Chu Xinghe observed merchants from various factions bustling in and out of Yaowang Palace. Securing an order from Haotian sect was indeed a monumental blessing. The Haotian sect is renowned for its financial prowess. As long as the quality of the goods is exceptional, they are willing to offer a commensurately high price. Upon returning to his room, he found Feng Fei, weary and hunched over the desk, engrossed in calculations, oblivious to Chu Xinghe's arrival. Approaching Feng Fei, he finally noticed him. "Junior brother Xinghe, how did your day of learning go?" "I finished it." The sect master remarked on my commendable talent. He mastered it in 3 days, while I grasped it in just 1. Upon hearing this, Feng Fei could not help but exclaim, "Junior brother Xinghe, you truly are extraordinary." The sect master is a figure of great renown, and to receive such praise from him speaks volumes of your exceptional abilities. "What are you working on, senior brother Feng?" "Ah, various procurement lists." Feng Fei did not hide anything and laid the documents before Chu Xinghe. Upon examination, Chu Xinghe was astounded. No wonder Feng Fei was troubled. The volume of items to be procured was overwhelming. "Junior brother Xinghe, you have no idea. The volume of procurement for Yaowang Palace is colossal. Any slight misstep could lead to unimaginable losses for the sect. I cannot afford to be negligent." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe was instantly invigorated. Any minor error could result in catastrophic losses for the sect, and there was such an opportunity? "Senior brother Feng, why did you not mention this sooner?" "I fear nothing. No matter how arduous the task, I shall face it head-on." Seeing Feng Fei toil so hard, Chu Xinghe could not bear it any longer. "If you trust me, allow me to assist with this as well." His eyes sparkled with excitement, having just broken through. He was preoccupied with consolidating his realm and studying the Haotian battle intent, leaving him little chance to indulge in trivial pursuits. Now, with such a golden opportunity before him, he could not let it slip away. "Junior brother Xinghe, that is not what I meant. How could I doubt you? However, these are trifling matters, and involving you might inadvertently hinder your cultivation." "Senior brother, such words vex me. As a disciple of Haotian sect, is it not my duty to dedicate myself entirely to the sect? If everyone were to neglect the various affairs of the sect for the sake of cultivation, how could we uphold our principles?" Chu Xinghe's expression radiated righteous fervor. Feng Fei silently nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Truly, junior brother Xinghe was remarkable. Previously, when he sought assistance, others had been evasive. Yet here was Xinghe, with such high awareness, leaving them all humbled. Without further ado, Feng Fei presented a procurement list to Chu Xinghe. This is a procurement list for medicinal herbs, detailing various herbs required for purchase along with their respective proportions. The sheer variety and quantity could easily overwhelm anyone. Brother Xinghe, all the medicinal herbs we need to procure are listed here. Please organize this information, as the president of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce will personally visit tomorrow. When the time comes, simply instruct him to prepare the inventory according to this list. And for pricing, you can reference this price book. With determination, Chu Xinghe took the procurement order and the price book, retreating to a quiet corner to study them. The types of herbs to be procured numbered in the thousands, primarily consisting of commonly used medicinal materials, with each price clearly marked in the reference book. The Haotian sect has never asked how much something costs. Rather, they dictate how much they wish to pay. Even the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, reputed as the foremost trading house in the world, lacks the standing to negotiate prices with the Haotian sect. This reflects the absolute confidence of the world's foremost sect. Of course, the prices offered by the Haotian sect would never be exploitative. They align with market rates, allowing for profit. Yet any attempt to deceive them would be utterly futile. As he perused the price list, Chu Xinghe felt troubled. With prices already established, what was there to negotiate? Wasn't he merely running errands? How could he risk the sect incurring substantial losses? This wouldn't do. If challenges arise, we must confront them. If none exist, we shall create obstacles ourselves. If prices are immovable, surely we can manipulate the herbs themselves. Before long, Chu Xinghe found what he sought: 3 million stalks of zhongling grass. Zhongling grass is a common ingredient for concocting zhongling pills and is among the most affordable herbs. However, if one were to inadvertently elevate it to shenling grass, the implications would be entirely different. What is shenling grass? A thorough search of his mind yielded an answer. It can only be used to produce a singular type of pill known as the poshidan. Just the name, poshidan, suggests it is only capable of trivial matters. In reality, the poshidan is effective solely against petrifying toxins, one of the rarest types of poisons. Even summoning Shinong to taste the myriad herbs again would likely reveal no petrifying toxin present. Despite its perceived lack of utility, shenling grass is quite extraordinary. In Chu Xinghe's words, it embodies the 3 essential traits of a truly frustrating herb: rarity, expense, and minimal usefulness. Yet, such a herb is the very essence of his aspirations. Purchasing 3 million stalks of zhongling grass would cost but a pittance. However, acquiring 3 million stalks of shenling grass would skyrocket the price. Creating losses for the sect is a duty we must embrace. Chu Xinghe grinned widely, envisioning the expression of the Grand Elder upon seeing 3 million stalks of shenling grass laid before him. Perfect. After meticulously organizing everything, Chu Xinghe enjoyed a restful sleep. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, he encountered the emblem of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, which had long awaited him at the Yaowang Palace. A corpulent man, weighing perhaps 300 pounds, bore a countenance reminiscent of a pig's head, adorned with an exuberant smile. I am Wei Daqian of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, having made the acquaintance of the illustrious hero of the Star River. Despite his position as president of the Daxing Chamber, Wei Daqian displayed a remarkable humility when confronted with the towering presence of the Haotian sect. Upon ushering Wei Daqian into a lounge within the Medicine King Palace, I refrained from excessive dialogue and casually handed him the procurement list. As he grasped the document, his eyes widened with astonishment. He was aware of the Haotian sect's extensive pharmaceutical needs, yet the sheer scale of the request was still shocking. I nonchalantly presented him with the price list as well, clearly indicating my familiarity with the Haotian sect's modus operandi. Without indulging in further conversation, Wei Daqian nodded in agreement and began transcribing the prices onto the procurement list. However, it wasn't long before his expression shifted dramatically. Hero of the Star River, might I trouble you to take a glance at this? The shenning grass. Has there been an error? He pointed to the procurement list, which indicated a staggering 3 million units of shenning grass, his bewilderment palpable. Had the Haotian sect lost their sanity? To request 3 million units was an unfathomable demand. Even for the Daxing Chamber, gathering such quantities from across the realm would entail an exorbitant expenditure of resources. It was no exaggeration to assert that the Haotian sect was effectively monopolizing the entire global yield of shenning grass in one fell swoop. While the Haotian sect was indeed affluent, The question lingered. What purpose could such an immense quantity serve? Thus, Wei Diqian's instinctive reaction was to suspect a clerical error. If another organization had made such a blunder, he might have attempted to gloss over it. But with the Haotian sect, he lacked the audacity to do so. Therefore, he cautiously presented the list to me for confirmation. Yet, contrary to his expectations that I would share his doubts, I merely nodded slightly and stated, "The list is accurate. Proceed with preparations accordingly." Wei Diqian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah?" Chapter 16. The relationships of Chu Xinghe. Wei Diqian was genuinely bewildered. 3 million Xunling herbs? What could the Haotian sect possibly intend? Yet, he dared not inquire, stealing a glance at Chu Xinghe, adorned in the robes exclusive to direct disciples. All his questions were swallowed back. Had he been conversing with an ordinary disciple, even an elite one, he would have insisted on further verification. However, Chu Xinghe, so remarkably young, had already become the esteemed direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Lingyi Palace. Such an individual could not possibly be mistaken. There had to be some secret within the Haotian sect, but he was not in a position to ask. After confirming that the other items on the list were in order, Wei Diqian produced the procurement contract. Chu Xinghe, barely glancing at it, swiftly signed his name with a flourish. "Young Master Xinghe, this contract requires not only your signature but also the Grand Elder's seal to be valid." The Grand Elder's seal? Chu Xinghe felt a jolt of realization. The seal was in the Grand Elder's possession. What if he presented the contract and the Grand Elder discovered something amiss? His plans would be utterly ruined. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Grand Elder had been preoccupied with affairs and was nowhere to be found. Obtaining the Elder's seal would be difficult, but what about the Haotian order? That would suffice, Wei Diqian stammered, staring at the Haotian order in Chu Xinghe's hand. Utterly astonished. What was the true background of Chu Xinghe? The Haotian order could only be issued directly by the sect master, and possessing it signified the sect master's endorsement to some degree. Chu Xinghe, so young, not only a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, but also in possession of the Haotian order. Who was this extraordinary individual? Though 100 questions swirled in Wei Diqian's mind, he dared not utter a single one. With the Haotian order stamped on the contract, it was officially valid. Wei Diqian, struggling to lift his hefty frame from the chair, smiled politely at Chu Xinghe before taking his leave. Once Wei Diqian was gone, Chu Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief. 3 million Xunling herbs. The Grand Elder would surely be delighted. Whistling to himself, he strolled around the newly constructed Yaowang Palace, nearly losing his way, but ultimately managed to find his way out with the help of several senior brothers. In the following days, various procurement items arrived at the Haotian sect in succession. What does it mean to spend money like water? Chu Xinghe witnessed it firsthand. Each order was enough to bankrupt a grand family on the spot. Yet the Haotian sect processed these payments without a flicker of hesitation. This sight left Chu Xinghe in awe. The #1 sect in the world truly lived up to its reputation. Its foundation was overwhelmingly formidable. To bring down the Haotian sect would be an arduous task indeed. But as the saying goes, the road ahead is long and arduous. I shall search high and low, regardless of the challenges faced in dismantling the Haotian sect. As long as he remained true to his original intentions, one day he would extinguish the sect and attain enlightenment. With a significant volume of procurement items arriving at the Yaowang Palace, order began to gradually restore within its halls, while Chu Xinghe's arduous days commenced. The moment the Grand Elder was able to resume alchemy within the Yaowang Palace, he sought out Chu Xinghe without delay, with a profound significance. The words were spoken to Chu Xinghe. "Ah, Xinghe, although you have inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage, the path of alchemy is long and arduous, and you must seek knowledge both above and below. Only by remaining true to your original intentions will you one day be able to validate your path through the art of medicine." Why do these words sound so familiar? Following this, the Grand Elder personally imparted various alchemical techniques to Chu Xinghe. Although distinguishing between the Moon Shadow Herb, the Moon Soul Herb, and the Moon Gaze Herb was no longer necessary, the practice of alchemy itself was undeniably a laborious endeavor. Chu Xinghe swore that he would come to despise alchemy more than anything in his life. Surely, the vermilion bird must have sensed his aversion to the craft, and it was as if it bestowed this legacy upon him in revenge, pushing him towards madness. Yet, outwardly, Chu Xinghe maintained a compliant demeanor, adhering to whatever the Grand Elder dictated, for he was aware that the gift he had prepared for the Grand Elder was soon to arrive. On a particular day, under the Grand Elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe was concocting the 4th great elixir, the fire spirit pill. The legacy of the apothecary sage was indeed extraordinary, despite his disdain. Within just a few days, Chu Xinghe had ascended from a mere novice to the realm of a fourth-grade alchemist. He was now even capable of competing with senior brother Feng Fei in the art of alchemy. However, the Grand Elder was evidently dissatisfied with Chu Xinghe's progress. After all, this was the legacy of the apothecary sage. By rights, if Chu Xinghe merely grasped 1/10 or 1/12 of it, becoming a ninth-grade alchemist would be as effortless as child's play. Surpassing the Grand Elder was merely a matter of time. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with the affection of a father, for what father does not wish for his son to become a dragon? His greatest hope was for Chu Xinghe to surpass him at once, at which point he would willingly entrust the entire Lingyi Palace to him. Under the blessing of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, the elixir within the alchemical furnace gradually took shape, revealing a fiery red fire spirit pill before all present. A group of alchemy seniors gazed in awe at the fire spirit pill, for it was Chu Xinghe's first attempt at crafting a fourth-grade elixir. And he had succeeded on his first try. The legacy of the apothecary sage was indeed formidable. Yet, the Grand Elder still wore a look of discontent. Xinghe, the legacy of the apothecary sage is not meant for the crafting of ordinary elixirs. You still have a long way to go. From now on, any elixir you produce that is of ordinary quality will be deemed a failure. Only those of exceptional quality will be considered a success. Chu Xinghe nearly spat blood but could only nod in acceptance, while the gazes of his fellow seniors towards him shifted. Truly, our junior brother Xinghe is remarkable. While others may achieve a success rate of 70% in alchemy and be grateful, junior brother Xinghe has maintained a 100% success rate since his initiation into alchemy. Yet now, even a perfect success rate is insufficient, as the Grand Elder's demands are such that anything less than exceptional is considered a failure. How ruthless. Very well, let us take a break. We shall return to concoct other elixirs shortly. Reluctantly, Chu Xinghe acquiesced, finding alchemy exceedingly tedious. The only solace was that the process allowed him to absorb spiritual energy to enhance his own abilities. Thus, although everyone in the Lingyi Palace practiced alchemy, even cultivating their paths through it, their prowess was by no means inferior to that of other palaces. As the arduous rest of Chu Xinghe came to an end, the Grand Elder began to attend to other matters. Just then, Feng Fei dashed in from outside, racing to the side of the Grand Elder. Glancing around, he leaned in close to whisper into the Grand Elder's ear. What? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon witnessing this expression, Chu Xinghe knew he had succeeded. Everything unfolded just as he had surmised. The Daxing Chamber of Commerce had arrived, delivering a variety of goods listed on the inventory. Ordinarily, this would be a routine occurrence. Yet when 3 million spirit herbs were placed before Feng Fei, he was left utterly dumbfounded. When did the Haotian sect decide to procure 3 million spirit herbs? We may be affluent, but we are not foolish. Are we out of our minds, purchasing such a quantity merely to use as fodder? Feng Fei immediately began to argue with the portly Wei Daqian, but when Wei Daqian presented the list and the contract, Feng Fei was rendered speechless. The contract was explicit, 3 million spirit herbs, without a flaw. Most critically, the signature was none other than that of junior brother Xinghe. And astonishingly, junior brother Xinghe had not utilized the Elder's token, but had directly employed the Haotian token. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Fei hurried to inform the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder followed Feng Fei outside, snatching the contract from Wei Daqian's hands. A mere glance nearly caused him to spit blood in fury. Chu Xinghe's name was clearly inscribed upon it, and the Haotian seal was undoubtedly authentic. Yet the issue lay with the 3 million spirit herbs. Chu Xinghe emerged as well, witnessing the Grand Elder's stupefied expression, his heart racing with excitement. Would the Grand Elder, in a fit of rage, strip away his status as a direct disciple as a form of punishment? After all, he had brought significant trouble and loss to the sect. Surely, failing to impose a severe penalty would be unjust. The number of disciples from Lingyi Palace gathering around increased. And upon hearing that a procurement error had resulted in the acquisition of 3 million spirit herbs, they collectively gasped in shock. Grand Elder, I am guilty. Feng Fei suddenly knelt before the Grand Elder. I entrusted the procurement matter to junior brother Xinghe, who has never engaged in such dealings. Now that an error has occurred, I beseech the Grand Elder to punish me. Feng Fei lowered his head, a bitter expression etched across his face. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe felt compelled to intervene. If Feng Fei wished to claim credit, he would remain silent, but if he sought to usurp his punishment, That could not stand. Grand Elder. This matter bears no relation to Senior Brother Feng. It was I who insisted on participating. The procurement error was solely my fault. Senior Brother Feng has dedicated himself tirelessly to the construction of the Medicine King Palace, having not rested properly for several days and nights. Furthermore, this procurement was my breach of sect regulations for failing to seek the Grand Elder's approval, resulting in this outcome. I implore the Grand Elder to impose a severe penalty upon me. Wei Deqian was left in a daze. His mind buzzed with confusion. He had realized by now that the procurement had gone awry. However, he was not concerned about the Haotian sect reneging on their agreement. For the stature of the Haotian sect rendered such actions beneath them. What truly bewildered Wei Deqian was witnessing someone attempting to claim credit for a job well done. But now, to see someone vying for punishment was unprecedented. A severe penalty? What is this? Are you addicted to punishment? The Grand Elder's face was etched with helplessness as he gazed upon the kneeling figures of Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei, both of whom he held in high regard as his most cherished disciples. Such a blunder was indeed inexcusable. While Feng Fei's situation could be somewhat justified, being human and entitled to seek assistance when weary, Chu Xinghe's transgression was far more egregious. The error in the procurement order was one thing, but the gravest offense lay in his unauthorized use of the Haotian order without the elder's consent. This was a serious crime. Grand Elder, my junior brother Xinghe has only recently joined and is still unfamiliar with the sect's regulations. His actions were truly unintentional. I implore you to show mercy, pleaded Xin Chun, prostrating himself on the ground in defense of Chu Xinghe. Grand Elder, while my junior brother has indeed erred, considering his youth, I beseech you to grant him forgiveness. Junior brother Xinghe is a person of sincere integrity, diligently striving to avoid mistakes since his initiation. This must surely be an inadvertent lapse. Please, Grand Elder, show leniency. Grand Elder, Grand Elder. A chorus of supplications arose as all the surrounding disciples knelt in unison. Even those who had arrived later and learned of the situation followed suit, pleading for Chu Xinghe's clemency. This scene left Wei Deqian utterly astonished. To be frank, it was the first time he had witnessed such fervent loyalty from the young disciples of the Haotian sect, and he even entertained the notion that perhaps this individual could be the Grand Elder's illegitimate son. Yet, in that moment, Wei Deqian realized how narrow-minded he had been. It is not uncommon for one to receive petitions for forgiveness after erring, but to witness an entire sect, Lingyi Palace, prostrating themselves on behalf of one individual spoke volumes of the esteem in which this person was held. Chapter 17. The first punishment. The incident of procurement errors spread like wildfire throughout Lingyi Palace. Disciples of all ranks, from ordinary to elite, and even core disciples, flocked to the scene. Each individual fell to their knees, pleading for Chu Xinghe. Wei Deqian was left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom how one person could elicit such a profound response from the entire Lingyi Palace. Not only Wei Deqian, but the Grand Elder was equally taken aback. Yet amidst his astonishment, he felt a surge of joy. The Grand Elder understood that Chu Xinghe was exceptionally well-liked within Lingyi Palace. His fellow disciples had gone to great lengths for his recent journey to the Spirit Tomb. However, witnessing the scene before him made the Grand Elder realize that he had underestimated Chu Xinghe. It is easy to share prosperity, yet difficult to endure hardship together. Had today been a day of reward for Chu Xinghe, the Grand Elder would not have thought twice about the gathering of congratulations. However, today, having committed a grave error, he was infuriated, and these young disciples ought to be aware of his temperament. In the past, those who had pleaded on behalf of others had faced collective punishment. Everyone, rise. Anyone who dares to plead shall be punished as well, the Grand Elder commanded sternly. Yet, at that moment, not a single person stood. They remained kneeling, unmoving. This scene truly astonished the Grand Elder, but more than that, it filled him with a sense of comfort. His earlier words were intended to test whether these individuals would flee in fear of punishment or stand resolutely in defense of their junior brother, Xinghe. Now, the Grand Elder had his answer. This young man, Chu Xinghe, since the establishment of Haotian sect and the inception of Lingyi Palace, no one had possessed such charm, compelling the entire palace to willingly accept punishment on his behalf in such a brief span of time. Upon reflection, the Grand Elder understood that Chu Xinghe had done nothing extraordinary. He merely remained true to himself, exhibiting unparalleled humility towards every senior brother, eagerly volunteering for arduous tasks. From elite disciples to core disciples, and even his own direct apprentice, nearly becoming the personal disciple of the sect leader, one might expect arrogance from another. Yet Chu Xinghe remained humble. He was still the paragon of a devoted junior brother in the eyes of others, regardless of who he encountered. He would respectfully greet them with a bow and a cheerful good morning, senior brother, even if they were the most ordinary of Lingyi Palace disciples. Anyone seeking assistance from Chu Xinghe found him ever willing to oblige. He took on tasks others shunned and bore burdens that others deemed too heavy. In this manner, Chu Xinghe had subtly influenced the entire Lingyi Palace. Furthermore, when mistakes were made by anyone within the palace, while others hesitated to plead, Chu Xinghe dared to do so. Even in his most furious moments, when he had declared that anyone who dared to plead would be expelled from Haotian's sect. The Grand Elder still remembered the unwavering determination in Chu Xinghe's eyes and voice. Grand Elder, if casting me out of the sect will ease your anger, then please do so. Although my senior brother has erred, it was an unintentional mistake and should not warrant such severe punishment. If punishment is to be administered, let it fall upon me. Please spare my senior brother. These are the words of Chu Xinghe. Since his induction into Lingyi Palace, whenever a senior brother has erred, there has invariably been a scene where Chu Xinghe pleads for leniency, requesting to bear the punishment in their stead. Once, twice, countless times. The Grand Elder cannot recall how many instances there have been, yet he knows that within Lingyi Palace, the name of Brother Xinghe is on everyone's lips daily. Even in private, he has never heard anyone speak ill of him. Elders from all directions have rushed to the scene, their faces a tableau of astonishment. However, it was not long before the elders began to speak. Grand Elder, no one is perfect. You know the nature of this child, Xinghe, better than anyone. This is indeed his first encounter with such a matter, and mistakes are inevitable. Not to mention Xinghe, even you and I were not without our own missteps in our youth. Indeed, Grand Elder, the use of the Haotian order is a transgression. But since the sect master entrusted it to Xinghe, he did not explicitly forbid its use. Exactly. The sect master did not say it could not be used. To be fair, Xinghe's invocation of the Haotian order was not an act of malfeasance. In recent days, Grand Elder, you have been so preoccupied that it is likely he could not find you, and being unfamiliar with the rules, such an incident occurred. Wei Deqian, did Xinghe not mention that the Grand Elder was too busy to be found? An elder glared at Wei Deqian. Ah, he did. I recall that the young hero Xinghe desperately sought you, Grand Elder, and fearing the procurement would be delayed, he reluctantly resorted to using the Haotian order. It is also my fault for not clarifying things with him, thus it was not Xinghe's intention. Wei Deqian's words were utterly nonsensical. Yet at that moment, if he possessed even a single functioning brain cell, he understood what to say and what to refrain from saying. If he were to recount the situation truthfully, the people of Lingyi Palace would undoubtedly flay him alive. Despite his considerable weight of over 300 pounds, it would hardly suffice against the wrath of even one of them. Who among them would dare to speak ill of a person for whom the entire Lingyi Palace advocates? The Grand Elder cast a satisfied glance at Wei Deqian, clearly pleased with his response. The entire assembly was content, except for Chu Xinghe, who was far from pleased. You fat fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this truly what I did? Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and slap the glutton. But he restrained himself. The scene of so many seniors and elders pleading for him was a tremendous shock to his system. One must know when to act and when to refrain. With so many seniors and elders advocating for him, he could not utter a word in protest. Chu Xinghe, present. Master, to use the Haotian order without authorization is a grave offense within Haotian's sect. But considering your brief time here and your lack of understanding of the regulations, there is some leniency to be granted. However, mistakes warrant punishment. Are you willing to accept this? Merit must be rewarded, and transgressions must be punished. I, the disciple, am prepared to accept any penalty. I implore the Grand Elder to impose a just sentence. Chu Xinghe's heart raced with anticipation. At last, I am to be punished. Very well. The error in procurement also implicates Feng Fei. He shall be penalized with 6 months' worth of resources. The disciple thanks the Grand Elder for his mercy. Feng Fei expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that this punishment was merely a formality within the Spirit Crane Palace, which oversees the elixirs. Chu Xinghe had overstepped by utilizing the Haotian order. However, considering the circumstances, the penalty was confinement within the Elixir King's palace for 3 months. During this period, he was permitted to refine elixirs but was forbidden from stepping outside the palace. The Haotian order would be reclaimed by the sect, and I shall report this matter to the sect leader, Elder Xie, in his benevolence. Countless disciples, including elders, expressed their gratitude to Elder Xie. and smiles finally graced their faces. Being confined in the Elixir King's palace for 3 months? This punishment hardly amounted to anything. Disciple Xinghe could immerse himself in cultivation during this time. After all, if he required anything, his senior brothers could easily provide it for him. Laughter erupted among them. Yet, Chu Xinghe wept. Is this it? Elder, could you not at least strip me of my status as a direct disciple? Losing such status would directly elevate me to the 5th rank. What is the meaning of merely confinement? Yet, at this juncture, Chu Xinghe found himself utterly powerless. 3 months of confinement it would be, but better than nothing. As Elder Xie's words fell, Chu Xinghe felt a jolt in his mind, and in the next moment, the ominous compass hidden within his consciousness began to rotate for the first time. The needle rapidly halted on the punishment of 3 months of confinement, indicating the completion of his task, and a reward subsequently materialized before Chu Xinghe's eyes. The penalty of 3 months of confinement granted him the reward of reaching the peak of the 2nd-rank martial artist. Chu Xinghe felt an invisible force emanating from the compass, and in an instant, his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Having just broken through to the 2nd rank, he was propelled directly to the pinnacle of the 2nd-rank martial artist. What a thrill! Although the leg of a mosquito may be small, it is still flesh. I finally glimpse a glimmer of hope. Elder Xie departed the Spirit Crane Palace with the Haotian order, as this matter was of great significance and required reporting to the sect leader. Numerous disciples approached Chu Xinghe to offer their comfort. Disciple Xinghe, it was Brother Feng's fault. Your good intentions should not have led to this. Feng Fei wore a face of deep remorse. Brother Feng was mistaken. It is I who owe you an apology. My oversight resulted in this outcome, and you are now sharing in my punishment. I feel. Sigh. Disciple Xinghe. Brother Feng's punishment hardly counts as such. The elixir resources elsewhere are scarce, but in our Spirit Crane Palace, it is of little concern. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Indeed. Last time, when I erred, without Disciple Xinghe's assistance, I would likely have been expelled from the Spirit Crane Palace. And me, Disciple Xinghe, you have always been so loyal to your brothers. We would never stand idly by while you suffer punishment. Yes. Disciple Xinghe need not worry. 3 months will pass swiftly. Just focus on your cultivation in the Elixir King's palace. If you need anything, simply speak up, and your brothers will procure it for you. Thank you, all my brothers. At this moment, Chu Xinghe felt genuinely moved. Numerous elders also came forward to comfort him, reiterating that he should harbor no resentment towards Elder Xie's punishment, for it stemmed from deep care and concern. Deep concern. Chu Xinghe felt the urge to scoff. Could this truly be considered a punishment? The punishment I desire is not at all like this. The Grand Elder personally entered the Haotian palace to return the Haotian order, and the sect leader was equally astonished upon hearing the circumstances. It is not uncommon for a disciple to have a group of people plead on their behalf, but for a single disciple to elicit a plea from the entire Lingyi palace is truly unfathomable. Regarding the Grand Elder's punishment, the sect leader merely acknowledged it with a simple "I understand," and advised the Grand Elder to keep a close watch on that troublesome Chu Xinghe, emphasizing that not only should he study alchemy, but he must not neglect the cultivation of Haotian battle intent. Upon hearing these words from the sect leader, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had successfully navigated this challenge. After all, the Grand Elder was aware that his punishment was rather trivial. If the sect leader harbored any dissatisfaction, his words indicated otherwise, showing his approval of the Grand Elder's actions. The news swiftly spread throughout the entire Haotian sect. The fact that all the disciples of Lingyi Palace knelt in plea for Chu Xinghe's sole transgression left many in disbelief. I tell you, had I been present, I would have undoubtedly pleaded for Brother Xinghe. Wan Lin, now an elite disciple of Qilin Palace, upon hearing this news, regardless of what her fellow sisters might think, resolutely stood by Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe is the most benevolent person I have ever encountered. His kindness towards his peers is unparalleled. I may be somewhat inarticulate, but should Brother Xinghe find himself in trouble, I, Wan Lin, would certainly risk my life to assist him. Unbeknownst to her, Wan Lin had already become an ardent admirer of Chu Xinghe. Chapter 18. What does it mean for you all to seek the divine spirit herb? Wan Lin has become an ardent admirer of Chu Xinghe. Within the Heavenly Sky sect, Wan Lin is not the sole individual harboring such infatuation. Those who previously accompanied Chu Xinghe in acquiring spiritual weapons certainly hold him in the highest regard. Brother Xinghe is the most virtuous person I have ever encountered. In this lifetime, I shall only revere Brother Xinghe. Back when they were at the Spirit Tomb, I even harbored doubts about whether Brother Xinghe was leading us astray. Reflecting on that incident now keeps me awake at night. How narrow-minded I was to doubt Brother Xinghe. A 3-month confinement seems excessively harsh for him. Couldn't it have been just 3 days? The assertion that 3 months is overly severe left many in utter disbelief. Goodness! Do you even comprehend the gravity of Chu Xinghe's transgression? He initially procured 300,000 divine spirit herbs. Although our heavenly sky sect is vast and prosperous, that quantity alone could bankrupt a small nation. As if that weren't enough, he further overstepped by using the heavenly sky order without permission, a privilege reserved solely for the sect master. Even the elder cannot wield it unless the sect master is absent. This is an egregious violation. It is no exaggeration to say that had it been anyone else, they would have faced immediate execution. Even core disciples could find themselves expelled from the sect under such circumstances. Yet what of Chu Xinghe? 3 months of confinement, and still within the Medicine King Palace? Is that truly confinement? Why not declare that being in the Heavenly Sky sect suffices? He is already a disciple of the Spirit Crane Palace, in the newly established Medicine King Palace. He occupies 100 rooms daily and could scarcely utilize 1/10 of the space in 3 months. Is such a vast area even worthy of being called confinement? Regardless, the leniency of Chu Xinghe's punishment is indeed astonishing. To use the Heavenly Sky Order without authorization and receive merely 3 months of confinement. This is an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Heavenly Sky sect. Yet, who could harbor jealousy? Entire disciples of the Spirit Crane Palace kneel in supplication, with every elder present advocating for Chu Xinghe. Is this a matter of jealousy? Even many disciples from outside the Spirit Crane Palace have stepped forward to support Chu Xinghe. When the matter was reported to the sect master, he merely acknowledged it without any intention of further inquiry. Thus, this outcome became a foregone conclusion. However, when this news reached the outer sect, Chu Xinghe spat out 2 tails of blood. Chu Xinghe is nothing but a scoundrel. He is insincere. His heart is utterly vile. You have all been deceived by his facade. You have all been misled. Chu Xinghe lamented throughout the day. Yet who would heed his words? Meanwhile, in the Medicine King Palace, the elder continued his lessons for Chu Xinghe, aiding him in mastering the medicine sage's legacy with unwavering dedication. The elder made no mention of previous events, as if they had never transpired, yet he remained vigilant, concerned that this punishment might affect Chu Xinghe. However, it was not long before the elder's worries were put to rest. When confronted with his own mistakes, Chu Xinghe remains resolute, facing the situation head-on without retreating, even when those around him insist on punishing him. He boldly steps forward to plead for mercy on behalf of his fellow disciples, displaying no fear of repercussions. Observing this, the Grand Elder couldn't help but exclaim, "Heaven bless Haotian. This child possesses a pure and sincere nature. He has not been disheartened by his punishment, demonstrating an inner acknowledgement of his errors. He accepts his fate willingly, harboring no resentment. Truly, this child is worth the advocacy that others have extended on his behalf." Furthermore, this punishment provides the Grand Elder with a valuable opportunity to impart knowledge to Chu Xinghe, allowing him to grasp the teachings more profoundly. In the morning, he engages in cultivating Haotian's battle intent under the Grand Elder's watchful eye, and in the afternoon, he learns the intricacies of alchemy with the Grand Elder personally instructing him. Such treatment is reserved even for one's own son. Meanwhile, Wei Deqian, having returned from delivering goods for the Daxing commerce, remains haunted by the events that transpired at Lingyi Palace. Although he does not know the true identity of Chu Xinghe, he recognizes him as a formidable figure, one who commands the respect of the entire Lingyi Palace. To provoke someone capable of eliciting such fervent pleas for mercy is unwise. He is aware that the palace would be far more ruthless in defending him than in advocating for him. Wei Deqian meticulously records Chu Xinghe's name in a small notebook, instructing all his chief managers that there exists an individual named Chu Xinghe in Haotian sect who must not be provoked. To cross him is to invite calamity upon oneself, and this should not bring trouble to Daxing commerce. Having conveyed his warnings, Wei Deqian breathes a sigh of relief. Just as he begins to set aside thoughts of Chu Xinghe, a servant arrives with news. "Sir, Elder Ma from Xingyue sect has arrived." "Ah, quickly. Please escort Elder Ma to the VIP room. He has already been taken there, awaiting your presence." "Excellent. Let us hasten." Wei Deqian rises swiftly. The Xingyue sect is also not a force to be trifled with. As one of the 10 major sects of the realm, it is a formidable entity, capable of obliterating Daxing commerce with a mere flick of a finger. Typically, such influential figures request service from him, so it is unusual for an elder to come in person. Upon entering the VIP room, Wei Daqian repeatedly apologizes to Elder Ma, expressing his regret for not receiving him properly. Elder Ma, seated comfortably, merely glances at Wei Daqian before gesturing for him to sit and speak. Wei Daqian, your business has been thriving lately. Haotian sect has procured quite a bit from you, Elder Ma remarks, stroking his small beard while teasing him. You jest, Elder Ma. Daxing commerce merely caters to esteemed sects like yours. Any profit gained is but a result of your generous patronage. I, Wei Daqian, am unworthy of such favor. He replies humbly. Ha ha. Wei Fatty, your eloquence. Elder Ma is soon grinning widely. Now that you are here, I wonder what instructions you have for me. Elder Ma, please, I am at your service. The Xinghe sect is in need of procuring a batch of medicinal herbs, and here is the list. Please prepare to deliver it to the Xinghe sect at the same price as the Haotian sect. I shall not inquire further. Elder Ma, rest assured. The herbs will be delivered without any discrepancies, just as Wei Daqian intended to say they would be sent over. He was taken aback upon glancing at the items listed. Elder Ma, if you would be so kind as to review this list. I must draw your attention to the Shenling grass. Wei Daqian presented the list to Elder Ma, for while the other items were quite ordinary, the inclusion of 500,000 Shenling grass was bewildering. Are the major sects prone to making the same mistake? The Haotian sect mistakenly procured the wrong Shenling grass. And now your Xinghe sect has made a similar error? No need for concern. The quantity of Shenling grass is accurate. Prepare it as per the list. Elder Ma waved his hand dismissively. However, upon hearing Elder Ma's words, Wei Daqian felt despair. Elder Ma, everything else is manageable, but this Shenling grass, it truly does not exist. Does not exist? Is it so that the Daxing Chamber of Commerce cannot even procure Shenling grass? While 500,000 is a substantial amount, it should not be impossible. Elder Ma furrowed his brows, pondering whether Wei Daqian had lost his senses. Tears welled up in Wei Daqian's eyes. Elder Ma, you may not be aware, but it was once not difficult for the Daxing Chamber of Commerce to acquire 500,000 Shenling grass. However, just a few days ago, the Haotian sect made a bulk purchase of 3 million Shenling grass, effectively exhausting the market supply. All the Shenling grass is now with the Haotian sect. What? Elder Ma's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How much can you procure now? To be frank, not to mention 500,000. Even 5,000 is unattainable. Elder Ma was taken aback, casting a glance at Wei Daqian. This rotund fellow would not dare to jest with him. Leaving only one possibility. Could the Haotian sect have learned about that matter? It is possible. Given the Haotian sect's extensive network of information, they must have already caught wind of it and preemptively bought up all the Shenling grass, effectively cutting off the Xinghe sect's path. Elder Ma, burdened with concern, departed from the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, as he needed to report this matter to the sect immediately. Wei Daqian, filled with trepidation, bid farewell to Elder Ma. Just as he sat down to catch his breath, his attendants arrived. Sir, Elder Shangwan from the Donghua Pavilion has come. Wei Daqian was bewildered. What was happening today? Were all these distinguished figures unhinged? Nevertheless, he hurried to the VIP room, flattering Elder Shangwan until he was quite at ease. After which Elder Shangwan produced a procurement order. Upon merely glancing at it, Wei Daqian was dumbfounded. The order still included Shenling grass, and once again, it was a staggering 500,000. What on earth is happening today? Is it haunted? The Shenling grass that previously couldn't be sold is now the object of contention among various factions? What is this? Are you planning to buy it to weave straw sandals? Wei Daqian responded to Elder Shangwan from the Donghua Pavilion, who also bore a look of astonishment before departing with a heavy heart. What in the world is happening? Wei Daqian was filled with curiosity, but he dared not inquire. Did a mere Daxing Chamber of Commerce have the right to delve into the affairs of the 10 major sects? Such audacity would be tantamount to courting death. Just as Wei Daqian let out a sigh of relief, new matters arose. Master, Elder Su from Biming City has arrived, in the VIP room. With a face devoid of expression, Wei Daqian stepped into the VIP room, yet the moment he entered, a smile once again adorned his countenance. Flattery served as the customary prelude, followed by the familiar list, the well-known Shenling grass, the recognized responses, and the familiar weight of unspoken concerns. At this moment, Wei Daqian too was burdened with thoughts. What peculiar effects does the weaving of grass shoes from Shenling grass possess? Or is it that consuming the stone elixir grants one immortality? Otherwise, Have the 10 great sects truly gone mad? Equally troubled was Chu Xinghe from the Medicine King Palace. Wait a moment. I purchased Xinling grass. Incurring such significant losses for the sect, why hasn't he the misfortune compass awarded me? Chu Xinghe had an epiphany. According to the usual pattern, one would be penalized yet still receive rewards. However, he had brought harm to the sect, and yet no reward was forthcoming. This question had occupied his thoughts for several days, and the only explanation he could conjure was, although he had purchased excess Xinling grass, its price remained fixed. Even though it lay stacked in the Medicine King Palace's warehouse, it was still considered fixed assets. The misfortune compass's method of calculating losses did not simply hinge on erroneous purchases, it required actual loss. Even if one acquired a heap of useless items using something valuable, as long as the value remained unchanged, it did not count as a loss. Upon this realization, Chu Xinghe understood that if he wished to inflict losses upon the sect, the route of procurement was futile. He must devise a more tangible approach. Chapter 19. The Three Sects' Arrival in the Apothecary Palace. The Grand Elder devised a daily confinement regimen for Chu Xinghe. Mornings were dedicated to cultivating the Haotian battle intent and familiarizing himself with the Haotian sword box, while a cadre of elders took turns imparting techniques to him. Though arduous, his combat prowess visibly surged. However, thus far, Chu Xinghe had only managed to wield a single grasshopper from the Haotian sword box, unable to unlock the other divine swords, presumably due to insufficient cultivation. The afternoons proved to be grueling, as the Grand Elder personally instructed Chu Xinghe in the art of alchemy. Despite possessing the legacy of the apothecary saint, true mastery required guidance, and the Grand Elder's approach was refreshingly straightforward, practiced relentlessly. It became evident that the Grand Elder's methods were undeniably effective. When Chu Xinghe successfully forged his first fourth-grade elixir, the exquisite blood spirit pill, a smile finally graced the Grand Elder's face. Simultaneously, Chu Xinghe grasped some of the essence of alchemy. During subsequent attempts to create blood spirit pills, as long as he remained focused, he consistently produced top-tier results. This was the hallmark of the apothecary saint's legacy. The Grand Elder beamed at the extraordinary elixirs produced by Chu Xinghe. Yet, Chu Xinghe was not the only one feeling the pressure within the apothecary palace. Feng Fei was also enduring considerable distress. Although no one blamed him for the predicament surrounding the 3 million Xinling herbs, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Thus, he pondered how to handle the surplus of 3 million Xinling herbs. The Haotian sect had its own trading caravan, and Feng Fei approached them. But upon hearing of the intention to sell 3 million Xinling herbs, the caravan manager nearly fainted. It is no exaggeration to say that the demand for Xinling herbs in the outside world was virtually non-existent. Selling even 30,000 in a year would require considerable deceit. Consequently, the 3 million Xinling herbs lay dormant in the newly constructed herb storage of the apothecary palace, utterly useless at that moment. Feng Fei consulted the Grand Elder about the matter, who suggested that Feng Fei handle it independently. Resolutely, Feng Fei decided that if it came to that, he would lower the price. Although it would mean a loss, at least he could dispose of them. One day, as the Grand Elder was guiding Chu Xinghe in alchemy, a disciple entered. The Grand Elder looked up to see Xinchan. Grand Elder, Elder Ma from the Xingyue sect, Elder Shangwan from the Donghua Pavilion, and Elder Su from Baiming City have arrived together. What? The Grand Elder momentarily froze upon hearing the names of these three sections. Among the 10 foremost sects in the realm, the Haotian sect stood unchallenged at the pinnacle, with 9 other formidable sects below it, 3 of which were represented here. While there was occasional interaction among the top 10 sects, the simultaneous appearance of elders from these 3 sects at the Haotian sect was unprecedented. The Grand Elder understood that their presence must indicate urgent matters at hand. Glancing at the resting Chu Xinghe, the Grand Elder spoke, "Do not play dead. Come with me to meet these esteemed elders. Additionally, Xinchan, please inform Feng Fei to attend to our distinguished guests. I will join shortly." Xinchan received his orders and quickly departed, while Chu Xinghe sprang to his feet. "As long as we are not tasked with alchemy, we can do anything." With the 3 elders gathered, the Grand Elder did not dare to be negligent. He donned his resplendent robe adorned with patterns of purple and gold lightning, a garment symbolizing his esteemed status. Chu Xinghe also changed into his disciple's attire, a black robe embellished with golden trim and cloud motifs, further adorned with star patterns, exuding a sense of unparalleled grandeur. Following the Grand Elder, they arrived at the grandest VIP room of the Apothecary King's palace, where upon entering, They found 3 old men admiring the newly constructed palace with great enthusiasm. "My apologies for keeping you waiting," the Grand Elder said with a smile as he entered. "Grand Elder, we were just discussing this apothecary king's palace. It truly is magnificent," Elder Shangwan, also an alchemist, remarked, expressing his admiration. The Dongwei Pavilion could never rival such a vast and luxurious place for alchemy. The Haotian sect certainly lives up to its reputation. This apothecary king's palace is indeed a monumental endeavor. Elder Su added politely. "Compared to this palace, I am even more eager to meet the disciple who has inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage. I presume it is the young man behind the Grand Elder." Elder Ma's gaze fixed intently on Chu Xinghe. News of the Zhuchu's spiritual connection and the apothecary sage's legacy could not be concealed. All parties had long since heard whispers about it, though details remained elusive. Now, with Elder Ma's inquiry, all eyes turned to Chu Xinghe. Junior Chu Xinghe pays his respects to the esteemed elders. He stepped forward respectfully, bowing to the 3 elders. "Good lad, no need for formalities, oh dear. I came in such haste that I forgot to bring anything," the 3 elders chuckled. Yet their scrutinizing gazes lingered on Chu Xinghe as if they wished to etch every detail of him into their memories. The Grand Elder invited the 3 elders to take their seats, while Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei assisted in serving tea. Following a round of entirely unproductive pleasantries, Elder Ma cut straight to the point. "Grand Elder, we have come with a request." "Such formality is unnecessary, Elder Ma. The 10 sects are united as one. How could there be a request? Whatever the Haotian sect can assist with, we shall not hesitate." The Grand Elder's words fell, yet Elder Ma remained unfazed. "Unhesitating? I find that hard to believe, but maintaining a facade of gratitude," he continued. "Our Xingyue sect wishes to purchase 500,000 Shunling herbs from the Haotian sect." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was visibly taken aback. "What nonsense is this? 500,000 Shunling herbs? Is Elder Ma intoxicated?" Yet before he could ponder further, the other 2 elders voiced identical requests, each also seeking 500,000 Shunling herbs. 3 sects, each desiring 500,000 herbs, totaling 1,500,000 Shunling herbs. At this revelation, even Chu Xinghe was left bewildered. What madness is this? What do you mean by clamoring for such worthless herbs? Yet at that moment, Feng Fei was nearly bouncing with excitement. In recent days, he has been troubled by the conundrum of how to manage 3 million spirit herbs. The sudden sale of 1.5 million is undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. Even though half remains, Feng Fei gazed at the Grand Elder with palpable excitement, as if urging him to acquiesce to their request, to sell to them swiftly. Yet, amidst Feng Fei's fervor, the Grand Elder spoke. "Gentlemen, you jest. Even if our entire sect were to pool resources, we would not possess such a quantity of 1.5 million spirit herbs. Thus, it appears you may have made a futile journey." Feng Fei was rendered speechless. Chu Xinghe was equally bewildered. Just yesterday, the Grand Elder had been preoccupied with the management of spirit herbs, and yet today, when there was an offer to purchase, he refused to sell. There must be a conspiracy at play. There is certainly some hidden scheme here. Chapter 20. Brother Chu Xinghe achieves another victory. The Grand Elder's refusal was entirely unexpected. Although the Haotian sect sought to manage 300,000 Shunling herbs, why did the 3 families come to purchase them, only to receive such a response from the Grand Elder? Feng Fei was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Yet, Chu Xinghe quickly grasped the situation. There is a conspiracy at play. This is undeniably a scheme. The simultaneous appearance of the elders from the top 10 sects, all demanding Shunling herbs, was clearly suspicious. Under normal circumstances, acquiring Shunling herbs would require merely sending a disciple to negotiate with Feng Fei, despite the substantial quantity. It was unnecessary for the elders themselves to intervene. "Grand Elder, we have already visited the Daxing Chamber of Commerce," Elder Ma interjected, seemingly anticipating the Grand Elder's response. "Oh, when did Wei the Fat become so prone to nonsense?" Feng Fei exclaimed. "Tomorrow, arrange for someone to teach Wei a lesson." Yes, Feng Fei accepted the order. The Grand Elder sipped his tea leisurely, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, "Speak as you wish, I shall not concede." At last, the most impatient Elder Shangwan could no longer contain himself. "Grand Elder, we are all sensible individuals here. Let us not feign ignorance. The spirit cave was discovered by our 3 families. The Haotian sect must be aware of the petrifying venomous insects infesting the cave, and without breaking stone pills, our disciples cannot enter. Is it not excessive for the Haotian sect to cut off our path like this?" As soon as Elder Shangwan spoke, Elders Ma and Su nodded in agreement. But the Grand Elder was taken aback. "What on earth? A spirit cave? Chu Xinghe was equally stunned. He had never considered anything beyond acquiring the Xunling herbs. His intention was merely to outwit the Haotian sect. Who would have imagined that instead of ensnaring the Haotian sect, he had inadvertently ensnared the three families? Not long ago, the three families had jointly discovered a spirit cave, but upon exploration, they realized it was infested with small insects capable of petrifying those who entered. To gain access, one would need to prepare a substantial number of breaking stone pills. Each family had agreed to prepare their own supply of these pills, but to their dismay, they found that all the Xunling herbs had been seized by the Haotian sect. Their immediate reaction was to suspect that the news had leaked. The Haotian sect was undoubtedly aware of the spirit cave and was employing such tactics to pressure the three families, leading to the elders' joint ascent to the mountain. At this point, everyone spoke plainly. The implication from the three families was clear. Since the Haotian sect was already aware, they would not be coy. The shares of the spirit cave would be divided equally among the four families. Half. The Grand Elder declared as he set down his teacup. Isn't that a bit excessive, Grand Elder? There are only 300 slots in total for the spirit cave. It is utterly impossible for the Haotian sect to claim half, Elder Shangwan retorted, nearly throwing his teacup in frustration. The atmosphere grew tense, but ultimately Elder Ma sighed and spoke up, 100 slots. This is the maximum we can offer the Haotian sect for this spirit cave. If the Haotian sect does not agree, we shall have no choice but to seek assistance from the Martial Emperor city. I believe that with their resources, they can certainly procure these Xunling herbs. Deal. The Grand Elder hesitated not for a moment. Upon completing the transaction, he acquired a wealth of information regarding the spirit caverns from the three individuals. With a mere wave of his hand, he declared, 150,000 spirit herbs? Why should our 10 great sects barter? We shall gift them. Moreover, he added, not only will we bestow this gift, but we shall also assist in refining the stone-breaking pills, which we will deliver to you in due time. The Grand Elder's generous offer incited the ire of the elders from the three sects, their beards bristling with indignation. What value did 150,000 spirit herbs hold? And as for the promised assistance in refining, was that truly aid? It was, in fact, a tactic to ensure that the three sects would remain tethered to the Haotian sect as long as the stone-breaking pills remained in their possession. With a beaming smile, the Grand Elder escorted the elders of the three sects beyond the gates of the Haotian sect. Once he confirmed their departure, he erupted into raucous laughter. The spirit caverns. The Grand Elder had never dreamt that Chu Xinghe's careless actions would inadvertently ensnare the three sects, thereby furnishing the Haotian sect with intelligence about the spirit caverns. These caverns, remnants of ancient relics that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, were ideally suited for disciples on the verge of reaching the Grand Martial Master realm. The spiritual liquid within could cleanse their marrow and bones, offering transformative benefits. Such spirit caverns were exceedingly rare, and any sect that discovered one would guard the secret with their lives. The three sects had stumbled upon the spirit caverns without a whisper of news reaching the Haotian sect's intelligence network. Yet, fate had conspired against them. Who could have foreseen that Chu Xinghe's blunder in the procurement order, mistakenly ordering 3 million spirit herbs, would render all the machinations of the three sects futile? They remained blissfully unaware that the Haotian sect had fortuitously acquired the spirit herbs. After all, it was unthinkable that such a prestigious sect could experience such an oversight. However, this unforeseen twist bestowed unimaginable benefits upon the Haotian sect. The Grand Elder promptly relayed the news to the sect leader. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's account, Gu Mingxiao was momentarily taken aback. What had initially appeared to be a monumental blunder on Chu Xinghe's part had, in fact, evolved into a grand opportunity for the Haotian sect. Gu Mingxiao could only surmise that this must be the will of destiny. Subsequently, the Grand Elder disseminated the news of the spirit caverns to each palace, causing a ripple of excitement throughout. The elders of the various palaces were particularly stirred, for this allocation of 100 slots would benefit all, enabling their disciples to undergo the cleansing process, thus smoothing their future paths in cultivation. A remarkable opportunity indeed. The elders could only chuckle at the irony that this windfall stemmed from Chu Xinghe's unintentional order of 3 million spirit herbs. The disciples of each palace, upon hearing the news, were likewise electrified with anticipation. Though only 100 would be granted the privilege to enter the spirit caverns for purification. For the 3,000 newly initiated disciples of the Haotian sect, the vast majority would find themselves bereft of even the chance to compete for such coveted slots. However, let us not forget that the spiritual liquid within the spiritual cavern even when diluted through the process of cleansing marrow and bones, can still be retrieved. Utilizing the remaining spiritual energy, it can be refined into marrow-cleansing pills. Although this method may not replicate the direct cleansing of marrow and bones, it is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Thus, Chu Xinghe's seemingly inadvertent actions not only secured 100 quotas for cleansing marrow and bones at the spiritual cavern, but also ensured that every novice disciple would receive a marrow-cleansing pill. In an instant, the entire Haotian sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilance. Yet, beneath this joyful fade, Chu Xinghe found himself in a perplexing situation. How challenging it was. All I wanted was to purchase 300,000 Xinling herbs to cause a bit of loss for the sect. Yet now, not only is there no loss, but they have also produced a spiritual cavern. The only solace for Chu Xinghe was that due to the matter of the spiritual cavern, his confinement had been lifted prematurely. Furthermore, at the suggestion of the Grand Elder, he was appointed as the leader among the 100 participants. With a serious expression, Chu Xinghe mused, "So, you want me to be the leader? Just watch as I lead you all into the abyss." Chapter 21. Military orders. The confinement of Chu Xinghe came to an early conclusion. No one found it problematic that senior brother Xinghe was released. After all, he had achieved great merit for the sect. As for the proposal from the Grand Elder to appoint Chu Xinghe as the leader, the sect master nodded in agreement without hesitation. The 100 spots were swiftly determined by the elders from various palaces, and all those selected were the most outstanding disciples among them. The pharmacy palace was fully mobilized, with all disciples hastening the preparation of the stone-breaking pills for the upcoming expedition into the spirit cave. Preparations were underway in a bustling manner. Wan Lin was among the 100 selected, and she joyfully rushed to the pharmacy palace. Upon entering, she spotted the troubled Chu Xinghe. Surely, senior brother Xinghe must be under immense pressure as the leader, worrying about his ability to secure greater benefits for us. With this thought, Wan Lin's admiration for senior brother Xinghe elevated even further. "Senior brother Xinghe," she called out as she approached him. Chu Xinghe lifted his gaze to her chest. "Ah, quite ample. No, wait. It's the emblem of the Qilin Palace." Now he remembered. This young lady was Wan Lin. "Greetings, junior sister Wan. Is there any difficulty you require my assistance with?" Chu Xinghe endeavored to avert his gaze from inappropriate distractions. "Senior brother Xinghe, I am also one of the 100 participants. I specifically came to express my gratitude for the incredible opportunity you have created for us. However, upon seeing your troubled expression, I thought it might be due to your concerns about leading us to obtain more benefits." Wan Lin gazed at him with admiration. Chu Xinghe nodded, internally thinking, "Am I worried about not securing benefits for you? I am more concerned about how to deceive all of you." It was precisely because he could not devise a way to mislead them that he felt troubled. "Do not worry, senior brother. Although our Haotian sect is the farthest away, I heard from the elders that we have already prepared a teleportation array, so we will not be delayed in reaching our destination. With only a few days remaining until the spirit cave opens, we will make it in time. Besides, all the stone-breaking pills are in our possession, and the other 3 sects cannot possibly enter early. If we fail to arrive, no one will be able to access the spirit cave for benefits." What did she just say? Chu Xinghe was stunned for 3 seconds. Goodness, what an exceptional junior sister. Throughout the preparations for the spirit cave expedition, he had been troubled about how to deceive everyone. The Grand Elder had warned him of the dangers within the spirit cave, where carelessness could lead to death. Thus, he felt genuine concern about the prospect of leading everyone to their demise. His intention was to undermine Haotian sect, not to annihilate it. Each of these fellow disciples was a good person. Thus, balancing the need to avoid harming their lives while still deceiving them was immensely difficult. However, Wan Lin's words opened up a new avenue of thought for Chu Xinghe. The opening of the spirit cavern is time-sensitive, occurring at a specific moment, which the 3 sects have calculated to be 5 days hence. Should one miss this opportunity, the cavern will close automatically, and its next opening remains uncertain. The Haotian sect, being the farthest from the cavern's location, has access to a teleportation array for swift arrival. However, there are always unforeseen circumstances. What if they fail to arrive in time? If they miss the opening of the spirit cavern, it would not only affect the Haotian sect but also hinder the other 3 sects. For the Posh Stone pills are in their possession. Consequently, the repercussions would extend beyond the Haotian sect, ensnaring the other 3 sects as well. If the issues from the Haotian sect prevent the disciples of the other sects from undergoing their cleansing rituals, would they simply acquiesce? Chu Xinghe felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. "Ah, my extraordinary junior sister. With excitement and joy, he bid farewell to Wanlin, and his previously gloomy spirits were instantly lifted. Today is a fortuitous day, but wait, that song is ominous. The last time he sang it, he managed to procure 300,000 spirit herbs, only to end up with a spirit cavern. He could not afford another mishap this time, and that song must never be sung again. As time passed, the elder revealed to Chu Xinghe the terrifying might of the apothecary palace in full operation. Nearly 200,000 spirit herbs were exhausted, while a multitude of posh stone pills were simultaneously refined. The elder divided the pills into 4 portions, with the Haotian sect receiving the largest share. To put it plainly, not only would they eliminate the petrifying toxins, but even if trapped within the cavern for 10 days or 2 weeks, they would not need provisions, for the posh stone pills alone could sustain them. In the elder's words, this is called being prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, the elder handed Chu Xinghe a variety of miscellaneous pills, including those for healing and detoxification, covering nearly every conceivable need. Additionally, the elder presented his elder's token to Chu Xinghe. When you are out in the world, do not act recklessly. Carry this token with you. Should you encounter a situation where it is necessary, utilize it. Will I face punishment like last time with the Haotian token? Chu Xinghe inquired. Do not worry, I have already reported to the sect master. This elder's token is entrusted to you personally, and as long as you do not act irresponsibly, you will not face repercussions. The elder's words left Chu Xinghe feeling somewhat disheartened. After imparting various precautions, the elder took his leave. No sooner had the elder departed than Feng Fei arrived with a group of senior brothers from the Lingyi Palace. Junior brother Xinghe, here are the various pills I have prepared for you. Take good care of them. When out in the world, we must not be frugal with these pills. Safety comes first, Feng Fei advised while handing the pills to Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, these are the pills I have prepared for you. And also I. Goodness. A plethora of pills was thrust into Chu Xinghe's hands, ensuring that even if he were truly trapped in the spirit cavern for half a year, these pills alone would suffice to satisfy his hunger. Junior brother Xinghe, take these spirit stones with you. When venturing into the world, expenses can be numerous. Although these spirit stones may seem few, they can certainly address pressing needs. Feng Fei produced a large box brimming with high-quality spirit stones. You call this few? Brother, do you truly understand the value of spirit stones? Coming from a humble background, Chu Xinghe had a keen awareness of finances. Ordinary people in the outside world utilized various forms of currency, gold, silver, and copper coins, while spirit stones were valued above them. A low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for approximately 1,000 gold coins, and it was rare for anyone to trade spirit stones for gold. 100 low-grade spirit stones could be traded for 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones for a single high-grade spirit stone. Chu Xinghe recalled that in Kaoshan village, around 10 gold coins could sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. The spirit stones Feng Fei had just entrusted to him could, quite frankly, buy the entire village multiple times over. Brother Feng, how can you be so stingy? As junior brother Xinghe embarks on his first journey, he will inevitably face times of financial strain. What good are these few spirit stones? Come, take more. I have plenty that I won't need. Soon, boxes upon boxes appeared before Chu Xinghe, each containing high-grade spirit stones radiating dazzling light. Faced with such a multitude, he realized his mathematical prowess was woefully inadequate. He could not even ascertain how many Kaoshan villages could be purchased with the spirit stones before him. After bidding farewell to this wave of senior brothers, another wave arrived, some offering medicinal supplies, others spirit stones, and a few presenting various treasures, albeit ones too advanced for Chu Xinghe to utilize. Once all the senior brothers had departed, he gazed silently at the contents within the Qianquan ring bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder. He had often heard tales of village youths defying the odds, slapping the faces of noble heirs at the slightest provocation. Yet at this moment, all Chu Xinghe wished to do was point at the face of the village youth and ask, "By what right do you claim to rise against me? Look at what lies within my Qianquan ring. I need not lift a finger. Merely by unleashing the spirit stones, I could bring your entire village to ruin. Tell me, by what right do you attempt to outshine me?" The wealth bestowed by the disciples of Lingyi Palace had already surpassed Chu Xinghe's capacity to comprehend. It seemed that he was destined not to tread a path against the current, for he realized he did not merely swim upstream. This river belonged to him. After a night of splendid dreams, the following morning, Chu Xinghe and the disciples selected from each palace gathered at Haotian Palace. To his surprise, the sect master himself had arrived. The Grand Elder began with a series of admonishments before their departure, emphasizing the importance of not acting recklessly and maintaining the esteemed reputation of Haotian sect, along with reminders to prioritize personal safety. The sect master then approached the gathered disciples, his gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on Chu Xinghe. Xinghe, as the leader of this expedition, remember to exercise caution in your words and actions. During the journey into the spirit cave, ensure the safety of every junior brother and sister, and endeavor to bring back greater resources for Haotian sect. Rest assured, sect master, if we fail to acquire over 70% of the resources this time, Xinghe is willing to accept the punishment of expulsion from the sect. The sect leader was taken aback. Did you not hear me say as much as possible? I did not intend for you to draft a military order. Xinghe, I understand your desire to bring honor to the sect, but if your expulsion is the consequence, how can other disciples be encouraged to lead in the future? The sect leader chuckled. What the leader said holds truth, yet as the team leader, I must embody the essence of leadership. Should we fail to secure over 70% of the resources, I implore the sect leader to revoke my status as a direct disciple. The sect leader, with a sigh of resignation, replied, My dear child, I appreciate your eagerness to win glory for our sect, but there is no need to place such immense pressure upon yourself. The other elders nodded in agreement. Previously, when disciples ventured out, any mishap would lead to mutual blame, each fearing that the eventual repercussions would fall upon them. Yet here stands Chu Xinghe, a commendable child, shouldering all responsibility as the leader. Refusing to evade accountability, such dedication in a leader is rare to find. The sect leader observed Chu Xinghe's serious demeanor and noted the approving nods from the other elders. Although he felt that Xinghe's military order was somewhat excessive, he still acquiesced with a nod. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. And with greater responsibility comes heightened pressure. Yu Mingxiao was curious to see if Chu Xinghe could maintain an impeccable performance under such intense strain. As for revoking the status of a direct disciple, it can be taken away, but it can also be restored, can it? Chapter 22. The Grand Festival outside the Haotian Palace. On the martial arts arena, a colossal teleportation array has been meticulously arranged. The location of the spiritual cave's opening lies within the Yulin mountain range, a considerable distance from Haotian sect. Thus, employing the teleportation array to reach the nearest U city is the swiftest method. However, presently, the area surrounding the teleportation array is teeming with people. A glance reveals disciples from various palaces, yet the disciples of Lingyi Palace are the most numerous among them. Gu Mingxiao cast a glance and marveled at the sight. It appears that nearly all disciples from Lingyi Palace have gathered, save for a few with special duties that tether them. Previously, when he heard of Chu Xinghe's punishment and witnessed the entire Lingyi Palace rallying to plead for him, Gu Mingxiao was moved. Yet today, seeing so many seniors come to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe, he felt a renewed wave of emotion. However, Chu Xinghe is merely visiting the spiritual cave. While it is indeed perilous, everyone is aware of the inherent dangers associated with it. Must they express their concern in such an exaggerated manner, as if he were facing a death sentence? Safe travels, Brother Xinghe. May you display your grandeur. We are certain you will return laden with success. The disciples, not being in Lingyi Palace, addressed him as brother in acknowledgement of his status as a direct disciple. As Chu Xinghe greeted his seniors, upon reaching the teleportation array, he noticed that the sect leader and the Grand Elder were already awaiting their arrival. However, both of them tacitly refrained from interrupting the heartfelt farewells between Chu Xinghe and his brothers, for it appeared that, over the years, he had become the first among them to earn such affection. Once all 100 individuals had gathered within the center of the teleportation array, the sect leader wasted no time and initiated the teleportation. A beam of spiritual light surged skyward, and in an instant, Chu Xinghe felt a dizzying sensation. As this was his inaugural experience aboard a teleportation array, the disorienting feeling nearly caused him to retch. Fortunately for Chu Xinghe, he fared better than Wan Lin, who stood a short distance behind and had already succumbed to nausea. As the radiant light dissipated, Chu Xinghe discovered they had arrived at the outskirts of a city, which should be U City. However, upon glancing back, he was astonished to see that at least a third of their group had collapsed. What manner of teleportation array is this? Is its power truly so formidable? Brother Xinghe, Wan Lin spoke, only to expel more of his breakfast, which appeared to be rice dumplings. Let us rest momentarily. We shall remain in U City for the night and set out early tomorrow, Chu Xinghe commanded, marking his first directive as the appointed leader. Brother Xinghe, this may not be advisable. It could delay our journey, Wan Lin hastily cautioned. Delay our journey? Humph, that is precisely my intention. The distance from Haotian sect to Yu City allows for a 2-day margin before the spiritual cave opens. Under normal circumstances, a single day would suffice for travel. The 2-day buffer is a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Chu Xinghe had previously been troubled with how to prolong their stay over the next 2 days, but it seems the teleportation array has afforded him the opportunity he sought. Sister Wanlin, we can reach the Yulin mountain range in a day, which is ample time. The remainder of our day will be spent resting in Yuqing. While the pursuit of treasures is indeed crucial, remember, each of you is the most invaluable asset of our Haotian sect. Your lives are far more significant than any spirit cave. As Chu Xinghe's words echoed, Wanlin was immediately moved to tears. The gazes of the other disciples were filled with gratitude towards him. It is worth noting that Chu Xinghe had previously made a solemn oath in front of everyone, and many expected him to push them to hurry without regard for their well-being, devising various plans in the process. However, it was unexpected that Brother Xinghe would prioritize the health of his junior disciples even in such circumstances. Everyone donned casual attire and entered Yuqing. Situated on the edge of the Yulin mountain range, Yuqing is the largest city in the vicinity. Upon entering, the vibrant array of goods and the bustling crowd intertwined to form a picture of prosperity. Chu Xinghe recalled the words of the elder. Although Yuqing is grand, it shouldn't be this bustling. Soon, he discovered the reason behind Yuqing's liveliness. It turned out that the nearby cities were jointly hosting the 10,000 Flower Festival. This festival primarily involves the selection of a flower queen, attracting renowned beauties from numerous cities to gather at the Wanhuazhai in Yuqing, drawing an influx of admirers from all corners. Not only the seasoned admirers, but even the self-proclaimed innocent young Chu Xinghe felt an urge to witness the spectacle. They made their way to the largest inn in Yuqing, the Fan Tower. Due to the ongoing festival, most establishments in the city were fully booked. However, when Chu Xinghe placed a mid-grade spirit stone before the innkeeper, indicating his desire to reserve the entire Fan Tower, within 10 minutes, the inn was devoid of any other guests. Money indeed speaks volumes. A single mid-grade spirit stone could equal half a year's earnings for an establishment like Fan Tower. Any innkeeper with a modicum of sense would know how to make the right choice. The Fan Tower boasted over 100 rooms, allowing everyone the freedom to select their accommodations. Yet, before they began to choose, Chu Xinghe earnestly addressed his junior disciples. We shall rest here for a day, and we will set off early tomorrow without delaying our journey. However, I must caution you. Under no circumstances should you attend the 10,000 Flower Festival or seek out the Flower Queens, even if they are irresistibly alluring. And you might regret missing the opportunity for a lifetime. You must exercise self-control. As Chu Xinghe's words lingered in the air, many of the junior sisters nodded in agreement. However, the junior brothers, initially indifferent to the festival, they now found themselves stirred with curiosity after hearing Brother Xinghe's admonition. Brother Xinghe, is it really necessary? As long as we don't delay our schedule or violate the sect's rules, can't we indulge a little? One disciple named Ma Liang voiced his displeasure. Excellent. The troublemaker has arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Your efficiency is lacking. Casting a fleeting glance at the audacious Ma Liang, Chu Xinghe refrained from further commentary and merely stated, I have expressed my thoughts. You all know what to do. With that, he proceeded to select a room. Once settled in, Chu Xinghe found himself in a state of torment. Ma Liang, oh Ma Liang, you must exert some effort. Do not merely speak without action. Go. The courtesans are undeniably alluring. Gather the other junior brothers and venture forth to behold the courtesans. Ideally, let there be some indescribable encounters tonight. If by dawn they all emerge as weaklings, it would be utterly perfect. Remaining in his chamber, Chu Xinghe fervently prayed, Brothers, I beseech you for your strength. Suddenly, a barely audible creak emanated from the adjacent room, causing Chu Xinghe to nearly leap in excitement. At last, one of the junior brothers could no longer contain himself. I had thought, in this prime of youth, who could resist the allure of such a vibrant gathering? Peering from the window, Chu Xinghe crouched low, eager to discern who would be the first bold enough to venture forth. Ma Liang? Or perhaps another hidden contender within the ranks? As he focused intently, he spotted a figure, thoroughly wrapped, stealthily exiting the inn and vanishing into the shimmering lights. However, upon recognizing the silhouette, Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Wang Lin. Although she was swathed like a rice dumpling, Chu Xinghe immediately identified her by her distinctive figure. Heavens! The first to succumb to impatience is neither Ma Liang nor any other junior brother, but Wang Lin. Little girl, is this what you desire? No, What if she merely seeks a morsel to eat? What if she is simply curious about the festivities? Amidst Chu Xinghe's incessant speculations, another door swung open. Ma Liang, with a furtive glance around, lingered particularly at the direction of Chu Xinghe's room for a few seconds. Once assured all was well, he swiftly slipped out of the room and quietly departed from the inn. Following Ma Liang, several other junior brothers, unable to withstand their restlessness, also made their escape. Alas, there were barely 30 of them. This figure left Chu Xinghe somewhat disheartened. Did the remaining brothers possess no fondness for courtesans? And what of the junior sisters? Shouldn't they take a cue from Wang Lin? I, for one, am quite open-minded. It is not that I cannot accept your unique inclinations. Despite not achieving the anticipated outcome, Chu Xinghe consoled himself. This was still a considerable number. With so many junior brothers venturing out, a night of revelry awaited. And by dawn, they would all be lethargic. Under such circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for them to rest a bit longer during their journey. Subsequently, due to their weakness, should they take too long to recuperate and miss the opening of the spirit cave, it would also be justifiable. Eventually, the three sects would be enraged, confronting the Haotian sect, leading to the loss of their direct disciple status, and subsequently being scapegoated. Even if expulsion from the sect were not feasible, being relegated to the outer circle was not without hope. Lost in visions of his blissful future, Chu Xinghe acknowledged the allure of the courtesans but resolutely chose to maintain his composure. What merit do courtesans truly possess? The only thing that can influence my sword-drawing speed. Once I ascend to the rank of martial emperor, I shall not only find courtesans, but even seek out the likes of Li Kuei. As night deepened, Chu Xinghe pondered. While it was understandable for other junior disciples to pursue courtesans, what of junior sister Wanlin? How could one even initiate such frivolous endeavors? Two beauties. Alas, the imagery is too sordid to contemplate further. Just as Chu Xinghe attempted to purge his mind of such indecent thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanying the disturbance. A knock resounded at his door. Ma Liang, supported by two junior disciples, staggered into the room. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow at the sight of a grievous wound on Ma Liang's arm, deep enough to reveal bone. Without hesitation, he retrieved a medicinal pill and crushed it to treat the injury. The elixirs of Haotian sect were extraordinary. The bleeding quickly ceased, and the wound began to heal. Yet, Chu Xinghe's gaze was fixed upon Ma Liang and the others' expressions. Soon, he gleaned the truth of the matter. After sneaking out, Ma Liang had ventured to the flower festival, where he set his sights on a courtesan. Little did he anticipate encountering fierce competition. In the ensuing contest, Ma Liang emerged victorious, but to his dismay, his rival, humiliated and enraged, launched a surprise attack, nearly severing Ma Liang's arm with a single strike. When the other disciples arrived, the assailant seized the opportunity to flee. With no alternative, they brought Ma Liang to seek treatment from senior brother Xinghe. Have you all chosen to ignore my words? Chu Xinghe said, stowing away the medicinal pill. Each must take responsibility for their actions. Today, I have brought shame upon our sect. If punishment is due, report the matter truthfully upon our return. Ma Liang, however, retained a semblance of resolve, bracing himself for the embellishments Chu Xinghe would surely add to the tale. Yet, as he contemplated the possible repercussions, he was interrupted by the voice of Chu Xinghe calling out names. Zhang Biao, Zhao Tong, Lu Hai, Sun Xianqian. One by one, the names fell from his lips, and soon a dozen junior disciples came rushing toward them. Everyone, come with me to the flower festival. I shall see which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on my junior brother. Is life so tiresome for them? Ma Liang stood in stunned silence. Chapter 23. The irritable senior brother Chu Ma Liang had never harbored any fondness for Chu Xinghe. They had both entered the sect on the same day. So why was Chu Xinghe exalted and showered with accolades? To Ma Liang, everything attributed to Chu Xinghe was merely a stroke of luck. As for the external praise of Chu Xinghe's character, Ma Liang scoffed at it. There were countless individuals who presented one facade in public while concealing a different nature behind closed doors. Without a doubt, Chu Xinghe was a cunning individual, skillfully veiling his true self from scrutiny. Thus, despite being part of a group of 100, Ma Liang remained ever resentful. When Chu Xinghe forbade him from attending the Wanhua festival, Ma Liang was indignant. Why should he be restricted? He was determined to go. However, he never anticipated the turn of events that would unfold. Although Ma Liang felt regret, he saw no recourse. He was certain that Chu Xinghe would seize upon his defiance and deliver a harsh reprimand. Upon returning to the sect, he would likely embellish the tale, ensuring that Ma Liang faced punishment. Yet, Ma Liang had mentally prepared himself. At worst, he would relinquish his status as an elite disciple, confident that his abilities would allow him to reclaim it in due time. Just as Ma Liang braced himself for Chu Xinghe's rebuke, the latter unexpectedly summoned a dozen fellow disciples. "Come with me to the Wanhua Tower. I wish to see which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on my junior brother. Have they grown tired of living?" Chu Xinghe's words left Ma Liang in a state of shock, and even the disciple assisting him was taken aback. They had entered the sect together and shared a close bond. Given that Ma Liang had violated the rules and was ambushed, punishment was inevitable, and both were contemplating ways to plead for his case. Yet, contrary to their expectations, senior brother Xinghe did not reprimand Ma Liang at all. Instead, he directly called for a visit to the Wanhua Tower. This turn of events left both of them dumbfounded. "What are you still standing around for? Let us go." With a grand wave of his hand, Chu Xinghe led the way, and the group followed suit. They arrived at the Wanhua Tower, where throngs of people still gathered, indicating that the earlier incident had hardly affected the festivities. As Ma Liang stood before the Wanhua Tower, his mind was a whirl of confusion. What was Chu Xinghe planning? While he pondered this, Chu Xinghe had already ushered everyone inside. Faced with a group of fierce young men, the staff at the Wanhua Tower quickly realized that they were not there to select a flower queen. Some even recognized Ma Liang as the one who had been attacked moments earlier. "Please stay." A figure who appeared to be the head of the guard stepped forward to intervene, but before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xinghe delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him flying. The impact sent tables crashing, creating chaos within the Wanhua Tower, and the beautiful flower queens were left aghast. Not only were the staff at the Wanhua Tower stunned, but even the disciples who accompanied Chu Xinghe were taken aback. Was senior brother Xinghe truly this volatile? He had not even allowed the man to finish speaking before resorting to violence. Countless guards surged from all directions, encircling this place. With a swift gesture, Chu Xinghe commanded, "Make them all lie down." Upon receiving the order, the numerous junior disciples, upon witnessing their senior brother Xinghe take action, hesitated no more. There was no need for any spiritual weapons. A group of the most exceptional talents from Haotian sect, even if their cultivation levels were not particularly high, were certainly not to be trifled with by these mere guards. In a mere 10 breaths, not a single guard remained standing. The people from Wanholu were left dumbfounded. They had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but never to such an extent. Could they not at least explain the situation before resorting to violence? What was this absurdity of attacking without a word? "All irrelevant personnel, get out. Otherwise, you will end up like them." The manager of Wanholu had 10 breaths to appear, or he would face the destruction of the establishment. Finally, Chu Xinghe spoke, and as his words fell, a group of junior disciples eagerly prepared for action. The onlookers began to retreat. 10, 9, 8, Chu Xinghe began the countdown. As it reached 3, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, rushed down the stairs in a frenzy. "Wait, sir. I am the manager of Wanholu." As the manager reached Chu Xinghe, the latter pointed at Ma Liang nearby and asked, "Do you recognize him?" "And no, I don't." The manager glanced over, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap sent him spinning through the air, landing with a thud on the ground, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. Everyone was stunned, including Ma Liang. In that moment, Chu Xinghe completely shattered Ma Liang's perception. Initially, Ma Liang thought Chu Xinghe was merely putting on a show for revenge, but now he realized he was gravely mistaken. Senior brother Xinghe was genuinely concerned for him. The bloodied manager clutched his jaw, tears streaming down his face. I know him. This young hero had a conflict with someone here just now." "Who was the other party?" Chu Xinghe's voice was laced with icy menace. I don't." Just as he uttered the word no, another slap resonated, and the manager lost more teeth. "This is your last chance," Chu Xinghe declared, seizing a candlestick from the table and hurling it towards the wooden staircase of Wanholu, igniting the flames. In an instant, fire blazed up. "Your time is running out. Respond quickly, or Wanholu will cease to exist." Chu Xinghe appeared nonchalant, while his disciples looked on in astonishment. "Sir, I am Huang Xiaohua, the third young master of the Huang family." Finally, confronted by the flames of Wanholu, the manager broke down. He had encountered countless ruthless individuals, but none like Chu Xinghe. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply set fire to Wanholu. Had he taken even a moment longer to hesitate, the flames would have been beyond salvation. Having obtained the desired answer, Chu Xinghe waved his hand and swiftly departed with everyone. At the Wanholu, the proprietor, having responded swiftly, ultimately prevented the fire from igniting, yet the losses incurred by the establishment were considerable. Quickly, send word to the Huang family. The proprietor, disregarding the swelling in his mouth, hastened to command his subordinates. He was unaware of the true identity of Chu Xinghe. Yet he sensed that the Huang family had surely encountered formidable opposition this time. The proprietor had seen many ruthless individuals, but encountering someone as unreasonable as Chu Xinghe was a first for him. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe had returned to the Fanlu with Ma Liang and the others. The individuals who had stealthily slipped away, including Wan Lin, had also received the news and hurried back. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe return with his companions, everyone rushed to surround him. It is the third young master of the Huang family, Huang Shaohua. Everyone tidy yourselves up. I wish to witness the audacity of the Huang family for daring to provoke my junior disciple. Understood. Everyone promptly obeyed, retreating to prepare. At the Huang residence, Huang Yongyang had just concluded an enjoyable exchange with his 13th concubine when he was abruptly disturbed by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Who is it? Seeking death? Despite his anger, Huang Yongtang opened the door to find Huang Liang, the family's chief steward, looking exceedingly anxious. The third young master has caused trouble. Huang Liang recounted the day's events in detail to Huang Yongyang, including the incident where Chu Xinghe and his companions nearly set the Wanhulu ablaze. A group of formidable young individuals? They cannot possibly be from the Xinghe sect, can they? Huang Yongyang hesitated. But upon hearing the steward's belief that they were likely not from the Xinghe sect, he exhaled in relief. Humph. In this humble territory of Yuqing, aside from the Xinghe sect, there are truly few whom my Huang family deems worthy of notice. It is essential to recognize that although their lineage was a branch, it was still a branch of the Pingyuan Huang family, one of the three great clans of the realm. With the prestige of their family, who in Yuqing would not grant them some measure of respect? I am aware of this matter. Send someone to investigate the origins of these young troublemakers. After giving his instructions, Huang Yongtang watched as Huang Liang nodded and departed to carry out the task. On the other side, the 100-member group had readied themselves, following closely behind Chu Xinghe in silence. The incident of their senior brother setting the Wanhulu on fire was common knowledge among them now. Those who had been unable to join in the excursion were filled with regret. Was this truly the Chu Xinghe they knew? So domineering, striking first without uttering a word. Any dissent would lead to the complete destruction of the Wanhulu. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the grand courtyard of the Huang residence, Chu Xinghe and the 100-member group arrived at the entrance of the Huang family. The guards, witnessing the menacing 100-member group, hastened to report the news. The information swiftly reached Steward Huang Liang, who, having been tasked by his master to investigate the identities of the intruders, was taken aback to learn they had arrived before he could gather any intel. However, this also simplified matters. Huang Liang hurriedly sought out Huang Yongtang, and upon hearing that the adversaries had come knocking, Huang Yongtang was incensed, overturning the breakfast table in his fury. These little rascals truly do not know the gravity of their actions. They dare not inquire who stands before them. In Yuqing, my Huang family fears no one but the Xinghe sect. With a thunderous roar, Huang Yongtang summoned countless members of the Huang family from all directions. He vowed that anyone who dared to approach today, unless they were disciples of the Xinghe sect, would not leave unscathed. However, just as Huang Yongtang was rallying his forces, a tremendous crash echoed from the gates of the Huang residence. The grand 5-meter entrance was forcefully obliterated, along with a portion of the courtyard wall, sending dust swirling and revealing a multitude of Huang family members sprawled on the ground outside. Could they truly be disciples of the Xinghe sect? At that moment, Huang Yongdang found himself momentarily bewildered. Such audacity to assault their home was clearly the act of no ordinary individuals. Just as he pondered this, a voice from within the Huang family interjected. Uncle, it cannot be disciples of the Xinghe sect. They are currently engaged in a grand ceremony, and unless for exceptional reasons, they would never abandon their sect. Hearing this, Huang Yongtang's heart swelled with relief. If they were not from the Xinghe sect, then it was manageable. It appeared they were merely a group of reckless youths who had no understanding of their circumstances. How dare they vandalize the Huang family's gates? Today, they would all be made to pay. All members of the Huang family, heed my command. We shall ensure that these ignorant wretches do not leave here alive. Yes. The Huang family members echoed in unison, and amidst their fervent cries, a group of over 100, led by Chu Xinghe, crossed the fallen wall and stepped into the Huang residence. Once everyone had entered, Chu Xinghe tore off his outer garments, revealing the distinguished attire of the Haotian sect for all to see. The others followed suit, stripping away their plain clothes to unveil the striking black robes of elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Indeed, they were not from the Xinghe sect. The Xinghe sect did not don black robes. Huang Liang's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the uniform black attire. But his elation was abruptly shattered by a sharp slap from none other than Huang Yongtang himself. Huang Yongtang, having realized that they were indeed not disciples of the Xinghe sect, now understood that the characters Haotian emblazoned on their garments signified that they belonged to the illustrious Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm. Chapter 24. Dreams, aspiring to be an exceptional individual like senior brother Xinghe. In Yuqing, and indeed throughout the entire Yulin mountain range, the most influential entity is undoubtedly the Xinghe sect. The Xinghe sect stands as the singular sovereign of this realm. Thus, although the Huang family wields considerable power in Yuqing, they maintain a strict policy of non-aggression towards the Xinghe sect. This prudent approach has allowed the Huang family to remain audacious to this day. Whenever the Xinghe sect intervenes, they swiftly withdraw, which is the very reason for their continued boldness. However, today, the individuals who have arrived are not from the Xinghe sect. Yet they exude a far more terrifying aura. The foremost sect in the world, the Haotian sect. If the Xinghe sect reigns over the Yulin mountain range, then the Haotian sect is the true ruler of the entire world. Even the formidable Xinghe sect trembles in the presence of the Haotian sect. At this moment, the sight of disciples clad in black robes of the Haotian sect sends shivers down Huang Yongtang's spine. Regular disciples of the Haotian sect don gray attire, while only elite disciples wear black. The individuals before him are all elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Moreover, the most alarming figure standing at the forefront bears a black robe adorned with cloud and star patterns. Huang Yongtang's mind falters. Core disciples are permitted golden trim, while cloud and star patterns signify direct disciples. This means that the person before him is a direct disciple of the Haotian sect? Huang Yongtang finds it hard to breathe. Just yesterday, the manager of the Wanhua Tower had conveyed that the Huang family might have encountered a formidable opponent. But this is not merely an opponent. This is an insurmountable mountain. The head of the Huang family stepped forward. Chu Xinghe's voice cut through the air with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing this command, Huang Yongtang trembles, and glancing at the Huang family disciples nearby, he hastily declares, "I am Huang Yongtang, head of the Huang family." Huang Yongtang quickly strides out from the crowd, rushing to meet Chu Xinghe. Upon reaching him, a sycophantic smile spreads across his face. Yet, before he can utter another word, a sharp crack resounds. Chu Xinghe delivers a resounding slap across the unsuspecting Huang Yongtang's face, sending him staggering backward, nearly losing his footing. Huang Yongtang is left in shock. The Huang family members are equally dumbfounded. Even Chu Xiong and the surrounding disciples are taken aback. Huang Yongtang is a fifth-grade martial spirit, although he may be insignificant within the Haotian sect. Should he choose to engage, the numerous second-grade martial masters present would likely struggle to stand their ground, given the significant disparity in level. The unexpected slap strips away all traces of Huang Yongtang's ingratiation. In that instant, humiliation and fury twist his countenance into a grotesque mask, and his spiritual energy surges violently, as if poised to rend Chu Xinghe to shreds. "I will slay you." Huang Yongtang's energy erupts, launching towards Chu Xinghe. Yet, Chu Xinghe stands resolutely still, allowing the terrifying spiritual light to approach him. Everyone anticipates that Chu Xinghe will be blasted away by this force. Yet the luminous energy halts just shy of 10 centimeters from him. Chu Xinghe regarded the halted spirit light before him with palpable disdain. There was a semblance of courage, albeit scant, and a desire to eradicate us all lingered in the air. You may wish to test this sentiment, wagering on the ignorance surrounding the demise of over 100 elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Of course, you could also gamble the lives of everyone in your Huang family to see whether the Haotian sect is merciful or if it will utterly obliterate your clan. Chu Xinghe spoke with an unsettling calmness, yet each word struck Huang Yongtang's heart like a heavy hammer. He could not afford to provoke the Xinghe sect, let alone the Haotian sect. Even the formidable Huang family of Pingyuan would never dare to challenge the latter lightly. The death of 100 elite disciples at the hands of the Huang family would surely invite retribution from the Haotian sect. It would not be surprising if the entire Yuqing were left in ruins, with devastation so thorough that even the worms would be unearthed and split asunder. Eggs shattered in the process. Not only Yuqing, but even the Huang family of Pingyuan would have to bear the wrath of the Haotian sect. This price was too steep for Huang Yongtang to bear, one that neither he nor his family could withstand. Thus, despite the stinging slap from Chu Xinghe, he ultimately restrained himself. Gentlemen, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. The malevolence on Huang Yongtong's face dissipated, replaced by sycophancy. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Surrender Huang Xiaohua to me. He struck my disciple with a sword, and I seek only his arm in return. Is that not a reasonable exchange? Huang Yongtang thought it was not unreasonable if the Haotian sect were to demand such a price. However, having lost 2 sons to tragic circumstances, Huang Yongtang's remaining son, Huang Xiaohua, was his sole bloodline, cherished and indulged beyond measure. How could he possibly accept the loss of his only son's arm? Gentlemen, I have heard of my son's misdeeds. I implore you to show leniency, considering his youthful ignorance. Perhaps I could offer compensation for your disciple Huang Yongtang. As he spoke, retrieved a treasure chest from his Qin ring. Upon opening it, a radiant glow emerged, revealing a trove of mid-grade spirit stones, which made the eyes of the Huang family members glisten with greed. Please, esteemed gentlemen, do not hold the actions of a child against me. Consider this a form of compensation. Before Huang Yongtang could conclude, Chu Xinghe kicked over the chest of spirit stones. A chest of mid-grade spirit stones? Are you insulting me? Do you have any idea how many top-grade spirit stones I possess in my Qin ring? I could fill your entire Huang family with them. Presenting mid-grade spirit stones is nothing short of an affront. Should Huang Xiaohua not appear within 10 breaths, I shall take my leave. Chu Xinghe afforded Huang Yongtang no time to ponder, initiating a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As he reached the count of 2, no one had yet emerged. Just as Chu Xinghe was about to speak again, Huang Yongtang's voice broke through the silence. Bring Huang Xiaohua here. Huang Yongtang's voice was steeped in desolation. Yet he understood this was the final chance. Should Chu Xinghe turn away, it would not merely entail the loss of Huang Xiaohua's arm. Soon, the Huang family brought in the frantically struggling Huang Xiaohua. Father, please, don't. Save your son. I won't dare again. I won't compete with him anymore. I was wrong. At this moment, Huang Xiaohua was completely terrified. You handle it yourself. Chu Xinghe did not even spare Huang Xiaohua a glance, instead addressing Ma Liang. Yes, Ma Liang, harboring a surge of pent-up frustration, did not hesitate to act. A scream accompanied by the splatter of blood echoed through the Huang family courtyard. Huang Xiaohua fainted on the spot. The head of the Huang family must discipline his child more in the future. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am, Chu Xinghe remarked. Casting a final glance at the collapsed Huang Yongtang before departing without a backward glance, the 100-strong group followed in Chu Xinghe's footsteps, crossing over the fallen walls of the Huang residence, while the onlookers swiftly parted to create a path. With the gaze of countless witnesses upon him, Chu Xinghe and his companions departed with poise. As they vanished into the distance, many young hearts on the street were stirred with yearning. Brother, is this truly the legendary Haotian sect? So domineering. A 5th-tier martial spirit could be struck without a second thought, and he even had to personally retrieve his son. The #1 sect in the world is certainly not just a hollow reputation. Father, I've made up my mind. I no longer wish to join the Xingyue sect. I want to join the Haotian sect. Child, let us return home to wash up and rest. The destruction of the Huang family gate, along with Chu Xinghe's punishment of the head of the Huang family and the severing of Huang Xiaohua's arm, spread like wildfire throughout Yuqing. The proprietor of the Wanhua Pavilion, touching his swollen jaw, recalled the incident with cold sweat even at that moment. The Haotian sect. Those ruthless beings belonged to the Haotian sect. Thankfully, I did not hesitate to disclose Huang Xiaohua's name. Otherwise, I might not just have a swollen jaw, but the Wanhua Pavilion could have been burnt to the ground, and my life might have been forfeit as well. The Haotian sect was an existence that surpassed all others. At noon, outside Yuqing, Chu Xinghe set off with a calm demeanor, yet all his fellow disciples bore somber expressions. Brother Xinghe, this is all my fault. It's because I didn't heed your advice that so much trouble arose. Now it's surely too late to reach the spirit cave. Ma Liang lamented, tears streaming down his face. Although the other disciples did not speak, their eyes reflected a peculiar sentiment. What is with those looks? While Ma Liang did not follow my orders this time, as he stated, there is no rule against what he did, and he did not wish to be ambushed. The delay in our journey was also a consequence of my decisions. Therefore, dear disciples, do not hold any grudge against Ma Liang, even if we truly cannot make it. The responsibility lies entirely with me. I will bear the brunt of any consequences from the sect. Wah! At this, Ma Liang truly broke into tears, hugging Chu Xinghe's leg while weeping and slapping his own face. Brother Xinghe, I am not human. I am narrow-minded. I have always heard others speak of your benevolence, yet I have believed you to be duplicitous. Thus I have intentionally opposed you. Brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. Ma Liang wept like a sorrowful child. At that moment, those around him looked at Chu Xinghe with eyes full of reverence. Before arriving at the spirit cave, everyone was aware of the military oath Chu Xinghe had taken, yet despite the discomfort caused by the teleportation array, he still insisted that everyone rest well, demonstrating his consideration for each junior disciple. Subsequently, when Ma Liang disobeyed orders and caused trouble, Chu Xinghe's first action was not to punish him, but to lead the others in finding the true culprit and ensuring severe consequences for them, refusing to allow anyone to harm his junior brothers or tarnish the reputation of Haotian's sect. As for the time lost, not a single person held resentment towards Chu Xinghe. Each one introspected, asking themselves if they were in Brother Xinghe's position. Would they be able to uphold military orders and subsequent penalties to protect their juniors and defend their sect? Among the 100-member team, 30% had already received spirit weapons under Chu Xinghe's guidance, and like Wan Lin, they had long held no doubts about his character. However, the remaining 70% came from various palaces, having had little interaction with Chu Xinghe, mostly hearing of him through rumors. Yet, in the span of just one day and night, this 70%, including the headstrong Ma Liang, came to a renewed understanding of Brother Xinghe. He is warm as spring to his fellow disciples, yet brutally cold as winter to his enemies. Aware that delays in the spirit cave expedition would lead to severe punishment, he willingly bore the burden alone, ensuring that no junior disciple would suffer. Such an extraordinary brother is truly hard to find. Ma Liang wiped his tears, vowing that this would be the last time he cried in his life. From this moment on, he would strive to become an outstanding person like Brother Xinghe. No, he may never reach Brother Xinghe's heights, but if he could learn even a fraction of his virtues, it would be sufficient for a lifetime. Chapter 25. Have I really crossed over? In the celestial palace of Haotian, before the Haotian mirror, the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the esteemed elders of various palaces had gathered. The images displayed upon the Haotian mirror revealed the scene of the 100-member team. Although the Haotian sect was the foremost sect in the land, the younglings, including Chu Xinghe, were unaccustomed to the broader world. Under such circumstances, how could the elders of the sect feel entirely at ease, though no one dared to voice their concerns? The events that transpired since their arrival in Yuqing had been closely monitored by these influential figures. At that moment, as they observed the occurrences of the past day and night within the Haotian mirror, a profound silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was the sect leader who broke the stillness. Well done, well done. Unfazed in the face of danger, courageous and astute, this little one Xinghe. Well done indeed. The leader repeated his praise thrice, his approval evident. The Grand Elder, standing nearby, was nearly overcome with joy. Initially, when Chu Xinghe's orders were defied by Ma Liang, resulting in the latter's ambush and injury, even the Grand Elder's first instinct was to condemn Ma Liang for disrespecting the leader and tarnishing the sect's reputation. A serious charge indeed. Had Chu Xinghe reported the incident to the sect, irrespective of the consequences for Ma Liang, his status as an elite disciple would surely have been revoked. Furthermore, the fact that a disciple of the illustrious Haotian sect was ambushed, nearly losing an arm, would have rendered him a laughingstock among his peers upon returning to the sect. However, Chu Xinghe chose a different path. He swiftly led his team to the Wanhua Tower, setting it ablaze to compel the manager to reveal the true culprit, leaving even the Grand Elder astonished. Many elders were perplexed as to why Chu Xinghe believed the manager possessed knowledge of the assailant. It was the sect leader who ultimately clarified the matter for everyone. Xinghe's mind is truly sharp. During a grand event such as the Wanhua Festival, the manager of the Wanhua Tower, upon witnessing a typical brawl, would undoubtedly have summoned the guards to intervene. If any injuries had occurred, capturing the perpetrator would have been imperative. Yet, how did the Wanhua Tower respond? They neither pursued nor intervened. Which raises the question, how could the manager not know who the assailants were? Though Chu Xinghe was not present at the scene, he swiftly deduced the situation from the descriptions of his two junior brothers and the clues he encountered upon arrival. He acted decisively, launching an overwhelming assault on the entire Wanhua Tower, catching them entirely off guard. The act of throwing a candle to ignite the tower became the proverbial last straw, leading the manager to crumble, unable to conceal anything further. Afterward, many speculated that Chu Xinghe might report the incident to the sect for further action, yet once again, they were mistaken. Leading his 100-member team, he forcefully breached the gates of the Huang family early in the morning, disregarding their status as the insignificant Pingyuan Huang family branch. and delivered a resounding blow to a fifth-rank martial spirit. What pleased the sect leader most was that before taking action, Chu Xinghe first revealed his identity, which provided him the courage to confront a fifth-rank martial spirit. The results proved Chu Xinghe correct. He rejected any notion of compensation in spirit stones, asserting that for the injury inflicted upon his junior brother, a hand must be severed as retribution. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's request, many elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This child, Xinghe, is still too compassionate. If it were me, I would not only eliminate the entire Huang family, but at the very least, deal with that Huang Xiaohua. Elder Zhang, your words are misguided. Why speak of exterminating an entire family? Since it was Huang Xiaohua's wrongdoing, a mere lingering punishment would suffice, perhaps extending it to Huang Yongtang, while merely inflicting a symbolic punishment upon the others by severing a limb each would be adequate. Elder Zhang speaks with wisdom. Indeed, Xinghe is admirable in many respects, yet he exhibits too much leniency. No one deemed Chu Xinghe's actions to be excessively arrogant or tyrannical, for they are the esteemed Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm. Should Chu Xinghe truly ensure that the Huang family refrains from approaching them henceforth and instead returns to report to the sect, it may be reasonable, yet it would undoubtedly lead to disappointment among the members. You took your junior brother out. Regardless of whether he erred, he was harmed, and yet you lack the courage to seek vengeance. How can you possibly bear the weight of the Haotian sect in the future? However, today, both the sect leader and every elder expressed immense satisfaction with Chu Xinghe's actions. The multitude gathered before the Haotian mirror sought to discern the true nature of Chu Xinghe and these disciples. It is known that some disciples act like obedient young ones before their elders, yet once outside, they resemble wild dogs, behaving recklessly without restraint. As the leader of this expedition, many were eager to witness how Chu Xinghe would conduct himself away from the watchful eyes of the elders. This time, his performance garnered unanimous approval. This child is indeed pure of heart. He remains steadfast in character, both within the sect and in the outside world. Whenever his fellow brothers are in distress, he is willing to act at any cost, even if it may invite severe punishment upon himself. Yet, Chu Xinghe shows no signs of retreat. This child is free-spirited, but others are concerned that he may face repercussions for missing the opportunity at the spirit abyss. Look at their pale faces, facing the Huang family like little tigers, yet trembling before the sect. One should not be overly harsh on the disciples in the future. Especially you, elder. Sect leader Gu Mingxiao could not refrain from voicing his concerns for the children. Sect leader, you may not be aware, but my strictness towards the disciples was in the past. Ever since this child entered my Lingyi palace, the number of disciples facing punishment has dwindled significantly. This child is well cared for by his older brothers. He does not forget his roots. Whenever his brothers face difficulty, he is always the first to advocate for them. Even if it means I must punish him alongside them, he does not waver. Thus, I have considerably softened my temperament within Lingyi Palace. The elders nodded in agreement, filled with envy. It is a pity that their own peaks lack a disciple like Chu Xinghe. Gu Mingxiao and the group of elders laughed and chatted, seemingly unperturbed by the missed opportunity at the spirit abyss. If Chu Xinghe were present, he would undoubtedly perceive the underlying issues at play. Regrettably, Chu Xinghe is not present here. Outside Yuqing, at this moment, everyone has embarked on their journey to the spirit cave. After numerous meticulous calculations, Chu Xinghe concluded that unless one could fly, they would undoubtedly fail to reach their destination, even at the swiftest speed. Although he felt immense joy and even contemplated persuading his junior disciples to abandon their quest and return home, he realized that appearances must be maintained. Thus, he displayed an expression of urgency, as if he yearned to soar to the location of the spirit cave in the Yulin mountain range. By the time evening approached, the group remained a considerable distance from the spirit cave. Wan Lin, exhausted and breathless from the arduous journey, could not suppress a sigh. Brother Xinghe, I fear we may not make it in time. The sect had set the final deadline for arrival at dusk. Failure to reach the spirit cave by then would result in its closure, leaving them with no opportunity to enter. Regardless of whether they missed the opening time, they must strive to reach the cave. Even if they did arrive too late, they at least owed the three sects an explanation. Remember, we are the foremost sect, Haotian, and we cannot choose to evade any challenge. We must confront it. Chu Xinghe's words moved his junior disciples to tears. He was fully aware that they would not make it. Yet he did not lead them back to the sect but chose instead to face the potential criticism from the three sects. Even at this critical juncture, He did not evade responsibility, displaying a level of magnanimity and accountability that left everyone in awe. Brother Xinghe. Ma Liang began to speak again but was rebuked by Chu Xinghe. Return to the team. This matter does not concern you. Even upon returning to the sect, you are forbidden from speaking recklessly, understood? Ma Liang silently nodded, biting his lip to hold back tears. Everyone understood that Chu Xinghe chastised Ma Liang out of concern that he might act rashly. After all, missing the spirit cave was a grave matter. Should the sect learn of Ma Liang's actions, the consequences could be dire, possibly resulting in expulsion or the loss of his cultivation. Such a calamity was far too heavy a burden for Ma Liang to bear, and indeed, none among them could shoulder it. Only Brother Xinghe, although he too would face severe punishment, would not be stripped of his cultivation or expelled from the sect. Yet, everyone was aware that he would inevitably face a fierce retribution. Nevertheless, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed, determined to protect Ma Liang, who had previously been a source of trouble. In truth, everyone knew that had any one of them erred in place of Ma Liang, Brother Xinghe would have similarly borne the burden for them. This is the essence of true leadership, not only bearing responsibility but also shouldering all blame. Enough of this sentimental chatter, let us continue our journey. Chu Xinghe's spirits were high. Now that the time had passed the final deadline for the spirit cave, they would set aside what had transpired previously. Merely missing the spirit cave was sufficient grounds for severe punishment. Moreover, Chu Xinghe could imagine that the disciples of the other three sects, unable to obtain the precious broken stone pills, were consequently barred from entering the spirit cavern, thus missing a golden opportunity. The three sects are not to be trifled with. If so many individuals lost their chance due to Chu Xinghe's negligence, it would surely incite a great uproar at the Haotian sect. At that juncture, even the Grand Elder, the shadowy figure behind the scenes, would find it difficult to protect himself. What kind of punishment would await him? It was certain that his status as a direct disciple would be revoked. While it was unlikely that he would be utterly stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, being relegated to the outer disciples was undoubtedly inevitable. The Haotian sect must provide an explanation to the three sects. After all, to be demoted from a direct disciple to an outer disciple, how exhilarating! With a sense of satisfaction, Chu Xinghe arrived at the location of the spirit cavern late at night, where the disciples of the three sects had already gathered. However, the scene he envisioned of them seething with rage did not materialize. As he pondered whether these individuals were rendered foolish by their anger, a young man clad in the attire of a direct disciple from the Xinghe sect approached him. "You must be Senior Brother Xinghe," he said. "I am Kechu Xinghe from the Xinghe sect, the leader of our delegation. I didn't expect the Haotian sect to arrive half a day early." Early? Half a day? At that moment, Chu Xinghe's first reaction was, have I somehow traversed into another realm? Chapter 26. No more acting. Revealing the truth. Kechu Xinghe summoned the leaders from Dongyue Pavilion and Baiming City, subsequently introducing them to Chu Xinghe. However, Chu Xinghe could barely grasp their names. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Have I truly traversed into another realm? How I long for a chime, signaling the activation of a system. Where is the voice announcing the selection of a host to embark on an extraordinary journey? Yet, silence enveloped him. Turning to his fellow disciples behind him, he realized they appeared just as bewildered as he was. Was this truly a collective traversal? Chu Xinghe's initial assumption was that their group of 100 had all crossed over together. However, the illusion of this dream soon shattered when he learned from Kechu Xinghe that they had not traversed at all, nor had they missed the spirit cave. For its opening was set for the morrow. The disciples of the three sects had initially believed that the distant Haotian sect would not arrive until the following morning. Thus, they remained unperturbed, confident they had ample time. Yet, Chu Xinghe had hastened his journey, only to discover that the spirit cave would not open until tomorrow. He was left in a state of confusion. Just as Chu Xinghe grappled with his astonishment, his fellow disciples erupted into jubilant cheers. Wan Lin embraced Chu Xinghe without a care for propriety, shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. Ma Liang knelt before the heavens, repeatedly bowing his head in fervent supplication, as if his prayers had been answered. Amidst the jubilant throng, only Chu Xinghe wore a countenance of bitter resignation. What of the promised severe punishment? What of the misfortune foretold? This was proving to be an arduous ordeal. The members of the three sects were left perplexed by the antics of the Haotian sect, each one inwardly questioning the sanity of its members. Meanwhile, before the Haotian mirror, a group of elderly gentlemen laughed heartily. Look at the expression on Xinghe's face. It appears he is not entirely unperturbed by the prospect of punishment. His earlier nonchalance belied the joy he feels now upon realizing he is not too late. That bitter expression is merely a reflection of overwhelming elation. Indeed, this young man remains but a child. His prior indifference was faade to alleviate any burdens from his younger peers. Little did he suspect that the sect leader had anticipated the potential for distraction and had thus advanced their schedule by a day. How amusing it is. Considering this is his first venture outside. Caution is the mother of safety, yet the look on his face is simply too comical. The Grand Elder, too, chuckled heartily. Before the spirit cave, the younger disciples paid little heed to whether the three sects regarded them as eccentric. They surrounded Chu Xinghe, exuberantly celebrating. Brother Xinghe, I told you, those with ambition shall not be forsaken by the heavens. Indeed, someone of Brother Xinghe's caliber would never be punished by fate. May the heavens bless Haotian. May the heavens bless Haotian. The fervent chants of the Haotian disciples echoed, causing Chu Xinghe to cradle his head in despair. For whenever he heard those four words, it invariably heralded misfortune. It must surely be because I have sung too well of my life. Undeniably, it is due to this. How ominous. The disciples of the Haotian sect have set up camp. Chu Xinghe gazes at a group who, after a day of travel, show no signs of fatigue. Instead, reveling in song and dance around the campfire, leaving him at a loss for words. Chu Xinghe swore, had he known it would unfold like this, he would have undoubtedly taken them directly back to the Haotian sect, rather than feigning some pretense. What a faade. He might as well have lost himself in it. Yet now, it is too late for such musings. He must focus on strategizing within the spirit cave. He had sworn an oath, vowing to secure the remaining 70% of the spirit liquid, aside from the cleansing liquid, to bring back to the Haotian sect. Failure to do so would result in the loss of his identity as a direct disciple. Considering this, he still has a chance, and a considerable one at that. As the night wore on, everyone sang and danced, not retiring until late, yet his junior disciples were overjoyed. That night, he could not fathom how many awoke from dreams with laughter, nor how many disciples from the three sects speculated that the Haotian sect was utterly mad. Early the next day, Chu Xinghe sought out Kechu Xinghe and certain others, whose names he genuinely could not recall. I am Fansheng. Humph. Even if the Haotian sect is the foremost sect in the world, our Dongwei Pavilion ranks among the top 10 sects. You, the leader of the Haotian sect, cannot even remember my name. Are you insulting our Dongwei Pavilion? Fan Sheng was infuriated. Haha, I am Sun Xueheng. Brother Fan is right. The Haotian sect is indeed rather arrogant. Chu Xinghe felt helpless, but did not wish to explain. You say the Haotian sect is arrogant. Indeed, we are arrogant. So what? Out to tarnish our reputation, to drag the Haotian sect from its lofty perch as the foremost sect, please do. Ignoring their displeasure, Chu Xinghe distributed the required amount of stone-breaking pills as previously agreed. After the allocation, Fan Sheng and Sun Xueheng softened slightly, yet they still disregarded Chu Xinghe, instead pulling Kechu Xinghe aside to discuss something. Observing this, Chu Xinghe's spirits soared. They intend to isolate us. Splendid. You three sects unite to isolate the Haotian sect. At that moment, seize all the spirit liquid and leave us none. Returning to his group, Wan Lin and Ma Liang approached. Brother Xinghe, are they attempting to isolate us? Wan Lin furrowed his brow. Weren't we supposed to advance and retreat together? Ma Liang was equally incensed. Sigh, it is my fault. Yesterday, lost in the excitement of not missing the spirit cave, I failed to remember even the leader's name, and now they claim our Haotian sect is too proud and arrogant. Let them say what they will. Are we afraid of their isolation? Wan Lin felt no resentment towards Chu Xinghe for forgetting the names, believing there was no issue with him. Ma Liang nodded vigorously. Now, whatever Brother Xinghe said was correct, and following in his footsteps would surely lead to greater heights. The three sects seemed to have reached some small agreement, for none were willing to approach the Haotian sect for dialogue. Yet the Haotian sect remained unfazed, knowing it had the largest number of disciples and fearing them not. As time gradually approached the moment when the spirit cave would be unveiled, the fractured runes etched upon the mountainside began to shimmer with a radiant glow. Under this illumination, the grand portal of the spirit cave swung open, revealing the pathway to the enigmatic realm within. Ma Liang, eager to take the lead as a pathfinder, was halted by Chu Xinghe. Are you foolish? Let them take the lead. If they do not advance, we shall remain still. Ma Liang nodded without a hint of doubt. Similarly, the same sentiment echoed among the three sects, for no one knew what dangers lay within the spirit cave. Although members of the Xingyue sect had previously ventured forth and encountered petrified venomous insects, The extent of their numbers and the existence of other potential threats remained shrouded in mystery. The first to enter would undoubtedly face peril. As the three sects observed the Haotian sect remaining utterly motionless, they too chose to remain still. Time ticked away, from midday to the brink of dusk, and the spirit cave was on the verge of closing, yet neither side dared to move. Chu Xinghe, observing the gaze of Chu Xinghe and Fan Xing, remained unfazed. As long as they did not budge, he would steadfastly hold his ground. If necessary, they could simply wait for the cave to seal shut, returning home to face their respective punishments, a scenario he found rather appealing. However, just as Chu Xinghe had daydreamed of the others holding their ground, the most irascible among them, Fan Xing, could no longer contain himself. As the foremost sect in the world, the Haotian sect had always led the way, yet he found it astonishing that the current generation of disciples displayed such cowardice. Mind your words, you insolent fool. Are you attempting to engage in moral coercion? Why must the foremost sect be the first to enter? The spirit cave was first discovered by the Xinghe sect, and with your larger numbers, shouldn't you be at the forefront? Kechu was taken aback by Chu Xinghe's unexpected retort. Enough of this bickering. If we continue, the spirit cave will close. Ultimately, it was Chu Xinghe who gritted his teeth and spoke up. The others, with no alternative, could only choose to follow. As members of the three sects began to enter the spirit cave one after another, the luminescence of the runes began to dim gradually. Once the light completely faded, re-entry would become utterly impossible. Watching as all members of the three sects ventured within, Chu Xinghe did not immediately follow but instead waiting for the runes to dim further. Finally, as the glow began to flicker, signaling the impending closure of the spirit cave, he commanded, "Let us proceed." At his command, everyone crossed the threshold of the runes into the spirit cave, revealing a desolate underground city, an ancient relic of the past. Yet before they could fully comprehend the nature of this ancient ruin, Chu Xinghe spoke again. "Everyone, return the way we came." What? Upon hearing this command, most were momentarily stunned, for the spirit cave was already beginning to close. Exiting now would mean they could never return. Had this been in Yuqing, faced with such an order from Chu Xinghe, Ma Liang would have been the first to accuse him of having ulterior motives. Yet at this moment, after receiving the command, Ma Liang was the first to follow Chu Xinghe, showing not a trace of hesitation towards his senior's orders. Naturally, the others exhibited no reluctance either, swiftly joining in. Chu Xinghe, at this juncture, decided to abandon all pretense. He laid his cards on the table. To avoid obtaining the spiritual liquid, I shall simply return to the city and inquire how one can lose. With a swift reversal of tactics, he compelled everyone to exit the spiritual cavern. This time, the Haotian sect's expedition to the spiritual cavern would not only forfeit the spiritual liquid, but also deprive the disciples of the opportunity to refine their marrow and bones. The question now was, who could possibly defeat me in this round? As for the rationale, Chu Xinghe had already concocted an explanation. Upon entering, he sensed an alert from the Haotian sword box, and instinctively felt compelled to lead everyone in retreat, never considering that this might not be permissible. The justification was inconsequential. What mattered was whether there would be repercussions. Chu Xinghe could scarcely contain his amusement, thinking that he had so blatantly set a trap for his teammates. Surely this would secure their victory. However, before his laughter could linger for even a second, the world that unfolded before him left Chu Xinghe in utter bewilderment. It was still a desolate underground city, yet why was it illuminated by a green glow? Wasn't he, supposed to emerge outside the spiritual cavern? What sorcery is this? Have I truly been transported? Chapter 27. The shame of the sect. This time, there was undoubtedly no traversing through dimensions, for Chu Xinghe discovered that all his junior disciples had appeared behind him. Chu Xinghe was convinced that the difficulty of such a large-scale group transition was insurmountable. Yet, shouldn't he have emerged from the spirit cavern? Why had he arrived at this place? This was the second level. Brother Xinghe, you are truly remarkable. How did you discern that the entrance to that level could be activated by stepping back just before it closed, thereby triggering the spatial dislocation that effortlessly brought us to the second level? Wan Lin exclaimed, leaping exuberantly, his head spinning in awe. However, Chu Xinghe was on the verge of cursing. What did he know about the spatial dislocation? His intention was merely to deceive them. He had exerted considerable mental effort, concocting elaborate justifications. Now it dawned on him. The reason Brother Xinghe had not chosen to lead was not due to concerns for safety, but rather because he had foreseen such a mechanism and knew he must walk at the rear to trigger it, correct? Ma Liang automatically filled in the blanks regarding Brother Xinghe's previous strange behaviors. Upon hearing Ma Liang's words, all the junior disciples nodded in agreement. Finally understanding that Brother Xinghe was indeed orchestrating the situation like a grand chess game, calculating every move with clarity. Those who had previously harbored doubts scurried over to apologize to Brother Xinghe for questioning his strategy. At this moment, Chu Xinghe, now in the second level, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He had merely wished to play a trick on them, yet inadvertently led them directly to the second level. What did that even mean? The three sects had entered earlier, yet they had to explore painstakingly to reach the second level, while they had arrived directly, possessing every conceivable advantage. This time, the spirit liquid would all belong to them. Ma Liang displayed an air of assured victory. Indeed, the spirit liquid is entirely ours. Wan Lin and the other junior disciples echoed in agreement. Chu Xinghe felt even more despondent. Previously, there had been rivals. Now, even rivals had vanished. How could they lose when returning to town? Now he understood. A mishap during return had led them back to the gold mine. Everyone, let us not rush to explore. First, let us assess our surroundings, Chu Xinghe resolved, realizing he could only find ways to buy time. Three sects, you must rally your strength. I stand alone against the entirety of the Haotian sect. Do not let me down. Soon, under Chu Xinghe's orders, numerous disciples began to explore their surroundings in small groups. He instructed them to be as meticulous as possible, emphasizing that they should not worry about wasting time, for safety was paramount. As long as even one junior disciple did not return, they would not depart. With many junior disciples dispatched, Chu Xinghe, along with Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and others, chose a direction to explore. The spirit cavern seemed to have once been a grand city, now inexplicably buried underground. With the surrounding green glimmers representing the toxic insects previously mentioned that could petrify. Swarming in great numbers, these creatures resembled a horde of mosquitoes, rendering any attempt at thorough eradication futile. The only recourse was to rely on the purifying properties of the broken stone pills, which elucidated why the three sects were compelled to procure such a significant quantity of them. Chu Xinghe allocated a sufficient supply of broken stone pills to each of his junior disciples, one every 10 minutes, allowing each person to consume them for a span of 8 to 10 days without any strain. Navigating through the onslaught of venomous insects, Chu Xinghe approached the periphery of the abandoned ancient city, where two paths emerged before him, one leading to the left of the city and the other directing towards its center. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe opted for the route that led to the heart of the city, perceiving it as more intricate and likely to delay their progress. Indeed, the path towards the city was labyrinthine. Despite the group employing various methods to traverse it successfully, they soon encountered an array of peculiar statues, densely positioned at the city's entrance, resembling sentinels guarding the stronghold. Brother Xinghe, passing through here should grant us entry into the city, where the spiritual liquid likely resides. However, let us proceed with caution. Something feels amiss. We should retreat and deliberate further, one of the disciples suggested. Very well. Although Wan Lin found his senior brother's caution somewhat excessive, he nodded in agreement, and the others followed suit, retreating to the previous area. Meanwhile, within the first layer of the structure, the disciples of the three sects were advancing steadily. Why has the Haotian sect caught up with us? Fan Xing pondered aloud. Perplexed. Logically, given that they were leading the charge, the Haotian sect should have been following with ease by now. I suspect they're merely waiting for us to clear the path to descend, Sun Xueheng remarked with a scowl. What a despicable character this Chu Xinghe is. If such a petty person can become a direct disciple, then the Haotian sect is surely nearing its end. Brother Fan, be cautious with your words. Guo Qizhen quickly interjected. Although Fan Sheng's expression was one of discontent, he refrained from further comment as the three sects continued their advance, diligently clearing the myriad of insects, traps, and toxic mists on the first layer. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called despicable Chu Xinghe was valiantly contending against the entire Haotian sect to buy them time. As the saying goes, good deeds often go unrewarded. Chu Xinghe meticulously sketched maps and left markers, intentionally leading the group along detours. Any method to delay their journey was employed to the fullest. Ultimately, however, he returned to their starting point. Is everyone accounted for? Chu Xinghe sighed in exasperation. It seems that Mu Xue's group has yet to return. This is intolerable. You all have been waiting here all this time? Hurry and follow me to search for Sister Mu Xue. Chu Xinghe exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Sister Mu Xue was a good soul, and finally, she had provided them with an opportunity to delay their progress. Under Chu Xinghe's guidance, they dispersed in search of Sister Mu Xue. each remembering his words. I have led you out from the Haotian sect, and I shall ensure we all return, none shall be left behind. The endeavor to locate junior sister Mi Shuel lasted for the better part of half a day, ultimately revealing that she had been ensnared by some poisonous substance in a secluded location. Through collective effort and determination, they successfully executed her rescue. However, upon returning to their point of departure, they discovered that the disciples of the three sects had already descended from the first level. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Haotian sect could not help but sigh. Yet, they had no choice but to prioritize Mi Shue's safety over all else. Alas, this rescue had ultimately cost them the advantage. While the Haotian sect lamented their predicament, the three sects were taken aback. What was this? Why were the disciples of the Haotian sect present on the second level? They had toiled tirelessly on the first level, while the Haotian sect seemed to have rested on the second. However, what perplexed Fan Sheng was the reason behind brother Chu Xinghe leading his team to rest here instead of exploring the second level. Was there some underlying scheme at play? It appeared that brother Xinghe possessed knowledge of hidden passages unknown to them. Kechu Xinghe approached with a beaming smile. Hee, merely a stroke of luck. I wonder, brother Xinghe, during your time here, have you uncovered anything of significance? Kechu Xinghe attempted to pry information from Chu Xinghe, albeit with little expectation. Just as he anticipated an indifferent response from Chu Xinghe, to his surprise, Chu Xinghe handed over the map he had just drawn. With everyone looking utterly bewildered, he spoke. Junior brother Fan, junior brother Sun, I must apologize for not recalling your names earlier. It was an oversight on my part. You were both overly agitated at the time, making it difficult for me to explain. This is the map of the areas previously explored by our Haotian sect, which includes routes leading to the city, potentially saving everyone considerable effort. Let this be my apology to you all. At this moment, silence enveloped the scene. The members of the three sects stared at the map, utterly confounded. Particularly Fan Sheng and Sun Xueting, who had entered with scathing remarks about Chu Xinghe's character, found themselves in a position of embarrassment as he presented them with a significant gift upon their arrival. The 10 great sects should stand united, helping one another. I ask for your forgiveness for my prior indiscretions. Chu Xinghe humbly bowed to the three sects. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I have crafted the entire script for you. You must not let me down. The three sects were equally perplexed, especially Fan Sheng and Sun Xueting, who pondered whether Chu Xinghe harbored ulterior motives or was genuinely making amends. However, the map was indeed authentic, as evidenced by the astonished expressions on the faces of the Haotian sect disciples upon receiving it. Let us proceed. Chu Xinghe commanded, and all gathered together. The disciples of the Haotian sect and the members of the three sects set off according to the map. This left the three sects in a state of bewilderment. Initially questioning the validity of the map, they now found themselves reassured of its authenticity. They swiftly arrived at the fork in the path depicted on the map, which branched into two routes, one leading toward the city, marked by strange sculptures, and the other veering toward the left side of the city. The path leading to the city should indeed be the correct one, Fan Sheng decisively concluded. Sun Xueting and Kechu Xinghe nodded in agreement. It is often said that where treasures are found, perilous dangers accompany them. Only by overcoming various threats can one obtain the ultimate prize. This is practically a law. Therefore, within the spirit cavern, the swiftest route to uncovering treasures lies in identifying the most hazardous path. Among the two routes, the one leading to the city is adorned with ominous statues that exude an intimidating aura, while the other path to the left of the city appears suspiciously benign, devoid of even a single venomous creature. This clearly seems to be a deceptive trail. After deliberation, Kechu Xinghe spoke up. Brother Xinghe, let us venture down this path together. It must be the right one. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Xinghe shook his head. No, I believe the other route is the correct one. What? You mean that way? Why? Intuition. Brother Xinghe, I fear your intuition may not be entirely reliable. I trust my instincts. If you choose this path, I shall take the other, or perhaps we could journey together. After all, the road to the city is fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to disaster. Haha, Brother Xinghe, you are overly cautious. Is there truly any path in the spirit cavern that is devoid of danger? If treasures were accessible without facing peril, would they still be considered treasures? I choose the path to the city. We shall also choose the city path. All three sects made their decisions. Chu Xinghe said nothing further, nodding to everyone before leading the Haotian sect down the alternate route. Not a soul among the Haotian sect doubted Brother Xinghe's intuition, for it had previously guided them directly to the second level. Yet, The sentiment among the other three sects was markedly different. Once the Haotian sect had distanced themselves, Fangxing scoffed. Haha, I had thought he was genuinely apologizing to us. But it seems he is merely a coward, fearful that we might report him to the sect for punishment due to that incident, which is why he provided this map. Now, he is retreating at the first sign of danger. Such a timid fellow is truly a disgrace to the Haotian sect and to our top 10 sects. The others from the three sects remained silent, but nodded in tacit agreement, evidently endorsing Fangxing's assessment of Chu Xinghe as a disgrace to the Haotian sect. Chapter 28. The Eternal Heavens, the Everlasting Qi. The decision to relinquish the pathway to the city gates may have baffled some disciples of the Haotian sect. Yet there exists an unwavering support for Brother Xinghe's actions among the brethren. After all, throughout their journey, Brother Xinghe had never faltered. Even his seemingly implausible instincts commanded the trust of all. Ma Liang assumed the role of the vanguard, leading a team to explore ahead. However, as they progressed, they encountered no menacing threats, aside from the occasional green insects that would scuttle forth to deliver a petrifying venom. The path was remarkably smooth, lending the group an impression akin to that of touring an underground city rather than embarking on a treasure hunt. Meanwhile, the trio of sects had plunged into a throng of statues. The stone shell surrounding these figures suddenly shattered, unleashing a horde of creatures resembling ghouls that emerged from within the statues. The disciples of the three sects immediately engaged in a fierce battle against these statues. Brother Chu Xinghe strolled leisurely on the opposite side, faintly hearing the sounds of conflict, aware that a battle had surely commenced. Yet, what concern was that of his? His objective was to return empty-handed. Seeking treasures was no simple feat, yet desiring them without effort seemed equally elusive. Could he not simply regard this venture as a one-day excursion to the underground city? After all, who has he experienced an erroneous intuition? Just as Brother Chu Xinghe meandered in utter leisure, Ma Liang, the pathfinder, came barreling towards him like a wild dog unleashed. Brother Xinghe, Ma Liang exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement, while the other disciples behind him wore expressions of alarm. What could possibly have gone awry? Brother Chu Xinghe felt a surge of anxiety. The instincts of Brother Xinghe were indeed extraordinary. Ahead, the spiritual liquid was reportedly located just ahead. Upon hearing this revelation, the disciples of the Haotian sect erupted in a cacophony of excitement, their gazes fixed upon Brother Xinghe with awe. What? Chu Xinghe stammered. Ma Liang, please repeat that. Brother Xinghe's instincts are indeed miraculous. The spiritual liquid lies ahead. Ma Liang reiterated. Chu Xinghe felt a dizzying rush, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming news delivered by Ma Liang. Oh, Ma Liang, you truly are a calamity. I merely wish to lead everyone to a fruitless venture. I only sought to induce a loss for the sect and thereby receive my due punishment. Why must this be so difficult? At that moment, there was no need for Brother Chu Xinghe to utter a word. Everyone surged forward en masse. Indeed, in a vast and open area, a pool of spiritual liquid lay tranquil like a blue mirror, yet the aura it emanated confirmed its authenticity. On the other hand, the three sects were embroiled in a sanguinary clash with the statues, which were as resilient as stone. Moreover, these statues emitted a strange petrifying wave. Any disciple struck by this wave would require a substantial quantity of stone-breaking pills to remedy the affliction. However, the supply of such pills was already dwindling, and now some disciples faced perilous circumstances as their reserves approached depletion. Everyone, stay steady. We will triumph if we push forward. Fangxing raised his battle blade and shouted. But just as his words fell, a strange sound echoed from afar. In the next moment, the city gate swung open, and from behind it, a multitude of stone statues began to shed their shells, awakening from slumber, roaring as they charged towards the three sections. On the side of the Haotian sect, Brother Xinghe, what should we do now? The self-proclaimed fortunate one, Ma Liang, looked at Chu Xinghe with a beaming smile. What else can we do? Since we've come this far, let us take a plunge. Chu Xinghe sighed, realizing that there was little he could do at this point. Brother Xinghe should be the first to dive in. It is said that the first to enter absorbs the most spiritual energy. Yes. This opportunity must be reserved for Brother Xinghe. If Brother Xinghe doesn't go first, I will not accept anyone else. Soon, Chu Xinghe was chosen to be the first to enter the spiritual liquid. Amidst the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, he stepped into the liquid. He did not need to truly bathe. Merely approaching the liquid would allow its spiritual energy to automatically cleanse his marrow and bones. The spring-like energy surged into Chu Xinghe's body, and in an instant, he felt an overwhelming heat, as every bone and sinew within him was refined. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared from the peak of a second-tier martial artist to the ranks of a third-tier grand martial artist. The previous misfortune compass had already elevated him to the pinnacle of the second tier, and now the spiritual liquid had enabled him to break through. Congratulations, Brother Xinghe, on your breakthrough to grand martial artist. As expected of Brother Xinghe, we joined the sect together, yet Brother Xinghe has already reached the third tier. Enough chatter. Let us proceed to the spiritual liquid in an orderly fashion. Everyone lined up, and since Ma Liang was the pathfinder who first discovered the spiritual liquid, he received the second chance to enter, for the sooner one entered, the stronger the energy. Ma Liang, bursting with excitement, delivered an impromptu acceptance speech. I must thank Brother Xinghe for his unwavering trust in me. Even when I was being difficult, he never gave up on me and provided me with this opportunity, leading to my current achievements. In short, following Brother Xinghe guarantees success. After cleansing his marrow and bones, Ma Liang advanced from the initial stage of the second tier to its pinnacle, merely a step away from the third tier. Following him, the first admirer of Brother Xinghe, Wan Lin, was the third to enter. Wan Lin had no lengthy speech, simply stating, "Wherever Brother Xinghe points, I shall strike." Subsequently, the other disciples entered in turn, though some of the brothers were slightly disappointed that it wasn't necessary to undress before entering the liquid. Of course, Sister Wan Lin shared a hint of disappointment as well. The entire group of 100 completed the cleansing of marrow and bones in the spiritual liquid. Truly, they were the elite disciples of the Haotian sect. All had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Although they were still a step away from the third tier, their strength had undeniably surged. Brother Xinghe, let us take the remaining spiritual liquid with us. That way should lead to the exit. The three sects are surely doomed. As Ma Liang's voice fell, many nodded in agreement. The sounds of anguished cries and fierce battles echoed from the city, painting a vivid picture of the battlefield's brutality. A single misstep could spell doom for the three sections. At this moment, they need only to do nothing to secure everything. Yet, just as everyone was in accord, Chu Xinghe spoke up, "No, we must go to rescue them." What? Ma Liang was puzzled. After all, the choice of path was for each sect to decide, and had nothing to do with the Haotian sect. Why should they intervene? Among the 10 major sects, Haotian sect ranked first. In the past, when the demonic path ran rampant, the 10 sects united against it, sharing a bond akin to family. Yet today, with the demonic path still looming, should the Haotian sect stand idly by as others perished? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Ma Liang lowered his head, as did the others. A person without integrity cannot stand firm. When the Haotian sect committed to entering the spiritual caverns, they chose only 100 disciples, while the spiritual liquid here was sufficient for 300. The remainder was intended for the three sections. Since the Haotian sect made a promise, they would never hoard it for themselves. Having finished his impassioned declaration, Chu Xinghe finally felt a sense of relief upon seeing everyone nod in agreement. It was fortunate that the Haotian sect would not suffer losses. However, if they were to carry back all the remaining spiritual liquid, that would be unacceptable. Thus, with a sweeping gesture, Chu Xinghe commanded, "Let us go." Reinforce the three sects. At the city gates, a contingent of 200 from the three sects found that 1/3 had either been wounded or petrified, while the remaining members were gradually depleting their stock of broken stone pills. Yet, the number of monsters within the city gates seemed to multiply endlessly. "Brother Gua, you should lead the others to safety. We can no longer hold on." Tears glimmered in Fan Sheng's eyes. The Dongyue Pavilion had charged to the forefront, suffering the gravest losses, and now there was no chance left to retreat. "Junior Brother Fan, you must come with us." Sun Xueheng rushed forward, attempting to pull Fan Sheng back, but Fan Sheng forcibly broke free. "I led the disciples of Dongyue Pavilion out, yet I would allow them to perish here. How could I ever show my face upon returning to the sect? Please tell Sherman that Fan Sheng is the shame of Dongyue Pavilion." With that, Fan Sheng plunged into the throng of monsters without a backward glance. Guoqijian and Sun Xueheng exchanged glances. At this juncture, they were truly powerless to alter their fate. They could only devise a means of retreat, helplessly watching as Fan Sheng became increasingly encircled by the monsters. "Let us go," Guoqijian bellowed, and they began to withdraw. As they retreated, the monsters surged toward the remaining members of Dongyue Pavilion, who were now unable to mount any defense and began to petrify one by one. Fan Sheng relentlessly raised his battle blade, striking fiercely, yet he could not stem the tide of the overwhelming monsters. "Tong Ling, junior sister. Xiaoheng, junior brother. So many of my fellow disciples. Watching one after another succumb to petrification, despair consumed Fan Sheng. He gradually began to falter, yet at this moment, he felt that death might be a form of liberation. Just as Fan Sheng closed his eyes, preparing to embrace his fate, a brilliant beam of yellow light pierced the heavens above. In the blink of an eye, the light descended upon the city gates, and in an instant, the sword light split into 2, then 4, then multiplied even further. Hundreds of golden rays cascaded from the heavens, striking directly into the throng of monsters. The Haotian sword box. The locust emerges among the 9 divine swords. Although the locust sword is the first to be wielded and does not even take the form of a traditional sword, its might is undeniable. The locust sword's brilliance can transform into countless strands in an instant. Admittedly, Chu Xinghe's current prowess has not yet reached that level, yet he can still unleash a myriad of sword lights. 100 beams of sword light converged to form a sword array, descending from the sky and tearing apart every monster that lunged at Fan Sheng. The Haotian remains eternal, the Haotian spirit ever present. The 100-member team of the Haotian sect bellowed their battle cry as they surged forth from one direction. Follow my lead. We must rescue everyone. Chu Xinghe charged boldly into the heart of the monstrous horde. All disciples of the Haotian sect followed him like divine reapers, entering the fray to vanquish their foes. In an instant, the members of the Xinghe sect and Biming City, who were about to retreat, were left in disbelief. The Haotian sect. It was indeed the Haotian sect. They had come to their aid at this critical moment. At that instant, Kechu and Chu Xinghe stood in stunned silence, hardly able to comprehend the arrival of the Haotian sect, and the shame of the Haotian sect, which they had spoken of, was led valiantly by Chu Xinghe at the forefront. Chapter 29. The thunder shadow emerges, a flash of purple lightning. The eternal sky of the heavens. The essence of the heavens endures forever. Suddenly, the disciples of the Haotian sect descended upon the scene, and the swarm sword formation rained down from the heavens, instantly purging all the monsters surrounding Fan Sheng. As Fan Sheng beheld the approaching Chu Xinghe, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Just moments ago, he had vehemently declared that Chu Xinghe was the disgrace of the Haotian sect, a shame among the 10 great sections. Yet at this moment, he was choked with emotion. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Today, Fan Sheng had resigned himself to his demise. Yet the Haotian sect had arrived just in the nick of time. Swoosh! Countless breaking stone pills flew from Chu Xinghe's universe ring, scattering across the battlefield. What are you waiting for? Administer the medicine to those petrified and save them. For those without medicine, quickly replenish the breaking stone pills. The Haotian sect takes the center, the Xinghe sect on the left flank, and Biming City on the right. Everyone follow me. Upon receiving the command, Chu Xinghe and Kechu simultaneously sprang into action. In that moment, the two felt as if they were reliving the days of exterminating the demonic path as recounted by their elders. The reason the Haotian sect stood atop the ranks was due to their unwavering resolve in the past battles against the demonic sects, always charging to the forefront. When the edict of the Haotian sect was issued, the world bowed in submission. Although today they faced not the demonic sects, and mere moments ago had insulted Chu Xinghe as the disgrace of the Haotian sect, upon witnessing him return with the might of the Haotian sect, they could not help but be awestruck by his valor. The Haotian sect could have easily watched their allies suffer losses here, reaping greater benefits with each casualty. Yet, they chose not to, instead coming to the aid of their former comrades. What a noble spirit! In this instant, neither Chu Xinghe nor Kechu had any further words for Chu Xinghe. When Brother Xinghe calls to charge, we charge without hesitation. Whoever dares to utter that Brother Xinghe is the disgrace of the Haotian sect, I shall shatter their wisdom teeth. Clearly, this was not the time for jest. The strength of the Haotian sect, having been baptized by the spirit liquid, was far beyond that of the 3 sections. Coupled with the unlimited supply of breaking stone pills, the monsters before them were akin to mere poultry. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was Chu Xinghe himself. Above his head, the swarms surged through the air, each descent unleashing hundreds of sword lights in a formation, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Flying swords. Those are flying swords. Chu Xinghe was utterly astonished at the sight of Chu Xinghe's flying swords. Not only him, but Kechu also wore a face of disbelief. It was rumored that the Haotian sect possessed a Haotian sword box, containing 9 divine swords, but for 400 years, none had been able to wield them, rendering this matter a mere legend. Yet today, the Haotian sword box revealed itself for the first time, astonishingly in the hands of Chu Xinghe. Finally, everyone understood why Chu Xinghe was chosen as the leader of the Haotian sect and why he was a direct disciple. He was the master of the Haotian sword box. Among the 10 great sects, every participant in this event was a paragon of excellence, with leaders like Kechu Xinghe being the very best among the elite. Yet in this moment, upon witnessing the Haotian sword box, all the prodigies were eclipsed in the presence of Chu Xinghe. This is the unparalleled foundation of the Haotian sect. The shimmering sword light of Chu Xinghe continuously flickered as it approached Fan Xing. Brother Xinghe. Fan Xing found himself at a loss for words. Here, the elixir, he exclaimed. Quickly save the people of Dongyue Pavilion. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe tossed the elixir to Fan Xing and resumed his relentless assault on the enemies. With trembling hands, Fan Xing began administering the elixir to his petrified junior brothers and sisters. Fortunately, the duration of their petrification was brief, and with a generous supply of the shattering stone elixir, they were swiftly liberated from their stony state. Before long, the members of Dongyue Pavilion began to recover and rejoin the fray. The monsters were gradually being eradicated, and hope flickered to life within everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the city gates, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground, causing the walls to crumble. From behind the fallen ramparts, a colossal stone statue shattered, revealing a gigantic monster towering at least 5 to 6 meters high, its gaping maw dripping with menace as it surged forth from the debris. Fan Xing charged ahead, wielding his spiritual blade, but when it struck the monstrous entity, it ricocheted violently, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Though others joined the fight, their efforts were futile against its formidable defenses. Stand aside. Allow me. Chu Xinghe, recognizing the gravity of the situation, knew he had to act decisively, lest lives be lost. Swarm of locusts. A brilliant golden light ascended, and a formation of swords descended from the heavens. The locust-like sword rain cascading down upon the beast. Each blade pierced the creature's skin, leaving behind a trail of wounds. The defenses had been breached, but vanquishing this monster still seemed a distant reality. Enraged by the onslaught, the creature entered a frenzied state, charging madly towards Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, retreat. Ma Liang interposed himself before Chu Xinghe, urging him to escape first. However, as Ma Liang prepared to fall back, a sudden burst of purple lightning crackled around them, lifting his hair in its electric wake. Lightning shadow, arise. With a decisive motion, Chu Xinghe raised his left arm, summoning a bolt of lightning that soared skyward. In a flash of purple light, the descending lightning struck the rushing monster squarely on its head, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered its skull into fragments. Its immense body collapsed, yet the momentum caused it to slide forward, finally coming to rest at Chu Xinghe's feet. In that moment, everyone beheld a weapon that seemed neither lightning nor electricity, suspended above Chu Xinghe's head, the second sword of the Haotian sword box. Lightning shadow. In an instant, the lightning had vanquished the foe. As the great beast fell, the smaller monsters, seemingly paralyzed by fear, retreated like a receding tide. Yet, even as the threat dissipated, all remained in a state of stunned disbelief. The extraordinary sword rain of the swarm of locusts had left many in awe. And the dazzling purple lightning. What divine weapon was that? The purple lightning returned to the Haotian sword box, and the swarm of locusts resumed its place. Chu Xinghe surveyed his surroundings, his expression once again bright and cheerful. At this moment, the gazes of both the disciples of the Haotian sect and those from the other 3 sects towards Chu Xinghe had undergone a profound transformation. Why did the Haotian sect have such a rebellious figure as Ma Liang? Previously, Ma Liang felt a sense of injustice. Why should that be? Surely my strength is no less than that of this Chu Xinghe. Is it merely luck on his part? In a fair contest, I would not necessarily be defeated. Countless individuals harbored such thoughts, especially among the 3 sects, where even Fan Xing began to suspect that Chu Xinghe was merely enjoying the benefits of connections. However, once the Haotian sword box made its appearance, no one, be it the Haotian sect or others, could doubt Chu Xinghe's prowess any longer. Brother Xinghe, so formidable indeed. I had never witnessed Brother Xinghe in combat. He always claimed his talent was mediocre and his cultivation average. Was this truly average? Brother Xinghe is known for his kindness towards others, unlike certain individuals who revel in challenges. Yet, to receive the personal transmission of the Haotian battle intent from the sect master, do you not understand? I believed I had seen all there was to Brother Xinghe, but now I realize I have merely scratched the surface. Brother Xinghe is unfathomable. Not only did the Haotian sect regard Brother Xinghe with newfound respect, but the disciples from the three sects also gathered around. First among them was Fan Xing, who suddenly knelt before Chu Xinghe with a thud. "Junior brother Fan, what are you doing? Please rise." Chu Xinghe quickly urged him. "Brother Xinghe, previously, I, Fan Sheng, was unworthy and even insulted you. Today, you have disregarded past grievances and come to the aid of our Dongyue pavilion, saving us all. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Fan Sheng's voice trembled with emotion. He had previously deemed Brother Xinghe timid and fearful for his life. Yet everyone had witnessed the strength he displayed just moments ago. What power was that? The flying sword, the legendary Haotian sword box. Such might could lie at ease in the spirit cavern, yet he had foolishly assumed that Brother Xinghe was merely a beneficiary of connections. When Brother Xinghe graciously offered a map as a gesture of remorse for past events, he had mistakenly perceived it as a scheme. Never before had Fan Sheng felt such guilt. The other disciples of Dongyue Pavilion also knelt, and for a moment, Chu Xinghe could only urge the disciples of Haotian sect to assist them in rising. However, as they stood, the gazes of the Dongyue disciples towards Chu Xinghe had transformed entirely. Where once there was disdain, now there was only reverence. "My dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for such formality. The 10 major sects are interconnected, a sentiment I have expressed numerous times. Many may have thought I was merely speaking for effect, but today I assure you it is a truth I hold dear. When the three sects face adversity, the Haotian sect cannot stand idly by, just as in the future. Should the Haotian sect encounter challenges, would the three sects remain indifferent? Absolutely not. The disciples of the three sects voiced their agreement. Very well. I shall say no more on that matter. Now, regarding the spiritual liquid, we have located it along another path. It is just over there. All of you junior brothers and sisters are welcome to join us in the process of cleansing and refining your essence." Upon the utterance of Chu Xinghe's words, the three sects were once again taken aback. What? The spiritual liquid truly lies in that direction? Although the Haotian sect had already discovered the spiritual liquid, they still rushed to rescue us? Even at the risk of having the liquid taken from them after our rescue, they exhibited no hesitation? The disciples of the three sects were rendered speechless. What remarkable magnanimity! Brother Xinghe, it is already a tremendous grace that we can preserve our lives. According to reason, our Dongyue pavilion should not claim any of the spiritual liquid, but, Fan Xing stammered, "We understand. The sect has its orders, and you dare not defy them, so the spiritual liquid remains yours." Chu Xinghe led everyone to the location of the spiritual liquid. Though the three sects felt a twinge of embarrassment, they commenced the absorption of the liquid. Standing before the spiritual liquid, Fan Sheng refrained from delivering any acceptance speech and simply stated, "Brother Xinghe shall henceforth be regarded as my own kin." He then proceeded to absorb the liquid. Others, though silent, undoubtedly felt immense gratitude. Meanwhile, as they were engaged in the absorption, Chu Xinghe ventured to inspect the nearby city. With such a grand spectacle, what treasures could possibly be hidden within? However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of value. There were indeed no extraordinary artifacts to be found. Upon returning to the spiritual liquid, he discovered that all members of the three sects had completed their absorption, leaving a portion of the liquid still in the pool, which could be taken. "Let us divide this among our 4 sects," Chu Xinghe proposed, pointing towards the liquid. "Brother Xinghe, this cannot be. You have sworn an oath to return 70%. Otherwise, you shall lose your status as an inner disciple," Wan Lin exclaimed, alarmed by Chu Xinghe's suggestion. The other disciples echoed her concern. The Haotian sect could have claimed it all, but chose to share, demonstrating exceptional benevolence. If they were to divide it further, Brother Xinghe would face punishment upon his return. Such an outcome would be profoundly unjust. "Junior sister Wan Lin, we 4 sects entered together, and thus it is only right that we share equally." "Enough, do not speak further," Chu Xinghe urgently interjected, realizing that if she continued, he might fail to fulfill his oath. But it was too late. As soon as Chu Xinghe finished speaking, the members of the 3 sects exchanged glances, resolutely nodding in agreement. Kechu then spoke. "Brother Xinghe, it cannot be divided. All remaining spiritual liquid shall belong solely to the Haotian sect." Chu Xinghe, what? Chapter 30. Are you betraying me? The representatives of the 3 sects were resolute. They refused to take any of the remaining spiritual liquid, insisting that it all be given to the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. After all the effort he had expended to rescue them, this band of ingrates repaid him with such treachery? This was unacceptable. They, too, had come with a mission, and if they failed to secure the remaining spiritual liquid, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon their return. Realizing that a softer approach was futile, Chu Xinghe resolved to adopt a firmer stance. Each sect's team certainly had its own obligations. Failing to fulfill them would lead to punishment. Indeed, upon mentioning the prospect of penalties, hesitation flickered across many faces. That was more like it. To avoid punishment, why not divide it evenly? I shall bear all the consequences alone. However, before Chu Xinghe could bask in his moment of triumph, Fan Sheng interjected, "Brother Xinghe, our sect does have expectations of us. If it weren't for the Haotian sect's assistance, I, Fan Sheng, might not have survived this ordeal, let alone concern myself with spiritual liquids. You risked your life to save us, and now you would allow us to absorb all the remaining liquid? If we were to take it, would we not be dishonorable? Brother Xinghe, please do not lead us into treachery." Fan Sheng's words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Yet, Chu Xinghe could not help but think, "Am I the one betraying you? You are the ones betraying me." He wished to plead further, but the opportunity had slipped away, as the representatives from the three sects had already gathered the remaining spiritual liquid and handed it over to the fortunate steward, Ma Liang, by Chu Xinghe's side. To avoid any errors, the three sects meticulously verified the quantity several times, ensuring that not a single drop was missing before they finally relaxed. As the last of the spiritual liquid was taken away, the exit of the spiritual cavern opened. Except for Chu Xinghe, everyone else exited the cavern with joyous expressions. "Brother Xinghe, we are closest to the Xingyue sect from here. Why not accompany us there? The sect leader and elders will certainly express their gratitude for your assistance during this expedition." Kechu warmly invited. Chu Xinghe categorically declined, chuckling at the absurdity of the notion. While avoiding unnecessary complications is wise, he would rather not be part of any situation where the Xingyue sect would thank the Haotian sect. Kechu, though somewhat disappointed by the rejection, couldn't he help but admire Chu Xinghe's disinterest in fame and fortune. His willingness to lead the Haotian sect in rescuing everyone from peril, coupled with his readiness to relinquish the spiritual liquid, was an extraordinary kindness. It was easy to imagine the grand gratitude that would await him at the Xingyue sect, a moment that would shine brightly in the eyes of others. Yet, Brother Xinghe, undeterred by such a splendid opportunity, dismissed it with a mere assertion of duty. His indifference to such a chance left Kechu in profound admiration. "Dear Brother Xinghe, while I, Fan Sheng, may not express my gratitude eloquently, rest assured that your kindness is etched in my heart. Should you ever require assistance, I would traverse mountains and seas without hesitation to aid you. Brother Xinghe is among those I, Sun Xuang, hold in the highest esteem. If you ever find yourself in need, please do not hesitate to summon me." Fan Sheng and Sun Xuang came to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe, for they needed to return promptly to their sect to relay the events that transpired in the spirit cave. Chu Xinghe exchanged respectful farewells with each of them. Meanwhile, the elders of Haotian sect, observing the scene through the Haotian mirror, were utterly bewildered. What transpired within? They could track Chu Xinghe and his companions through certain secret arts. But once they entered the spirit cave, their visibility was obscured. They vividly recalled the tense atmosphere when the three sects confronted Haotian sect. How could it be that, after such a brief interval, all emerged with a completely transformed attitude towards Chu Xinghe and Haotian sect? What on earth happened inside? I have already dispatched someone to await news at Xingyue sect. Once Kechu returns, we shall be promptly informed. The elder's foresight is commendable. After bidding farewell to the three sects, Chu Xinghe set off with a 100-strong entourage towards Yuqing. Along the way, the fortunate Ma Liang flaunted his Qianquan ring with uncontainable pride. "Ah, my dear junior brothers and sisters, we shall bring back all the spiritual liquid. Though the remaining liquid may not compare to what we could absorb directly, after the adept handling by our seniors from Lingyi Palace, it can be transformed into marrow-cleansing pills. With so much spiritual liquid, every newly initiated disciple ought to receive a marrow-cleansing pill. And beyond that, there will be a surplus. According to Brother Xinghe's claim of 70%, each person could indeed receive one, and since it all belongs to us now, there will still be excess." When Brother Xinghe set the decree of 70%, I was taken aback, but it seems he underestimated it. It should be 90%. The juniors engaged in joyous conversation, their laughter echoing, marking a stark contrast to the somber mood of their departure. Though Chu Xinghe joined in their mirth, the bitterness in his heart was known only to him. How had this ill-fated expedition to the spirit cave turned out this way? He could not comprehend how arriving late constituted a loss, or how returning to the city without incident was a defeat. How did he falter? While others schemed endlessly for treasures only to return empty-handed, he had diligently avoided all potential sources of wealth, yet he somehow ended up with it all. What was this absurdity? At this point, Chu Xinghe felt powerless, resigned to his inner turmoil. The group spent an entire day journeying to Yuqing. Within the esteemed halls of the Haotian sect, at this moment, all eyes were fixed in disbelief upon a disciple who had just returned from the Xinghe sect with news. This included the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the leading elders from various palaces. "Please, repeat that," the Grand Elder uttered, momentarily taken aback. While others showed no objection. Indeed, the disciple confirmed, "We received word from the Xinghe sect that the 100-member team led by Brother Xinghe has successfully entered the spirit cavern. It appears they uncovered some unique mechanism that allowed them to advance directly to the second level, rather than seizing the spirit liquid ahead of time. Brother Xinghe chose to explore the second level, mapping the terrain and sharing his findings with the 3 sections. At a fork in the path, he instructed the 3 sects to select the inner city, which was deemed most likely to harbor treasures, while he opted for the outer city. The 3 sects found themselves besieged by monsters in the inner city, yet the spirit liquid manifested in the outer city. Brother Xinghe had the opportunity to abandon them and claim the spirit liquid for himself, but instead, he led the disciples of the Haotian sect to their aid. With his flying sword, he vanquished countless monsters, ultimately rescuing everyone from the 3 sects, assuring them that the Haotian sect would uphold its promise to take no more than its fair share of the spirit liquid. Subsequently, the 3 sects absorbed the spirit liquid, but they graciously relinquished the remaining portion to the Haotian sect. The disciple reiterated the intelligence he had gathered, but within the Haotian palace, a profound silence prevailed. The Grand Elder gestured for the disciple to take his leave. Once he departed, sect leader Gu Mingqiao spoke, "This child," though merely 4 words were uttered. The admiration reflected in Gu Mingqiao's eyes was unmistakable. The other elders nodded in agreement, while the Grand Elder, stroking his newly grown beard, wore a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Although this expedition into the spirit cavern appeared to be a collaborative effort among the 4 sects, it was clear to all that due to Chu Xinghe inadvertently acquiring the Shunling grass, which had effectively coerced the 3 sects into yielding 100 slots, there existed a certain reluctance from the 3 sects towards the Haotian sect. This sentiment was palpable from the moment they entered. Consequently, the elders of the Haotian sect harbored concerns about whether Chu Xinghe could navigate the challenges within, fearing he might fall victim to the machinations of the 3 sects and return empty-handed. Yet, upon learning of the events that transpired, they were genuinely astonished. What struck them most was not merely how Chu Xinghe discovered the mechanism or his fortuitous selection of the correct path, but rather his choice to act decisively during the direst moment for the 3 sections. Instead of remaining aloof or even exacerbating their plight, he chose to lead the disciples of the Haotian sect into battle without hesitation. What magnanimity! What grace! Such a spirit and such demeanor are worthy of the highest throne among the sects of the world. The 3 sects may have attempted to isolate the Haotian sect, but the Haotian sect, as the preeminent sect, would never turn a blind eye to anyone in need. Chu Xinghe's decision and his noble heart thoroughly captivated the 3 sects, which is why, upon their farewell, each member cast a glance at him imbued with guilt and respect. "The child surpasses my expectations by an extraordinary margin." At this moment, Gu Mingqiao cannot help but exclaim. Initially, he envisioned the best possible outcome to be that Chu Xinghe would lead the team to acquire the spiritual liquid, ultimately securing the remaining 70% as he had predicted. Yet now, not only has Chu Xinghe obtained all that was left, but he has also earned the respect of the most elite disciples from the 3 sects of his generation. If Gu Mingqiao were to grade this expedition to the spiritual cave, he would bestow upon Chu Xinghe a remarkable score of 99. Reserving the final point out of concern that the child might become overly proud. However, this child, how remarkably composed he is, would he truly become arrogant? Great Elder, this time, Xinghe has rendered tremendous service to our sect. All of the remaining spiritual liquid will require your Lingyi palace to refine it into cleansing pills. Gu Mingqiao expresses his immense delight. Rest assured, sect master, leave it to my Lingyi palace. The Great Elder stands tall and proud, indeed, this time. Chu Xinghe has brought honor to the Haotian sect and has also elevated the status of Lingyi Palace. Although the other leading elders of various palaces do not count Chu Xinghe as their disciple, the fact that he has procured such a substantial amount of spiritual liquid means that every one of their newly initiated disciples is entitled to receive a cleansing pill, which is an extraordinary blessing. Thus they too were expressions of joy. Everyone is elated, save for Chu Xinghe. At this moment, he stands in Yuqing, feeling exceedingly frustrated by the recent expedition to the spiritual cave. What is the best way to alleviate such frustration? Naturally, it is through shopping. Gazing at the spiritual stones within his Qinquan ring, Chu Xinghe resolves to indulge himself thoroughly. Chapter 31. Everyone but the boss and the staff. It is often said that indulging in a shopping spree can alleviate the melancholy of women. Yet this sentiment holds true for men as well, particularly when the expenditure is not drawn from their own coffers, rendering the experience even more liberating. Ma Liang, over here. From among the throngs of disciples, the fortunate Ma Liang emerged. I need to procure some items in Yuqing. Please inquire about which merchant association reigns supreme in the area. I will require their assistance to transport my purchases to Haotian sect. Senior brother Xinghe, we possess a Qinquan ring. Ma Liang gestured dismissively, but Chu Xinghe shook his head resolutely. Without further question, Ma Liang understood that he would follow senior brother Xinghe's directives. In short order, Ma Liang uncovered that the largest merchant association in Yuqing was, rather astonishingly, their own Haotian Merchant Association. The representative was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who, upon encountering Chu Xinghe, greeted him with utmost deference. His name was Chu Xinghe, the president of the West District branch of the Haotian Merchant Association, a figure of considerable renown. In Yuqing, it was customary for anyone to address Chu Xinghe as Lord Qin. Yet today, upon meeting Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe exhibited remarkable reverence. This was largely due to the detailed account Ma Liang had provided regarding Chu Xinghe's esteemed identity, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, bearer of the vermilion bird's sacred fire and the apothecary sage's legacy, and the rightful owner of the Haotian sword box. Although the sect leader had wished to take him as a direct disciple, Chu Xinghe had firmly declined. Remarkably, rather than inciting anger, the sect leader imparted the Haotian battle intent and conferred the Haotian order upon him. Furthermore, Chu Xinghe was the first disciple in the history of Haotian sect to misuse the Haotian order, yet faced only a mere 3-month confinement. Thus, Ma Liang left it to Chu Xinghe to consider the implications of serving such a remarkable individual. What further contemplation was necessary? Chu Xinghe had ascended to the position of branch president not merely due to his imposing stature. Although he hailed from the outer disciples, many of whom are unable to transition to the inner circle after a certain period, the Haotian sect would often redirect them towards other avenues, such as roles within merchant associations. Having risen from the ranks of an outer disciple to the president of the West District branch of the Haotian Merchant Association, it was evident that Chu Xinghe was a master of diplomacy and finesse. After Ma Liang's introduction of Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe grasped the gravity of the situation. It was indisputable that treating this individual as a direct disciple of the Grand Elder warranted no hesitation. While it may be premature to declare him the next leader of Haotian sect, the position of the master of Lingyi Palace was certainly within reach. President Qin, I dare not accept the title of senior brother, Chu Xinghe remarked, observing the slightly graying hair of Chu Xinghe with a sense of bemusement. Senior brother Xinghe, you jest. You belong to the inner sect, while I am but an outer disciple. It is a custom within Haotian sect that outer disciples address inner disciples as senior brothers. And though I, Chu Xinghe, may not frequent the sect, I never forget our traditions. As Chu Xinghe's words left his lips, Ma Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Xinghe, feeling somewhat helpless, decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and directly articulated his intentions for the day. President Qin, I plan to purchase some items in Yuqing. Well, I suppose it would be gifts for my fellow disciples and esteemed elders. How many should I buy? I can assist with the selection. Everyone should receive one, including the outer sect. Chu Xinghe was taken aback, truly astonished. Everyone, how many individuals are there in the Haotian sect? There are 19 inner sect palaces, including the Haotian Palace, with some palaces housing tens of thousands of disciples, and others still numbering in the thousands. When you consider that, the total number of inner sect disciples is an overwhelmingly vast figure. It is no exaggeration to say that each peak of the Haotian Mountains, where the foremost sect of the world resides, resembles a city in its own right. To provide a gift to every individual, including the outer sect disciples? Frankly, Chu Xinghe couldn't even fathom the expense. No worries, we can use a blind box method. Let's buy a lot, and everyone can draw from the boxes to see what they receive. Observing Qin Xiangqian's bewildered expression, Chu Xinghe elaborated on his plan. We will mix all the gifts together and place them in boxes of varying sizes but identical appearances. In the end, everyone can choose a box and whatever they get is what they get. This unique approach to gifting left Qin Xiangqian in a state of confusion. He initially assumed that Chu Xinghe intended to purchase valuable gifts for the sect leader and the elders, but he never anticipated this approach. Ma Liang was equally astonished. No wonder senior brother Xinghe doesn't use a Qianquan ring. With this quantity, it wouldn't fit. Although Qin Xiangqian did not fully grasp Chu Xinghe's reasoning, he promptly arranged for someone to prepare the boxes as described. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangqian accompanied Chu Xinghe to begin their shopping excursion in Yuqing. They arrived at the largest commercial street in Yuqing, the city's primary trading area. However, within mere minutes, Qin Xiangqian witnessed the true spectacle of Chu Xinghe's shopping prowess. This shop looks promising. I'll take it. Take what? Everything, aside from the owner and staff. All right. This shop also appears splendid. Filled with gold and silver jewelry. I'll take it all. This jewelry store is acceptable as well. I'll take everything. As for the clothing, never mind. I won't take the clothes, but I will buy all the ornaments. While others purchase items individually, Chu Xinghe buys in bulk. Consequently, the entire commercial street was abuzz within moments. A super-rich patron had arrived in Yuqing, purchasing without any discernment, acquiring entire stores, as they swept through the commercial street. Aside from a few establishments that did not meet Chu Xinghe's standards, nearly all available merchandise was cleared out. The shop owners, who were all outside their stores today, stood awaiting customers, having seen wealth before, but never such staggering affluence. Qin Xiangqian, feeling a bit sheepish, realized that in the Haotian sect, if one were to ask which palace was the most formidable, no one would dare to claim superiority over the others. If one were to inquire about the wealthiest, Lingyi Palace would undoubtedly claim the second position. However, the other palaces would certainly scold Lingyi Palace for its audacity. Yet, to what extent does Lingyi Palace's wealth truly extend? Today, Qin Xiangqian had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. This was due to Chu Xinghe's assertion that all of this was merely pocket money bestowed upon him by his senior brothers. Just listen, pocket money. Can your family's pocket money purchase an entire street, and then another? Were it not for the lack of necessity, Qin Xiangqian would suspect that Chu Xinghe could buy and relocate the entire Yuqing. The shopping spree persisted until the evening, during which Chu Xinghe managed to clear out 7 blocks in Yuqing, igniting discussions throughout the city regarding the super-rich sweeping through Yuqing. That night, everyone refrained from returning to Haotian sect, as preparations were still underway at the teleportation array, prompting the group to stay in Yuqing. However, they opted not to choose Fan Tower, considering that Qin Xiangqian was present, as was the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. It was inconceivable to allow their own to reside elsewhere. Qin Xiangqian promptly arranged for all to rest in the western branch of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. Following dinner, Qin Xiangqian accompanied Chu Xinghe on a stroll through the chamber, but after only a few steps, one of his subordinates approached with a report. Speak plainly. Brother Xinghe is a member of our Haotian sect? Qin Xiangqian interjected, noticing his subordinate's hesitance. Upon hearing this, the subordinate hastily bowed to Chu Xinghe and proceeded to relay the matter at hand. President Jia Gui from Tingshula has arrived again. Did I not instruct him to leave? Why has he returned? Qin Xiangqian, infuriated, glanced at the perplexed Chu Xinghe and quickly clarified. Brother Xinghe, you may not be aware. Our western branch is closest to Lingmai Mountain, and beyond the Yulin Mountain range lies Lingmai Mountain, which is responsible for the mining of spirit stones. Recently, a significant mine was discovered, and several trading houses, including our Haotian Chamber of Commerce, secured a substantial quantity of raw stones from this mine. Once these raw stones are transported from Lingmai Mountain to the eastern district of the Shi family, we could realize tenfold profits. The Shi family, as one of the 3 great clans, even ranks above the Huang family. The Shi family has built its fortune on spirit stones, a fact not to be taken lightly. They have long been acquiring vast amounts of raw spirit stones from various sources, and through their unique methods, they can extract spirit stones from the raw materials. The recent discovery of this large mine in Lingmai Mountain, identified as a super mine capable of producing high-grade spirit stones by an elder of the Shi family, has led to a frenzy of purchases. The raw stones, once transported to the Shi family, would yield at least tenfold profits after extraction. As for Jia Gui from Tingshula, one of the top 10 sects, he arrived late to the news, thus failing to acquire any raw stones. Desperate, he sought assistance far and wide. Knowing that the Haotian sect had secured the largest quantity of raw stones, he was willing to purchase the spirit stones from the Haotian sect at 5 times the raw stones price. Could Chu Xinghe possibly acquiesce? They had already procured the raw stones. Once transported to the Shi family, they would earn tenfold profits. Now, Jia wished to buy them at a mere 5 times the price? Were they fools? This would only result in losses for the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe, filled with excitement, eagerly explained everything to Chu Xinghe. However, upon hearing the term loss, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Originally poised to make a tenfold profit, now, if he were to sell at a 5-fold price, would that not imply that the Haotian sect had inadvertently incurred a 5-fold loss? This calculation was simple enough. President Qin, lead me to the raw stones, Chu Xinghe declared. Naturally, Chu Xinghe had no objections and guided Chu Xinghe to the underground warehouse of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. Soon, within the warehouse, Chu Xinghe beheld towering piles of raw stones. Goodness, with such an abundance of raw stones, if their price were to be multiplied tenfold. Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Senior Brother Xinghe, once this transaction is completed, our Western District is destined to become the foremost among the 4 districts this year. These raw stones are sufficient to meet the consumption needs of our Haotian sect for an entire year. Chu Xinghe's eyes glimmered with greed, and Chu Xinghe's eyes mirrored that fervor. The annual quota of spirit stones for the Haotian sect. This was an astronomical figure that he could never have calculated himself. In that moment, Chu Xinghe made a resolute decision. He would sell the raw stones to Jia. Chu Xinghe looked at Chu Xinghe, utterly bewildered. Chapter 32. Suing Chu Xinghe proclaimed, "Let us sell all these raw stones to Jia. We shall demand 5 times the price." That, Brother Xinghe, this is unacceptable. If we sell to Jia now, we shall incur a loss of half our profit. Chu Xinghe was baffled by Chu Xinghe's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Chu Xinghe had already acquired an additional item in his hand. "I insist we sell these raw stones to Jia of the Tingxua Pavilion for 5 times the price. Let us finalize the transaction tonight." With the elder's token in hand, Chu Xinghe commanded authority, prompting Chu Xinghe to kneel in submission. However, he could not fathom the rationale behind Chu Xinghe's decision. Why forfeit the potential of tenfold profit for a mere 5 times? Brother Xinghe wields the elder's token, and thus I must comply. Yet I beseech you to enlighten me on your reasoning. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall seek an audience with the sect leader to demand accountability. An unexpected boon, you say? An explanation? What nonsense! Shall I confess that I intend for the sect to suffer a loss? Am I not being transparent enough? To impose such a significant detriment on the sect, and you dare to report me. How delightful! Once the sect learns of this, and coupled with my reckless use of the elder's token, TSK, my status as a direct disciple shall surely be revoked. Chu Xinghe offered no explanation to Chu Xinghe. Yet, with the elder's token in play, compliance was mandatory. Upon receiving the news that the Haotian sect was selling raw stones, Jia was left in disbelief. He had relinquished all hope, yet the Haotian sect was indeed selling. Is Chu Xinghe out of his mind? But there was no time for such thoughts. Jia hastily arranged for a substantial amount of spirit stones, ready to purchase the raw stones from the Haotian sect. Although he was paying 5 times the original price, once processed by the Shi family, it would yield a lucrative profit of 5-fold. Was the Haotian sect truly foolish? Not only Jia, but Chu Xinghe also regarded Chu Xinghe as a fool. Nevertheless, the elder's token compelled his obedience. Chu Xinghe had already declared his intent to return to the sect, as the repercussions of this matter were too grave to ignore. He must accurately report to the sect leader that such losses could not be attributed to him. Chu Xinghe spent a sleepless night, enraged to the point of nearly turning gray. In stark contrast, Chu Xinghe was plagued by delightful dreams, awakening with laughter multiple times throughout the night. This batch of raw stones represented a direct loss of half a year's worth of spirit stones for the Haotian sect, I dare say. How could I possibly lose this time? Today is destined to be a splendid day. Oh, curse it! Why am I singing that wretched song again? Such ill fortune. Upon rising, Chu Xinghe enjoyed a delightful breakfast with his junior disciples. Yet, in stark contrast to his exuberance, the faces of his juniors were etched with confusion. Clearly, Chu Xinghe had divulged the situation to others. Fu Jiang Maoyang approached Chu Xinghe cautiously. Brother Xinghe, could it be that Jia is your uncle? Get lost. Chu Xinghe kicked him away, baffled by such folly. Am I really so shallow? Is my pursuit merely wealth and beauty? From this day forth, I shall strive to be a noble individual, a remarkable person, one who has transcended base pleasures, devoted solely to the betterment of our sect. Although Ma Liang could not comprehend why Senior Brother Xing he acted in such a manner, he could only trust that Senior Brother Xing he was no ordinary man. In the ensuing days, Chu Xinghe did not seek out Chu Xinghe again. This batch of raw stones could have propelled him to the pinnacle of this year's for major divisions, bringing him closer to the legendary position of the president of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. However, with Chu Xinghe's interference, Chu Xinghe felt a pang in his heart. He had already devised a plan to report the matter truthfully. The burden was far too great for him to bear. The thought of Jia Gui leaving with the raw stones, grinning from ear to ear, made him even more distressed. Calculating the days, Jia Gui's shipment must be nearing the Shijia by now. He had unwittingly relinquished fivefold profits to another. At last, the teleportation array was ready. They arrived as a group of 100, but returned as 101. Chu Xinghe, with a few strands of hair turned gray, also made his way back to the Haotian sect. The familiar sensation of dizziness and nausea washed over him. However, this time he was the only one to vomit, while the others, though pale, managed to hold their composure, likely due to their elevated cultivation levels. As the dust settled, everyone found themselves in the martial arts arena of the Haotian Palace. In the distance, before the gates of the Haotian Palace, stood the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, flanked by the Grand Elder and the esteemed elders of each palace. Salutations to the sect leader and esteemed elders. Chu Xinghe led the group in a respectful bow. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Good children. We are well aware of each of your performances during this expedition, and the sect is exceedingly pleased with your endeavors in the spirit abyss. However, do not let this success lead to arrogance, for you have all committed errors, both grave and minor. Upon your return, reflect upon your actions, and ensure that such mistakes do not recur. As the sect leader spoke, his gaze swept over Ma Liang. Tears welled up in Ma Liang's eyes, for the sect leader's words implied he was aware of certain matters, but chose not to pursue them further. At last, he had moved past it. Looking at Senior Brother Xinghe ahead, Ma Liang knew that his current status was entirely due to Senior Brother Xinghe's support. Subsequently, Ma Liang entrusted the spiritual liquid within his Qinquan ring to the Grand Elder for the refinement of marrow-cleansing pills. The disciples of each palace departed under the guidance of their respective elders, and before leaving, each approached Chu Xinghe to express their gratitude for his care throughout the journey. The sight elicited smiles and nods of approval from the observing elders. Chu Xinghe, watching from the side, felt his heart tremble. He had encountered disciples of the Haotian sect before, yet he had never witnessed a disciple like Chu Xinghe. The 100-strong group hailed from various palaces, and their respect for Chu Xinghe was not merely due to his position as their leader, but stemmed from genuine admiration. Observing the sect leader and the Grand Elder, one could see their gazes towards Chu Xinghe akin to that of a father looking upon his beloved son. The other elders, far from harboring any resentment at Chu Xinghe's prominence, radiated warmth and kindness. What, indeed, was the true identity of this Chu Xinghe? Despite the extensive introduction provided by Ma Liang, Chu Xinghe remained perplexed. While it is conceivable for an individual to possess opportunities, fortune, and talent, how could one person garner universal admiration? Moreover, upon their return today, protocol dictated that all should pay their respects to the sect leader and the elders at Haotian Palace. Yet, inexplicably, the leader and elders came forth to greet them. I recall your name is Chu Xinghe, the president of the Western District. Am I correct? The Grand Elder did not turn to acknowledge Chu Xinghe until all others had departed. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays his respects to the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe hastily bowed. As he gazed upon the Grand Elder, he noted a chilling gaze devoid of the warmth he had previously witnessed. However, Chu Xinghe understood that he must report the matter truthfully, regardless of the circumstances. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, "Esteemed Grand Elder, this matter concerns Senior Brother Xinghe." Before Chu Xinghe could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by Gu Mingqiao. Any further discussion should be reserved for inside Haotian Palace. Goodness. Chu Xinghe had intended to voice his concerns in the presence of others, but did the sect leader perceive this as an undesirable development? Was he attempting to shield Chu Xinghe? Would he resort to silencing him? Despite his status as the president of the Western District, should he meet his demise within Haotian Palace, no one would dare inquire into the events that transpired. With a heart full of trepidation, Chu Xinghe followed into Haotian Palace. This marked his first entry into the opulent abode as an outer disciple, Yet he found no inclination to admire its grandeur. Instead, he knelt before the Grand Elder and the sect leader. The situation unfolded as follows. Chu Xinghe initially contemplated embellishing his account, but the gravity of the moment rendered him unable to do so. He could only relay the events as they occurred. Upon finishing his account, the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Chu Xinghe. Is what he said true? The Grand Elder's expression remained benevolent. Regret washed over Chu Xinghe, for he discerned that should Chu Xinghe deny the claims, the Grand Elder would not hesitate to eliminate him, casting him as the scapegoat. Ultimately, he realized he had been too naive. Chu Xinghe understood that he was likely facing an inescapable predicament, just as he resigned himself to the fate of becoming a scapegoat. Chu Xinghe spoke. He is correct. It was I. What? This revelation left Chu Xinghe stunned. The Grand Elder and the sect leader furrowed their brows. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's account, their initial reaction was skepticism. Yet, it was illogical for Chu Xinghe to fabricate such a tale. What benefit would he gain from implicating Chu Xinghe? However, the notion of deliberately causing harm to the sect seemed far beyond the capabilities of this young man. If anyone were to betray the sect, the Grand Elder would doubt every member of Lingyi Palace, including himself, before suspecting Chu Xinghe. Thus, the matter grew increasingly enigmatic. Xinghe, elucidate your thoughts. What is your perspective? Gu Mingxiao interjected. What is my perspective? Chu Xinghe, now resolute, declared, what else could I possibly think? I indeed intend to bring about a loss for the sect. Yet of course, I dare not articulate it so bluntly, for otherwise, I would simply be crushed without hesitation, which would be most unfortunate. Just as Chu Xinghe pondered how to fabricate a reason that would spare him from such a fate, a sudden golden light streaked across the distance. It was a golden spiritual bird. Gu Mingxiao reached out into the void, and the spiritual bird swiftly landed in his grasp. This was the spiritual bird responsible for conveying significant messages for the Haotian sect. Typically, it would only appear in the event of a momentous occurrence. Thus, without further ado, Gu Mingxiao opened the bird to discern the nature of the message. Upon his first glance, Gu Mingxiao stood transfixed, casting a look at Chu Xinghe and then at Chu Xinghe, who knelt on the ground. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, an exuberant laughter that resonated with joy. Ha ha! What a good child! Xinghe, you truly are a remarkable child. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, receiving the spiritual bird from the sect leader's hands. After a brief examination, he too began to laugh. Ha! I see now, this child Xinghe almost led us to misinterpret him. Chu Xinghe, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Chu Xinghe was equally confounded. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 33. The composure of Brother Xinghe, the sect leader, and the elder burst into boisterous laughter, sending chills down Chu Xinghe's spine, while a foreboding sensation enveloped Chu Xinghe. Before long, the elder unveiled the information from the spirit bird, which simultaneously materialized before both Chu Xinghe and Chu Xinghe. Upon reading the contents, Chu Xinghe stood utterly stunned. Chu Xinghe felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. Indeed, his ominous premonition had come to fruition. The message from the spirit bird was succinct. There had been an incident concerning the raw stones. After the raw stones from the major mine were sent to the Shi family, it was discovered that none of them yielded high-quality spiritual stones. Rather, they were all of the lowest grade. This development was catastrophic, as the top 10 sects had invested heavily in these raw stones, which had been thoroughly vetted by the Shi family prior to purchase. How could the various sects acquiesce to this? They erupted in conflict right there at the Shi family estate, with the head of the Shi family left bloodied and battered, while the sects issued stern warnings that they would not relent until a satisfactory explanation was provided. Reports indicated that the one who inflicted the most damage on the Shi family head was a member of the Qinghua Pavilion, a certain Jia Gui, who appeared to have fainted on the spot. In contrast to the losses suffered by the other sects, which amounted to mere reductions in their expected returns, the Qinghua Pavilion faced a far graver predicament. They had acquired the raw stones from Haotian sect at 5 times the price, and given that Haotian sect had the largest supply, their losses were nothing short of catastrophic. As Chu Xinghe absorbed the information relayed by the spirit bird, he felt as though he might faint like Jia Gui. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the ominous compass inexplicably began to spin once more. What on earth was happening? In the midst of his confusion, the compass halted, pointing to the pinnacle of third-grade cultivation. Had he received a reward? What was this absurdity? Hadn't he mitigated the sect's losses, even profiting from it? Why then, was there a reward? In an instant, noticing the pallor on Qin Xiaoquan's face, Chu Xinghe deduced something. Ah, dear child, it seemed you had discerned the issue with this batch of raw stones ahead of time. Within the Sage of Medicine's legacy, the art of stone appraisal is included. Why did you not inform Qin Xiaoquan sooner? Had you done so, he would not have needed to rush here to report, leaving me and the sect leader under the impression that you were once more causing mischief. The elder regarded Chu Xinghe with a benevolent expression. When he had first heard of Chu Xinghe's predicament, the elder had been genuinely astonished. After all, following the previous incident with the Haotian order, although he had granted authorization this time, if the elder's decree led to further losses for the sect, he would be unable to protect Chu Xinghe from severe punishment. Though perplexed by Chu Xinghe's actions, the elder now understood. He even imagined the scenario of this good child, fearing sect losses, daring to employ the elder's decree, and choosing not to inform Qin Xiaoquan out of concern for potential leaks. Indeed, the legacy of the Sage of Medicine is extraordinary. The sage chose wisely. This child is truly a blessing to Haotian. As Qin Xiaoquan moved forward, clarity settled upon the situation. He owed a debt of gratitude to Xinghe for mending the aftermath. Had Xinghe not intervened, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences he would have faced. The voice of the sect leader regained its authoritative tone. Qin Xiaoquan, consider yourself fortunate to have turned misfortune into blessing. As for your prior grievance against Xinghe, I trust that his magnanimity will prevent him from holding it against you. Let this matter rest here. Yes. Qin Xiaoquan's countenance turned ashen as he bowed to the sect leader and the elder before departing. Good lad. You should take some rest as well. The elder gestured for Chu Xinghe to leave. Upon exiting the Haotian palace, Chu Xinghe spotted Qin Xiaoquan in the distance, appearing utterly dejected. In truth, he was not alone in his despair. Chu Xinghe felt equally disheartened. Nevertheless, the third-tier pinnacle reward from the misfortune compass served as a modest consolation. Qin Xiaoquan. Xinghe, senior brother. Qin Xiaoquan still bore the look of someone lost. But upon seeing Chu Xinghe, he panicked anew. How much did you retain? Ah. At the sound of Chu Xinghe's inquiry, Qin Xiaoquan's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Chu Xinghe's quick reflexes saved him from falling. It is said that Ma Liang is a bringer of fortune. Yet Chu Xinghe believed that Qin Xiaoquan was the true harbinger of luck. Had it not been for him, Chu Xinghe would have faced complete ruin. Fortunately, his disobedience likely led to the secret hoarding of some raw stones, which resulted in the sect's loss. Although indirectly related, it still pertained to him, granting him a reward. In this era where everyone seeks to undermine one another, finding someone like Qin Xiaoquan to be a beacon of fortune was indeed rare. Xinghe, senior brother. I am doomed. I am truly doomed. Qin Xiaoquan's face turned as pale as parchment, terror-stricken. How much did you retain? 1/10. Senior brother Xinghe, I truly did not comprehend your good intentions. At this moment, Qin Xiaoquan was genuinely panicked. He knew that if this information were to be disclosed, no one could save him. Defying the elder's orders alone was enough to warrant his demise 100 times over. Very well, I am aware of this matter now. Upon your return, no matter what means you employ, seal the gap yourself. Let this matter conclude here. Chu Xinghe spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiaoquan was left speechless, rooted in place. At that moment, he found it hard to believe that senior brother Xinghe had chosen to spare him, despite his ignorance of Xinghe's benevolent intentions. Having come to the sect to report him, Xinghe had nonetheless overlooked past grievances and refrained from revealing his clandestine retention of raw stones before the sect leader. Now, he was being afforded the opportunity to rectify his mistakes. In that instant, Qin Xiaoquan was truly humbled. During his first visit to the Haotian palace, witnessing the respect bestowed upon Xinghe by so many, even the elders of various palaces favoring him, had left him puzzled. But in this moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. If previously he had addressed Xinghe as senior brother solely due to his elevated status, now that distinction held no bearing. He was genuinely convinced and wholeheartedly admired Xinghe's magnanimity and grace. A person misunderstood and wronged by others chose not to harbor resentment. Instead, he ultimately offered assistance to the very individual who had wronged him. What a noble character he possesses. Slap. Qin Xiaoquan fiercely struck himself across the face. Senior brother Xinghe, I shall forever remember today's events, and I sincerely thank you, senior brother Xinghe, for your magnanimity in sparing me. Enough of this. You have diligently served our sect for many years. While your contributions may not be grand, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. However, remember this incident well. There must not be a repeat. Rest assured, Senior Brother Xinghe. From this day forth, should you instruct me to head east, I shall not stray west. Should you command me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. With a heart full of admiration for Chu Xinghe, Qin Xiangqian departed from the Haotian sect. Due to Chu Xinghe's intervention in the raw stone incident, the Haotian sect emerged as the sole victor. Although Chu Xinghe felt discomfort, he found solace in the fact that his true benefactor, Qin Xiangqian, had indeed come to his aid, rendering the situation not entirely fruitless. Shortly after Qin Xiangqian's departure, the Haotian merchant caravan finally arrived at the Haotian sect. A multitude of vehicles, laden with countless boxes adorned with the Haotian sect's cloud-patterned emblem, drew the attention of numerous onlookers. What are these? I have no idea. I heard they were purchased by Senior Brother Xinghe. Really? What could Senior Brother Xinghe have bought? This is an astonishing quantity. Who knows? How much could this possibly cost? Senior Brother Xinghe is a disciple of Lingyi Palace, and it is said that the seniors there treat him as a treasure gem. Surely, this sum is trivial for Lingyi Palace? A vast number of blind boxes were delivered to the Haotian sect, and as discussions arose regarding Chu Xinghe's intentions, the blind boxes were distributed. Esteemed elders, as a disciple descending the mountain for the first time, I wish to bring gifts for all the esteemed elders and my fellow disciples. However, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I opted for this method. Each blind box contains a variety of items, regardless of what one may find inside. It is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will not find it laughable. Chu Xinghe personally handed each blind box to the elders of the various palaces. The elders, taken aback by receiving such gifts for the first time, could not help but chuckle. This child, while there have been disciples from various palaces descending the mountain before, they typically returned with precious gifts intended for those who had aided or could potentially elevate their status. Although gifting is not inherently wrong, the absence of gifts for some could leave a bittersweet taste. However, Chu Xinghe's approach was quite intriguing. He placed all items within blind boxes, leaving even himself oblivious to their contents. From the sect leader to the elders, and every disciple, even the outer disciples, received blind boxes prepared with impartiality. As an elder, one might unbox a seemingly useless doll, while an outer disciple could unveil a treasure of great worth. This method not only intrigued everyone but also earned silent approval for Chu Xinghe's equitable demeanor. This child, truly, he has put forth great thought. The elders received blind boxes, and Gu Mingxiao was no exception. As he opened his blind box and beheld the grasshopper doll within, a knowing smile emerged upon his face. This grasshopper doll, though of modest value, appeared to Gu Mingxiao in that moment as more precious than the various treasures his disciples had brought back. 4. In the actions of Chu Xinghe, there lay both fairness and impartiality. How could Gu Mingxiao not cherish such a person? With utmost care, Gu Mingxiao placed the grasshopper doll in the most prominent position on his treasure shelf. When compared to the priceless treasures surrounding it, the grasshopper doll may seem insignificant. Yet in Gu Mingxiao's heart, it held far greater value. Others presented gifts with ulterior motives, while Chu Xinghe offered his with genuine sincerity. Is there a gift in this world more precious than true heartfelt intent? Chapter 34. The pure actor asks how to lose the atmosphere within the Haotian sect has been nothing short of jubilant these past few days, rivaling the excitement of a festive celebration. From the esteemed sect leader to the outer disciples, even the kitchen staff responsible for preparing meals have all received blind box gifts from Chu Xinghe. The most fervent discussions among the members revolve around the contents of these gifts. It has been said that the sect leader unwrapped a grasshopper doll. Is that true? I thought Brother Xinghe was merely jesting. I never imagined it was indeed a blind box gift. Your words betray your ignorance. Brother Xinghe's character is well known among us, the disciples of Haotian sect. He has never been one to curry favor or belittle others. This gift is a gesture of goodwill, not an act of flattery towards the higher-ups. In the past, those who returned from their journeys would bring back various gifts for the elders and the sect leader. We were hardly regarded. But look at Brother Xinghe. One can only feel a sense of inadequacy in comparison. I heard that an outer disciple received a pendant crafted from top-quality spirit stones. That is truly of great value. What of it? I heard our esteemed elder received a rag doll. Haha. Those fortunate enough to receive splendid gifts rejoiced, while those less fortunate bore no sorrow. For the sect leader's grasshopper doll and the elder's rag doll made their own gifts seem not so shabby in comparison. The entire Haotian sect was enveloped in joy due to the blind boxes. Simultaneously, The exploits of the 100-member team during their journey to the spirit cave spread like wildfire upon their return. Everything that Chu Xinghe and the team had accomplished was now common knowledge within the sect. In no time, both elders and ordinary disciples alike were nodding in quiet approval of Chu Xinghe and his team's deeds. Courageous and strategic, eager to assist, warm as spring to his fellow disciples, yet as merciless as winter to his adversaries. Chu Xinghe's actions earned him the admiration of every member of the Haotian sect. Particularly, the successful retrieval of all the spirit liquid garnered cheers for Brother Xinghe from the 3,000 newly initiated disciples. Initially disheartened for not being able to join the 100-member team and thus missing the opportunity to cleanse their marrow and refine their bones in the spirit cave, the return of the spirit liquid meant that each person could at least receive a marrow-cleansing pill. While it may not compare to the effects of the spirit cave, it was still a significant boon. For everyone, this represented a monumental enhancement. Brother Xinghe effectively bestowed immense benefits upon each of the 3,000 individuals. How could this not invoke joy? The Haotian sect was alive with celebration, yet one person stood apart. In the outer sect, Chu Xinghe, who had only just begun to rise from his sickbed, also received a blind box from Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe, you scoundrel! Such despicable behavior to win over hearts. Furious, Chu Xinghe hurled the blind box to the ground. The box shattered, revealing a Zongzi doll. By an uncanny coincidence, the hue and wrapping of this Zongzi doll bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xinghe himself at that moment. Chu Xinghe, how dare you insult me so? With rage, Chu Xinghe seized the Zongzi doll and tore it to shreds. However, this did not alleviate the anger that simmered within him. Who was he? He was none other than Chu Xinghe, the unrivaled prodigy of Kaohsian village. That scoundrel, Chu Xinghe, was merely ranked behind him as the foremost individual of Kaohsian village. His destiny was undoubtedly to wield a 3-foot sword and ascend to the heavens. Even though he temporarily endured various injustices, Chu Xinghe firmly believed that these were merely trials bestowed upon him by the heavens. As the saying goes, when the heavens are about to assign a great responsibility to a person, they must first temper their will and labor their body. He was enduring this crucible. As long as he persevered, he would surely leap over the dragon gate and soar to great heights. But what was Chu Xinghe? How dare he humiliate him so? He was but a trifling second-rate individual of Kaohsian village. He was meant to remain beneath Chu Xinghe's feet forever. After venting his frustrations, Chu Xinghe felt considerably relieved. Yet, just as he intended to recline and continue to enjoy the trials set upon him by the heavens, the door was violently kicked open. Leading the charge was the rotund Lu Bo, sporting an irritable expression. Damn it! What was that scoundrel yelling about? I was just in the midst of a private moment, nearly startled into a frenzy. Hey, this is a blind box sent by Brother Xinghe. You wretched creature. You shattered Brother Xinghe's heartfelt gift? Brother Xinghe is from your hometown, helping you time and again, and you repay him with such ingratitude. What? You even tore this gift to shreds. Damn it! I can no longer tolerate this. Brother Xinghe is such a good person, and you, vile wretch, have acted thus. Brothers, let us take action. No one knows how long this brawl lasted, but it is certain that the heavens had indeed imposed great trials upon Chu Xinghe, compelling him to endure even more suffering for another half-year. The minor incident at the outer sect did not reach Chu Xinghe's ears, as he was preoccupied with concocting the washing marrow pill over the past few days. The washing marrow pill is a 4th-grade elixir, and as a 4th-grade alchemist, Chu Xinghe had no difficulties in crafting it. Furthermore, due to the inheritance from the sage of medicine, Chu Xinghe truly wept. The Grand Elder proclaimed that the pills crafted by others were of ordinary quality. What a waste. But the pills crafted by Chu Xinghe were of exceptional quality, a tremendous boon for his junior brothers and sisters. Therefore, all of the washing marrow pills were entrusted to Chu Xinghe for refinement. Chu Xinghe was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Was this not a punishment? Was the wheel of misfortune not in effect? Was there any law or morality remaining? Each day, Chu Xinghe toiled sorrowfully in the Medicine King Palace, while numerous senior brothers and sisters were far from idle. With each exceptional washing marrow pill distributed, they informed the recipients. Do you know, this was personally refined by Brother Xinghe for you. In the entire Lingyi Palace, only Brother Xinghe can guarantee the creation of exceptional washing marrow pills. The difference between an exceptional pill and an ordinary one is not trivial. For your sake, Brother Xinghe has not left the Medicine King Palace for half a month. It pains us to witness this. With the unwavering support of his senior brothers and sisters, Every junior brother who consumed the washing marrow pill was filled with gratitude. Behold, this is our esteemed senior, Chu Xinghe, who dedicates himself tirelessly for the rapid growth of his juniors. The elders from various halls have expressed their gratitude for the diligent efforts of Lingyi Palace towards Chu Xinghe. However, their gratitude proves to be a double-edged sword. As soon as they express their thanks, the Grand Elder becomes even more pleased, closely monitoring Chu Xinghe, leaving him no opportunity to slack off. Under such rigorous training, Chu Xinghe has not emerged empty-handed. He has at least attained the 5th rank in alchemy. After 2 full months, he successfully refined all the cleansing elixirs, and the moment he stepped out of the apothecary palace, he comprehended the essence of being released from prison. What 5th rank alchemist? Such titles are mere trifles. I detest alchemy. Nonsense. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Xinghe intended to embrace a life of idleness, resolving not to indulge in reckless pursuits any longer. After the incident with the raw stones, he understood that even a sure bet could lead to loss. He must adopt a more prudent approach. Otherwise, he could not afford to act recklessly, for who knows what consequences might ensue. At last, junior brother Xinghe has emerged from seclusion. Feng Fei, upon witnessing Chu Xinghe sprawled out like a lifeless dog, burst into laughter. Senior brother Feng, just end my misery with a single strike. I feel utterly devoid of hope. That won't do. I have just received word that those from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace are approaching, and they come with ill intentions. The elders of various halls have gathered at Haotian Palace to discuss how to respond. A battle is imminent? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Not exactly a battle. Our Haotian sect ranks first in the world, while Wudi City is a close second. For years, they have aspired to surpass us. Let them try. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but interject. Feng Fei continued. However, in terms of foundation and strength, Wudi City is significantly inferior to our Haotian sect. Their ambition to surpass us is akin to a fool's dream. Yet, Wudi City is unwilling to concede easily. 15 years ago, they proposed a competition where their most outstanding new disciples would come to Haotian sect, ostensibly for guidance, but we both know the true intent. As for Tianyao Palace, it stands as the only alchemical faction capable of rivaling Lingyi Palace. They accompany Wudi City this time under the pretense of seeking advice, but in reality, they are cut from the same cloth. After Feng Fei concluded, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with realization. I suspect that you, junior brother Xinghe, will certainly take the stage among this generation of new disciples, not only against Wudi City but also against Tianyao Palace. Feng Fei's words prompted Chu Xinghe to cautiously inquire. What if I lose? Lose. Junior brother Xinghe, you jest. In the past 15 years, Haotian sect has only lost once to Wudi City, and that defeat was due to the inadequacy and arrogance of our disciples. However, that loss tarnished our reputation, and we paid a hefty price to stabilize the situation. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of defeat. Should you lose, not only will the sect suffer, but you will undoubtedly face severe punishment as well. After all, this is a confrontation against the martial Emperor City. A defeat would equate to a loss of the sect's dignity. At that moment, no amount of pleas from anyone would suffice. Tears streamed down Chu Xinghe's face. Brother Feng Fei, you are an unparalleled brother. Martial Emperor City, just because of your righteousness. The title of the world's best will surely belong to you in due time. If you lack the capability, I, Chu Xinghe, will elevate you to greatness. In the past 15 years, we have only suffered a single defeat, and that loss tarnished our sect's reputation, resulting in a significant cost to stabilize the situation. The Haotian sect, being the foremost sect, would be utterly humiliated if we were to lose to the second best, Martial Emperor City. However, Chu Xinghe boldly declared that he was not afraid of humiliation. In fact, he had made it his lifelong pursuit. So, Martial Emperor City has come to challenge us. Has it? I, Chu Xinghe, shall not shy away. Watch closely. If we've only lost once in 15 years, I shall provide you with a second and third loss, for I am certain of defeat against the Heavenly Medicine Palace as well. No one can change that outcome. Observing Chu Xinghe's fervor, Feng Fei initially assumed his excitement stemmed from the impending challenge. Junior brother Xinghe, you must certainly take to the battlefield. And rumors are circulating that you are to represent our generation as the chief combatant against their champion. Yet, I have also heard that the individual named Zhang Yu possesses the Martial Emperor City's unparalleled inheritance of the 7-colored glazed body, making him no easy opponent. No easy opponent. You say? Chu Xinghe was invigorated once more. Indeed, if the opponent were merely subpar, portraying the role would be rather difficult. The stronger they were, the more natural his defeat would be. Rest assured, Brother Feng, if I am to represent our sect in battle, I shall undoubtedly live up to the sect's expectations. Feng Fei, observing the fierce determination in Chu Xinghe's expression, wore a look of satisfaction. It seemed as though Chu Xinghe could see the light beckoning him. Today, no. I absolutely will not sing that song again. As a masterful actor, in a true contest of skill, with no interference whatsoever, I shall inquire how I might possibly lose this time. Chapter 35. Losing the sect's dignity, we must stand firm. The sect did not keep Chu Xinghe waiting for long. Shortly, news arrived from Haotian Palace. Upon receiving the message, Chu Xinghe promptly set off for Haotian Palace. Outside the Grand Hall, he encountered Wan Lin and Ma Liang, senior brother Xinghe. The two greeted him with smiles and bows, and together, they entered the Grand Hall. Inside, the sect master, the Grand Elder, and the chief elders from various palaces were all present. Greetings, sect master and esteemed elders. After the trio paid their respects, the Grand Elder spoke first. You must be aware of the matters concerning Wudi City and Tianyao Palace, and thus, you should understand the reason for summoning the three of you. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chu Xinghe nodded with an air of composure, his heart undisturbed. However, Wan Lin and Ma Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by expressions of elation. The visit from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace was hardly a secret. Nearly every palace had received the news. There was no doubt that Tianyao Palace was here for senior brother Xinghe, a fact that was unquestioned throughout Haotian's sect. Yet what of Wudi City? 3 individuals would compete, and it was expected that senior brother Xinghe would participate. His sole opponent would be Zhang Yu, known for possessing the 7-colored glazed body. The question remained, who would fill the remaining 2 slots? Discussions buzzed. For being chosen would signify the approval of the sect master and the elders, marking these 2 as the most outstanding among the current 3,000 disciples. When Wan Lin and Ma Liang were summoned, they were filled with trepidation, especially upon seeing senior brother Xinghe's presence, which hinted at something significant. However, hearing the Grand Elder's words directly ignited their excitement. As they reveled in their enthusiasm, many influential figures within the sect were observing the scene. On one side stood the composed Chu Xinghe, while on the other were the visibly jubilant Ma Liang and Wan Lin. This stark contrast compelled the sect master and the elders to acknowledge the remarkable nature of this young man. Mature beyond his years, he remained unflustered in the face of challenges, exemplifying true steadiness. To possess such poise at a tender age was indeed a blessing for Haotian. You 3 must prepare diligently upon your return. In 3 days, the individuals from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace will arrive. This competition pertains to the sect's dignity, and you must not exhibit even the slightest negligence. The Grand Elder admonished, causing the excitement on Ma Liang and Wan Lin's faces to vanish, replaced by the weight of immense pressure and anxiety. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed. The elders nodded once more, recognizing that this child, undisturbed by honor or disgrace, was truly exceptional. It seemed likely that Chu Xinghe had anticipated representing Haotian's sect, and his lack of surprise or excitement was understandable. Yet, the Grand Elder's recent statement had introduced considerable pressure. Observing Ma Liang and Wan Lin, who could no longer muster a smile, one could not help but admire Chu Xinghe's unwavering demeanor in the face of such strain. This young man truly commanded the respect of the elders. The Grand Elder refrained from imposing further pressure on everyone. After uttering a few simple words, he permitted the 3 to leave the Haotian Great Hall. Upon exiting, Ma Liang and Wan Lin each grasped Chu Xinghe's arms, one on the left, the other on the right. Without needing to see, Chu Xinghe could discern by touch that the one to his right was his junior sister Wan Lin, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Senior brother Xinghe, what should we do? I'm so nervous I could die. Representing the sect in battle, what if I lose? Wouldn't he that brings shame upon our sect? Wan Lin stammered, her words tumbling out in a flurry. Senior brother Xinghe, I suspected what this was about when we arrived. I was initially just thrilled to stand out among the 3,000 disciples, but as you've said before, with great power comes great responsibility. Representing the sect in battle. What if Ma Liang did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear to all? What if they lost? The tension and anxiety enveloped the 2 as they gazed at the composed Chu Xinghe, their admiration for him growing immensely. Isn't it remarkable, senior brother Xinghe? Does he not even comprehend the meaning of nervousness? Wan Lin began, but her words were cut short by Chu Xinghe's firm interjection. No, he asserted. The reason you feel anxious and tense is due to your fear of performing poorly and losing. You are simply afraid of defeat, but I am not. If one lacks the courage to face the possibility of loss, how can one ever hope to win? Chu Xinghe's words, though profound, were undeniably true. Why were these two so anxious? To put it plainly, it was their fear of losing. Being chosen from among 3,000 disciples certainly signified excellence. Yet the prospect of losing was daunting, risking becoming a pariah within the sect. Thus, the pressure was immense. Yet, what pressure did he feel? You are anxious because you fear losing and desire to win. I, however, feel no such pressure. I am indifferent to winning. I seek to lose. I have surrendered to the outcome, regardless of who my opponent may be. If one cannot muster the courage to confront defeat, how could one ever achieve victory? Wan Lin and Ma Liang found Chu Xinghe's declaration reverberating in their minds. The unease that had once adorned their faces began to dissipate. They understood that senior brother Xinghe was imparting wisdom. They should harbor no pressure. When one is unafraid of losing, what remains to fear? While representing the sect in battle, they ought not to focus solely on how to win, but rather contemplate how they might possibly lose. Senior brother Xinghe was nudging them to identify all potential factors that could lead to defeat. Once these factors were eradicated, victory would be inevitable. Indeed, senior brother Xinghe was truly remarkable, having seen through it all. The trio parted ways, each returning to their respective chambers. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation at the entrance had been overheard clearly by the sect leader and the elders within the Haotian Great Hall. Without the courage to face defeat, how could one ever win? This young man is extraordinary, remarked sect leader Gu Mingqiao, a look of immense satisfaction gracing his face. The Grand Elder and the other elders nodded in agreement. For many years of competition against the martial Emperor city, every disciple selected has been riddled with anxiety and trepidation. Yet, this child, Chu Xinghe, is the first to perceive the outcome with such clarity. Fearless of defeat, he possesses a profound understanding that surpasses our own. A group of elder gentlemen nodded in silent approval. Lingyi Palace, today is a splendid day. All aspirations seem destined to be fulfilled. Chu Xinghe skipped along, humming a cheerful tune. What? This song is inauspicious. That was in the past. This time, in his confrontation with the martial Emperor city, there are 3 matches. And he will face Zhang Yu, the foremost disciple of this generation from the martial Emperor city. This is a one-on-one duel, with no external factors to disrupt the contest. One might wonder how he could possibly lose. With a buoyant spirit, Chu Xinghe returned to the Medicine King Palace. The news of the trio's selection soon spread throughout the entire Haotian sect. As for Chu Xinghe, it goes without saying that among the 3,000 disciples, his prowess has long been acknowledged by all. Ma Liang ranked first among the new disciples upon entrance, which explains his inner dissatisfaction when accompanying Chu Xinghe to the Lingku. As for Wan Lin, although her ranking in the entrance examination was not particularly high, her journey to the spirit tomb granted her a soul-unifying spiritual weapon, and she subsequently ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Shortly after returning to the sect, she achieved another breakthrough. And rumors suggest that she has mastered the supreme technique of Qiolin Palace, the Rui Rod technique, which has contributed to her remarkable emergence. Thus, the selection of the 3 was met with no objections. At Lingyi Palace, the news of Chu Xinghe's selection was anticipated. Yet the enthusiasm of his senior brothers still moved him deeply. Junior brother Xinghe, here is the information I've gathered about Zhang Yu. Junior brother Xinghe, although I have yet to see the supreme technique of martial Emperor city, the 7-colored glazed body, I managed to find some insights from the secret archives of the Kangong Tower that might serve as references for you. Even the Grand Elder was not idle. After summoning Chu Xinghe, he shared what he knew about Zhang Yu. However, Chu Xinghe hardly paid attention to the Grand Elder's specifics. After all, his goal was to lose to Zhang Yu. Was it truly necessary to listen for weaknesses? The Grand Elder succinctly summarized Zhang Yu in one word: extraordinarily strong. In the Grand Elder's words, Zhang Yu is hailed by the martial Emperor city as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, with all attributes maximally developed. He has comprehended the 7-colored glazed body. And the martial Emperor city has boldly proclaimed that Zhang Yu will undoubtedly sweep through the Haotian sect. The Grand Elder recognized Chu Xinghe's capabilities but still urged him not to be complacent. Chu Xinghe nodded solemnly. Indeed, one cannot afford to be lax. Zhang Yu is so formidable that if he were to merely lose to him, it would not be entirely unacceptable, would it? What if, later on, everyone rallied to plead on his behalf, and the sect master, feeling sympathetic, imposed a 3-month confinement? Wouldn't that be a futile endeavor? Upon realizing the formidable prowess of Zhang Yu, Chu Xinghe came to the profound understanding that he was still quite youthful. This battle was not merely one of defeat. It was imperative that they lose with a semblance of dignity, a loss that would be thoroughly disgraceful. It was their duty to tarnish the reputation of their sect in the most complete manner. Subsequently, the Grand Elder spoke of the matters concerning the Heavenly Medicine Palace. It appeared that the Heavenly Medicine Palace had aligned with the martial Emperor city due to the emergence of an unparalleled genius among their ranks, seeking to engage in a contest of strength with the Haotian sect's Lingyi Palace. The Grand Elder did not entertain any doubts regarding the competition with the Heavenly Medicine Palace. His sole stipulation was that they must not only secure victory, but do so with a level of sophistication and honor that would uphold their prestige. They must not let their sect down. After absorbing the Grand Elder's words, Chu Xinghe nodded vigorously, assuring him that he would never disappoint in that regard. The 3 days swiftly passed, and the martial Emperor city alongside the Heavenly Medicine Palace arrived as promised. Chapter 36. A grim start in the Haotian mountain range. The gates of the Haotian sect stand wide open today. The Grand Elder personally greets the esteemed guests at the mountain entrance. Such a grand display is primarily due to the arrival of Chu Xinghe, the Lord of Wudi City, a figure capable of matching Gu Mingqiao in a contest of strength. Naturally, a powerful individual deserves the corresponding honor. Lord Haotian, having traveled a great distance, is warmly welcomed by the Haotian sect. The Grand Elder cordially invites Chu Xinghe and his entourage into the sect. Everyone exchanges pleasantries as they make their way to the Haotian Palace, where Gu Mingqiao has been waiting for some time. Upon the Grand Elder guiding the people from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace to the entrance of the Haotian Palace, Gu Mingqiao rises from his seat to greet them outside. As he walks, he instructs Chu Xinghe, who stands nearby, to follow closely behind him. All right, Chu Xinghe, somewhat puzzled, complies and trails behind the sect master. However, the expressions of the other elders shift significantly. It is well known that a sect as prominent as the Haotian sect has many established protocols. For instance, when receiving a distinguished guest like the Lord of Wudi City, there are specific regulations regarding positioning. The spot behind the sect master is reserved for only 2 individuals, the Grand Elder and the Chief Disciple. By allowing Chu Xinghe to occupy that position, the sect master inadvertently acknowledges him as the chief disciple of this generation. The elders exchange glances, but none dare to voice their concerns. After all, the abilities and character of this young man are widely recognized. Few would oppose his elevation to chief disciple. Brother Mingqiao, it has been a decade, yet you remain as impressive as ever. Lord Haotian remarks jovially. You flatter me, Lord Haotian. It is you who has truly garnered fame across the realm these past 10 years. Gu Mingqiao replies, engaging in polite banter, while the members of the Haotian sect turn their attention to the 3 young individuals accompanying Lord Haotian. At the forefront stands a young man who, as Chu Xinghe would put it, resembles a protagonist straight out of a comic. He seems to radiate light. This is Zhengyu, the extraordinary genius reputed by the Grand Elder to appear once in a millennium. Following Zhengyu is a girl bearing a long sword on her back. Though her appearance is unremarkable, the sword she carries is anything but ordinary. It trembles behind her as if it longs to be drawn at any moment. Sword intent. Remarkably, this young girl has already cultivated her own sword intent at such a tender age. Some elders recognize the profound mystery contained within the sword. Sword intent is a coveted aspiration for those who practice the sword arts, yet achieving it is a daunting challenge, with many dedicating their lives without even touching the threshold of such mastery. Yet, this young girl, despite her youth, has grasped her own sword intent. Truly, Wudi City has come with formidable intentions. Lastly, the 3rd individual is a towering youth, nearly 2 meters tall, with an unusual gray complexion. His muscular build raises concerns about his potential for sudden outbursts of strength. However, his rather unattractive appearance and seemingly dim-witted demeanor prompt skepticism. He bears the bloodline of the ancient dragon rhinoceros. In an astonishing turn of events, the martial Emperor city has discovered a disciple bearing the ancient bloodline of the dragon rhinoceros. The erudite elder of the Haotian sect recognized the dragon rhinoceros lineage in this 3rd individual. What a marvel! A young prodigy who has grasped the essence of sword intent, coupled with the illustrious dragon rhinoceros bloodline. Each of these attributes alone would mark one as an unparalleled genius. Yet, these 2 extraordinary individuals stand in the shadow of the seemingly unremarkable Zhengyu. What merits such prominence? Is it merely his good looks? Besides the martial Emperor city, Wu Kun, the master of the Heavenly Medicine Palace, has also brought forth their own talent. a girl whose age is ambiguous at best. At first glance, her height and appearance suggest immaturity, but a mere glance at her chest reveals a more nuanced reality. This girl, with her unwavering gaze fixed on Zheng Yu since her entrance, seems to have envisioned a future entwined with him, contemplating even the details of their eventual resting place. Wu Kun coughed gently to introduce this young lady, named Luo Ying'er, while the names of the two from martial Emperor City, Xiaoling, the girl of sword intent, and Zheng Bo, the dragon rhinoceros, were duly noted by Chu Xinghe. To Chu Xinghe's astonishment, Zheng Bo turns out to be Zheng Yu's younger brother. One can only marvel at their parents' prowess. Perhaps an inquiry into familial ties is in order. Gu Mingxiao offered a brief introduction of Chu Xinghe and his companions, drawing the attention of all present towards him. Having inherited the Haotian sword box, I am eager to witness your prowess in the art of flying swords. Cheng Xiaotian remarked cheerfully, his gaze fixed on Chu Xinghe. The acquisition of the Haotian sword box by Chu Xinghe is no longer a secret, and the legend of the 9 flying swords has spread far and wide. You should take this opportunity to learn from your senior brother Xinghe. Indeed, Zheng Yu replied, having met his senior brother Xinghe before. Junior brother Zheng Yu, you are too humble. Let us exchange insights. Gu Mingxiao guided everyone to their seats as the Haotian sect had prepared a grand banquet to welcome the guests from martial Emperor City. The banquet was rather mundane, with the elders of both sides engaging in trivial banter. Chu Xinghe, accompanied by Wan Lin and Ma Liang, approached the others to offer a toast as a gesture of welcome. Zheng Yu downed his drink in one gulp, continuously expressing pleasantries about seeking guidance from senior brother Xinghe in the coming days. Xiaoling opted for tea in lieu of wine, concerned that consuming alcohol too soon after comprehending sword intent might hinder her progress. As for the dragon rhinoceros, he paid no mind to Chu Xinghe. Engrossed in devouring a chicken leg, it seemed not that he lacked intelligence, but rather, he appeared to be somewhat dim-witted. Lastly, there was Luo Ying who, even when Chu Xinghe approached to toast, did not divert her gaze from Zheng Yu. With a sense of resignation, Chu Xinghe departed, while Wan Lin expressed a connection with Luo Ying'er, settling beside her. Yet, as Chu Xinghe observed their conversation, he noticed Wan Lin's hand resting in a rather inappropriate position. Moreover, the gaze directed towards Zheng Yu was telling. Among the two young ladies, Luo Ying'er regarded Zheng Yu with eyes aglow, whereas Wan Lin's look bore an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a vendetta against a father or the bitter resentment of a stolen beloved. The banquet concluded amidst an atmosphere of harmony and delight. The Haotian sect had arranged accommodations for their guests. After escorting the visitors to their lodgings, Chu Xinghe returned to rest. A night devoid of dreams passed, and early the next morning, he was summoned by the Grand Elder to the Medicine King Palace. The martial arts competition was set for the following day, with the first match featuring Wan Lin against Xiaoling, the second match pitting Ma Liang against Zheng Bo, and the third match being his own confrontation with Zheng Yu. Chu Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. I conferred with the sect leader last night, and it seems unlikely that Wan Lin will emerge victorious in the first bout. The Grand Elder's assessment resonated with Chu Xinghe, while Wan Lin was indeed exceptional. The young Xiaoling had already grasped the essence of sword intent at such a tender age. Thus, despite both being of the third rank, the disparity in their combat prowess was substantial. Though concern etched on his face, Chu Xinghe's heart sang with optimism. What was it called? An inauspicious start. If Wan Lin were to falter right away, Haotian sect would suffer an early defeat. What could be more exhilarating than that? Should Ma Liang fall to that formidable rhinoceros in the second match, it would be even more splendid. He was resolute that he would not disappoint in the third match. 3 battles, 3 defeats. Could there be a more perfect conclusion? Even if Ma Liang could not secure a win, his ancient dragon rhinoceros lineage granted him formidable defensive prowess. Zheng Bo practiced the unique skills of the martial Emperor City, which maximized defensive capabilities. Yet yesterday's observation of this individual, the Grand Elder gestured towards his head, and the implication was unmistakable. Thus, in this duel, Ma Liang might struggle to penetrate his opponent's defenses, yet he possessed undeniable speed. The adversary would find it challenging to counter Ma Liang, and the most likely outcome would be a stalemate. A stalemate? Well, that is not entirely unacceptable. Hence, the crux of victory lay between him and Zheng Yu. The preceding matches merely served as a prelude. The outcome was inconsequential as long as he could defeat Zheng Yu. Even if the martial Emperor City triumphed in the earlier contests, they would still face defeat. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with utmost seriousness. Chu Xinghe nodded emphatically. I am confident. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This time, He need not pledge any military oath. As long as he performed to his utmost, even if he faced a disgraceful loss, no one could shield him from the repercussions, and even Haotian sect's reputation would suffer. The Grand Elder, observing Chu Xinghe's serious demeanor, broke into a smile. Xinghe, do not impose such pressure upon yourself. As you have remarked, do not allow the fear of failure to extinguish your desire for victory. The Grand Elder firmly patted Chu Xinghe on the shoulder and departed with a look of satisfaction. After the Grand Elder's exit, individuals from various palaces flocked to Chu Xinghe, offering their encouragement. Brother Xinghe, you are the finest. What is Zheng Yu compared to you? Bring him to his knees. Star River, you must have faith in yourself. With your capabilities, achieving victory is undoubtedly within your grasp, provided you perform to your usual standard. Senior Star River, you are destined to triumph. Yet I wonder if it is possible to avoid striking Zheng Yu's face. It would be a pity if anything were to mar her beauty. These are the disciples of Qilin Palace, after all. Indeed, beauty is justice, as evidenced by how her elbow seems to be nearly resting on Zheng Yu's bed. In the end, more supporters intending to cheer for Chu Xinghe were intercepted by the Grand Elder, who reasoned that such overwhelming encouragement might impose excessive pressure on him. Yet, pressure is a curious thing. I recall a time when I strolled with my hands in my pockets, blissfully unaware of its existence. That evening, Feng Fei observed his junior Star River, sleeping soundly without a hint of anxiety, and could not help but shake his head in admiration. Indeed, Star River is no ordinary person. At Haotian sect, the Grand Martial Arts Arena was filled to capacity today. Everyone capable of attending from the entire sect gathered within the arena, presided over by the sect master himself. After delivering a few courteous remarks about the close ties between Haotian sect and Martial Emperor City, the martial event commenced in earnest. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Wan Lin ascended the martial platform, wielding a large staff that captured everyone's attention. Chu Xinghe caught a glimpse of Wan Lin's staff, known as the Panlong three-section staff, which was a spiritual weapon intimately connected to her soul. Her training also encompassed the supreme martial arts of Qilin Palace, specifically the art of the staff. Yet, Chu Xinghe found himself perplexed as to why this entirely female disciple faction, Qilin Palace, seemed so enamored with the study of staff techniques. Was it a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Or perhaps it was a case of seeking balance by compensating for what was lacking. Chapter 37. The Enlightenment of the Staff. As Wan Lin ascended the stage, brandishing the Panlong three-section staff, the arena erupted in a thunderous cheer. A testament to the advantage of home ground. Xiaoling gracefully leapt onto the martial arts platform, landing lightly beside him. Standing face to face, the Grand Elder at the center of the stage declared the commencement of the first match after receiving their mutual nod of agreement. Without further ado, Wan Lin unleashed the Panlong three-section staff, its dragon-shaped silhouette manifesting in an instant. The staff, originally a mere half-meter long, suddenly expanded several-fold, resembling an enormous chicken leg, coiled with a ravenous dragon. With this colossal weapon in hand, Wan Lin advanced, swinging the staff with the dragon's shadow aimed directly at Xiaoling. However, in the face of the descending Panlong three-section staff, Xiaoling displayed no intention of evasion. As the staff was about to strike her, the sword behind her emitted a resonant hum. In a frenzy of vibrations, Xiaoling unsheathed her sword. Once freed from its sheath, the oppressive sword intent that once bound her vanished, surging upward like a tempest, threatening to rend all in its path. Without need for her command, the soaring sword intent collided with Wan Lin's massive chicken leg in the air. The overwhelming force cleaved the illusory leg in two, transforming the sword intent into a storm that swept through the surroundings, utterly annihilating the phantom of the chicken leg. Yet, the ferocity of the sword intent did not wane. It descended like an awakened primordial beast, lunging fiercely at Wan Lin. He attempted to defend with the Panlong three-section staff, but the sword intent proved too violent. The immense impact sent Wan Lin hurtling backward, crashing down from the martial arts platform. The sword intent returned to Xiaoling as she sheathed her sword, sealing the fierce energy once more. I concede, Xiaoling spoke softly, as if addressing a trivial matter. Yet, in that moment, the entire Haotian sect's arena fell into a profound silence. All gazes were fixed upon Wan Lin, who had been thrown off the stage by a single strike. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Some may have anticipated Wan Lin's defeat, but none foresaw such a swift and decisive end. One strike, merely one strike to be vanquished? Yet, they all understood that it was not Wan Lin's inadequacy, but rather the terrifying prowess of Xiao Ling's sword intent that prevailed. Even as the furious sword intent dissipated, its lingering impression left the crowd unsettled, struggling to comprehend that such a seemingly demure young lady could wield such ferocious swordsmanship. Lost, defeated? Was this truly the end? It was all too swift. Wan Lin had barely begun to showcase her full potential. Ineffectual. Wan Lin's opponent possessed an overwhelming sword intent. She stood no chance against it. The audience erupted into chaos after a brief moment of stunned silence. For years, the disciples of the Haotian sect and Wudi city had engaged in martial contests, yet such a swift annihilation had never before been witnessed. In the past, regardless of who emerged victorious, the outcome was typically determined in the final moments of the contest. However, today, Wan Lin was decisively defeated in a single move, highlighting an astonishing disparity in skill. Although Cheng Xiaotian endeavored to suppress the smile that crept onto his face, his efforts proved futile, as his joy was genuine. For many years, the martial Emperor city had competed against the Haotian sect, experiencing victories, albeit narrowly. Yet, today's triumph was remarkably clean and decisive. This was a first. In stark contrast, Gu Mingqiao maintained a smile that appeared increasingly forced. Wan Lin. A figure dashed from a distance, arriving swiftly at Wan Lin's side. Chu Xinghe observed Wan Lin, who sat in a daze, as if ensnared by a spell, her eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. The most challenging aspect of this outcome was not the spectators, but Wan Lin herself. After dedicating countless days to prepare for this battle, with numerous senior brothers and sisters offering advice and strategies, the result was devastating. Defeated in a mere instant, Wan Lin felt utterly humiliated, believing she had lost all dignity to continue living. Just as despair enveloped her, a voice pulled her back to reality. Wan Lin, what is there to mourn? Your loss does not stem from a lack of skill, but rather the opponent's mastery of sword intent, which you have yet to grasp. It was Brother Xinghe. Upon seeing him, Wan Lin burst into tears, collapsing into his embrace. This defeat is not your fault, Wan Lin. The opponent's sword intent was simply too formidable. Once you comprehend the essence of your own technique, you will undoubtedly reclaim victory. While comforting her, Chu Xinghe secretly reveled in the prospect of brighter days ahead. A dismal start. Wan Lin had not disappointed him, and now he questioned how he had lost this time. What is this stick intent you speak of, Brother Xinghe? Wan Lin gazed at him with tear-streaked cheeks. Ah, stick intent. It's quite simple, really. Have you heard of the concept of 9 shallow, 1 deep? That is one form of stick intent. And 9 deep, 1 shallow? That is also stick intent. Is 9 shallow, 1 deep stick intent? And 9 deep, 1 shallow as well. Wan Lin stared wide-eyed at Chu Xinghe. Upon witnessing her expression, he inwardly lamented the situation. Just as he intended to shift the conversation to comfort Wan Lin further, a sudden surge of terrifying energy erupted from her, forcefully pushing Chu Xinghe away. What is happening? Chu Xinghe stared, bewildered, at Wan Lin. Just then, the voice of the Grand Elder echoed from nearby. Everyone, silence. Xinghe, do not approach her. Your junior sister Wan Lin has attained enlightenment. Enlightenment? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. But he was not the only one in shock. The entire assembly felt as if their heads were spinning. What had just transpired? In this initial confrontation, Wan Lin was decisively defeated by Xiao Ling, appearing utterly despondent. Yet, as Chu Xinghe approached Wan Lin, he whispered something that seemingly sparked a moment of enlightenment within her. Could it be that Chu Xinghe opened the door to her epiphany? Not only were the onlookers from Haotian sect incredulous, but those from martial Emperor city shared the same sentiment. Zheng Yu observed Wan Lin in her defeated state, fully aware that if she could not promptly recalibrate her mindset, this battle would haunt her as a lifelong inner demon, profoundly affecting her future. When Chu Xinghe rushed over to console Wan Lin, Zheng Yu instinctively believed such comfort would be futile at that moment. Mere consolation could not remedy Wan Lin's turmoil. She needed to navigate her own path out of despair. However, before Zheng Yu's thoughts could settle, Wan Lin abruptly entered a state of enlightenment, leaving Zheng Yu astonished. What had Chu Xinghe done to facilitate such a transformation in someone who had just faced such a monumental setback? As everyone pondered the nature of Chu Xinghe's influence, a formidable shockwave emanated from Wan Lin. Accompanied by this surge, she seized her panlong 3-section staff, and in an instant, a luminous aura enveloped the weapon, expanding until it shrouded the entire staff. This glow seemed to bestow an ethereal layer upon the panlong 3-section staff, pulsating as it expanded and contracted rhythmically. If one were to count meticulously, the ethereal manifestation would amplify after every 9 oscillations, only to diminish after one more. This was the essence of the staff. The culmination of 9 returning to 1. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Awaking from her epiphany, Wan Lin beheld the essence of the staff upon her weapon and knelt before Chu Xinghe, expressing her profound gratitude for his guidance. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Wan Lin had grasped the essence of the staff under such circumstances? Even more astonishing was the fact that this understanding was imparted by Chu Xinghe himself. All gazes turned to the composed Chu Xinghe, and even the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, found it hard to fathom how this young man had achieved such a feat. How could mere words lead Wan Lin to comprehend the essence of the staff, particularly the most formidable interpretation of it, the culmination of 9 returning to 1? Zheng Yu regarded Chu Xinghe with a serious demeanor. Before arriving at Haotian sect, he had heard countless tales of Chu Xinghe, often attributing his success to the fortune of wielding the Haotian sword box. Perhaps it was merely luck. Yet, witnessing this event firsthand, he realized how mistaken everyone had been. This Chu Xinghe was profoundly enigmatic. Though the battle between Xiao Ling and Wan Lin had lasted but a fleeting moment, it was evident that Chu Xinghe had grasped the quintessence of Xiao Ling's sword intent in that brief instant, subsequently transforming that understanding into the essence of the staff and imparting it to Wan Lin, culminating in her sudden enlightenment. The resounding essence of the staff seemed to resonate within the hearts of all present as the entire Haotian sect emerged from the shadows of their recent defeat. Though Wan Lin had just suffered a loss, she had seized the opportunity to comprehend the profound nature of the staff, rendering her experience far from futile. Of course, it was clear to everyone that her newfound understanding was entirely attributable to the guidance of Chu Xinghe, who remained an enigma. I triumphed through the essence of the sword. And now you have grasped the essence of the staff. Shall we engage in a fair contest to determine the victor? On the martial stage, Xiao Ling gazed at Wan Lin, who had just comprehended the staff's essence. Though she was taken aback, it only intensified her desire for battle. As Xiao Ling's words echoed, the arena erupted with fervent cheers. Another match. Another match. Wan Lin's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, though she had previously succumbed to Xiao Ling's sword essence. She felt an undeniable urge to prove herself once more. Just as she prepared to respond affirmatively, her companion, Brother Xinghe, interjected. Xiao Ling, are you attempting to insult our Haotian sect? Chu Xinghe's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the arena, silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to him, including Xiao Ling's, filled with confusion. Another match? Are you implying that our Haotian sect cannot bear defeat? As the foremost sect in the realm, we have never shied away from failure. Today, let us settle this with 3 battles. Since you have emerged victorious, we accept the outcome. Our sect may concede defeat, but we shall never seek excuses for our losses, nor engage in the disgraceful act of refusing to accept defeat. With these words, the arena fell into a profound silence. No one dared to mention another match. Observing this, Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it had been a hard-won victory, and he had nearly allowed this young lady to ruin it all. Chapter 38. The arrival of the fire god. The entire training ground fell silent for a full 10 seconds. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's words struck each individual like a series of heavy hammers upon their souls. Particularly affected were the disciples of Haotian sect who had just vociferously called for a rematch. They all bowed their heads in shame. Earlier, they had not pondered deeply, only focused on their desire for Sister Wan Lin to secure victory in another battle. Yet, upon hearing Brother Xinghe's remarks, they suddenly realized that Wan Lin had already faced defeat. If one could fight again after losing, could it not be argued that the opponent could likewise seek another chance after their own defeat? This endless cycle would never yield a true victor. Was this not precisely what Brother Xinghe meant by saying they could not afford to lose? The Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world, had experienced losses before, but they had never been in a position where they could not endure defeat. Losing and the inability to bear defeat are 2 entirely different concepts. The Haotian sect may accept loss, but it must never be said that they cannot withstand it. All the elders regarded Chu Xinghe with solemn expressions. In that fleeting moment when Wan Lin achieved a breakthrough, many among them had contemplated whether they should indeed engage in another bout. But at this juncture, they recognized they had lost their way. This was a contest between 2 sects, not a private skirmish. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. To seek a rematch after losing, that would be utter folly. The Grand Elder's gaze was filled with immense approval. Today, the Haotian sect suffered its first defeat at the hands of the martial Emperor city, which weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, Wanlin's timely breakthrough and her comprehension of the essence of unity were sufficient to compensate for that initial loss. What brought the Grand Elder further solace was that, amidst the clamoring for a rematch led by Xiaoling, Chu Xinghe remained the most lucid voice on the field. Should Wanlin indeed engage in another battle and, by chance, emerge victorious, how would the outcome be assessed? If deemed a win for the Haotian sect, what would the outside world think of them? They would say, the Haotian sect cannot bear defeat after one loss. Their disciple continues to fight until victory is achieved. If that were the case, what face would the Haotian sect have left? What honor would remain? The sect master, Gu Mingqiao, looked at Chu Xinghe with fervent admiration. What a good child Xinghe is. Just moments ago, when Xiaoling had urged for a rematch, he too had contemplated whether it was proper to agree. Yet, this child had considered the matter before him. He understood that even if they were to win a rematch, it would not bring any benefit to the Haotian sect. Rather, it would only serve to tarnish their dignity. His timely intervention was remarkable, especially for one so young, displaying such clarity of thought and a thorough understanding of the implications. This child truly astonished everyone. Chu Xinghe, though wearing a smile, could not hide the flicker of disappointment that Gu Mingqiao keenly observed. In truth, Chu Xinghe had been the one most eager for a rematch. Regardless of whether Wanlin won or lost, it would be a significant blow to the Haotian sect. News of this would circulate, branding the Haotian sect as unable to bear defeat. Chu Xinghe had anticipated that Wanlin, in her youthful exuberance, would agree without hesitation. Yet he never expected that Chu Xinghe would consider the matter so comprehensively, leaving no opportunity for a rematch. Observing Chu Xinghe standing there, Chu Xinghe could not help but shake his head. What a fine child. Such a pity. Why isn't he from our martial Emperor city? In the first battle, martial Emperor city emerged victorious. The Grand Elder promptly announced the outcome of the first match, which also indicated that Xiaoling's voluntary challenge had been disregarded, although Wanlin felt a tinge of disappointment. The enlightenment she gained in the heat of the moment dispelled the demons in her heart. She understood that her inability to triumph over Xiaoling today was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a matter of the sect's reputation. In the face of greater righteousness, she chose to endure. Yet, Wanlin firmly believed that one day, she would undoubtedly make Xiaoling taste defeat beneath her prowess. At the moment the Grand Elder proclaimed the defeat, Chu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been so arduous for him. Just a little more. After a brief respite, the second match commenced as scheduled. Ma Liang faced off against the formidable rhinoceros, Zheng Bo. How should one evaluate this battle? In Chu Xinghe's words, it was utterly tedious and prolonged. Ma Liang was indeed strong, certainly among the most exceptional of his generation. Yet the rhinoceros before him was nothing short of a monster. Unfazed by Ma Liang's blade, this creature withstood every strike with sheer physical endurance. It was perplexing that Ma Liang, exerting all his might, could not even leave a mark upon the beast's hide. What kind of absurd defense was this? Soon, however, the Grand Elder revealed the terrifying nature of the dragon rhinoceros bloodline, renowned for possessing the strongest defensive talent in the world. Combined with the unique techniques of martial Emperor City, the rhinoceros's defensive capabilities reached an almost grotesque level. Yet, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. The dragon rhinoceros bloodline is indeed formidable, but those endowed with it share a common trait, a lack of intelligence. This rhinoceros was not simply unwise. He was truly a dullard. Thus, while its defense was formidable, its offense was utterly chaotic. This creature exhibited no organized attack, merely charging recklessly after Ma Liang. In the first half of the match, Ma Liang attempted various assaults to exploit the rhinoceros's weaknesses, but to no avail. Eventually, he resorted to evading the rhinoceros using his speed. The battle dragged on for quite some time, until Gu Mingqiao finally spoke up. Brother Xiaotian, I propose that we conclude this match in a draw. Brother Mingqiao's words resonate with my thoughts. Neither side can gain the upper hand. A draw is indeed appropriate. With both esteemed figures weighing in, the Grand Elder, who had been on the brink of exasperation, promptly declared the match a draw. Even after the announcement, the rhinoceros paid no heed and continued to pursue Ma Liang, only to be pulled back by Zheng Yu, who commanded the creature with authority. The rhinoceros disregarded everyone else but obediently listened to Zheng Yu, returning only when his elder brother decreed it was time to cease hostilities and partake in a meal. Ma Liang descended from the stage, somewhat dejected, clearly dissatisfied with his inability to secure victory. The ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline, do not be deceived by mere levels. Even surpassing it by 1 or 2 tiers may not suffice to breach its defenses. You have performed admirably. The Grand Elder personally comforted Ma Liang, which rekindled his confidence. After a brief respite, the much-anticipated third battle arrived as evening descended. This contest, unlike the previous two, saw the Grand Elder remain silent. For he believed that Xinghe was unlike others, requiring no further instructions. As Chu Xinghe ascended the stage, a cacophony of cheers erupted, akin to a tidal wave. Zheng, standing opposite, furrowed his brows, glancing around at the fervent disciples of Haotian's sect rallying for Chu Xinghe. He found it perplexing how one individual could garner such unwavering support from an entire sect. While he, Zheng, was equally accomplished, he still faced envious peers within the Wudi city who often sought to undermine him. Yet, the disciples rallying for Chu Xinghe displayed genuine sincerity. Their support stemmed not merely from sect rivalry, but from heartfelt admiration. Even during his discreet inquiries over the past 2 days, Zheng discovered that not a single person within Haotian sect spoke ill of Chu Xinghe behind his back. How could this be? Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was oblivious to Zheng inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would have suggested that Zheng seek out a certain Chu Cheng in the outer sect, who certainly would not disappoint. With the Grand Elder's command, the third battle commenced. Zheng was enveloped in a brilliant crimson flame, igniting the first hue of the 7-colored, glazed body, crimson flame. At that moment, a divine image of Zhu Rong materialized behind him. The legends held true. Zheng was indeed formidable. For 100 years ago, Wudi City had swept the world with the 7-colored, glazed body, an invincible force of that era. Its legacy faded over time, allowing Haotian sect to surpass Wudi City. Now that Zheng had inherited this powerful lineage, Wudi City was unwilling to settle for second place, eager to reclaim its former glory. With the 7-colored body and the 7 ancient deities, Zheng had aligned himself with their heritage, wielding the 7-colored glazed body. Would Xinghe be able to prevail? Zheng possessed the 7-colored glazed body, while Xinghe had the Haotian sword box. This was no longer 400 years ago. Countless elders observed intently from the stands. The flames transformed Zheng into a colossal fiery figure, as the divine image of Zhu Rong descended, merging perfectly with him. The fire god had arrived. With a resounding voice, flames engulfed the entire arena, turning it into an inferno. Be cautious, junior brother Xinghe. The spectators gasped in shock as the fiery tempest swept across the stage, but it was of no use. The flames spread with such swiftness that, in the blink of an eye, Chu Xinghe was consumed within. Just as everyone was apprehensive about whether Chu Xinghe would be reduced to ashes, a resounding cry of the vermilion bird erupted from within the flames. A pair of colossal fiery wings unfurled upon the arena, and the vermilion bird, ablaze with divine fire, emerged from the inferno. Standing amidst the sea of flames, Chu Xinghe was enveloped in white spiritual essence, which transformed into the martial intent of Haotian, swirling around him like a tempest. With the vermilion bird above and the full might of Haotian's battle intent unleashed, the divine flames of Zhu Rong were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Chu Xinghe. The elder, known for his wisdom, chuckled lightly. While the flames of Zhu Rong were formidable, the spiritual fire of the vermilion bird was no trivial matter. Zheng attempt to vanquish Chu Xinghe using Zhu Rong's flames was, in essence, futile. Zheng soon recognized this predicament, as a sudden orange radiance enveloped him, revealing a resplendent divine visage shimmering with starlight behind him. The mysterious deity of the abyss. At the instant the second divine visage descended, Zheng form inexplicably split into 2, then 4, manifesting 4 identical Zheng, leaving onlookers, including the Grand Elder, astounded and bewildered, unable to discern the true from the false. As Zheng fragmented amidst the inferno, a yellow light surged forth, breaking through the flames and soaring into the sky. The Haotian Sword Box. The Locust. Chapter 39. A Sword 3 Kills? Zheng divides himself into 4 identical figures, leaving all in bewilderment as to which is the genuine article. The Haotian Sword Box. The Locust. A brilliant yellow sword light ascends to the heavens, captivating many who witnessed Chu Xinghe employing the Haotian Sword Box for the first time. In an instant, the locust transforms in the sky into myriad beams of sword light, a torrential rain of blades descending from above, encompassing all 4 Zhengyes, leaving no distinction between true and false. Swish, swish. Swish, the sword light cascades upon the 4 Zhengyes, but the scene that unfolds leaves the entire assembly in a state of shock. The Zhengyu struck by the sword rain shows no sign of resistance, allowing the blades to fall upon him unimpeded. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a piercing scream erupted from the fiery inferno. The cry did not belong to Zhengyu, but rather to Chu Xinghe. All eyes turned, witnessing the enormous spiritual vortex of battle intent emanating from Chu Xinghe being violently struck by some unseen force, nearly shattering it. What is happening? Chu Xinghe too was bewildered. A rebound? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the four Zhengyes advanced upon him from all directions, stepping through the sea of flames. Each Zhengyu, identical in cultivation and aura, was no mere illusion. Nonetheless, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed, thinking to himself, "This should suffice. My performance has been flawless. You have all witnessed it, right? I have exerted my utmost effort, yet alas, Brother Zhengyu is simply too formidable, thus my defeat is only to be expected." As an actor, Chu Xinghe understood the significance of performance. One must not merely feign injury upon receiving a blow from Zhengyu, for such poor acting could lead to a dire fate at the hands of the elder, who might perceive him as a traitor. Therefore, not only must one lose, but one must do so with skill and poise, ensuring that the audience finds the outcome entirely reasonable. At this moment, Chu Xinghe felt it was time to showcase his true prowess. Surrounded by the four Zhengyes, his defeat due to inexperience would appear exceptionally justified. Thus, he could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. He was prepared for the onslaught from all sides. However, just as Chu Xinghe summoned his battle intent to defend himself against the imminent assault, the four Zhengyes suddenly halted before him. The next moment left Chu Xinghe dumbfounded. The four Zhengyes made no move to attack. Instead, they all raised their palms and struck their own chests. What the hell? This guy is also an actor. Panic surged within Chu Xinghe. What do actors dread most? Not the strength of their allies, but the presence of fellow performers on the opposing side. Although utterly perplexed as to why Zhengyu would engage in self-portraiture, he realized that if they were to perform for the audience, how could he possibly lose? If you wish to act, then so be it. I shall drop the facade and reveal my true intentions. With a resolute determination, Chu Xinghe unleashed a purple radiance from his left arm. Haotian sword box. Thunder Shadow unleashed. The released Thunder Shadow transformed into a bolt of purple lightning soaring into the sky, with a flash of electric brilliance. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was utterly oblivious to everything else, unleashing his most formidable strike. A flash of purple lightning illuminated the scene, yet its trajectory was not directed towards Zhengyu, but rather towards Chu Xinghe himself. Surrounded by Zhengyu's assaults, it seemed only reasonable that, in his attempt to wield the purple lightning, a slight miscalculation would result in it striking him instead. You wish to put on a show at my expense, Zhengyu? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Victory today must be mine. The violet lightning descended with unprecedented swiftness, just as Zhengyu's hand was about to make contact with him. It struck Chu Xinghe squarely in the chest. Having learned from past encounters where the spiritual cave annihilated monstrous foes, Chu Xinghe prudently tempered the intensity of his strike to just 40%, ensuring that while he would be incapacitated, he would not perish outright. The purple lightning successfully reached Chu Xinghe's chest before Zhengyu could strike him. Chu Xinghe braced himself for the anticipated pain of blood spewing forth and being thrown backward. But instead, he was met with a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. Boom! The four images of Zhengyu surrounding him were engulfed in charred remnants. And in the next instant, three of them disintegrated into ash, leaving only the one in front, who was now coughing blood and propelled backward. As Zhengyu was cast back, the flames extinguished, and the two divine figures surrounding him vanished into thin air. Zhengyu flew several meters before ultimately plummeting off the edge of the arena. Chu Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhengyu's descent. What on earth just transpired? The purple lightning struck me, yet he is the one who flew away? Can anyone elucidate this bewildering situation? Chu Xinghe was left utterly perplexed. In the observation area, Chu Xiaodian descended like a streak of light, landing beside Zhengyu. Brother, how dare you harm my elder brother? I will avenge him. A boisterous shout erupted from the side, as the rhinoceros, which had been gnawing on a chicken leg moments earlier, now radiated a grayish glow and charged furiously towards Chu Xinghe. Junior brother, no? Xiao Ling realized the folly of the rhinoceros's attack. Understanding that the duel between Zhengyu and Chu Xinghe had been a fair and just competition, retaliating against Chu Xinghe was uncalled for. With a hum, the sword intent surged forth from behind Xiao Ling, aiming to intercept the charging rhinoceros. Perhaps it was the sight of his brother's transformation that incited the rhinoceros's frenzy. As it moved with astonishing speed, outpacing Xiaoling's sword intent before it could intervene, arriving directly before Chu Xinghe. Purple lightning flashed once more. The thunderous shadow re-emerged. Violet bolts cascaded from above, crackling with energy. Chu Xinghe was still grappling with his inexplicable victory in the duel, irritated by the audacity of this foolish creature seeking its own demise. The rhinoceros, enveloped in dark smoke, collapsed to the ground, its charge obliterated by the thunderous shadow, while Xiaoling's sword intent was torn to shreds, leaving him bloodied and on the ground. The world fell silent. Yet, in that moment, the gazes of all present towards Chu Xinghe had transformed entirely. Especially Ma Liang, who has faced the great rhinoceros, understands more than anyone the terrifying defensive power of this beast. He wielded a watermelon knife, striking the great rhinoceros for half an hour, yet it remained unscathed. Not even a hair out of place. However, just moments ago, that bolt of purple lightning struck, leaving the great rhinoceros smoking and severely injured, collapsed on the ground. Not only the great rhinoceros, but even Xiaoling's sword intent was swept away by the residual force of the thunder shadow. The move that had vanquished Sister Wanlin's sword intent was utterly incapable of putting up any resistance against Xinghe's thunder shadow, shattering the sword intent into fragments. At that moment, Zheng Bo and Zheng Yu's voice echoed, but it was too late. The great rhinoceros lay defeated, and Xiaoling was gravely injured. Zheng Yu stared in disbelief at the scene before him, ultimately managing only a resigned smile as he turned his gaze to Chu Xinghe. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose, Zheng Yu stood up with the help of Cheng Xiaotian. He expressed his gratitude to Brother Xinghe for showing mercy in this battle, conceding his defeat with genuine respect. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, even Cheng Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Initially, when Zheng Yu was injured and rushed down, his first thought was how excessively Chu Xinghe had acted, striking with such severity. Yet, that thought dissipated as the great rhinoceros fell and Xiaoling's sword intent was obliterated. At this moment, it was evident to anyone with sense that the first bolt of purple lightning unleashed by Chu Xinghe, as Zheng Yu had stated, was indeed a show of restraint. Otherwise, considering Zheng Yu's physique and that of the great rhinoceros, should Chu Xinghe have unleashed his full power, Zheng Yu would likely have been reduced to ashes. However, Zheng Yu's words almost brought Chu Xinghe to tears. Was that mercy? It was merely a consideration of whether he could withstand the consequences. But who could tell him why he was the one injured instead? What sorcery was this? Brother Xinghe, Zheng Yu concedes defeat. Yet can he elucidate how he discerned my stellar shift technique? Zheng Yu wore a serious expression. Stellar shift technique? Chu Xinghe was bewildered. What stellar shift technique? When did you employ such a technique? Are you not an actor? Were you not intending to perform me? I merely executed my actions more swiftly and effectively than you. Hence your defeat. Since Brother Xinghe is reluctant to reveal his secrets, Zheng Yu did not press further. Today, he accepted his loss to his senior, vowing to remember this lesson and seek guidance in the future, hoping that Brother Xinghe would impart his wisdom when that time came. Upon concluding his words, Zheng Yu, alongside Cheng Xiaotian, examined the injuries of the great rhinoceros and Xiaoling. The great rhinoceros's defensive capabilities were well known, although gravely injured by the lightning. It was not in mortal danger. Yet, the more Zheng Yu pondered, the more astonished he became. No one understood his brother's defensive prowess better than he did. Having trained with him consistently, even at his full strength, it was impossible for him to inflict such harm upon his brother. Yet, with just one strike, Chu Xinghe had reduced his brother to this state, shattering Xiaoling's sword intent along with it, and that was amidst his hurried response. At this moment, Zheng Yu truly yearned to comprehend the extent of Chu Xinghe's strength. Incomprehensible. At this moment, Zheng Yu felt that perhaps only the phrase incomprehensible could aptly describe Chu Xinghe. Once, possessing the inheritance of the seven-colored, glazed body, Zheng Yu was praised by the elders of his sect as the foremost of the younger generation, a notion he himself shared. Upon arriving at Haotian's sect, Zheng Yu could not forget the countless words of encouragement from the elders and his fellow disciples. For 100 years, Haotian's sect has dominated the realm for far too long. It is time for Wu Emperor City to reclaim our rightful throne. Zheng Yu came with unparalleled conviction. To become the #1 in the world, he must first defeat Haotian's sect. Yet, in this battle, Zheng Yu was thoroughly convinced of his defeat. Chu Xinghe employed neither deceit nor any extraordinary tactics. Yet he decisively overwhelmed Zheng Yu, who even felt that Chu Xinghe had not exerted his full strength. Such a terrifying existence exists in this world. He had indeed been narrow-minded. Chu Xinghe, from this day forth, you shall be my lifelong rival. Unbeknownst to Chu Xinghe, he had become someone else's eternal adversary. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was still in a state of bewilderment. Could someone please explain to me what the art of stellar movement is? How did I win? Xinghe, you scoundrel, you've played me. Chapter 40. The young generation's leader. The tournament concluded. The Grand Elder declared a tie. With the first match lost by Haotian sect, the second ending in a draw, and the third one by Haotian sect. However, as soon as the Grand Elder's words were spoken, Chu Xinghe shook his head resolutely. The Haotian sect can afford to lose, and so can our martial Emperor city. In this situation, we cannot bear the shame of a tie. Our defeat must be acknowledged wholeheartedly. Chu Xinghe's assertion was indisputable. In truth, the three contests hinged upon the outcome of the final match. The confrontation between the seven-colored glazed body and the Haotian sword box would determine the true victor. Yet now, not only had Xinghe been defeated, but Chu Xinghe had unleashed a purple lightning strike that eliminated both the Great Rhinoceros and Xiaoling in an instant. It was evident to all that a tie was utterly implausible. Even Chu Xinghe had to concede that Chu Xinghe was unfathomably powerful, the foremost among the younger generation in the world today. Even with Xinghe and his companions joining forces, they were hardly a match for Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe had nearly crushed the entire martial Emperor city with an invincible presence. Thus, accepting a tie was inconceivable if they wished to retain any semblance of dignity. With martial Emperor city conceding defeat, the Grand Elder could no longer voice any objections. He presented a potion to Chu Xinghe, who declined, stating, "No need for the elixir. Let us cancel tonight's banquet. Our martial Emperor city has pressing matters to attend to, and we shall depart Haotian sect this evening." Chu Xinghe's face was as grim as one mourning a lost child. Accompanied by the reluctant Xinghe, who looked back repeatedly, the unconscious Great Rhinoceros, and the weakened Xiaoling, they exited Haotian sect. However, as they departed, Chu Xinghe glanced at Chu Xinghe and expressed hope that Xinghe would return one day to challenge him, wishing for Chu Xinghe to offer guidance. Chu Xinghe, bewildered, nodded in response, for at that moment, he was preoccupied with one thought. What is the art of star shifting? How did I achieve victory? And why was the tie dismissed? Must I concede my error? Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not be angered. I would not have struck the Great Rhinoceros with the purple lightning. I could have let him take the hit. Alas, alas, do not leave. Let us discuss this further. Can we not have another match? Whoever wins shall be considered the victor. Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. How foolish he was. What standards? What boundaries were required? What standards when he had lost everything? Had he known from the outset that they would unleash their fiery wrath? Would it not have been better to simply lie down? Was it not reasonable for the god of fire, Zhu Rong, to be a tad fiercer than the spirit fire of the vermilion bird? Thus, the vermilion bird's collapse was not entirely unreasonable, was it? No, everything lay in ruins. And they had driven the opponent away. Thunder Shadow, this blame must rest upon you. How can you be so formidable and not live up to my expectations? Martial Emperor City departed, yet the banquet at Haotian sect remained unscathed. What a jest! Had they lost today, there would have been no banquet, nothing at all. However, not only had they emerged victorious today, but the comfort derived from this single triumph surpassed all 15 previous contests combined. In the past, the Haotian sect managed to triumph over the Wuti city, albeit narrowly each time, with Chu Xinghe departing each occasion with a visage of reluctant defeat. However, this time is strikingly different. Xinghe openly conceded defeat with sincere admiration, and even the Grand Elder suggested a draw, a notion that Chu Xinghe himself could not shamelessly accept due to the overwhelming nature of the loss. Starry River, with sheer prowess, single-handedly dispatched the three strongest warriors of Wuti city. More astonishingly, Starry River faced Xinghe, who had acquired the legendary seven-colored glazed body. For centuries ago, when the Haotian sect seized the title of the world's strongest from Wuti city, the latter proclaimed that the day the seven-colored glazed body was restored would herald their resurgence. With Xinghe now inheriting this coveted legacy and challenging the Haotian sect, the world watched with bated breath. Was this the return of Wuti city's kings, or a continuation of Haotian sect's legend? The answer has now been revealed. Chu Xinghe, in a solitary battle against Xinghe's seven-colored glazed body, required not even his utmost strength to secure victory, compelling Xinghe to utter words of respect for his senior's mercy. Following this, The lightning-fast duo of Thunder Shadow and Purple Lightning vanquished the ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline team in a breathtaking encounter. Such achievements are undeniably glorious. May the heavens bless Haotian. At the banquet, the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, raised his cup and personally proclaimed these words, echoed by all present. May the heavens bless Haotian. Chu Xinghe, feeling somewhat helpless, joined in the chant, albeit with a sense of reluctance. Countless seniors and juniors rushed to congratulate him, including numerous elders who extended their well wishes. Yet, Chu Xinghe remained indifferent, fixated solely on understanding what the star shift technique truly entailed. Finally, he approached the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, what is the star shift technique? The Grand Elder, who was not fond of drinking, looked at Chu Xinghe with a bewildered expression, stifling a burp. What you just executed is the star shift technique. Could you elaborate, Grand Elder? The seven-colored glazed body comprises 7 deities, each possessing their respective divine abilities. Among them, the ability of the profound deity is the star shift technique. Not only can it create 3 identical avatars, but it can also activate the star domain technique to fabricate an illusory puppet, concealing it in a specific location. Subsequently, any harm directed at oneself will be transferred to the entity or object where the puppet is hidden. Damage transfer? Is that what it means? The Grand Elder concluded and returned to his drinking. Chu Xinghe was infuriated, nearly losing his composure. Damn it, I misjudged Xingyu. I thought he was merely an actor. When the 4 Xingyu appeared to take a selfie, Chu Xinghe had assumed he was merely posing. However, he realized that this was a grave misunderstanding. It seemed that Xingyu had indeed transferred the damage to himself, thus sustaining the injuries while appearing unharmed in the process. Conversely, any injuries sustained by Chu Xinghe would rebound back upon Xingyu. This explained why his Thunder Shadow and Purple Lightning could swiftly defeat Xingyu. Tears streamed down Chu Xinghe's face, as he never anticipated that Xingyu would engage in such antics. Oh, Xingyu, why must you partake in this? Could you not simply behave normally? Had you chosen a more conventional path, you would have been the star of the evening. Young man, one must not tread upon dubious paths. Chu Xinghe had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, accepting every toast offered to him without reservation. Meanwhile, the fortunate Ma Liang busied himself by extolling the virtues of his esteemed senior, Xinghe. Did you know? He exclaimed. The formidable rhinoceros exhibited an almost absurd level of defense. Yet what good did it do? It was effortlessly vanquished by Brother Xinghe's sword. Wan Lin was equally preoccupied. After grasping the essence of the stick intent, he harbored thoughts of testing his prowess against Brother Xinghe. Believing he had attained a mastery of the strongest form of stick intent, the 9-9 returns to 1. Though he relied heavily on Brother Xinghe, a tinge of arrogance began to swell within him. However, once the purple lightning flashed, he comprehended the truth. The chasm between him and Brother Xinghe could not be bridged by mere stick intent. The final strike by Brother Xinghe that shattered the opponent's sword intent was undoubtedly for Wan Lin's sake. Aware that Wan Lin could not engage further, Brother Xinghe still chose this method to assist him. Truly, Brother Xinghe stands as the foremost among the younger generation. Chu Xinghe was oblivious to how the banquet concluded. But as he was escorted back, he repeatedly cried out, I only wish to lose. I genuinely wish to lose. Please, let me lose. I beg you. Such outrageous declarations from Brother Xinghe inspired profound respect among the inebriated disciples. Today, Brother Xinghe triumphed over Xingyu, and rightfully so. He is recognized as the foremost of the younger generation. Yet, he displayed no arrogance, always prepared for the possibility of defeat. This mindset is something we must all aspire to emulate. Indeed, I have heard that Brother Xinghe once told senior sister Wan Lin and Brother Ma Liang that their nervousness and apprehension when facing combat stemmed from a fear of failure. It is this fear that prevents them from daring to aspire for victory. How true it is. Observing Brother Xinghe, one sees that he never allows failure to weigh upon him, and as such, failure can never catch up to him. The realm of Brother Xinghe is worthy of lifelong study. Ultimately, Chu Xinghe was returned to his quarters, and in a similarly drunken state. Feng Fei proudly covered the lamenting brother who yearned for defeat with a blanket. News of the battle between Haotian sect and the martial emperor city spread swiftly. When the results were revealed, nearly everyone was momentarily stunned. How could the Haotian sect win with 1 victory, 1 loss, and 1 draw? Many initially thought, is the Haotian sect truly so shameless? However, upon witnessing that Chu Xinghe had effortlessly dispatched 2 opponents and even fought Xingyu without exerting his full strength, astonishment spread across the land. The name of Chu Xinghe was well known among the various sects, but with Xingyu, bearing the seven-colored glazed body, challenging the Haotian sect, those who favored Xingyu were more numerous. After all, the martial emperor city was once a paragon of power, and the seven-colored glazed body was the foundation of their invincibility. However, in this battle, Xingyu suffered a devastating defeat, as Chu Xinghe single-handedly vanquished the three most exceptional disciples of the martial emperor city with remarkable ease, astonishing countless onlookers. That night, an unknown number of individuals lay awake, and many inscribed the name of Chu Xinghe in their little notebooks. Simultaneously, Chu Xinghe became the imaginary adversary in the hearts of the younger generation across various sects and even the entire realm. To defeat Chu Xinghe would mean ascending to the throne of the foremost youth in the land. Countless dreamers among the youth found themselves restless that night, envisioning their triumph over Chu Xinghe. Yet, the more they indulged in these fantasies, the heavier the burden of Chu Xinghe's name weighed upon them. The name Chu Xinghe, in an intangible manner, transformed into an insurmountable mountain, a formidable peak that the younger generation yearned to conquer. Outside the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe also spent a sleepless night, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, murmuring to himself with a mouth resembling a sausage. What? Am I not the foremost individual from the mountain village? Chu Xinghe should be in second place. I, Chu Xinghe, possess the potential of an emperor. I refuse to accept this. I am but a dragon roaming in shallow waters. Golden scales are not meant for mere pawns. Once the winds of fortune arise, I shall ascend as a dragon. Bang! The door was kicked open by a rotund figure. Who the hell is making noise here? Do you want me to lose sleep? Are you looking to end your life? Bring it on. It remains unknown how long the altercation continued, but surely the golden scales would have to endure in the pond for another year or so. Chapter 41. This battle is secured. Within the entire Haotian sect, aside from the esteemed figure of Emperor Chu Xinghe, nearly everyone was reveling in the victorious triumph of the sect. The term nearly is used because, apart from Emperor Chu, there were also individuals from the Heavenly Medicine Palace present. Luo Inger was utterly heartbroken. How could this be? My senior brother Xingyu could never lose to that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. By what right does he claim victory? My senior brother Xingyu possesses unparalleled beauty and should undoubtedly be the most invincible existence in this world. It is utterly unacceptable for him to be defeated by that rogue Chu Xinghe. Surely, that rascal must have resorted to some despicable and underhanded tactics to triumph over the benevolent and just Xingyu. Luo Inger was so distraught that she felt unwell and chose not to attend the celebratory banquet of the Haotian sect, instead retreating to the alchemy chamber prepared for the Heavenly Medicine Palace to engage in rigorous training. She vowed to herself that she would definitively vanquish that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. The exquisite beauty of senior brother Xingyu would be safeguarded by me, Luo Inger. However, Luo Inger also acknowledged that not everyone in the Haotian sect was devoid of kindness, such as Sister Wan Lin. Although Sister Wan Lin was inebriated, she still took the time to visit her, and even in her drunken state, she offered a soothing massage to help ease Luo Inger's weary body from her arduous alchemical studies. The memory of that massage still left her feeling pleasantly tingled. Sister Wan Lin is truly an exceptional senior sister. Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was oblivious to this incident due to his intoxication. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have pointed at Wan Lin and exclaimed, "Spare her. She is still but a child." After a night of revelry, the morning following was as usual for the Haotian sect. After breakfast, Chu Xinghe made his way to the Medicine King Palace, which was bustling with disciples from the Spirit Crane Palace, along with numerous visitors from other sects drawn to the excitement. While the martial emperor city had retreated, the Heavenly Medicine Palace remained. Although the Heavenly Medicine Palace could not compete with the martial emperor city in terms of strength and status, it held a significant position within the realm of alchemy and had frequently challenged the Spirit Crane Palace over the years. The Grand Elder led Wukun, the master of the Heavenly Medicine Palace, into the Medicine King Palace. Despite being the leader of the Heavenly Medicine Palace, Wukun's status was not sufficient to warrant a personal reception by someone of Gu Mingchao's caliber. Having the Grand Elder accompany him was already a considerable honor. After finishing his breakfast, Chu Xinghe also arrived at the Medicine King Palace and immediately spotted Luo Inger glaring at him with the fury of a squirrel. Beside her, Sister Wan Lin appeared to be offering her solace, though one could not help but notice that her hands were rather misplaced during the comforting. "Sister Wan Lin, could you please be a tad more considerate? It seems you no longer care about decorum." Xinghe pays his respects to the Grand Elder and Master Wukun. Chu Xinghe greeted as he approached. The Grand Elder looked upon him with satisfaction, while Wukun could not help but lament. heroes emerge from the youth. Following the battle of the previous day, Chu Xinghe's name had spread far and wide, and the notion of him being the foremost among the younger generation had begun to circulate outside. Moreover, Chu Xinghe is not only exceptionally powerful, but also a prodigy in alchemy, possessing the vermilion bird's spiritual flame and inheriting the legacy of the medicine sage. His future in the realm of alchemy is undoubtedly limitless. It is a pity that such an extraordinary individual is not a disciple of the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Wu Kun exchanged pleasantries with the Grand Elder, and thus commenced the competition between Haotian sect and the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Wu Kun introduced his disciple, Luo Ying'er, and Chu Xinghe took the opportunity to inquire about this exceptionally gifted individual from the Grand Elder. Despite her youth, the young girl has made quite a name for herself in the realm of alchemy, perhaps even outshining Chu Xinghe. However, regardless of Luo Ying'er's capabilities today, he was certain of his impending defeat. This morning, upon awakening, Chu Xinghe undertook a thorough self-reflection. What had he been thinking while facing Zheng Yu yesterday? Why had he felt the need to flaunt his skills and set a standard? What did it matter if he lost in a spectacular fashion? What level of skill did he possess to warrant such bravado? After deep introspection, Chu Xinghe vowed that he would not repeat the foolish mistakes he made against Zheng Yu. He would grant his opponent no opportunity for victory. Alchemy, indeed. As a former expert in furnace explosions, he pondered. What could be a more reliable method of winning than causing an explosion? Regardless of the girl's proficiency, as long as she did not cause a furnace explosion today, she would not achieve even a single victory against him. No, even if she were to cause an explosion. He was confident that he would do so with far greater force and decisiveness. In this contest, he intended to be utterly defeated. Not even the heavens could prevent him from causing an explosion. As the saying goes, he was determined to hold fast to his resolve, vowing not to rest until he caused a furnace explosion. Though he was oblivious to why the girl, who resembled an irate little squirrel, was upset, he assured her that no matter how furious she became, she would not wrest a defeat from his hands. Soon, the Grand Elder announced the details of the alchemical competition, the 5th grade elixir, Feather Transformation Pill. This rare elixir does not allow one to ascend to immortality instantly. Rather, it enables the user to grow a pair of wings and fly briefly above the ground. However, due to the short duration of its effects and the limitation on altitude and speed, it is rarely crafted under normal circumstances. Furthermore, the methods required to concoct the Feather Transformation Pill are highly intricate, making it challenging even for most 5th grade alchemists to produce, thus rendering it even more obscure. It seems that Wu Kun must have proposed the choice of the Feather Transformation Pill. Otherwise, given the Grand Elder's usual role as a behind-the-scenes orchestrator, there would be no reason for him not to inform Chu Xinghe in advance. Nevertheless, the Feather Transformation Pill is acceptable. Although the medicine sage's legacy offers countless flawless methods for its refinement, Chu Xinghe had never actually crafted it himself. Was it not reasonable for him to expect an explosion on his first attempt? Before long, all the necessary materials for the Feather Transformation Pill were prepared, and the quality of the components for both elixirs was nearly indistinguishable. As the guest, the little squirrel, Luo Ying'er, naturally took the first choice of materials. Subsequently, the remaining portion was handed over to Chu Xinghe. Before the little squirrel could take action, Chu Xinghe spoke up. Junior sister Luo Ying, merely concocting the Feather Transformation Pill seems rather mundane. Why don't we incorporate a few additional ingredients? What shall we add? Let us each select a specific herb beyond the designated materials, which must be included in the refining process, and ultimately, we shall determine the victor based on the outcome. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's proposal, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, even causing the elder to furrow his brow. The various herbs for pill concoction had been meticulously researched and refined over centuries. Even the addition or omission of a single ingredient could lead to unimaginable alterations in the pill's formulation. Thus, Chu Xinghe's suggestion left many bewildered. All right, without a moment's hesitation, Luo Ying'er nodded in agreement. With no superfluous words, a flash of blue light emanated from her hand, and a piece of seawater stone materialized out of thin air. She placed the seawater stone among Chu Xinghe's herbs, signifying her choice for him. Witnessing the seawater stone, those present who possessed knowledge of alchemy were taken aback. It is known that the Feather Transformation Pill belongs to the fire element, while the seawater stone is classified as a water element herb. The conflict between water and fire is not merely a saying. Adding the seawater stone to the Feather Transformation Pill could lead to an explosive reaction. Chu Xinghe, gazing at the seawater stone, felt tears welling up. Junior sister Luo Xinghe was indeed considerate. His intention behind proposing this challenge was to craft a more compelling excuse for a potential disaster. Now, with the inclusion of the seawater stone, no matter how the concoction failed, he could remain unperturbed. Given Luo Xinghe's kindness, he could not allow her to feel any displeasure. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xinghe selected a herb for Luo Xinghe. Plan to go? Has junior brother Xinghe lost his mind? When the crowd saw the herb Chu Xinghe had chosen for Luo Xinghe, they were left in utter disbelief. Plantigo is also a water element herb, known for its mild properties, and adding it to any pill typically incurs negligible side effects. Yet, while Luo Xinghe had selected the seawater stone for him, Chu Xinghe chose Plantigo for her. What on earth was he thinking? How could they hope to refine the feather transformation pill with the addition of the seawater stone? Junior brother Xinghe was indeed honorable. He must have perceived Luo Xinghe as a mere girl and sought not to bully her, thus intentionally complicating his own challenge. This was indeed characteristic of him. He feared external criticism that the Haotian sect was oppressing the heavenly medicine palace and employed this method to silence gossip. However, Luo Xinghe had gone too far by selecting the seawater stone, while junior brother Xinghe chose the relatively inconsequential Plantigo for her. She opted for the conflicting seawater stone for him. What a stark contrast in their choices. The group of senior brothers from Lingyi Palace murmured amongst themselves. Not only them, but even Luo Xinghe was taken aback upon seeing the herb that Chu Xinghe had selected for her. Initially, when he proposed this challenge, her first instinct was to suspect that this rascal had some ulterior motive. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose the most formidable challenge, the aquamarine stone, yet to her astonishment, the celestial canine rogue opted for plantain. As a prodigious alchemist, Luo Xinghe was well aware of the vast differences between plantain and aquamarine. At that moment, her heart wavered slightly, but soon she recalled the exquisite visage of senior brother Zhenyu, and her resolve was reaffirmed. This celestial canine rogue must surely harbor ulterior motives. Fearing defeat, he had resorted to this seemingly self-imposed challenge as a pretext. It had to be so. With her mind resolute and free from distractions, Luo Xinghe began to summon the earth's fire without hesitation. As the flames surged forth, a blood-red blaze erupted from the ground, coalescing in midair into the form of a Qilin, a divine beast. The Qilin's true flame. This girl possessed the Qilin's true flame, comparable to the vermilion bird's spirit fire. Luo Xinghe was indeed a bearer of the Qilin's legacy. As the Qilin's true flame ascended, the entire apothecary palace trembled. Even Feng Fei and others cast glances toward Chu Xinghe laced with apprehension. It is known that among the various flames, the Qilin's true flame stands on par with the vermilion bird's spirit fire. In a normal contest, the Qilin's true flame against the vermilion bird's spirit fire would be a fierce battle, but with senior brother Xinghe's inheritance from the Sage of Medicine, he would likely hold the upper hand. However, the sudden introduction of the aquamarine stone completely shattered all of Chu Xinghe's advantages. This battle would be arduous for him. Even the Grand Elder furrowed his brow, his concern now palpable. Yet, upon witnessing the Qilin's true flame, Chu Xinghe was nearly propelled into exuberance. Although he had previously heard from the Grand Elder that Luo Xinghe might wield the Qilin's true flame, it remained mere rumor until now. Witnessing its reality, Chu Xinghe was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He was destined to lose. This battle was assured. Chapter 42. The emergence of the divine elixir. The proud and arrogant Haotian sect faced a devastating defeat as the vermilion bird's sacred fire succumbed to the true fire of the Qilin. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's mind was already concocting the narratives that would follow his inevitable failure. Although these discussions would pale in comparison to the sensational aftermath of losing to the martial Emperor City, the Haotian sect had just triumphed over the martial Emperor City, only to suffer a loss to the heavenly medicine palace due to Chu Xinghe's audacious overconfidence. Surely, the ensuing conversations would not be lacking in fervor. Having brought disgrace upon the Haotian sect due to his hubris, he questioned whether the Grand Elder would refrain from punishing him. Could the sect leader possibly contain his wrath? Would he be able to retain his status as the sect's favored disciple? Could the reputation of the Haotian sect remain unscathed? It was a veritable cascade of calamities. With an overwhelming sense of elation, Chu Xinghe commenced the refinement of the feather transformation elixir. Methodically, he placed the various materials into the alchemical furnace, guided by the fierce vermilion bird's sacred fire. The entire process unfolded with remarkable ease, and he felt no trepidation regarding the possibility of an explosive reaction. The vermilion bird's sacred fire was inherently volatile, and coupled with the erratic nature of the vermilion furnace. The imminent addition of the high blue stone would assuredly lead to a spectacular explosion without requiring his intervention. Meanwhile, Luo Ying'er was no less swift in her alchemical pursuits. Empowered by the true fire of the Qilin, her furnace, though not as formidable as the vermilion furnace, was by no means inferior. Each herb was meticulously added to the furnace, and the refinement of the feather transformation elixir progressed seamlessly. Before long, Luo Ying'er grasped the plant and herb prepared by Chu Xinghe. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, she assured herself of its impeccable quality before placing it into the furnace. Her alchemical process was now reaching its climax. A fragrant aroma began to waft from the furnace, and with it, plumes of violet smoke began to spiral forth. Extraordinary purple smoke. This was an omen of a supreme elixir. Truly, the true fire of the Qilin was remarkable, even with the addition of the plant and herb. It still managed to yield a superior elixir. Luo Ying'er's alchemical skills were indeed formidable, and it seemed that her junior, Xinghe, was destined for a miscalculation. Within the Medicine King Palace, observers were drawn to the increasing volume of violet smoke emanating from Luo Ying'er's furnace, their expressions turning grave. Wu Kun wore a smile, while the Grand Elder across from him regarded Chu Xinghe with a look of concern. At this moment, even he was perplexed by Chu Xinghe's actions. It was one thing to propose additional rules, but why would he present the high blue stone to his opponent? What did offering the plant and herb signify? Was it possible that young Xinghe had grown overconfident due to his victory the previous day? Suddenly, the furnace trembled violently, and in an instant, it burst open, unleashing a beam of violet light that soared skyward. Luo Ying'er leaped into the air, seizing a levitating purple elixir. In that fleeting moment, the purple elixir radiated light, and a fragrant aroma permeated the entire alchemical chamber. A supreme feather transformation elixir. It was indeed a remarkable elixir. Elated, Luo Ying'er hurried to her master, Wu Kun, presenting the exquisite elixir before him. After Wu Kun finished reading, he nodded slightly, signaling Luo Ying'er to present the elixir to the Grand Elder. Once again, Luo Ying'er approached the Grand Elder, offering the elixir for his appraisal. There was no need for extensive examination. With a mere glance, the Grand Elder discerned that Luo Ying'er's exquisite feather transformation pill was flawless. Upon seeing the Grand Elder nod, a radiant smile blossomed on Luo Ying'er's face. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted to the side where Chu Xinghe was still engrossed in refining his potion. Xinghe, don't be overconfident. Prepare to meet your fate. At this moment, the refinement of the feather transformation pill by Chu Xinghe was still in progress. However, compared to Luo Ying'er's earlier efforts, his vermilion bird furnace emitted barely any fragrance of herbs, and that was not even the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he had yet to introduce the aquamarine stone. As everyone anxiously pondered how Chu Xinghe would handle the aquamarine stone, he finally reached the pivotal moment of his refinement. Without hesitation, he cast the aquamarine stone into the cauldron. The instant the water affinity aquamarine stone entered the vermilion bird furnace, it began to tremble violently. It was about to explode. Everyone retreated. The vermilion bird furnace quaked frantically, and indeed, the addition of the aquamarine stone had jeopardized the entire process of refining the feather transformation pill. This was the result of an impending explosion. The Grand Elder's first instinct was to intervene, but he hesitated when he observed Chu Xinghe's expression. In that moment, he realized that there was no trace of panic on Chu Xinghe's face despite the imminent disaster. Rather, a subtle smile lingered there. Seeing this smile, the Grand Elder was struck with astonishment. Could it be that this young man had a contingency plan? He decided to wait a moment longer. However, just as the Grand Elder was biding his time, Chu Xinghe suddenly summoned his spiritual energy, and the vermilion bird's spiritual flame erupted forth. Under the terrifying pressure of the flame, the already trembling vermilion bird furnace seemed unable to withstand the force any longer. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the apothecary palace. The immense blast, accompanied by fierce flames, engulfed the entire vermilion bird furnace. As everyone frantically sought refuge from the potentially explosive vermilion bird's flames, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The erupting flames did not stray far from the furnace. Instead, they circled around it in a wild dance. Amidst the swirling flames, the vermilion bird furnace suddenly levitated into the air. A surge of water light erupted from within the furnace, intertwining inexplicably with the spiritual flame, creating an astonishing harmony between water and fire at that moment. Water and fire in perfect fusion, Wu Kun was the first to exclaim. Alongside his declaration, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in excitement. It was said in the alchemical realm that there existed a unique technique capable of harmonizing ingredients that would otherwise clash, even utilizing their conflicting energies to enhance the quality of the elixir. This technique was known as the fusion of water and fire. However, it had always been relegated to the realm of legend. Even the esteemed apothecary Lu Chanfeng had never fully mastered this technique, merely attempting and theorizing about it. Yet today, the scene outside the Xinghe furnace, where water and fire melded in perfect harmony, mirrored the legendary method of their confluence. Buzz! The Xinghe furnace quaked violently. But this time it was not a catastrophic explosion. Rather, it heralded the opening of the furnace. A golden radiance burst forth, soaring into the sky from within the furnace. It was a pill, a golden elixir. As this miraculous pill ascended, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the previously clear skies above the Haotian sect. Lightning began to flicker ominously within those clouds. A divine product. It was a divine-grade pill. The emergence of such a celestial elixir signaled impending calamity. Wu Kun's eyes blazed with fervor. As a pinnacle ninth-grade alchemist, he had devoted his life to the art of alchemy, yet he had never once crafted a divine-grade pill. Even the Grand Elder had managed to create only one in his lifetime. The aspiration to forge a divine-grade pill is the lifelong dream of every alchemist. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing through the roof of the Medicine King Palace, colliding with the soaring golden divine-grade pill. The golden light intertwined with the lightning. The thunder sought to shatter the pill, but it seemed to possess a magical power. Under the onslaught of the lightning, rather than being destroyed, the pill radiated an even more resplendent golden luminescence. Boom! The thunder shattered. The divine-grade pill was complete. The golden elixir descended from the sky, its fragrance instantly enveloping the entire Medicine King Palace. Though it was merely a fragrance, as it wafted through the air, everyone felt an invigorating surge of spirit. A divine-grade pill. This was the true essence of a divine-grade elixir, incomparable to any superior-grade pill. No one could have anticipated that today. Chu Xinghe, a mere fifth-grade alchemist, would forge a legendary divine-grade pill before the eyes of all. Wu Kun stood in stunned disbelief. The Grand Elder's excitement made his beard nearly stand on end. Countless disciples of the Haotian sect wore expressions of exuberance. Luo Ying'er, too, was overwhelmed with incredulity. Yet, there stood Chu Xinghe, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What in the world? How did this divine-grade pill come to be? I only wanted to create an explosion. How did I unintentionally produce a divine-grade pill instead? Xinghe furnace, are you mocking me? At this moment, Chu Xinghe's confusion, in the eyes of all, transformed into an air of calm, a serene detachment from worldly matters. All eyes turned to the figure of Chu Xinghe, standing before the Xinghe furnace. Behold, this is our junior brother Xinghe. Not even the emergence of a divine-grade pill could ruffle his composure. He had foreseen it all. No wonder junior brother Xinghe showed no fear in the face of the sea blue stone. It turns out he had mastered the extraordinary technique of harmonizing water and fire. This must be the profound insight he gleaned from the legacy of the medicine sage. Such a feat was one even the sage had not accomplished in his time. Indeed, junior brother Xinghe has surpassed his predecessors. Luo Ying'er gazed wide-eyed at Chu Xinghe, feeling inexplicably drawn to him. In that moment, his figure loomed larger than life in her eyes. As an alchemist, no one yearns more than she to create a divine-grade pill. Luo Ying'er dreamed of it, but she knew she still had a long way to go. Before her stood Chu Xinghe, who had personally forged a divine elixir, yet remained remarkably composed. Even at the moment of the explosion, when he seemed on the verge of exultation, he stood there unperturbed, as if he had foreseen the unfolding events. Indeed, he had undoubtedly mastered the legendary technique of harmonizing water and fire. Chu Xinghe was simply unfathomable. For the first time, Luo Ying'er felt her own insignificance acutely. Chu Xinghe loomed before her like an imposing mountain, leaving her breathless, as she watched him calmly observing the birth of the divine pill amidst the vermilion bird's sacred flames. An inexplicable realization washed over her. At that moment, her senior brother Xinghe appeared so magnificent. To her surprise, he looked remarkably handsome, rivaling even the resplendent beauty of senior brother Zhengyu. Chapter 43. The auspicious arrival and the birth of the divine pill. A cataclysm descends. The sudden emergence of thunderclouds reverberated throughout the entirety of the Haotian sect. Even the sect master, Gu Mingqiao, descended from the Haotian palace, traversing the void. Witnessing the clash between the thunder and the golden pill in the heavens stirred even the depths of his heart. Today marked the alchemical competition between the Haotian sect and the Tianyao Palace. Gu Mingqiao, possessing no expertise in alchemy, had not intended to attend, especially as the master of the Tianyao Palace would not require his personal presence. However, he could scarcely have anticipated that a divine pill would manifest today, drawing down the very thunder itself. Among the ranks of the Haotian sect, only the Grand Elder had, at one time, reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade, crafting a pill of divine quality that had summoned thunder to shake the realms. Today, it was the contest between Chu Xinghe and Luo Ying. Chu Xinghe was seemingly a 5th grade alchemist, as was Luo Ying. Could 2 5th grade alchemists truly produce a divine pill? Gu Mingqiao hastened towards the Pill King Palace, and through the roof that had been shattered by the force of the explosion, he beheld the divine pill suspended in midair and the countless ecstatic disciples of the Haotian sect leaping in jubilance. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a smile graced Gu Mingqiao's face. It was indeed the child Xinghe, truly worthy of the legacy of the sage of medicine. Yesterday, he single-handedly vanquished the younger generation of the martial emperor city, and today, the divine pill of the sage of medicine has come into existence. This child consistently brings forth astonishing surprises. Not only Gu Mingqiao, but the elders of the various palaces also rushed from all directions at the moment the thunder erupted. Upon seeing the golden divine pill and the jubilant disciples of the Haotian sect, everyone comprehended the magnitude of the event. Heaven bless Haotian. Countless elders raised their voices in song. Gu Mingqiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his heart brimming with joy at this moment. Heaven bless Haotian. There was no fault in this proclamation. For 400 years, the Haotian sect had seen countless prodigies. Yet none had emerged to rival the unparalleled existence of the 10th generation Haotian emperor. Even Gu Mingqiao himself, though hailed as the foremost in the world, was aware of the many hidden masters and reclusive ancients, knowing that he was not necessarily invincible. But today, the Haotian sect has finally produced an individual who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10th generation Haotian emperor. No, to be precise, Chu Xinghe has already surpassed the Haotian emperor of Ur. At this age, the Haotian emperor could not have achieved such heights as Chu Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao understood that indeed. It was heaven blessing Haotian. The Haotian sect was on the verge of unveiling a truly invincible existence. As the thunderclouds dispersed, a massive gaping hole remained atop the newly constructed Pill King Palace. Yet, rather than sorrow, all who beheld this void felt exhilaration. For this hole was a testament to the birth of the divine pill, a symbol of the ascendance of Brother Xinghe. The Grand Elder soared into the air and plucked the divine pill from the heavens. The pill radiated resplendent golden light. And as the Grand Elder cradled the golden elixir as if it were the most potent treasure of the heavens, he circled it, allowing everyone to appreciate the divine pill. Each person gazing upon the divine pill was filled with awe. This was indeed the legendary divine pill. At last, the elder bestowed the divine elixir before Wu Kun, requesting the esteemed Master Wu to offer his insights. Wu Kun gazed at the elixir, his countenance marred by bitterness. The elder jested, remarking that Wu Kun had yet to refine a divine elixir in his lifetime, thus questioning his qualifications to appraise one. Today's battle had brought the heavenly medicine palace to a humbling realization, as they recklessly overestimated their capabilities, leading to their own disgrace. Upon hearing Wu Kun's words, the elder stifled a laugh, repeatedly insisting that such exchanges were indeed beneficial. It truly was beneficial. Without such discourse, the young star, Xinghe, would not have achieved such a remarkable breakthrough to forge a divine elixir. Wu Kun's heart was heavy with sorrow, a sentiment mirrored by Chu Xinghe. How had a divine elixir come to be? What of the promised explosion? All I wished for was a mere detonation. I had even cast in the aquamarine stone. Was it not only natural to expect an explosion? Why, then, was I presented with a divine elixir? Zhuke Furnace, are you seeking vengeance against me? Was it not enough that I had once bullied you? Chu Xinghe remained utterly bewildered. Senior Brother Xinghe, today I am utterly convinced. Your mastery of alchemy is a lifelong pursuit for me. After mastering the true fire of the Qilin, I believed I could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. But today I have come to realize that the chasm between us is as vast as heaven and earth, not only in alchemical skills, but also in temperament. Luo Ying spoke, her words laden with emotion, bringing tears to many of her peers. Yet, Chu Xinghe felt no sympathy whatsoever for this little squirrel. You bear an inescapable responsibility for today's predicament. Had you not chosen that wretched aquamarine stone, could I have refined a divine elixir? Could I have triumphed? Why is it so difficult for the Prince of Explosions to simply create a detonation? But at this point, Chu Xinghe found himself devoid of options. The divine elixir had already materialized. What more could be done? He could only offer some consolation to the little squirrel before him. The heavenly medicine palace, much like the martial emperor's city, had suffered a complete and utter defeat. Wu Kun did not linger at Haotian sect, but departed with the little squirrel. Yet, as the little squirrel left, she turned back thrice, her face alight with admiration as she inquired if she could seek Brother Xinghe's guidance in the future. With a smile, Chu Xinghe graciously welcomed her. Yet inwardly, he thought, go away. It would be best if you never returned, and that all squirrels vanished from Haotian sect. Watching his junior sister Wan Lin tearfully bid farewell to the little squirrel at the mountain gate brought him some solace. Come, little squirrel. You have no idea that not only are the senior brothers formidable, but the senior sisters are even more so. The elder of the Medicine King Palace decreed that no one was to cultivate in the cavern opened by the heavenly thunder. This was a harbinger of the Medicine King Palace's rise, a symbol of Chu Xinghe's glory. Thus, with a grand gesture, Feng Fei used high-quality spirit stones as glass, affixing them to the structure not only to shield against the rain, but also to emit a radiant glow, allowing future disciples entering the Medicine King Palace to witness the illustrious past of junior brother Chu Xinghe. The Heavenly Medicine Palace, in its arrogance, suffered a devastating defeat. The Qilin True Fire vanquished by the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. The news of the emergence of the Divine Pill could not be concealed, and upon its revelation, the discourse mirrored Chu Xinghe's speculations, merely with roles reversed. The Haotian sect had just extinguished the might of the martial emperor's city, and soon thereafter annihilated the Heavenly Medicine Palace. More terrifyingly, all of this was accomplished by the same individual. Just yesterday, the consensus was that Chu Xinghe might be the strongest among the younger generation. Today, it became evident that not only in strength but in the art of alchemy, he remained the unrivaled champion of his peers. Countless sect leaders were left lamenting. Why must such an exceptional disciple seek refuge in the Haotian sect? Our own sect is quite commendable as well. One's prowess is formidable enough. But to excel in alchemical arts as well, how can the disparity among individuals be so vast? On this day, countless young disciples were assigned an increased training regimen by their sects, and many suffered in silence. Meanwhile, the Lingyi Palace was adorned with festive decorations, and tonight, it was a prohibition on alcohol. The banquet did not encompass the entire Haotian sect, yet it was lavishly spread within the Lingyi Palace. Even the sect leader came to partake in a cup of wine, advising Chu Xinghe to remain humble and not succumb to arrogance due to today's achievements, urging him to continue striving forward. To this, Chu Xinghe could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself, am I truly arrogant? Right now, I just want to vanish. The Lingyi Palace was hosting a grand feast, with guests from various palaces arriving to offer their congratulations. At the banquet, conversations revolved around Chu Xinghe's performance today. You would not believe. When I saw junior brother Xinghe acquire the sea blue stone, I thought he was finished. In hindsight, the reason he proposed such additional conditions was out of genuine righteousness. Indeed, junior brother Xinghe was reluctant to take advantage of that young girl, who, upon mastering the Qilin True Fire, had become overconfident. Even with the sea blue stone in hand, he could effortlessly crush his opponents. Junior brother Xinghe is a person who detests bullying others. He is remarkably benevolent, clearly capable of easily defeating his foes. Yet he fears the public perception of the Haotian sect as a bully. With that additional condition, what does it matter? In the face of absolute strength, who can stand a chance? Did you not see how that young girl looked at junior brother Xinghe with adoration as she departed the sect? She is unworthy of him. Indeed, what manner of individual is junior brother Xinghe, that she could ever be deemed his equal? Come, let us raise our glasses to junior brother Xinghe. Today, Chu Xinghe remained sober, for he heard from several senior brothers that when he was intoxicated, he had shouted about only wishing for failure, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, the embellishments conjured by his brothers perfectly alleviated the situation, and fortunately, he did not utter anything more outrageous. However, he resolved to drink less in the future, lest one day he drunkenly declares his desire to obliterate his own sect. What then? It is not that he looks down upon his fellow brothers and sisters. Rather, it would be quite troublesome to imagine such scenarios. The banquet at Lingyi Palace continued into the late hours of the night. Although Chu Xinghe had not indulged excessively in drink, he feigned a state of inebriation. Burdened by an overwhelming sense of discomfort as he returned to his quarters with senior brother Feng, lying in bed, he confirmed that Feng was sound asleep, and tears began to flow from his eyes. What had he done to deserve this? First, he faced defeat in the martial Emperor city. Then he struck down the heavenly medicine palace. Was this the failure he had anticipated? Yet upon reflection, could he truly blame himself? The opponents were simply too feeble. Xinghe, oh Xinghe, why could you not engage in a fair fight? Must you resort to the art of stellar transference? You might as well have vanished. And that little squirrel, choosing to wield aquamarine, what were you thinking? With a heart full of resentment, Chu Xinghe eventually succumbed to slumber. The night passed without dreams. And the following morning, he was roused by senior brother Feng. After breakfast, news arrived from a fellow disciple. The Grand Elder wished to conduct additional training. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of anxiety. Alas, the dreaded news had finally arrived. With the emergence of the divine elixir, the Grand Elder seemed invigorated, and previously, failure was deemed as not producing a superior potion. Would he now impose the ultimate goal of failing to concoct the divine elixir? What nonsense is this alchemy? I am utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to comply. However, upon arriving at the apothecary palace, he discovered that the Grand Elder was not present. Inquiring further, he learned that the Grand Elder had gone to Haotian Palace. It appeared that a certain Chu Xinghe, a branch leader of the Haotian Merchant Association, had reported something of great importance, prompting the heads of the various palaces and the Grand Elder to be summoned by the sect leader. Upon hearing the name Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with hope. The fortunate General Chu Xinghe, the only true benefactor who had not led him astray, was incomparable to the treacherous Ma Liang. What news could Chu Xinghe possibly bring that warranted the gathering of the Grand Elder and the palace leaders? Could it be that the sect was in peril? Suddenly, Chu Xinghe felt a rush of exhilaration. Chapter 44. The depletion of spiritual minds within the Grand Hall of Haotian Palace. The esteemed leader Gu Mingqiao, the chief elder, and the heads of various sects gathered. Chu Xinghe, a fortunate envoy of Chu Xinghe, arrived at Haotian sect bearing unfortunate news. The primary spiritual mine, the crown jewel of Haotian sect, had been exhausted, yielding no spiritual stones for over half a month. This mine, acquired centuries ago, played an indispensable role in the rise of Haotian sect, contributing nearly 10% of the sect's total spiritual stone output even in contemporary times. The depletion of this vital resource indeed signified a grave predicament. Gu Mingqiao summoned the heads of the sects with a straightforward purpose, to deliberate on the selection of a new spiritual mine. Spiritual mines are of paramount importance for any sect's production of spiritual stones. Given the substantial scale of Haotian sect's operations and consumption, the immediate priority was to locate a suitable replacement for the primary mine. Chu Xinghe, do we have any leads from the Merchant Guild? The chief elder inquired slowly. With utmost respect, Chu Xinghe replied, Esteemed elder, the primary spiritual mine is unparalleled among its kind. Few can rival its quality. It is exceedingly challenging to find a comparable mine in the short term. The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the veracity of Chu Xinghe's statement. The primary spiritual mine is indeed the finest, and finding a substitute is no simple task. The urgency of locating an alternative mine cannot be overstated. And Gu Mingqiao then posed the question, which of the esteemed elders would be willing to journey to Lingmai Mountain to scout for new mines? However, upon hearing the sect leader's query, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, including the chief elder. It was not that the elders were unwilling to contribute to the sect. Rather, the selection of a spiritual mine is a matter of great significance. Acquiring a new mine entails astronomical costs, and finding one that can stand alongside the primary mine is a daunting challenge. In such circumstances, a misstep could lead to unimaginable losses for the sect, rendering even the chief elder hesitant to speak. Observing the elder's silence, Chu Xinghe opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Chu Xinghe, you should rest within the sect for now. We shall deliberate on this matter further, Gu Mingqiao suggested, recognizing the complexity of the situation and deciding to postpone any conclusions. Yes, Chu Xinghe bowed respectfully to the sect leader and all the elders before exiting the Grand Hall. As he stepped out, he spotted Chu Xinghe in the distance, beckoning him from within Haotian Palace. Although he no longer possessed the Haotian order, Chu Xinghe still enjoyed unrestricted access to the palace. Not only did he frequently visit to seek counsel from the sect leader regarding the Haotian battle intent, but his excellent rapport with the sect members ensured he faced no difficulties at the gates. Chu Xinghe's eyes brightened upon seeing Chu Xinghe wave, and he quickly made his way toward him. Although not long has passed since parting ways with Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe remains acutely aware of all that has transpired during this brief interval. With sheer determination, he has trampled upon the younger generation of Wudi city. And even the illustrious Zheng Yudu, adorned in seven-colored glass, succumbed to Chu Xinghe's prowess. Following this, he emerged as the first fifth-grade alchemist in the world to concoct a divine pill during the alchemical competition with Tianyao Palace, sending shockwaves across the realms. The name of Chu Xinghe has echoed in Chu Xinghe's ears countless times, symbolizing the apex of both combat strength and alchemical mastery among the younger generation. Each reflection on Chu Xinghe fills Chu Xinghe's heart with reverence. Not only is his character noble, but his strength is also unfathomable. Moreover, the reason for Chu Xinghe's visit to the sect to report on the no. One mind is intertwined with an audacious idea, one so bold that he hesitated to voice it within the Haotian Great Hall. This daring notion pertains to Chu Xinghe. During their last encounter, Chu Xinghe merely needed a glance to discern the flaws in the raw stones, a level of insight into spiritual stones that Chu Xinghe, after a lifetime of engagement with raw materials, had never witnessed. This must indeed be the ability bestowed by the legendary inheritance of the alchemical sage. Therefore, Chu Xinghe contemplates that if he could persuade senior brother Xinghe to personally select the spiritual mines at Lingmai Mountain, success would be virtually guaranteed. Yet, the Haotian sect is bound by its own regulations. Historically, even the elders have refrained from meddling in the selection of spiritual mines, for the repercussions of failure are dire. This explains why the elders fell silent upon the sect leader's pronouncement. Even the heads of various palaces and the Grand Elder hesitate to undertake such a significant task. Although senior brother Xinghe holds an extraordinary status within the sect, it is improbable that such a monumental responsibility would be entrusted to him. Chu Xinghe harbored no secrets regarding Chu Xinghe. He candidly expressed his intentions and thoughts. After absorbing Chu Xinghe's words, Chu Xinghe remained silent for a full 10 seconds. What does it mean when one receives a pillow upon feeling drowsy? What does it mean to provide timely assistance? What does it mean to be a benefactor? From this day forth, there exists but one true benefactor in this world, and that is you, Chu the benefactor. The previous encounter with Chu the benefactor had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd grade, and now, just as he was grappling with the setbacks from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace, Chu the benefactor has presented such a monumental opportunity. A spiritual mine. What immense significance does a spiritual mine hold for the sect? What astronomical sum is required to acquire a spiritual mine? My heavens! If this were to lead the sect into a substantial pitfall, the losses would be unfathomable. Fortune favors the diligent. Amidst the shadows, a bright light emerges. Tears nearly welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. This is precisely the opportunity he has long awaited. What brings him even greater solace is that, without needing a prompt, the benefactor thought of him first. Chu the benefactor. O Chu the benefactor, I understand nothing of these raw stones. While the alchemical sage's inheritance indeed contains insights regarding raw stone evaluation, the moment I merely glance at them, I concede defeat, suppressing the tumult within. Chu Xinghe gazed at Qin Fu and inquired, Qin Fu, President Qin, have you discussed this matter with the sect leader? Regrettably, I could not bring myself to speak of it, senior brother Xinghe. This matter is of great significance, and I feared it might lead to your downfall, Qin Fu replied. Yet it is you who endangers me, Chu Xinghe exclaimed, his urgency palpable. If this golden opportunity slips away, I shall live in eternal regret. This selection of spiritual minds is nothing short of a divine boon for our sect. Should a poor choice be made, the sect would suffer while I might gain. The sect will inevitably seek someone to bear the blame for such a tremendous loss, and I fear that even if I am not cast into the outer sect, my status as a direct disciple would be irrevocably compromised. In such a scenario, I would face punishment and yet reap the consequences. Where else can such an opportunity be found? President Qin, how can you be so misguided? If this grave task is entrusted to an elder who lacks proficiency, the repercussions for the sect could be catastrophic. Come, let us hasten to the Haotian Grand Hall. With that, Chu Xinghe pulled Qin forward as they rushed to the Haotian Grand Hall. Qin bore a rueful smile. He harbored no doubts about Chu Xinghe's intentions or his abilities with the original stones. His concern lay primarily with the hierarchy. The selection of spiritual minds was of paramount importance, reserved for those of the highest echelons within the sect. Chu Xinghe, as yet merely a disciple, albeit a favored one, was it plausible that the sect would bestow such a monumental responsibility upon him? As they entered the Haotian Grand Hall, a gathering of esteemed elders paused, momentarily taken aback. "You insolent brat! The sect is in session. How dare you intrude? Depart at once." The Grand Elder admonished Chu Xinghe. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the other elders chuckled without further comment. Even sect leader Gu Mingqiao wore a smile, but remained silent. Yet Qin Fu was left in a state of shock. In his haste to follow Chu Xinghe, he had forgotten the strict protocol that forbade anyone from intruding during such meetings. He recalled a core disciple who had once been stripped of his status and relegated to the outer sect for a similar transgression. Yet, here was Chu Xinghe, boldly entering the Grand Hall, and all the Grand Elder could do was tell him to leave. While it was understandable that the Grand Elder, being Chu Xinghe's mentor, might show leniency, the absence of objection from the other elders, including the sect leader, was utterly astonishing. For others, a violation of the Grand Hall could lead to expulsion, but for senior brother Xinghe, it was merely a command to leave. Qin Fu grabbed Chu Xinghe, intending to retreat, but Chu Xinghe resolutely shook him off and declared, "Grand Elder, please, there is an urgent matter to report." Challenging the Grand Elder directly? Qin Fu was bewildered. "Senior brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder has commanded us to leave. We ought to heed his words. By confronting him so boldly, you risk severe punishment." Panic gripped Qin Fu, as he felt his legs weakening under the weight of the gravity of the situation. In Haotian sect, defying the Grand Elder was a grave offense. "Oh, since you have matters to discuss, then speak." Qin Fu, utterly confounded, thought, "What is happening here? Others have intruded upon the hall of the celestial heavens, breaching the outer gates, while brother Xinghe has not only trespassed into the hall, but also dared to confront the Grand Elder." Remarkably, the Grand Elder exhibited no signs of indignation and even encouraged Chu Xinghe to speak. In that moment, Qin Xiangqian realized his grave misjudgment. He had truly erred profoundly. The stature of brother Xinghe within the celestial sect was beyond anything he could possibly fathom. Had it been any other disciple, they would surely not have exited the hall of the celestial heavens unscathed. Earlier, I inquired of President Qin regarding the sect's primary spirit mind, which seems to have been depleted, correct? Chu Xinghe spoke with nonchalance. Yet, upon uttering these words, Qin Xiangqian turned pale with fear. "Brother Xinghe, you truly dare to speak of anything. The matter of this spirit mind is a closely guarded secret of the sect. I confided in you because I trust you. But to disclose it in front of so many elders and the sect leader is sheer madness. Inquiring into the sect's secrets without permission is a capital offense. The Grand Elder will surely be enraged. I am doomed. Today, I am utterly doomed." Tears nearly brimmed in Qin Xiangqian's eyes. Yet just as he braced for the Grand Elder's wrath, the Grand Elder spoke. "You are indeed correct, Qin Xiangqian." "What is this? Saying I am correct is acceptable?" Chapter 45. Trust within the sect. Qin Xiangqian felt as though his mind was as chaotic as a pot of kanji. Brother Xinghe's unauthorized inquiry into the sect's secrets did not incite the thunderous wrath of the Grand Elder. Instead, it elicited a mere acknowledgement of not bad. Qin's worldview was thoroughly upended. The depletion of the first spiritual mind was undoubtedly a confidential matter of the Haotian sect, something absolutely forbidden for anyone to investigate without permission. The exposure of such a situation could bring unimaginable peril to the sect. Secrets of this magnitude were reserved for the highest echelons, known only to the heads of the various palaces, with even ordinary elders lacking the right to be privy to them. To seek out such a secret without authorization would typically result in severe punishment, if not death. Yet now, the phrase "not bad" left Qin Xiangqian utterly bewildered. He had thought he was on the brink of death. Brother Xinghe's breach was a grave offense, and his own inadvertent disclosure would surely lead to his demise. However, the elders and the sect leader continued to wear smiles. What did this signify? Were they truly unconcerned? "Xinghe, since you are aware, do share your thoughts," spoke the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, leaving Qin Xiangqian utterly dumbfounded. What could this mean? Brother Xinghe not only escaped punishment for knowing the secret, but was also invited to express his opinions? Such matters had the potential to influence the sect's future significantly. Even ordinary elders were not entitled to comment on them. Yet the sect leader encouraged Brother Xinghe to articulate his thoughts? Qin Xiangqian felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, albeit one that felt all too real. Just now, President Qin relayed the situation to me. This first spiritual mine accounts for 1/10 of our Haotian sect's spiritual stone production, and its depletion will have a substantial impact on the sect. Therefore, I believe we should promptly select a mine that can serve as a replacement for the first spiritual mine. The sect leader and the elders nodded in agreement, signaling for Chu Xinghe to continue. I conferred with President Qin outside, and he has a thought he hesitated to share earlier. He has someone in mind for selecting a new spiritual mine. Who? The Grand Elder inquired, turning his gaze toward Qin Xiangqian. Despite being drenched in sweat, Qin Xiangqian quickly replied with respect, "It is Brother Xinghe." What? The elders were momentarily taken aback. However, it did not take long for them to connect the dots. Was it due to the previous incident involving the raw stones? Returning to the sect leader, Brother Xinghe has inherited the legacy of the medicine sage and possesses an unparalleled ability to discern raw stones. Even the elders of the Shi family may be inferior in comparison. If Brother Xinghe were to visit the spiritual vein mountains and discern the veins through raw stones, the accuracy would undoubtedly be enhanced. Qin Xiangqian concluded his explanation in one breath, and the elders and the sect leader began to deliberate among themselves. Listening to the discussions of the elders left Qin Xiangqian feeling increasingly embarrassed. Originally, he had anticipated that as soon as he spoke, an elder would undoubtedly rise to declare that Chu Xinghe was merely a disciple of the sect and thus unqualified to make such decisions. However, to Qin Xiangqian's astonishment, no elder questioned Chu Xinghe's qualifications. Instead, they deliberated whether he could indeed discover superior veins of ore. At that moment, Qin Xiangqian realized that Brother Xinghe's standing within the Haotian sect had reached an unimaginable level. Both the sect leader and the elders from various chambers tacitly acknowledged Chu Xinghe's right to participate in these discussions, a feat unprecedented in the sect's history for any disciple. Brother Xinghe, what do you think? The sect leader inquired with a beaming smile. Responding to the sect leader, the disciple feels an undeniable sense of duty. Are you aware of the gravity of the situation? If you err, the consequences will be severe. The sect leader maintained his smile. In serving the sect, the disciple has never contemplated the weight of punishment. All I know is to dedicate myself wholeheartedly, Chu Xinghe replied. Haraha, good child. I shall consult with the elders regarding this matter. You may return for now. Yes, Chu Xinghe said, not elaborating further, and after a nod, he took Qin Xiangqian's hand and exited the Haotian Grand Hall. It was only outside the hall that Qin Xiangqian realized that, in such a brief span, his clothes had nearly been drenched in cold sweat. In contrast, Brother Xinghe appeared entirely composed. Faced with such formidable figures of the sect, Qin Xiangqian believed that only Xinghe could maintain such tranquility. Within the Haotian Grand Hall, Gu Mingqiao addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts? The capabilities of this child, Xinghe, are well known, yet he is still young. Should an accident occur, it could profoundly impact him. Indeed, if a wrong choice is made, the sect may suffer minor losses. But punishing the child is something I cannot bear, another elder remarked. Even if it is merely a nominal punishment, such as relegating him to the outer sect, I fear it may dampen his spirit, another elder added, as the discourse continued among them. If Qin Xiangqian were to overhear, he might very well spit blood. So, you are not truly concerned about the losses the sect may incur if Chu Xinghe makes an error, are you? It seems that even should he be punished, it is not out of anger but rather a fear for his confidence, he interjected. I believe this child has had a smooth journey thus far. If he were to truly falter this time, a little setback might not be all bad, the sect leader concluded after surveying the crowd. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. The sect leader speaks wisely. This child possesses a character that will not be easily subdued by punishment. Rather, he is one who grows stronger through adversity. He will eventually have to engage with more responsibilities within the sect. As the saying goes, greater ability brings greater responsibility. Entrusting this matter to him for handling will serve as valuable training. The Grand Elder's sentiments resonated with all, and even the sect leader displayed his agreement. Ultimately, the Supreme Leader made a decisive resolution, entrusting the matter to Chu Xinghe. If he succeeds, it will bring joy to all, even if he falters. The Haotian sect can withstand such setbacks. If this minor loss can provide valuable experience for the young Xinghe, everyone deems it worthwhile. Without making Chu Xinghe wait too long, shortly after noon, he once again arrived at the Haotian Great Hall. However, this time it was not an unauthorized intrusion, but a summons from the Supreme Leader. At this moment, only the Supreme Leader and the Grand Elder remained in the hall, with Qin Xiangqian also called to attend. Disciple pays respects to the Supreme Leader and the Grand Elder. After bowing, the Supreme Leader, Gu Mingqiao, spoke. Xinghe, the matter concerning the spiritual mine is of utmost importance. Such a significant issue should ideally be handled by someone of the Grand Elder's stature. However, given your possession of the Apothecary Saint's legacy, you are the most suitable candidate. Therefore, the sect has decided to entrust this matter to you. and no elders will accompany you. You shall handle it independently." Having spoken in one breath, the supreme leader observed Chu Xinghe's serious expression, while Chu Xinghe wore a bewildered look. After leaving the Haotian Great Hall earlier, Chu Xinghe had been pondering whether the sect would truly delegate this responsibility to senior brother Xinghe. After all, this matter was of great consequence, and he believed the sect would at least send a Grand Elder, or even the Grand Elder himself, to lead the effort. Now, however, Chu Xinghe was utterly astonished. Not only had the sect agreed, but they had also granted Chu Xinghe full authority to manage the situation, without even sending an elder to accompany him. This transcended mere trust. It was a profound symbol of terrifying power and status. Looking at Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe realized at that moment that he had struck gold. Senior brother Xinghe was not merely a supportive figure, but a pillar of celestial might. By aligning himself with senior brother Xinghe, his own future was bound to ascend to great heights. "Thank you, supreme leader and esteemed elders, for your trust." Chu Xinghe barely restrained his joy at the prospect of such fortuitous days ahead. "Now, you may select some disciples from the sect to accompany you. Any tasks can be entrusted to them." "Understood." Chu Xinghe nodded affirmatively. With a hum, a beam of white light emanated from the supreme leader's hand. This was the long-lost Haotian order. It flew back into Chu Xinghe's grasp, and the supreme leader continued, "Xinghe, take this Haotian order. You shall have full authority over the spiritual mind matter, with no need to report back to the sect." "Thank you, supreme leader." Chu Xinghe's heart began to play a symphony of promising days ahead. Full authority, with no obligation to report back to the sect, meant that all decision-making power was now in his hands. The Haotian order, in essence, conferred the presence of the supreme leader himself. It signified that he could break through the heavens without consequence. This convergence of favorable circumstances, timing, location, and support, was all focused upon him. How could he possibly fail? Even as he departed the Haotian Great Hall, Chu Xinghe's mind remained in disarray. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard. No elders accompanying him. The sect's absolute trust in Chu Xinghe, and all matters to be handled by Chu Xinghe with the Haotian order, without needing to report a single word to the sect. At this moment, Chu Xinghe felt that even if the supreme leader were to declare that he would immediately pass the position of the Haotian sect leader to senior brother Xinghe, he would not be entirely averse to the idea. Chu Xinghe did not linger over the selection of his accompanying disciples. The fortunate one, Ma Liang, had somehow learned of his elder brother's imminent departure and rushed to him, weeping and pleading to follow. Although Chu Xinghe initially felt reluctant towards this insincere fortunate one, he reconsidered upon reflecting on Ma Liang's knack for stirring trouble and ultimately acquiesced. After all, when venturing into the unknown, it is often better to have an extra companion than to face solitude. Who knows, Ma Liang might surprise him in delightful ways. In addition to Ma Liang, his junior sister Wan Lin also arrived. Having grasped the essence of the club technique, Wan Lin had ascended to the ranks of core disciples, so she was invited along as well. Subsequently, Chu Xinghe selected a few other familiar disciples, all of whom shared a characteristic of being instigators within their respective palaces, renowned for their talent in causing disturbances. However, they held Chu Xinghe in high regard, and each selected individual was overwhelmed with joy. Though they were unaware of their destination or purpose, they were elated at the prospect of fighting alongside their elder brother. Upon hearing the news of Chu Xinghe's impending journey, the brothers of Lingyi Palace expressed their deep reluctance to part ways. Consequently, Chu Xinghe received an abundance of medicinal pills, both familiar and unfamiliar in their uses. As for the spirit stones, Brother Feng Fei, previously criticized for his stinginess, prepared 2 large boxes of high-grade spirit stones. Chu Xinghe could not help but wonder about the wealth of Haotian's sect. Was Brother Feng pilfering without consequence? This time, not only from Lingyi Palace, but also from other palaces. Fellow disciples arrived bearing gifts. There were talismans from the Talisman Palace, potent toxins from the Changchun Palace, and concealed weapons from the Hundred Eyes Palace, among various other items that filled 2 space rings to capacity. This was despite Chu Xinghe's repeated refusals, and had he accepted everything offered, he would have needed to adorn all 10 fingers with space rings to contain it all. After all, he was departing to select spiritual minds, not to engage in combat. Thus, the need for such an arsenal was questionable. With all preparations complete, the sect master arranged the teleportation array. Chu Xinghe, with tears in his eyes, lamented the disparity in treatment. While he endured arduous journeys back and forth, his elder brother could teleport with ease. Chapter 46. If you don't buy now. You may never get the chance again. Each activation of the teleportation array demands a considerable amount of resources. Consequently, it is rare for the sect to utilize the teleportation array under normal circumstances. However, the sect master personally arranged for a teleportation array for Chu Xinghe, facilitating his journey to Lingmai Mountain. Although this was Chu Xinghe's second experience with the teleportation array, upon its activation, the brilliance enveloped them. And as they materialized at Lingmai Mountain, he nearly succumbed to nausea due to his relatively low cultivation level. Chu Xinghe, having traversed this route twice, remained largely unaffected. While the other junior disciples, possessing adequate cultivation, displayed some reactions, albeit significantly milder than during their initial experience. President Qin must not neglect his cultivation entirely for the sake of the Commerce Guild. Ma Liang observed Chu Xinghe, who was on the verge of fainting from his queasiness. With a grin, Chu Xinghe could only lament, "Young master, do you think I am akin to you? You are an inner disciple, exceptionally gifted and a prodigy. I am merely an outer disciple of little accomplishment, relegated to the Commerce Guild. If anyone possessed true talent for cultivation, would they really choose the commerce path?" The teleportation array had directly deposited them at Lingmai Mountain, and Chu Xinghe did not hesitate to disclose the purpose of their visit to each accompanying junior disciple. Despite his admonitions to keep this information confidential, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Regrettably, the solemn expressions on their faces made it evident to Chu Xinghe that he might be disappointed by their responses. "Rest assured, Brother Xinghe, this matter is of utmost importance. We shall not utter a single word of it, and we will not betray your trust," Ma Liang vowed, thumping his chest. The other junior disciples nodded earnestly in agreement. Given the magnitude of this secret, it would be unfathomable to disclose it after Brother Xinghe had entrusted them with it. Such unwavering faith from Brother Xinghe is not something we can afford to disappoint. The feeling of being trusted is truly delightful. Lingmai Mountain is a mountainous region located at the southernmost part of the Liyang continent, renowned for its abundant production of spirit stones, hence its name. Each major sect possesses its own spiritual mines within this range. Despite Chu Xinghe's somewhat weakened state, he persevered to lead the group onward. After half a day's journey deeper into Lingmai Mountain, they arrived at their destination, Ling City. Ling City is the largest urban settlement within the entire Lingmai Mountain range. It serves as the base for various sects and commerce guilds, where raw stones extracted from the spiritual mines are transported for trade. The raw stones do not directly become spirit stones. They require a process known as pointing stones to transform into spirit stones. The Shi family, one of the three great clans, built their fortune upon this art and is currently the most proficient family in the technique of pointing stones. The phrase spirit stones produced by the Shi family is not mere hyperbole. Once the spirit stones are processed in Ling City, they are subsequently dispatched to the respective sections. Thus, despite Ling City's modest size, it is the locale with the highest concentration of spirit stones. The Haotian sect's Commerce Guild is situated in the bustling East District of Ling City, where Chu Xinghe escorted all personnel of the Haotian subguild to pay their respects to Chu Xinghe. When the young members of the Chamber of Commerce heard that the person before them was Chu Xinghe, their eyes sparkled with excitement. In recent days, the name of Chu Xinghe had spread far and wide, especially among the younger generation, who did not yearn for his recognition. However, in contrast to the youthful admiration, some senior members of the chamber, who were aware of the specifics regarding the number one spirit mine, felt an unease creeping into their hearts. They pulled Chu Xinghe aside. "President, did you not inform the sect about the number one spirit mine?" "I did." "Then, why hasn't the sect sent anyone to handle this matter?" The seniors were perplexed. This was of utmost importance. Logically, the sect should have dispatched a high-ranking elder to address the situation immediately. But here they are. "What are you saying, Chu Xinghe?" The seniors were baffled, even questioning whether the president had clearly communicated with the sect. The first spirit mine had been depleted, necessitating the selection of a new one, which required substantial financial investments. Was it a jest to have Chu Xinghe manage such a significant issue? However, once Chu Xinghe discreetly explained to the seniors the events unfolding within the Haotian sect, silence enveloped the room. The sect leader had personally issued the Haotian order, granting Chu Xinghe full authority to handle this matter. Not even an elder was required to accompany him. This was utterly transformative to everyone's perspectives. Entrusting such a pivotal issue to a disciple so young, did the sect not fear that a single misstep by Chu Xinghe could result in catastrophic losses? What were the higher-ups at the sect truly thinking? The seniors struggled to comprehend, But Chu Xinghe had found clarity. In their eyes, the spirit mine was of paramount importance. Yet in the eyes of the sect, it was evidently not as significant as Brother Xinghe. Thus, despite knowing that Brother Xinghe was young and likely to make mistakes in managing this matter, the sect nonetheless resolutely entrusted him with it, granting him the opportunity to handle major affairs independently. Even if he were to falter this time, providing a lesson for him, the sect would welcome it. The sect was evidently nurturing Chu Xinghe as a future leader of the Haotian sect. After everyone had met with Chu Xinghe, they returned to their respective duties. While Chu Xinghe brought two of his assistants before Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, here is the information we previously gathered regarding potential spirit mines available for purchase. Please take a look. The document was opened, clearly detailing the specifics of various spirit mines for sale, including their locations, yields, and potential extraction timelines. President Qin, you have gone to great lengths, Chu Xinghe remarked. He glanced through the materials, but shook his head inwardly. It was not that the listed spirit mines were inadequate. Rather, they were simply not what he desired. Consider this one. It states that while the price is the highest, the yield of spirit stones is not far inferior to that of the number one mine, and with deeper extraction, it may even surpass it. If acquired, wouldn't the Haotian sect profit immensely? Such a promising spirit mine, could it truly be purchased? Furthermore, it is inscribed that although the yield is inferior to that of the first mine, the future holds promise, and the price is remarkably low, making it the most suitable for purchase. This notion is utterly unacceptable. Should one acquire this, how can one ensure the sect does not incur losses? Thus, Chu Xinghe shook his head in disbelief, expressing his disappointment in General Qin. What is that which has been crossed out? Ma Liang inquired, pointing at one of the stricken listings. Responding to senior brother Ma Liang, this spiritual mine is the Tianyi mine, previously discovered by the Shi family. Infamous for producing those fraudulent ores last time. It has now become a desolate site. A desolate site? Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is no mere wasteland. It is, in fact, the mine of my dreams. The last yield from the Tianyi mine nearly caused all major sects to suffer grievous losses. Were it not for my fortuitous misstep, the Haotian sect would have faced a similar fate. Having missed the previous opportunity, I swear I shall not let the second chance slip away. The Tianyi mine, you say? That name alone suggests it is no ordinary mine. Tianyi, the first under heaven. A mine so exquisite, one must wonder where to find it. Is the Tianyi mine for sale? Chu Xinghe inquired with a serious demeanor. Recently, the Shi family has placed it on the market. However, senior brother Xinghe, you are aware that this mine has deceived countless individuals. Who would be foolish enough to purchase it? I have heard that the Shi family intends to delist it soon, came the response. That cannot be. We must buy it. The entire assembly was taken aback. Ahem. Senior brother Xinghe, the Tianyi mine has been established as a wasteland, and the Shi family may soon remove it from sale. Thus, contact the Shi family immediately. We shall make the purchase without bargaining. If necessary, we will offer more money. If we do not act now, the opportunity will vanish. Chu Xinghe was agitated. This was indeed the mine of his dreams. Missing out on this would render the search for a more lucrative opportunity futile. Chu Xinghe was left speechless, while the upper echelons of the merchant guild appeared equally bewildered. Even Ma Liang could not hold his tongue. Senior brother Xinghe, this Tianyi mine may not be suitable. Too suitable. Chu Xinghe interjected. President Qin, you must make arrangements for this matter. It is the Tianyi mine we seek. In his urgency, Chu Xinghe even produced the illustrious Haotian order. Seeing the radiant Haotian order, Chu Xinghe felt a tear escape his eye, but soon he seemed to ponder something. He glanced at Chu Xinghe, who was not one to act recklessly. The previous time, he had failed to grasp Chu Xinghe's intentions, leading to an excess of raw or that ultimately cost him dearly. Could it be that this time, senior brother Xinghe had uncovered something unforeseen? Yet, it seemed unlikely. Since arriving, senior brother Xinghe had not even cast a second glance at the Tianyi mine. Yet he was resolute in his desire to purchase it. This was indeed perplexing. With a sense of trepidation, Chu Xinghe felt compelled to comply. As the Haotian order had been presented, he could not defy it, and thus proceeded to carry out Chu Xinghe's instructions. However, upon exiting the encampment, two senior members halted him. President, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is reckless. Perhaps we should report it to the sect? The assistant was on the verge of tears. Previously, procuring spiritual mines had entailed extensive investigations and analyses, often taking 2 to 3 months before any decisions could be made. Yet, Within merely a day of Chu Xinghe's arrival, he boldly proposed purchasing the Tianyi spiritual mine, which had been deemed a worthless mine by the Shijia. Was this madness? Qin Xiangqian, with unwavering resolve, shook his head and said, "The sect master has explicitly stated that senior brother Xinghe is to handle matters autonomously. We shall follow his commands." However, enough said. Let us proceed to the Shijia, Qin Xiangqian declared, leading his assistant without further ado to the Shijia's residence in Lingqing. Upon learning that Qin Xiangqian sought to acquire the Tianyi spiritual mine, the Shijia's local representative was momentarily stunned. Had the Haotian sect lost its senses? Regardless of the mental state of Haotian sect's members, the Shijia's representative was overwhelmed with emotion. Remembering the substantial investment made to purchase the Tianyi spiritual mine when it was first discovered, now that it was confirmed to be worthless and the Shijia wished to sell it, who would be willing to take it off their hands? Just when despair threatened to engulf the Shijia, the Haotian sect expressed interest in buying it. Faced with such an unexpectedly generous buyer, the representative of the Shijia brought forth his treasured tea, brewed a rich cup for Qin Xiangqian, and engaged in conversation with utmost deference. Not out of fear of Qin Xiangqian, but rather from concern that the opportunity might vanish if the fool realized the situation. The negotiations unfolded with remarkable ease, with various details swiftly finalized. Thus, the fastest spiritual mine transaction in history was birthed on the very first day of Chu Xinghe's arrival at Lingmai Mountain. Chapter 47. The Fool of Chu Xinghe. On the very first day of his arrival at Lingmai Mountain, Chu Xinghe directly purchased the Tianyi spirit mine from the Shijia clan in the name of the Haotian sect. When the Haotian order fell upon the contract, nearly all the senior executives of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce, save for Qin Xiangqian, were expressions akin to those in a dream. The representatives of the Shijia clan left the Haotian chamber with raucous laughter, their final expressions seemingly mocking the members of the Haotian chamber, as if to say, "You are all a bunch of fools." Not only the Shijia clan, but once the news spread within the Haotian chamber, even its own members began to regard Chu Xinghe as an imbecile. The Tianyi spirit mine had previously been marked with an exorbitant price by the Shijia clan. However, following the incident involving worthless stones, everyone realized that the Tianyi spirit mine was merely a misjudged pitfall, a mere abandoned mine. Even so, the price of the Tianyi spirit mine had been slashed multiple times by the Shijia clan, yet its actual price remained an astronomical figure. Many major sects trembled upon hearing this number. Although the Haotian sect was affluent and powerful, such a colossal transaction should not have posed a threat to its foundation. Yet, it was a forsaken mine. Purchasing an abandoned mine, was that not the act of a fool? If yesterday, the youth of the Haotian chamber held Chu Xinghe in high esteem, today they regarded him as nothing more than a complete simpleton. Such a significant transaction could not be concealed. The news swiftly spread throughout Ling City, and various sects promptly reported the matter to their own establishments. The immediate reaction of all who heard the news was to wonder if Chu Xinghe had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Even if his mind had been muddled, did it imply that the other members of the Haotian sect had lost their faculties as well? The purchase of a spirit mine was a monumental affair, requiring at least the involvement of a highly respected elder, if not the sect leader himself. Who among the sects would not conduct thorough comparisons, investigations, and negotiations before acquiring a spirit mine? The process of procuring a spirit mine was akin to waging a fierce battle. Yet, Chu Xinghe arrived and, without a moment's hesitation, purchased the Tianyi spirit mine. Was that not the hallmark of a fool? If it were another spirit mine, perhaps it could be excused, but this was the Tianyi spirit mine. Everyone was aware it was a forsaken mine that the Shijia clan had misjudged. Did Chu Xinghe truly have a vendetta against the Haotian sect, deliberately seeking to deplete its power? Previously, Chu Xinghe had been widely lauded as a peerless prodigy, the foremost figure of the younger generation. However, following this transaction, doubts began to creep in. Could such a fool truly be the legendary leader of the younger generation? Or had his previous accolades inflated his ego to an unbearable size? In Ling City, within the East District, the residence of Wudi City was situated here. At this moment, in Wudi City's residence, the steward of the Wudi Chamber of Commerce was standing beside a man who resembled a character from a comic book. The outside world now spread rumors that Chu Xinghe was a fool, if such an individual were to become the future leader of the Haotian sect. What concern would the sect have for its existence? The steward, wearing a beaming smile, reported to Zheng Yu. However, after hearing the steward's words, Zheng Yu remained silent for an extended period, eventually shaking his head in contemplation. You are mistaken. The reason they label Chu Xinghe as a fool is that they have never encountered him in person. He is, without a doubt, the most exceptional individual I have ever seen among the youth, profound and unfathomable. His swift acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine is far from mere surface-level simplicity. Moreover, is there not a smaller mine adjacent to the Tianyi spirit mine, sharing the same origin? You must find a way to secure this smaller spirit mine immediately. What? The steward is taken aback. The outside world claims that Chu Xinghe is a fool for purchasing what they deem a worthless mine. Yet, Zheng Yu intends to acquire that very small mine, also considered a wasted opportunity? What sort of strategy is this? Should we report this matter to the city lord? No need. With a flick of his wrist, Zheng Yu produced a black martial emperor token. Given Chu Xinghe's possession of the Haotian token, it is only reasonable for Zheng Yu, with his status in the martial emperor city, to obtain the martial emperor token as well. Act swiftly, or we shall miss our chance. Ah, yes. The steward, with a bitter expression, hurried off to attend to the matter. Once the steward departed, Zheng Yu gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with a sense of the vicissitudes of life. To outsiders, Brother Xinghe appears foolish. But that is merely because they have never personally experienced the terror that he embodies. His rapid acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine undoubtedly indicates that he has uncovered some significant secret, but regrettably, the news reached us too late. Otherwise, the martial emperor city would have surely claimed a portion of the Tianyi spirit mine, but now we are left with this smaller mine, which is better than nothing. Zheng Yu's eyes reflected a sense of melancholy. Although he could not fully comprehend the peculiar actions of Brother Xinghe, he firmly believed that Chu Xinghe was not a person to act without purpose. Thus, he unhesitatingly decided to purchase the smaller mine. The news of the Tianyi spirit mine sale quickly reached the Shi family. Upon hearing it, the head of the Shi family, Chu Xinghe, and a group of elders were so exhilarated that they nearly lost control of themselves. Heaven is aiding the Shi family. They had thought that the Tianyi spirit mine would become a nightmare for them. Yet unexpectedly, the Haotian sect hold your celebrations. Though the contract has been signed, the Haotian sect has yet to make any payment. No one in this world dares to breach a contract with the Haotian sect. Nor should there be any concern regarding their integrity. The Haotian sect is not the kind of entity to default on debts. Yes, today is a momentous occasion. Let us rejoice. However, just as the elders were laughing heartily, a voice echoed from outside. You fools! The Tianyi spirit mine is a peerless spirit mine. And you dare to sell it? You will come to regret this. Accompanying this voice, a madman burst through the door. Upon seeing him, the expressions of the Shi family elders turned sour. How did he get out? Someone apprehend him. A disciple from the Shi family hurried to drag the madman away, who was none other than Chu Xinghe, Chu Qingshan's younger brother. This man had been obsessed with the Shi family's spirit exploration technique since childhood, accompanying the family elders in their search for spirit mines. Aside from the spirit mine, there exists nothing else in Chu Xinghe's eyes. However, his prowess in the art of spirit exploration is indeed formidable. Many of the Shi family's spirit mines were discovered by him. This time, the Tianyi spirit mine was also unearthed by Chu Xinghe, yet unfortunately, he made an error, and the Tianyi spirit mine has now become a wasteland. Previously, due to the issues surrounding the Tianyi spirit mine, the Shi family faced pressure from various sects demanding explanations, and they had to endure significant losses to resolve the matter. After finally managing to dispose of the Tianyi spirit mine, Chu Xinghe still dares to speak alarmingly. Does he comprehend the immense psychological toll his findings have inflicted upon the family? A group of Shi family members remained undeterred by Chu Xinghe's words. Instead, they celebrated with great joy at a lavish banquet. In the Haotian sect, the Haotian mirror in the Great Hall has yet to be activated. This time, when Chu Xinghe descended the mountain, the sect leader did not assign anyone to monitor him. Nevertheless, the heads of the various palaces gathered within the Great Hall, drawn together by the spirit bird in the leader's possession. They all perused the news brought by the spirit bird, and now, every elder who has read it remains silent. Leader, please allow me to descend the mountain and retrieve this child, Xinghe. I shall also address the matters concerning the Shi family, the elder spoke. His expression was somber. This time, Chu Xinghe, armed with the Haotian order, was entrusted with handling the spirit mine issues, and the elder had high hopes for him. But who could have foreseen that, a mere day later, the spirit bird would return from the skies with the shocking news that on his very first day, Chu Xinghe had purchased the abandoned Tianyi spirit mine? The elder nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. Calm yourself. Surely our Haotian sect has not fallen to such a state that we cannot bear this financial loss, the sect leader remarked, prompting all the elders to nod in agreement. Purchasing the Tianyi spirit mine is indeed an immense expenditure, but to suggest it would cripple the Haotian sect is nothing short of ludicrous. With a sigh, the elder took his seat. This child, Xinghe, requires no further words from me. We all understand. I sense that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. He is not one to act recklessly, so we ought to observe the developments with patience. The leader's words elicited another round of nods. Indeed, there is no fault in this reasoning. Were it to be said that other disciples of the sect were acting irresponsibly outside, the elders would not find any issue with that. Yet to claim that Xinghe is behaving recklessly, they would certainly not accept such a notion. Xinghe is a commendable child, always dedicated to the sect, never hesitating to lead the charge in its endeavors. He is unafraid of hardship, punishment, or blame. To suggest that such a child is acting recklessly, not a single member of the Haotian sect would concur. Moreover, even if this child has made a misstep, so be it. Perhaps this will serve as a lesson, guiding him to be more prudent in the future. This is, indeed, a good thing. Yes, even if this child errs, it is beneficial for him to learn from this experience. I find this perspective quite reasonable. A gathering of elders exchanged words, and ultimately the sect master banged the table, declaring that they would observe the situation and see what further strategies the child Xinghe might possess. The sect master firmly believed that Xinghe would not act recklessly. There must be reasons for the acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine that were beyond the understanding of outsiders. In Ling City, Chu Xinghe passionately kissed the contract for purchasing the Tianyi spirit mine twice, pondering whether this time he would indeed prevail. Securing such a seemingly worthless mine raised questions about the sect's potential losses. It was evident that he would face punishment this time. Who could stand in his way? However, he wondered why the cursed compass had yet to react despite the contract being signed. Was it because the payment had not been made? This simply would not do. He urgently sought Chu Xinghe, urging him to expedite the necessary procedures. They had acquired the spirit mine. It was imperative to promptly remit the payment. The Haotian sect could not afford to lose face. What if they were accused of defaulting? Chapter 48. The miner's disciple upon hearing Brother Xinghe's urging for payment. Chu Xinghe could only manage a wry smile. Although the contract had been signed, he harbored doubts about whether the sect would indeed fulfill its financial commitment once the matter was reported. Despite his inability to comprehend Brother Xinghe's enigmatic maneuvers, Chu Xinghe possessed unwavering faith in his capabilities. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to follow Brother Xinghe's instructions and demand payment from the sect. He had mentally prepared himself for a reprimand or even an outright rejection from the sect. To his astonishment, however, an incredible turn of events unfolded. Upon receiving the news, the sect, without hesitation, disbursed the full payment directly to Chu Xinghe. He was utterly flabbergasted. Was this indeed the extraordinary status Brother Xinghe held within the Haotian sect? Such an outrageous transaction would have prompted an investigation into any ordinary individual, suspecting them of treachery against the sect. Yet, with Brother Xinghe's mysterious methods, the sect had willingly transferred the funds, leaving one to ponder who could possibly contest such authority. When Chu Xinghe dispatched the funds to the Shi family, the entire Haotian Chamber of Commerce was thrown into an uproar. Many had speculated that the sect would either refuse to pay or deny the transaction altogether. Yet, to their disbelief, the sect not only acknowledged the deal but did so without a single inquiry. In that moment, those who had clamored to report the matter concerning Chu Xinghe fell silent, realizing for the first time the significance of the name Chu Xinghe within the Haotian sect. With the full payment made to the Shi family, the Tianyi spirit mine officially became the property of the Haotian sect, and the Shi family was compelled to vacate the mine, leaving not even a single stone behind. The sect's personnel assumed complete control over the entire Tianyi spirit mine. After receiving this news, Chu Xinghe waited patiently for a day, but the misfortune compass remained unresponsive. What on earth was this? Having paid such an astronomical sum for a seemingly worthless mine, incurring such substantial losses for the sect, should he not be rewarded with a significant elevation in status? Yet, the absence of any reaction left him perplexed. After much contemplation, Chu Xinghe surmised that the misfortune compass had yet to activate its settlement process, likely because the incident had not yet been disclosed. However, he was not overly anxious, as it was merely a matter of days. With time to spare, he sought out Chu Xinghe. President Qin, is there anything else you cannot resolve? I am here to assist you. Chu Xinghe held immense satisfaction in having Chu Xinghe at his side. Whenever Chu Xinghe was present, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. As for matters that remained unresolved, Chu Xinghe had one particular issue to address. He had previously communicated with the sect regarding the difficulty in recruiting minor disciples, whose numbers were dwindling, resulting in a decline in the quantity of raw stones extracted. The minor disciples he referred to are those who extract raw stones from spirit mines. However, not everyone is capable of mining spirit ores. One must possess spiritual power to undertake such endeavors. The so-called minor disciples, in a certain sense, can be regarded as disciples of the Haotian sect, albeit a tier lower than the outer disciples. However, these individuals cannot truly be considered disciples, for only a specific type of person becomes a minor disciple. Those who possess talent yet are profoundly inadequate and, defying fate, insist on pursuing cultivation. Such individuals typically lack even the qualifications to become outer disciples and are relegated to the status of minor disciples. While these minor disciples do receive some cultivation techniques, they are of the lowest caliber, and a lifetime of training yields no opportunities for advancement. The sect's provision of these techniques is merely a means to exploit these disciples for their spiritual energy, which is then used to extract ore. Chu Xinghe was initially unaware of the circumstances surrounding these minor disciples, but upon Chu Xinghe's mention, he resolved to investigate their plight. Accompanied by Chu Xinghe and a group of junior disciples from the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe arrived at the spiritual mine. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The minor disciples stood in orderly rows, awaiting Chu Xinghe's inspection. Yet they were clad in tattered garments and appeared gaunt and emaciated. Are these truly called disciples? They scarcely qualify as minors. This resembles a group of refugees. Chu Xinghe was soon left utterly astonished by the conditions of the entire spiritual mine. 10 individuals were crammed into a dilapidated shack, which lacked even basic bedding, forcing all minor disciples to sleep on the floor. Their food resembled slop fit for pigs. From the moment they became minor disciples, it was as if they had been sold to the Haotian sect. They could not leave or even enjoy a day of rest, laboring like soulless husks in the sect's mines until the day of their demise. Chu Xinghe, you dare call these individuals Haotian sect's minor disciples? This is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. What Geneva? Never mind that. This is what we have for minor disciples in the Haotian sect? Not only was Chu Xinghe astonished, but even the junior disciples accompanying him were taken aback. Everyone knew that Haotian sect disciples were categorized into 3 ranks: the inner disciples, who enjoyed the best treatment, followed by the outer disciples, and finally, the minor disciples. Yet, unless one witnessed it firsthand, who could fathom that minor disciples were subjected to such deplorable conditions? Unbeknownst to many senior brothers and sisters, Chu Xinghe grimly began to explain the circumstances. Years ago, while minor disciples across various sects were poorly treated, their conditions were not excessively harsh. In a super sect like Haotian, minor disciples were often better off than the outer disciples of smaller sections. Besides the daily labor, they received a portion of resources and even some reasonably adequate cultivation techniques. However, the true catalyst for the current situation was the Xinghe family. They were the first to argue that minor disciples should not receive such high treatment, claiming it would adversely affect output, leading to a reduction in the benefits afforded to minor disciples. Although undeniably inhumane, it must be acknowledged that the practices of the Xinghe family proved remarkably effective, significantly reducing the various benefits afforded to the mining disciples while simultaneously extending their working hours, resulting in a meteoric rise in output. Observing this, the various sects were quick to adopt similar measures. Thus commenced the nightmare for the mining disciples. It became a relentless cycle of competition, with each faction resorting to every conceivable tactic to enhance productivity. Today, the mining disciples find themselves bereft of any semblance of benefits. Aside from occasionally learning the most rudimentary techniques of their sect and receiving negligible resources, they exist akin to slaves. The other sects are not oblivious to this plight. However, they have chosen to turn a blind eye, leading to the current situation. Upon the conclusion of Chu Xinghe's remarks, all the junior disciples of the Haotian sect turned their gazes towards Chu Xinghe. Witnessing firsthand the deplorable conditions of these mining disciples, they felt a pang of compassion. Yet, they were acutely aware of their lowly status within the Haotian sect. Even if they voiced their concerns, it would yield no tangible outcome, leaving only Chu Xinghe's intervention as a potential catalyst for change. While the acquiescence of others may be uncertain, I, Chu Xinghe, shall not permit this injustice. Though the mining disciples may possess lesser talents than the outer disciples, As members of the Haotian sect, they should not endure such a servile existence. Chu Xinghe was genuinely incensed. Are these truly disciples? They are nothing more than laborers exploited by capitalist greed. Brother Xinghe, you must tread carefully. This issue extends beyond our Haotian sect. It permeates every sect across the realm. If we act rashly, it may incite widespread discontent and provoke a united backlash against us. Chu Xinghe cautioned. A backlash, indeed? What a delightful prospect. Having witnessed the plight of the mining disciples, I felt a genuine urge to advocate for them and a sincere desire to rectify their circumstances. I had not considered the broader implications. However, fortune favors the bold, and I find myself unexpectedly confronted with this considerable surprise. Malian, look at this. As fellow fortunate ones, how can the disparity in our actions be so vast? Enough of this discourse. Chu Xinghe declared, retrieving the Haotian order. Let my decree be known. Henceforth, the treatment of all mining disciples shall be restructured, and I shall personally oversee this reform. Furthermore, dispose of that slop being served to them. Hire the finest chefs from the city, and from this day forth, the meals for the mining disciples shall be on par with those of the outer disciples. This, Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Had Brother Xinghe not comprehended his earlier words? The current plight of the mining disciples was a direct result of the internal competition among the sects, each striving to maximize output by diminishing the benefits for the mining disciples. Any attempt to reverse this trend would position one against all sects, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yet, with the Haotian order in hand, Chu Xinghe dared not voice further objections and promptly instructed others to comply with Chu Xinghe's demands. Before long, skilled chefs from the city were summoned, and an array of ingredients was procured. Large pots began to be set up around the mining site. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the entire mine, eliciting faint smiles from the miners, yet a prevailing numbness lingered in their expressions. A significant figure from the sect has arrived. Surely our meals will be improved today, remarked a jovial young miner. Tainyo, do you really believe that? This improvement is merely for show. Once the important person departs, everything will revert to the norm. So what? I simply relish meat. Just being able to indulge makes me happy, he replied, while the others merely chuckled in agreement without further comment. Is your name Tainyo? A voice called from nearby. Chu Xinghe, accompanied by Chu Xinghe, approached the group. We pay our respects, esteemed sir. A group of miners from Haotian sect knelt upon seeing Chu Xinghe, adorned in attire signifying his status as a direct disciple. Yet, this display stirred an inexplicable warmth in Chu Xinghe's heart. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities. I am not an elder of the sect. Simply call me Brother Xinghe. He hurriedly assisted each bewildered miner back to their feet. Brother Xinghe, may I inquire how long you intend to stay here? Tainyo asked. Call him Brother Xinghe. Why do you ask such a thing? Oh, Brother Xinghe, the longer you stay, the more meat we can enjoy, Tainyo replied with a somewhat dim-witted expression, yet his words left Chu Xinghe feeling somewhat embarrassed. Glancing around at the other miners, he surmised they likely shared Tainyo's sentiment. With a sweeping gaze, Chu Xinghe slowly addressed them. The duration of my stay is inconsequential. However, I can assure you that from today onward, you shall partake in meat every day, whether I am present or not. If anyone dares to deprive you of even the slightest benefit, I promise that even the mightiest of beings would be unable to shield them from my wrath. Chapter 49. Unconventional rebellion. The midday air was thick with the savory aroma of Spirit Mine's braised meat. All the miner disciples formed a queue, each filling a large bowl to the brim with the delectable dish. Perhaps the indulgence of this culinary delight brought forth rare smiles on the faces of these miners, who had endured countless inhumane treatments. Tainyo, while voraciously devouring the meat in his bowl, trailed closely behind Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, sob. You are a good person. Please don't let me follow you anymore. I have such bad luck. I fear I might bring you misfortune, Tainyo said, his face radiating sincerity. His full name was Wang Tainyo, and his claim of bad luck was no mere exaggeration. After inquiring with Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe learned that Wang Tainyo was indeed plagued by an extraordinary lack of fortune. This fellow, not only lacking in intellect, seemed to carry an aura of misfortune. Since entering the spirit mine, he had scarcely unearthed any substantial ores. Wherever Tainyo went, darkness followed. As the locals would say, he possessed a physique that attracted calamity. Consequently, many avoided his company. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was filled with excitement. A natural harbinger of misfortune? What a serendipitous development. Previously, He had pondered why his diligent efforts were met with failure. It must have been due to his overwhelming bad luck. Now, with someone to taint his luck with misfortune, perhaps it would siphon away the ill fate, rendering his path to becoming a martial emperor imminent. Thus, without hesitation, Chu Xinghe took Tainyo along for an inspection of the spirit mine. As lunch concluded, a group of miners prepared to resume their labor according to the usual regimen, for there was no time allocated for respite here. Each day, aside from the essential hours for sleep and meals, they were required to toil relentlessly. However, just as they were about to commence work, a piece of news left all miners in a state of shock. Starting today, after lunch, all disciples would be granted an hour of rest. Upon hearing this announcement, the miner disciples were momentarily stunned. After confirming they had not misheard, an eruption of cheers filled the spirit mine. Yet, before their celebration could fully unfold, countless carriages from the Haotian merchants appeared within the mine. A multitude of brand-new miner disciples disembarked from the carriages, beginning to distribute fresh garments, with each miner receiving 2 brand-new outfits. At this moment, the miners were utterly bewildered. What momentous occasion was this? Improved rations, a chance to rest, and brand-new attire? What was transpiring? Amidst the fervent discussions of the miners, Chu Xinghe cast a wry smile at Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, while it is commendable that you wish to enhance their living conditions, such an increase in resources could truly lead to complications. Chu Xinghe remarked, bemused by the array of resource allocations Chu Xinghe had devised for the miner disciples. Previously, these miners consumed roughly 1% of the spirit mine's output each year. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was immediately incensed. What nonsense is this? 1%? Is this even a humane treatment? It must be increased. It must be increased exponentially. Brother Xinghe, according to your plan, these minor disciples will consume at least 10% of the spiritual or output each year. How can we ensure the supply of spiritual stones for the sect? This will lead to losses for the sect. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with realization. He had been so preoccupied with sympathizing with the minor disciples that he almost neglected the issue of sect losses. Now, reflecting on the plan he had devised, he realized that consuming merely 10% of the output was indeed quite excessive. Was he truly acting with integrity? Thus, Chu Xinghe resolutely raised the resources again. When Chu Xinghe beheld the final figures that Chu Xinghe inscribed, he nearly fainted. The treatment for minor disciples would now consume 30% of the spiritual or output annually. Each minor disciple would receive 4 days off each month. In the event of special circumstances, they could request an additional 3 days off without any deduction from their benefits. The cultivation methods available to all minor disciples would be elevated from the lowest tier to those just beneath the outer sect disciples. Their various entitlements would be second only to those of the outer sect disciples. As each stipulation emerged, Chu Xinghe could only think of 4 words: profoundly outrageous. Brother Xinghe, are you attempting to shatter the heavens? Previously, 99% of the spiritual or output was sent to the sect, and yet the sect still demanded increased production annually. Now, you propose to retain 30% and only send 70%? Moreover, these minor disciples, who previously worked full days each month, are now afforded not only daily rest, but also mandated breaks each month. Wouldn't this result in even lower spiritual or output? Calculating the implications, Chu Xinghe was left with a singular thought. It was likely that the spiritual stones sent to the sect each year would not even reach half of what was sent previously. Even if Brother Xinghe holds an exalted status, the sect would be in tumult if it suffered a 50% loss of spiritual stones each year. Chu Xinghe sought to counsel Brother Xinghe, but his words fell on deaf ears as Chu Xinghe commanded Ma Liang to publicly post the various benefits for the minor disciples. Adorned with the radiant insignia of the Haotian sect, symbolizing its supreme authority, Chu Xinghe understood that a significant upheaval was imminent. The series of actions taken by Brother Xinghe was far more alarming than merely purchasing a spiritual or mine. The sect's annual loss of spiritual stones was frightening. And even more so, the moment the Haotian sect implemented this policy, wouldn't minor disciples from other sects rise in revolt? In the past, everyone had endured hardship, thus tacitly accepting the established rules. However, the moment they discovered that others were faring better, trouble would surely ensue. Humanity is such that comparison breeds discontent. Once comparisons are made, turmoil inevitably follows. Yet, Chu Xinghe paid no heed to Chu Xinghe's warnings. A significant upheaval? He was eagerly awaiting such an event. After finally venturing out and obtaining the Haotian order, He was determined to shatter the heavens this time around. Soon, as Ma Liang disseminated the newly established benefits for the minor disciples, the entirety of the Haotian sect's spiritual minds erupted in chaos. All the minor disciples gazed at the newly formulated benefits, their first reaction being disbelief, as if they were caught in a dream. The treatment, to put it bluntly, is somewhat inferior to that of the outer disciples of the Haotian sect, yet it surpasses that of the outer disciples from most other sects. In fact, for some lesser sects, even the inner disciples receive no better treatment than this. Could that be true? However, when the Haotian seal, representing the utmost authority of the Haotian sect, shimmered before everyone's eyes, the minor disciples understood. This Brother Xinghe was indeed serious. He was nothing like those so-called high-ranking sect officials who had previously made empty promises only to depart without a second thought, their words carrying less weight than idle gossip. Chaos ensued. The entire spiritual mind of the Haotian sect was thrown into disarray. Ma Liang found himself encircled by countless minor disciples. Is what is written above true? Call me Brother Ma Liang. Ma Liang, adopting the calm demeanor of Brother Xinghe, replied, Brother Ma Liang, this is no jest, is it? Indeed, indeed. Brother Ma Liang, this jest seems rather grand. Ma Liang's gaze swept over the group of minor disciples. A jest? Humph. You are the jesters. Open your eyes wide and see. What does it say here? It is the Haotian seal of the sect master. Who would dare to jest with the Haotian seal? Moreover, do you know who devised this plan? It is none other than Brother Xinghe. You likely have no idea who Brother Xinghe is, do you? Let me enlighten you. Brother Xinghe is the foremost figure of the younger generation in the world today. Ma Liang embellished the series of events surrounding Chu Xinghe in the Haotian sect, painting him as a saint. He cared for every junior disciple, willing to face punishment for their sake. He respected every senior disciple, never looking down on anyone, regardless of their status. Even those who were direct disciples inheriting the sect master's martial will. With a single stroke, he defeated the young prodigy Zhengyu, who boasted the seven-colored glazed body, in the martial emperor city. Subsequently, he concocted unparalleled divine pills as a fifth-tier alchemist, earning him the title of the foremost alchemist of the younger generation. This time, the sect entrusted Brother Xinghe with a significant responsibility, allowing him to select spiritual ores for the sect and granting him full authority. As Ma Liang spoke, disbelief filled the eyes of all the minor disciples. Besides Ma Liang, Wan Lin and other junior disciples also began to recount the deeds of Brother Xinghe within the Haotian sect. Gradually, every minor disciple was filled with yearning. Brother Xinghe, is this truly the legendary Brother Xinghe? When he visited the spiritual mine yesterday, everyone assumed it was merely a routine visit, expecting nothing more than a feast before returning to the norm. Who truly paid attention to Brother Xinghe's words? Yet, they soon realized their mistake. A grave mistake indeed. Brother Xinghe did not merely speak. He acted. He accomplished what others dared not, for what others would not. Why did everyone become a minor disciple of the Haotian sect? Was it for the love of mining? No, it was because who does not harbor dreams of transcending the heavens and becoming divine? What if one's aptitude is lacking? What if one's talent is insufficient? Is there no qualification to pursue one's dreams? Countless individuals, after enduring numerous rejections and ridicule, have chosen to enter the spiritual minds of the Haotian sect as apprentice miners. Once, they too harbored dreams, envisioning a day when they would wield a sword and soar to the heavens with lofty aspirations. Yet, reality delivered a heavy blow as apprentice miners. They received nothing beyond the most basic techniques and the meager resources necessary for their mining endeavors. However, why do they persist? Because they still possess dreams. Gradually, though, they began to realize that perhaps those dreams were but illusions. Today, Brother Xinghe stepped forward to proclaim to each of them that, starting now, they have regained the right to chase their dreams. The resources and treatment they would receive are second only to those of outer disciples. Even more astonishingly, Brother Xinghe has bestowed upon them advanced techniques. From this day forth, if they diligently mine here, they shall be rewarded with resources. As long as they exert sufficient effort and meet the requisite standards, they can learn the more advanced techniques of the Haotian sect. Should their performance be exemplary, they may even earn the honorable title of outer disciples of the Haotian sect, or perhaps ascend to the inner disciples. They are destined to become the future of the Haotian sect. Chapter 50. The tremors of all sides at this moment. Tears glistened in the eyes of every miner. Brother Xinghe did not offer mere techniques or resources. He bestowed upon each individual the invaluable privilege of pursuing their dreams. A cacophony erupted as countless miners spontaneously knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing before the announcement behind Ma Liang, Wan Lin. And all disciples of the Haotian sect were utterly astonished. They were all paragons of talent, having lived their lives in the glow of others' praises since birth. Upon entering the Haotian sect, they were among the elite. They were the pride of their families and the pride of their sect. They had never conceived that so many dreamers existed in the world. In truth, when Qin Xianxian had previously stopped Chu Xinghe, expressing concerns that distributing such resources might lead to losses for the sect, Wan Lin had hesitated. Should he persuade Brother Xinghe otherwise? But in this moment, Wan Lin realized. He had been narrow-minded. His own realm was inadequate. The gap between himself and Brother Xinghe had not only failed to close, it had widened significantly. What had he seen? A reduction in the sect's spirit stones, fearing a loss for the sect. Yet Brother Xinghe perceived countless dreams and the future of the sect. One might argue that these minor disciples lacked talent, but one cannot extinguish their dreams. One cannot declare them worthless in this lifetime. The first generation of the Haotian emperor possessed no unparalleled talent, yet he founded the Haotian sect through sheer effort. Who could say that among these minor disciples, the next Haotian emperor or an existence of martial emperor caliber would not emerge? The notion of losing half of the spirit stones sounds daunting. But consider the profound foundation of the Haotian sect. Such losses are not beyond its capacity to bear. Is it not worthwhile to trade these spirit stones for an opportunity that allows everyone to pursue their dreams? Brother Xinghe's realm had indeed ascended to a height that garnered reverence from all. Ma Liang was equally shaken within. He vowed that from this moment forth, his aspirations would transform. Once, he dreamed of becoming a person like Brother Xinghe, but today he realized how mistaken he had been. Gravely mistaken. To aspire to be like Brother Xinghe? How could he even dare to think himself worthy? If he could merely become a follower of Brother Xinghe, that would already signify a remarkable fortune for him. At this moment, the other junior disciples also comprehended the true purpose of Brother Xinghe bringing them along. It was, in fact, to impart a lesson. As they reflected on their past misdeeds within the sect, even bullying their fellow junior disciples, they felt a rush of embarrassment. How humiliating. Confronted with their own misbehavior, Brother Xinghe did not chastise them, nor did he scold them. Instead, he remained silent yet conveyed a profound message through such a shocking event. Look at yourselves, still mired in the realm of bullying fellow disciples, while Brother Xinghe treated even a minor disciple as family. All hearts silently vowed that they would, in this lifetime, follow Brother Xinghe. Even if they could not become individuals of his caliber, they would resolutely swear to follow him unto death. The spiritual mind of the Haotian sect has existed for countless years, yet today it resonates with laughter and joy. The once listless miners, akin to mere shadows of their former selves, now unleash their jubilant roars to the heavens. At last, they have awaited this moment. They have secured the chance to chase their dreams and alter their fates. Wang Tinyu gazes, wide-eyed, at each inscription on the notice, his countenance still marked by the 5 crimson fingerprints left by a fierce self-inflicted slap, driven by doubts of whether this was merely a dream. He recalls the words of his senior brother Xinghe upon his first arrival here. From this day forth, should anyone dare to withhold our resources, even the heavenly sovereign himself could not save them. Wang Tinyu once dismissed this as mere rhetoric, though many labeled him a fool and claimed he was cursed with misfortune. Even avoiding his company, Xinghe did not. The warmth of Xinghe's smile was like a gentle spring breeze, making Wang Tinyu wonder if such kindness could truly exist in this world. Since Xinghe's arrival yesterday, whispers circulated among the crowd, maligning him as a duplicitous individual who spoke beautifully, yet meant nothing. Countless voices conspired in private to defame Xinghe. Wang Tinyu himself even began to believe the disparagement. Yet at this moment, slap, he struck himself again. This was not a test of reality. It was a manifestation of his regret. How could he, Wang Tinyu, have been so unjust in judging Xinghe? I am not worthy of being called human. Tears streamed down his face as he vowed from this day forward to become a person of dreams, a person of worth in Xinghe's eyes. Striving to emulate his admirable senior, the Haotian sect's spiritual mind trembled, and all minor disciples were reborn in flames. However, the news emanating from the Haotian sect's mind reverberated far beyond its confines. What is this madness? 3/10 of the output designated for the minor disciples? More advanced techniques? And monthly rest days? Has the Haotian sect truly lost its senses? Who is this Chu Xinghe? Has he escaped punishment for purchasing the Tianyi mine? If our sect's disciples acted so recklessly, they would be buried beneath a mound of earth by now. Is this fellow utterly fearless? Not only did he acquire the Tianyi mind, but he also dares to meddle with the affairs of the minor disciples? Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of Gu Mingqiao? Even if he were, Gu Mingqiao would surely have him executed. The Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm. How dare they act with such impunity? Upon hearing the news, all parties were shaken, but not only those in power. The minor disciples from various factions were equally astounded. When the news reached the other spiritual minds, all were left speechless upon learning of the treatment Chu Xinghe had arranged for the Haotian sect's minor disciples. Previously, they had been at the very bottom of the hierarchy, where even the eldest brother dared not mock the second. Yet now, the minor disciples of the Haotian sect were not merely brothers. They were treated like esteemed lords. Surely, many inner disciples of other sects would envy such privileges. Although the disciples of the minors faced considerable hardships, their inherent talents were modest, and the struggles they endured were inconsequential in the face of the hope that lay before them. Thus, in a brief span of time, the minor disciples from various sects became discontented. Why should the Haotian sect enjoy such favorable treatment while we languish in disparity? We demand the same privileges as the Haotian sect. If not, we shall abandon our posts and seek to join the Haotian sect as minor disciples. This upheaval was anticipated by various parties, and soon a message began to circulate. It was known that Chu Xinghe had acted recklessly, and the Haotian sect was already aware of the situation, dispatching individuals to administer punishment, likely intending to execute him on the spot. The Haotian sect would soon return to its former state of affairs. With the emergence of this news, all parties fell momentarily silent, awaiting the arrival of the Haotian sect elders to deal with Chu Xinghe. Within the grand hall of the Haotian sect, news from Lingmai Mountain reached them without the need for the sect's spirit birds. Other sects had already conveyed the information. In the hall, the sect leader and all the heads of the various chambers were gathered. Upon hearing the news, the elder felt a profound sense of distress. His hair was falling out in clumps. Xinghe, what have you done to provoke the heavens? The prior incident regarding the Tianyi spirit mine had already rendered the Haotian sect a subject of ridicule, and now the world awaited yet another spectacle of their folly. Just as they had not yet recovered from the previous embarrassment, Chu Xinghe had stirred up a commotion of unprecedented magnitude. What are we waiting for? Speak up. The sect leader urged first. Leader, the reactions from the various sects have been vehement. They demand severe punishment for this child. And several sects that previously collaborated with the Haotian sect have temporarily suspended their agreements. Not only these sects, but the Shi family has also declared that should the Haotian sect fail to discipline Chu Xinghe for his reckless behavior, they will cease their collaboration. Furthermore, I calculated that if we were to follow Chu Xinghe's actions, the sect would incur losses exceeding half of its spirit stone supply annually. Although the remaining half could barely sustain operations, it would still be detrimental. The elders exchanged remarks, voicing the concerns from all quarters. Leader, allow me to personally address this matter. I have a strategy in mind, the elder proposed, stepping forward. Sit down, sit down. The sect leader gestured for the elder to take his seat, but this time, the elder refused to comply. Leader, this child, Xinghe, has indeed overstepped his bounds. The various sects are likely to retaliate in succession, and this child may find it difficult to cope with the repercussions. The elder's words garnered nods of agreement from the other elders. Chu Xinghe's actions amounted to a direct upheaval not just against the Haotian sect, but against all factions. While the Haotian sect might withstand the loss of half its spirit stones, others would not be so fortunate. Consequently, the various sects would undoubtedly mobilize to restrain Chu Xinghe and compel the Haotian sect to restore the status quo. Thus, a series of retaliatory measures was inevitable. The elder feared that Chu Xinghe would be unable to withstand such a storm. The manner of punishing Chu Xinghe was a matter for the Haotian sect to decide behind closed doors, yet the response from the other sects would not be easily managed. At this moment, the Grand Elder felt compelled to intervene, believing he could suppress the matter with his own methods. All eyes turned to the sect master. If the Grand Elder were to act now, he could indeed quell the incident. However, have you considered what would become of Star River's dignity in such a case? Upon the sect master's utterance, the countenances of all the elders shifted in alarm. Was the sect master now contemplating the honor of this child, Star River? Or perhaps, in the sect master's heart, Chu Xinghe had long been placed in a position of significance. Despite the bewildering nature of his actions, the sect master remained steadfast and unwavering. I reiterate, this child, Star River, has been nurtured under our watch. While I can believe that others may act recklessly, Star River's intentions in this matter undoubtedly stem from a place of righteousness. He could not bear the treatment of the mining disciples, unlike us. He chose not to endure the injustice. He undertook what we dared not, an act of courage. The sect master's words left everyone in silence. Who among us is unaware of the plight of the mining disciples? Yet, who truly stood up for them? Today, Chu Xinghe had dared to take a stand against the world. We must not view this matter solely through a negative lens, but rather recognize the positive aspects. Star River's sense of justice is commendable, and all he has done will surely earn him the hearts of the mining disciples and all righteous individuals across the realm. In this regard, his actions are beyond reproach. Even the Grand Elder was taken aback. It is critical to understand that typically, attempts to win people's hearts are deemed treacherous, especially with the sect master still present. Are you plotting a coup? Do you consider yourself more righteous than the sect master? Yet, when Chu Xinghe has sought to win the people's favor, not only did the sect master show no anger, but he appeared genuinely pleased. How utterly astonishing. Chapter 51. The Objective, Surpassing the Sure Family. All the elders, including the Grand Elder, fell silent. Although Chu Xinghe's actions may not have been a deliberate attempt to win hearts, they undeniably had that effect. In any other circumstance, such behavior would have been considered treasonous. However, the sect leader was not only unperturbed by Chu Xinghe's conduct, but was, in fact, exceedingly pleased. It was evident to all that the sect leader was grooming Chu Xinghe as a successor. The more remarkable Chu Xinghe became, the more delighted the sect leader appeared. Let none respond to the other sects. When has our Haotian sect been obliged to explain ourselves to others? Who do they think they are? A sudden surge of authority emanated from the sect leader, causing the entire Haotian Great Hall to tremble momentarily. As for how the other sects would retaliate next, well, I, too, am eager to witness it. No one must interfere. Let Xinghe handle this. Opportunities to confront the other sects in such a manner are rare, and it would not be detrimental for this young man to gain some experience in dealing with them. As for those unwilling to cooperate, simply inform them that we shall not be working together. And regarding the Sure family's reluctance to continue providing resources for our Haotian sect, let them know the contract is void. What? Does the Haotian sect not have anyone to assist us once we part ways with the Sure family? After the sect leader finished speaking, he stood and departed without a backward glance. Once he had left, everyone finally dared to exhale deeply. Even the Grand Elder wore an expression of disbelief. Though the sect leader appeared mild-mannered in daily interactions, one must not forget that he is the Emperor of Haotian sect, the foremost figure on the heavenly Tao rankings. For years, the sect leader had concealed his prowess, and the Haotian sect had remained tranquil. But this did not imply that the sect could be easily bullied. The authority of the world's premier sect is not something just anyone can provoke. Whether the Sure family or other sects, they seem to have forgotten that an enraged Haotian sect possesses the power to alter the tides of the world. The Haotian sect is not solely defined by its gentle demeanor. The sect has annihilated enough rival sects to encircle the burning sun continent thrice. All the sects were anticipating Haotian sect members to confront Chu Xinghe in Ling City. Chu Xinghe himself was also waiting. Surely it would be the Grand Elder arriving? Or perhaps the sect leader himself. What fate awaited him? The rumors of immediate execution were something Chu Xinghe would never believe. The possibility of being stripped of his direct disciple status and relegated to the outer sect, or even becoming a minor disciple, those were not out of the question. But despite his eager anticipation over the past several days, there had been no sign of movement from the Haotian sect. Not only had the sect leader not come personally, but even a disciple to convey a message had not appeared. Chu Xinghe was bewildered. Was the sect's communication network so underdeveloped? Or was the teleportation array malfunctioning? Yet, even assuming it was operational, they should have arrived by now. What did this silence mean? He had stirred up a storm, and the Haotian sect had become the target of public ire. However, urgency bore no fruit, as Chu Xinghe brought forth new tidings. Senior Brother Xinghe, I bear bad news. All collaborations between our sect and the other sects have been completely annulled, and the contract with the Sure family has also been rendered void. Now, we are utterly isolated. Chu Xinghe was elated. This was bad news. The fortunate envoy is indeed a harbinger of splendid news. Collaborations with other clans are manageable, but the contract with the Sure family poses a dilemma for Chu Xinghe. The Sure family is the foremost lineage in the realm, responsible for over 70% of the raw stones being refined into spiritual stones through their extraordinary craftsmanship. With the Sure family unwilling to refine stones for the Haotian sect, The sect finds itself in a precarious situation. Huh? Can one not feast without the butcher? What a joke, scoffed Chu Xinghe. Qin Xiangqian, however, felt helpless. Apart from the Shi family, there are indeed other families with some proficiency in stone refinement. Yet, their output of spiritual stones pales in comparison, and their fees far exceed those of the Shi family, leading to potential losses for the sect. Wonderful, Chu Xinghe exclaimed with delight. Ling City is truly a splendid place. Since my arrival, joyous tidings have been unceasing. Another loss, you say? How might we maximize that loss? Can't our Haotian sect refine stones ourselves? He inquired tentatively. Brother Xinghe, you must understand, stone refinement is not a trivial matter. Cultivating a stone refiner requires not only the art itself, but also the discovery of individuals with innate talent for refinement. While the techniques may be hard to come by, if our Haotian sect is willing to pay a hefty price, acquiring them is not impossible. However, finding a talented stone refiner is akin to scaling the heavens. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was filled with excitement. A hefty price? A daunting task? Does that imply it could easily be in vain? What are we waiting for? Instead of nurturing a stone refiner, we could end up in a futile endeavor. It is better to rely on oneself, regardless of the cost. We must acquire the techniques of stone refinement immediately. What? Qin Xiangqian was taken aback. Yet, gazing at the gleaming Haotian seal, he could only nod in agreement. As for selecting the stone refiner, I shall take charge, Chu Xinghe declared confidently, already having someone in mind. What? Ma Liang and the others? Absolutely not. Those individuals possess remarkable talents. Who knows if they have the gift for stone refinement? As a false fortunate envoy, if Ma Liang were to claim he is an unparalleled genius in stone refinement, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. After much contemplation, Chu Xinghe finally thought of an extraordinary candidate, Wang Tiniu. A stone refiner relies on talent. And just look at Wang Tiniu's capabilities, huh? A stone refiner must be clever and astute. Just observe Wang Tiniu. Perfect. A stone refiner requires a stroke of fortune, and even disregarding the previous two qualities, Wang Tiniu's luck is unparalleled. To ask someone who cannot even understand stone quarrying to learn stone refinement, how could I possibly lose this bet? If the art of stone refinement does not yield results, Chu Xinghe would feel remiss for not honoring Wang Tiniu's exceptional talents. Qin Xiangqian set off to procure the techniques, while Chu Xinghe sought out Wang Tiniu. Brother Xinghe, I have arrived. What do you need? Just say the word, and I will comply. Tiniu, a monumental and historically significant task has been entrusted to you. Do you believe you are up to the challenge? Absolutely. Leave it to me. Look at that. Chu Xinghe was thoroughly satisfied. Upon hearing such a momentous task, one would expect a modicum of inquiry. Yet, our steadfast iron bull, without a second thought, readily consented. I must ask, are you certain of your steadiness? Excellent. Iron bull, your affirmation brings me great solace, dear brother. You may return now, when the time arrives. I shall summon you. Farewell, brother Xinghe. I take my leave. As Iron Bull departed, Chu Xinghe felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This junior brother is indeed reliable. Not a single question posed, sparing me the trouble of fabricating excuses. Such a worry-free disciple is a rare find, unlike that troublesome Ma Liang, who constantly invites complications upon himself. In recent days, the spirit minds of various sects have once again erupted in agitation. Was it not promised that Chu Xinghe would face severe retribution, allowing everyone to return to a level playing field? Yet, what is this peculiar phenomenon of the Haotian sect engaging in reverse competition? Numerous miners have ventured to the Haotian sect's spirit mine to assess the situation. To their astonishment, they found it truly remarkable. The miners of Haotian sect donned brand new work attire, crafted from the same fine fabric as the outer disciples of the sect. The two most renowned chefs in Spirit City have been engaged by Haotian sect to prepare meals at the mine. The succulent, beautifully layered braised pork, the array of dishes bursting with flavor and aroma, the exquisitely crafted pastries, and even the provision of beverages. What divine fare is this? Furthermore, Haotian sect has arranged for the construction of dormitories for the minor disciples, accommodating 4 individuals per room, complete with ample bedding. After lunch, each minor disciple is afforded the luxury of resting for an hour. Is this what one would call living? Observing some miners embracing their leisure time, it is astonishing that this respite does not incur any deductions from their resources. The eyes of all minor disciples from various sects turn green with envy. Look at the Haotian sect's miners, and then at ourselves. This is a comparison between humans and slaves. Why is there such a stark disparity in treatment among us? all being minor disciples? The minor disciples from various sects erupted in discontent. Was it not agreed that we would eliminate Chu Xinghe? Was it not promised that all would return to a level playing field? It seems we alone endure hardship while they revel in their privilege. The uproar among the minor disciples reached a fever pitch, leading to an unprecedented strike. Despite the various threats and temptations from the sects, the miners stood resolute. We shall simply cease our labor. Let the sects strip us of our cultivation. We shall start anew at Haotian's sect. Faced with the miners' rebellion, the sects redirected their pressure towards Haotian's sect. All collaborations were abruptly terminated, and rumors of Haotian's sect's hypocritical benevolence began to circulate. Unlike the spirit minds of other sects, the miners at Haotian's sect, having received the assurances of Brother Xinghe, were overwhelmed with gratitude. Ma Lao-san, how dare you slack off? Do you not honor Brother Xinghe? Ma Lao-san, individuals like you do not deserve to remain at the spirit mine. My deepest apologies. I was momentarily blinded by folly. I shall not repeat my error. Ma Lao-san, should there be a next time, we shall show you no mercy. In days past, those from the Haotian Merchant Association constantly monitored this group of miners, fearful that they might slacken and diminish productivity. However, in recent days, there is no need for concern. If anyone were to be idle, the members of the guild would not even need to utter a word. The other minor disciples would undoubtedly respond with a decisive reprimand. Can you truly face Brother Xinghe? This phrase has become the motto of every minor disciple. It is indeed the time for the miners to rest well. But when it comes to work, they exert every ounce of their strength. Over the course of several days, those responsible for collecting raw ore have stumbled upon a rather peculiar situation. Despite the fact that the minor disciples have been working significantly fewer hours than before, the output has neither diminished nor, astonishingly, increased by 30%. What on earth is happening? It is utterly baffling. The news reached Chu Xinghe, who was equally perplexed. Nevertheless, Chu Xinghe chose not to report this to Chu Xinghe, opting instead to observe further, for it is not uncommon for certain veins of, or to yield more at times, thus warranting additional scrutiny. While observing, Chu Xinghe also managed to procure the coveted technique of point stone at an exorbitant price. However, when he cautiously inquired about the candidate for the point stone master, as mentioned by Brother Xinghe, he was taken aback. Wang Tinyu, the unfortunate Wang Tinyu? Brother Xinghe, are you certain you are not jesting with me? Indeed, it is Tinyu. He is the rarest candidate for the title of point stone master. Trust me, and believe in Tinyu. To surpass the Shurjia, we shall rely on Tinyu in the days to come. Chu Xinghe was left dumbfounded. Surpass the Shurjia? It seems that this investment in the point stone technique may ultimately be in vain. Chapter 52. The remarkable talent of Wang Tinyu. When Wang Tinyu was summoned, he still bore his usual foolish expression. Upon receiving the art of transmutation from Chu Xinghe, Tinyu, without even glancing at it, confidently assured, Brother Xinghe, you need not worry. I will handle this matter with utmost clarity. What did he mean by handling it with clarity? Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. Big brother. I now refer to you as Big Brother, but can you truly comprehend the art of transmutation? Tinyu. Brother, I have faith in you. Chu Xinghe wore a stern countenance. With tears brimming in his eyes, Wang Tinyu departed. However, the news of Wang Tinyu being chosen by Brother Xinghe swiftly spread throughout the spiritual mine. The initial reaction from everyone upon hearing this news was disbelief. Yet, as they considered the audacity of Brother Xinghe, who dared to think what others would not, their puzzlement deepened. There was no possibility that Brother Xinghe had made a mistake. Wang Tinyu must possess some hidden talent for the art of transmutation. In contrast to the unwavering confidence of those from the Haotian sect, the external world nearly laughed their teeth out upon receiving this news. Could it be that Chu Xinghe was an infiltrator within the Haotian sect? I believe it is quite possible. While one might attribute the earlier decisions to youthful recklessness, to claim he was benevolent afterward was one thing, but Wang Tinyu, I have indeed heard of him. This fellow is somewhat notorious. Not only is he dim-witted, but his luck is also abysmal. Such a person learning the art of transmutation, it seems to be a case of like attracting like. Indeed, the saying holds true. This Chu Xinghe is merely a great fool. The laughter from the other sects was one thing, but the Shur family nearly burst into fits of laughter. It is important to note that the Shur family faced significant pressure after severing their contract with the Haotian sect. After all, it is the Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world. Who knows what they might do in a fit of rage? The Shur family had prepared for a potential backlash from the Haotian sect. However, Instead of retaliation, they were met with news that the Haotian sect intended to cultivate their own transmutation masters. Initially, when the Shi family heard this news, they were genuinely concerned. After all, this was the Haotian sect. Could it be that they had truly found a genius in the art of transmutation? The Shi family dispatched people to investigate, but before they could gather any information, the news of the chosen individual being Wang Tinyu emerged. Are you jesting with me? The matter of Chu Xinghe is no longer a question of sanity. This individual is simply a complete fool, is he not? How could the Haotian sect send such a fool here? Has the Haotian sect truly fallen into decline? The series of actions by Chu Xinghe left countless observers dumbfounded and speechless. While previous matters could be rationalized, what could possibly be the reasoning behind cultivating Wang Tinyu? Cultivating a genius in the art of transmutation is inherently a challenging endeavor. What is Wang Tinyu even capable of? At this point, everyone concluded that the Haotian sect had truly messed up. Within the residence of Wudi City in the spiritual city, Zheng Yu was left stunned for a full half-minute after hearing the news. Although he was unfamiliar with Wang Tinyu, the other members of the Wudi City Chamber of Commerce enlightened him about the situation. In their accounts, he was merely a fool, compounded by an extraordinarily unfortunate streak of luck. Why has Chu Xinghe chosen such a fool? Could it be that Brother Xinghe is truly misjudged? No. Brother Xinghe is an extraordinary individual, not only possessing remarkable strength but also a meticulous mind. If Wang Tinyu were a normal person, one might entertain the possibility of a miscalculation on Brother Xinghe's part. However, considering Wang Tinyu is perceived as a fool plagued by misfortune, it is inconceivable that Brother Xinghe would be unaware of this. Thus, Brother Xinghe's actions must undoubtedly hold significant meaning. But what could he be contemplating? It is utterly inscrutable. Has there been any news regarding the small spirit mine? Zheng Yu inquired of the steward. We have been working tirelessly to extract, yet thus far, all we have unearthed are worthless stones, the steward replied with concern. Do not fret, continue the excavation. Chu Xinghe would never act without purpose. Very well. The steward acknowledged and departed. In the following days, the notion of Chu Xinghe as a great fool echoed throughout the spirit city, with various sects shedding their reservations and openly discussing it. It is one thing for me to claim that Chu Xinghe is a fool, but it is truly the Haotian sect that is in decline. Their disciples run rampant outside, yet they refrain from taking action. Such perplexity is beyond comprehension. Hush! I have heard that Chu Xinghe is the illegitimate son of Gu Mingqiao. Is that true? Consider it for yourself. How intriguing. The rumor that Chu Xinghe is Gu Mingqiao's illegitimate son began to circulate, with everyone eagerly anticipating how the Haotian sect would respond to this predicament. You claim to be the greatest sect in the world, yet your disciples misbehave without any oversight, provoking the ire of all. Does the Haotian sect still care for its reputation? On a particular day, at the Tianyi spirit mine, numerous spirited miners labored diligently. Brother, we've been digging for days, and all we have are worthless stones. This mine may truly be devoid of value, one miner lamented. Nonsense. Speak such drivel again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. This site was personally chosen by Brother Xinghe. It cannot be mistaken. Brother Xinghe's insight is unparalleled. We simply have not reached the right location, another retorted. Indeed, we need not elaborate on how Brother Xinghe treats us. Everyone, exert yourselves. Even if we must excavate the entire spirit mine, we must uncover the spirit stones. All right, let us all work harder. Suddenly, a shout rang out from a distance. The spirit mine has been found. Many rushed to see what was happening. A miner had unearthed a section of worthless stones, and behind them lay a glimmering vein of spirit stone, or spirit light. This is spirit light. Only high-quality spirit stone could emit such a glow. We have found it. We have truly found it. Hurry and report. The news swiftly reached Chu Xinghe, who, upon hearing it, was so exhilarated that he neglected to inform Chu Xinghe and rushed over, only to soon feel disappointment. For aside from the one glowing ore, the rest remained worthless stones. Although a high-quality spirit stone had been discovered, it was still insufficient to alter the fate of the Tianyi spirit mine. Let us continue digging. I refuse to believe it. Yes. Continue digging. It must be hidden deeper. The disciples of the miner remained undeterred, yet Chu Xinghe let out a resigned sigh. Could it be that Senior Brother Xinghe had truly misjudged? Just as he pondered this, his assistant delivered a piece of news that nearly caused Chu Xinghe to sputter in disbelief. President, Wang Tinyu has grasped the art of stone transformation and requests some raw stones for practice. What is this nonsense? Chu Xinghe was bewildered. Wang Tiniu has comprehended the art of stone transformation? Are you jesting with me? He promptly made his way to Wang Tiniu's location, and from a distance, he saw Wang Tiniu standing in the courtyard. President, I have mastered the art of stone transformation. Please provide me with some spirit stones to give it a try. Tiniu, are you certain you are not joking? I never speak falsehoods, Wang Tiniu replied earnestly. Chu Xinghe said nothing further and immediately dispatched someone to fetch the raw stones, instructing them to select the lowest quality to avoid wastage. Soon, the raw stones were delivered to Tiniu, and Chu Xinghe signaled for him to begin. Without hesitation, Tiniu approached the raw stones, and with a flicker of spiritual light, he indeed performed the technique of stone transformation. As the spiritual light descended upon the raw stone, it quivered slightly, and the outer shell began to peel away. In the next moment, a low-grade spirit stone appeared before everyone. Silence. At that moment, the entire courtyard fell into a hush, with all eyes wide, fervently scanning the spirit stone and Tiniu. The stone transformation was successful? Had Wang Tiniu truly exhibited a talent for this art? And it was no ordinary talent. He had only been practicing the technique for a few days without any guidance from a master. How could this individual have mastered such a skill? This was not merely extraordinary, but utterly preposterous. Tiniu continued his work, swiftly transforming all the raw stones. When he completed this task, Chu Xinghe was once again left in a state of astonishment. What is this? Tiniu's speed is astonishingly rapid. Chu Xinghe understood that a typical stone transformer works at a slow pace, as the process does consume energy. Tiniu's speed was unheard of. Just as Chu Xinghe was grappling with Tiniu's remarkable velocity, his assistant interjected. President, the yield rate seems rather high. Yield rate? There is indeed a concept of yield rate in stone transformation. Why does everyone seek out the Sure family for this? Because the Sure family's yield rate hovers around 70%, meaning that of all the spirit stones handled by them, at most 30% are lost, retaining 70%. This is considered the highest. However, now looking at Tiniu, his yield rate seems to be around 50%. A 50% yield rate sounds significantly lower than that of the Sure family. Yet Chu Xinghe knew that the 70% yield rate referred to the caliber of the Sure family's master stone transformers, all of whom had been trained in this art since childhood. But what about Tiniu? He had only self-studied for a few days. Previously, the Sure family's most distinguished disciple, Chu Xinghe, boasted of achieving a 30% yield rate on his first attempt at stone transformation, prompting the Sure family to nearly broadcast to the world that they had produced an unparalleled genius. It is indeed a remarkable feat for an individual to achieve a stone yield of even 10% or 50% on their first attempt. Such accomplishments are the hallmarks of prodigious talent. However, at this moment, Chu Xinghe's gaze upon Tiniu had undergone a profound transformation. This was no longer merely Tiniu. He had metamorphosed into a veritable golden bull. President, why do you regard me with such astonishment? Tiniu exclaimed. I am acutely aware of the stone yield. Mine stands at a modest 50%, which is rather embarrassing for Brother Xinghe. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have conducted thorough research. With a few more days of diligent practice, achieving a yield of 90% should pose no insurmountable challenge. Attaining a perfect yield of 100%, however, is considerably more arduous. I shall require several years of persistent honing to reach that pinnacle. As Tiniu articulated his thoughts, an enveloping silence descended upon the gathering. While others might indulge in boastful exaggerations, there was an unwavering certainty in Tiniu's declarations. If he proclaimed the possibility of attaining a 90% yield, one could be assured that he would indeed realize it. Likewise, if he aspired to challenge the legendary 100% yield, it was a challenge he was destined to undertake. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of blood pressure rising within him. In truth, he was not alone in this. The collective blood pressure of all those who had gathered in the courtyard had similarly escalated. This was especially true for Chu Xinghe, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, only to arrive in the midst of Tiniu's proclamation. His vision blurred, and he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming shock. Chapter 53. All is lost, truly lost. Today, Chu Xinghe, having neither provoked nor offended anyone, was humming a cheerful tune. Just as he sang the joyous rhythms of a prosperous year, he suddenly sensed an unsettling change. Why was he singing such an inauspicious song? Yet, he thought, what was there to fear? With his exceptional talent, how could he possibly fail? However, before Chu Xinghe could continue his melody, Ma Liang appeared. Xinghe, Xinghe, Tiniu has comprehended the art of stone transformation. With a startled gasp, Chu Xinghe tumbled from his seat. What nonsense was this? Tai Nyo had grasped the art of stone transformation? Surely, Ma Liang must be jesting. Yet, in no time, Chu Xinghe found himself being dragged by the fortunate Ma Liang to the courtyard of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce, where he overheard Tai Nyo's proclamation loud and clear. What a shock it was. Today, Chu Xinghe truly understood the meaning of being blindsided. Wang Tai Nyo, have I not treated you well? How could you be so ungrateful? Do you not owe me any loyalty? Xinghe, I have not let you down, have I? Wang Tai Nyo's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. And no, Chu Xinghe nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Was this a matter of disappointment? He had been dealt a crushing blow. Have I desecrated your ancestral grave? How could you betray me so? What of the promise of being a rare fool? What of the misfortune that was supposed to plague you? Had all your years of fortune been merely a build-up to this moment of betrayal? Though Chu Xinghe was nearly consumed by rage. Witnessing Wang Tai Nyo's prowess with the art of stone transformation left him utterly astounded. On his first attempt, Tai Nyo achieved a 50% success rate, all without the guidance of any master, relying solely on his own insight. And not only that, the art of stone transformation that Qin Xiangqian had procured was of a rather rudimentary nature. Yet, Tai Nyo seemed destined for this art, within mere days. He had mastered it to perfection and even improved upon it. This refinement elevated the once ordinary art of stone transformation to new heights. Qin Xiangqian, upon catching a glimpse, nearly dropped the scroll in shock, his face paling with terror as he presented Tai Nyo's enhanced version to Chu Xinghe. Xinghe, I swear I only saw the initial characters. I didn't glimpse a single word thereafter. I would never dare to leak any information. Though Qin Xiangqian had only stolen a glance, he understood that this version of the art of stone transformation far surpassed the one he had purchased, rivaling even the ancestral techniques of the Shi family. Such a treasure deserved to be locked away in the highest chamber of the Haotian sect's most secretive vault. To even lay eyes upon it could invite mortal peril. Chu Xinghe, with a dazed expression, opened the scroll. Despite his lack of understanding of the art of stone transformation, just a few fleeting glances revealed to him that this was indeed a divine technique. Wang Tai Nyo was, without a doubt, born for the art of stone transformation. Heaven did not give birth to Wang Tai Nyo, rendering the stone as eternal as the long night. Although Ma Liang and the others were equally intrigued about the transformation of this stone-altering technique, none dared to approach it. They were not like senior brother Xinghe. Such divine arts are not meant for the eyes of the uninitiated. Should any secrets of the sect be leaked, it would be a grave sin indeed. Rest assured, senior brother Xinghe, this stone-altering technique shall remain a secret among us of the Haotian sect, and I would never dare to share it beyond our ranks. Though Wang Tai Nyo was somewhat dazed, he understood that he had accomplished something remarkable. Yet, he felt no pride, for he believed that his current success was solely due to senior brother Xinghe. As the saying goes, a 1,000-mile dog is easy to find, but a true mentor is hard to come by. Am I not the 1,000-mile dog? Senior brother Xinghe is indeed my mentor. However, Wang Tai Nyo would not allow himself to bask in even a modicum of pride over his achievements. On the contrary, he was resolute in his belief that he must continue to strive, for only then could he honor senior brother Xinghe's earnest efforts. He vowed to pursue senior brother Xinghe as his lifelong goal. Chu Xinghe patted Wang Tai Nyo on the shoulder, his expression serious. Wang Tai Nyo felt the weight of senior brother Xinghe's expectations for his future. Steady now. Wang Tai Nyo is merely an unexpected variable. He shall not affect the grand scheme. Chu Xinghe repeatedly reassured himself, maintaining his composure like an old dog. One Wang Tai Nyo cannot turn the tide. The fruits of his relentless endeavors over the past few days are not easily overturned. But just as Chu Xinghe was about to showcase Wang Tai Nyo's abilities, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. Something has happened. A grave situation. What has occurred? Chu Xinghe's heart leapt with joy. At last, good news. The president, our senior brother Xinghe, is present. There is trouble at the Tianyi spiritual mine. What trouble? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. A miner inadvertently unearthed a fissure, causing a collapse in the mine. By the heavens! What joy! Chu Xinghe's earlier frustration caused by Wang Tai Nyo dissipated instantly. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. One must revel in life's triumphs. Laughter and cheer herald the new year. May today be celebrated year after year. Chu Xinghe nearly burst into song. Yet on the surface, he wore an expression of urgency. Quick! We must hurry to rescue the miners. Without pausing to acknowledge the messenger, he gathered everyone and rushed towards the Tianyi spiritual mine. Upon arriving, Chu Xinghe found the area surrounding the mine completely sealed off. Clear the way, Qin Xiangqian shouted, and the surrounding miners recognized Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, Congratulations, Senior Brother Xinghe. Your insight is unparalleled. What joy, Senior Brother Xinghe. A cacophony of accolades nearly made Chu Xinghe exclaim in surprise. Had my earlier performance been too ostentatious, drawing their notice? But there was no time for explanations. Chu Xinghe had already entered the Tianyi spiritual mine. It has collapsed. Indeed, it had. The mine's passage had caved in, descending several dozen meters, revealing another entrance. Everyone streamed in, but the anticipated scene of a blocked tunnel causing fatalities did not materialize. As they advanced along the new passage for several dozen meters, suddenly, whoosh, a burst of white light nearly blinded them. Spiritual radiance. A brilliant radiance emanated from the depths of the mine, illuminating what should have been an impenetrable darkness. The once shadowy cavern was now dazzlingly bright. Countless miners stood within, utterly astonished. Yet, they were not alone in their astonishment. Everyone who entered was equally spellbound. Ethereal light. It was all ethereal light, high-grade. An abundance of high-grade spirit stones. We have struck gold. Qin, in that moment, seemed entranced. Yet he was not the only one. All the members of the Haotian sect accompanying him were equally enraptured. They had witnessed spirit mines before, but never had they beheld such a convergence of high-grade spirit stones. Indeed, they had never even heard of such a phenomenon. Then, amidst the wonder, someone shouted about the seven-colored light. In an instant, all eyes turned in that direction, and indeed, seven-colored light, a sight only the most exquisite spirit stones could summon. The rarity of exquisite spirit stones in any mine was legendary. It was a common tale that many a mine, excavated to its last breath, yielded none. Yet now, as far as the eye could see, an entire wall radiated with seven-colored light, all exquisite spirit stones. Heaven bless Haotian. Ma Liang led the jubilant cries, and in a heartbeat, the entire cavern erupted with shouts from the Haotian Chamber of Commerce, the inner disciples of the Haotian sect, and the miners alike. Heaven bless Haotian. Heaven bless Brother Xinghe. At that moment, Chu Xinghe felt as though he might vomit blood in disbelief. Surely, this must be a dream. Quick, someone wake me. I cannot bear this dream. But reality proved otherwise, for Tinyu had already dashed forward, deftly extracting spirit stones from the ore. Instantly, the brilliance of high-grade spirit stones filled everyone's vision. Tinyu seized a seven-colored raw stone once more and struck again. Exquisite seven-colored spirit stones emerged into existence. Silence fell over the entire mine. Every eye was glued to the spirit stones Tinyu had unveiled, their pupils shimmering with longing. Tears streamed down Wan Lin's face uncontrollably. Brother Xinghe. Indeed, Brother Xinghe was right. This is the greatest spirit mine in the world. With Wan Lin's exclamation, the realization dawned upon all. They turned to the composed Chu Xinghe, and each heart stirred with emotion. When Brother Xinghe first proposed acquiring the Tianyi spirit mine, countless among them had thought him mad. Some even deemed him foolish. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he had purchased the mine. At that time, many wondered why he did not explain his decision. Now, witnessing this spectacle, they understood. It was not that he could not explain. Rather, he must not. Had anyone known of this situation, had even a whisper escaped. Could the Shi family have sold the Tianyi spirit mine? This was, without question, the most formidable spirit mine discovered to date. Brother Xinghe. It was indeed Brother Xinghe. Even after bearing the weight of countless slanders and rumors, Brother Xinghe had not attempted to defend himself. He must have been awaiting this day. At long last, this day had arrived. Brother Xinghe has undeniably demonstrated his remarkable insight and profound depth. Despite the external insults and injuries directed at me, I remain unfazed. For the ultimate outcome will reveal who truly stands at the pinnacle of greatness. Brother Xinghe's realm has indeed ascended to heights that are elusive to all. Qin Xiangqian, tearful, reflects on his past doubts regarding Brother Xinghe, yet today, he is wholly convinced. From this moment forth, no one shall sway my unwavering commitment to follow in Brother Xinghe's footsteps. It is no wonder that Brother Xinghe bestows such treatment upon the miners. He has contemplated the potential repercussions for the sect, yet he occupies a realm far beyond our reach, fully aware of the secrets of the Tianyi spirit mine. With the Tianyi spirit mine, what does it matter if the miners receive even greater rewards? With this spiritual mine, rather than suffering losses, the sect's annual spirit stone yield is likely to multiply significantly. Hail to Brother Xinghe. With him, how can our Haotian sect not flourish and thrive? Chapter 54. A single individual manipulates the world at will. The Tianyi spiritual mine has erupted. Not a mere explosion, but a cataclysmic detonation. today shall be etched into the annals of the Haotian sect's history. According to the records, on the 10th of October in the year 8562 of the Liang calendar, under the guidance of its most illustrious disciple, Chu Xinghe, the Haotian sect laid claim to the Tianyi spiritual mine, the most extraordinary spiritual mine ever known on the Liang continent. Chu Xinghe, however, was left bewildered, unsure of how he emerged from the mine. It was all over. Utterly finished. His vigorous efforts had led to a monumental blunder. The Tianyi spiritual mine, once regarded as a mere wasteland, had ascended to become the paramount spiritual mine in the realm. Wang Tiniu had transformed from a simpleton into the harbinger of a new age of alchemical mastery. Yet, for Chu Xinghe, it was as if he had drawn water with a basket, achieving nothing. After toiling for so many days, he felt he had merely dressed another's bride. The news of the Tianyi spiritual mine could not be kept under wraps. When the revelation spread, a profound silence enveloped the entire spiritual city. Each individual who received the news initially reacted with disbelief, convinced it was sheer nonsense. However, the mine lay within the city, prompting a frantic rush to behold it. As they witnessed crates overflowing with resplendent spiritual stones and iridescent gems being unearthed, their eyes widened in astonishment. Some even contemplated seizing them on the spot. Fortunately, sanity prevailed. Spiritual stones may be valuable, but life is of greater worth. To rob the Haotian sect? That would be madness, a path to certain death. Anyone daring enough to snatch the Haotian sect's spiritual stones today would find themselves pursued to the ends of the earth by Gu Mingqiao, unable to escape their demise. This was rightfully ours, the Shi families. While others maintained their composure, the Shi clan was in utter turmoil, a blood-curdling despair. It is said that the head of the Shi family, upon hearing the news, was so overwhelmed that he coughed up blood. We will not sell. We will not sell. The Tianyi spiritual mine belongs to us. The patriarch shouted before succumbing to unconsciousness. Though every member of the Shi family yearned to echo his sentiments, they understood the futility of such declarations. To assert to the Haotian sect that they would not sell? Did they believe that the next day, the Haotian sect would not lay waste to their entire clan? Did they think the Haotian sect was a soft target? Many had attempted to browbeat the Haotian sect, only to meet such a grim fate that their remains could not be gathered for a proper burial. The Shi family lacked the courage to entertain such thoughts. Blood flowed freely among the sects, the crimson tide a result of rage-induced hemorrhaging. When Chu Xinghe set a record for the swiftest acquisition of the Tianyi spiritual mine, how many had emerged to deride him as a fool? At that moment, everyone believed Chu Xinghe had been struck by a misfortune. Yet, in this instant, the truth dawned upon all. It was not Chu Xinghe who had been struck, but rather, it was we who were the fools. Our minds had been ensnared. The Tianyi spiritual mine, the preeminent spiritual mine in the world. Initially, the Haotian sect claimed to have purchased it at an exorbitant price, and all had cried out that the sect had incurred a tremendous loss. Yet, at this moment, the realization struck. Was that truly an exorbitant price? It was akin to giving it away for free. The head of the Shi family, upon encountering the initial contract, was so enraged that he consumed it whole. Was Chu Xinghe truly an imbecile? We are the genuine fools here. In the Wu Emperor city, situated within the Spirit City, the steward gazed in shock at the equally astonished Zhengyu. Indeed, Chu Xinghe was unfathomable. He manipulated the world with ease, rendering my efforts insignificant in comparison. Typically proud and arrogant, Zhengyu found himself disheartened in that moment. Brother Zheng, do not succumb to despair. Although we did not acquire the Tianyi spirit mine, that smaller mine has yielded remarkable results. Though modest in scale, it possesses qualities akin to the Tianyi spirit mine. The spirit stones within nearly blinded me with their brilliance. The steward was genuinely impressed now. While the world mocked Chu Xinghe, only Brother Zheng steadfastly believed in his profound capabilities. Once, I had thought Zhengyu was deluded. Now it appeared that my own naivety was the true folly. Chu Xinghe, as Brother Zheng asserted, was indeed inscrutable. With a singular effort, he had orchestrated a monumental upheaval. When had the Shi family ever faced such a downfall? When had all sects been so manipulated? Yet, Chu Xinghe accomplished it effortlessly. Silent as a ruler seated upon a lofty throne, he watched the world's tempest unfold, remaining utterly unperturbed. Such poise captivated even the stewardess' heart. The foremost of the younger generation indeed, he was unparalleled, not only in strength but in intellect, which was terrifyingly acute. Each of his moves, seemingly erratic, upon reflection appeared as if crafted with celestial foresight, leaving no trace for others to detect until it was too late, by which time victory was assured. Although the Wu Emperor city felt envy and resentment, Brother Zhang, with his exceptional insight, had anticipated even the faintest of Chu Xinghe's maneuvers. Now, aside from the Haotian sect, the Wu Emperor city had become the second greatest beneficiary. The Tianyi spirit mine created a sensation across the realm, yet the exploits of Wang Tinyu reverberated even further. Heaven did not give birth to one like Wang Tinyu. He turned stone to gold as if night were eternal. A man who, without a mentor's guidance, comprehended and even innovated a new stone-picking technique. A being so extraordinary that his very first attempt yielded a 50% extraction rate. Initially, the Haotian sect proclaimed their intent to cultivate stone-picking masters, and all deemed them mad. Perhaps Chu Xinghe had indulged too deeply. But at this moment, everyone received a resounding wake-up call. Wang Tinyu demonstrated, through undeniable evidence, that Chu Xinghe was not only formidable in strength, but possessed an extraordinary discernment of talent. The Haotian sect had not only secured the Tianyi spirit mine, but also birthed a superlative stone-picking powerhouse in Wang Tinyu. With his innate talent, it would not be long before the Haotian sect could independently excel in stone-picking without external reliance. Yet, upon reflection, it was not Wang Tinyu who was most fearsome, but rather Chu Xinghe. This individual was truly unfathomable. The news did not linger long before it reached the Haotian sect. In the Grand Hall of Haotian, not only were the heads of various halls present, but all the elders had convened as well. At this moment, the Hall of Haotian was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was still grappling with the news that had arrived from Spirit City. The acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine had been deemed foolish by all. The elevation of miners and disciples' treatment had provoked various sects to retaliate, with the Sure family revealing their nefarious nature. Wang Tinyu's selection had become a source of mockery across the realm. Every strategic move made by Xinghe had taken everyone by surprise, and now the Tianyi spirit mine, the foremost spirit mine in the world. Even if the Haotian sect were to enhance the treatment of all miners and disciples, it would still yield profits several times greater than before, nurturing Wang Tinyu, the future master of stone manipulation, to devise a remarkable technique for the sect. One must ponder, how does one even articulate their thoughts about this child, Xinghe? Although the sect leader mused about how to express his sentiments, the smile on his face was increasingly reminiscent of the elder's beaming countenance. As for the elder, he remained silent. Maintaining composure under such circumstances was sufficient. The other elders shook their heads, not out of disapproval, but in self-reflection. Previously, when Xinghe had caused a stir, they had harbored slight doubts. Now, it was evident that they had gravely misjudged him. This child, Xinghe, was nothing short of extraordinary. Heaven bless Haotian. At that moment, one elder shouted an exclamation, and the others echoed in agreement. The smile on the sect leader's face had never waned. At that instant, he felt like the most sagacious and formidable individual, convinced he had not erred in his judgment. Even when all others suspected that Chu Xinghe might act recklessly, he steadfastly supported him. And the truth had proven that Xinghe did not disappoint. The entire Haotian sect erupted in excitement upon receiving the news. The previous series of announcements had instilled a sense of tension within the sect, leading to a confrontation between disciples of Lingyi Palace and others, resulting in disciplinary actions. However, those who had been wronged were now arriving to apologize. We were truly presumptuous in our doubts about junior brother Xinghe. We are filled with shame, they exclaimed. Now you understand. Junior brother Xinghe's depth is unfathomable, far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. We shall personally apologize to him. There is no need, they were told. Do you not know him well enough? He does not hold grudges. Will he be angered by your suspicions? He will not. Junior brother Xinghe possesses remarkable character. You should conduct yourselves accordingly in the future. Upon hearing the disciples of Lingyi Palace, everyone felt even more ashamed. Indeed, how could they have forgotten that junior brother Xinghe's integrity was beyond reproach, and he would not be angered by their doubts? The entire Haotian sect was shaken by the news from Spirit City. Alas, if only I had accompanied brother Xinghe to Spirit City. Missing such a grand event fills me with regret. Yes, I should have proactively requested to go. Brother Xinghe would surely not have refused. What a pity. In the outer sect, after having finished his daily bout with Chu Xinghe, the plump-headed fish relayed the news to him. Humph, Chu Xinghe, you little thief, how can there be such a disparity between two individuals hailing from the same village? Behold your current state, and then cast your gaze upon brother Xinghe. He truly embodies the ideal we aspire to. Chu Xinghe spat blood. I have not bled this profusely even after being struck by a hefty fish. That scoundrel Chu Xinghe, duplicitous, insincere, base and shameless, cunning in his deceit. You have all been deceived. He is nothing but a vile miscreant. How dare he slander Brother Xinghe? Today, should I not strike you until your face blooms like a peach blossom? You shall remain ignorant of why the flowers are so red. Yet, no one knows the duration of the beating, but the peach blossoms surely have bloomed. As for the chrysanthemums, that remains uncertain. In the ethereal city, within the stronghold of the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe languished in a rocking chair, its creaking resonating with the melancholy of his heart. Brother Xinghe, alas, I was a step too late. Previously, Brother Xinghe instructed me to procure the entire Tianyi spirit mine, yet I neglected to remember there was a small spirit mine remaining. My single misstep has led to eternal regret. I have just received news that the small spirit mine has been acquired by Zheng Yu of the martial Emperor city. What a miscalculation. Fortune bringer Chu Xinghe finally delivered a fragment of relatively good news. Buzz. Just as Chu Xinghe's words concluded, the misfortune compass began to spin. Is there truly a reward? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. However, the subsequent rewards somewhat alleviated his despondent spirits. Chapter 55. This matter has nothing to do with my Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe had long since lost all desire for life. Yet, the suddenly spinning wheel of misfortune bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. What? Even in such a dismal defeat, there exists a reward? Soon, the pointer of the wheel of misfortune came to a halt. Simultaneously, a powerful force erupted from the wheel, causing Chu Xinghe to shudder. In an instant, his cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the 3rd rank to the peak of the 4th rank, reaching the zenith of a martial master. Heavenly! What ecstasy! At that moment, Chu Xinghe felt a blend of exhilaration and torment. The monumental leap in his cultivation brought him immense satisfaction, yet it also made him acutely aware of the losses he had incurred. Had the heavenly spirit mind not disappointed him, would he not have surged directly to the realm of the 6th rank martial king, or even the 7th rank martial saint? Alas, it was too late for regrets. The reason the wheel of misfortune granted him this elevation must surely be linked to the news brought by the fortunate envoy, Chu Xinghe. Zheng Yu had indeed seized an opportunity, acquiring a small mine that shared a lineage with the heavenly spirit mine. Thus, the wheel of misfortune tacitly acknowledged that this should rightfully belong to the Haotian sect, yet it had transformed into a loss due to Zheng Yu's interference. Brother Xinghe, all the sects have commenced their collaboration with our Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe once again struck a blow to Chu Xinghe. What on earth? Were they not intent on isolating us? How could there be cooperation? Chu Xinghe felt an acute sense of betrayal. What happened to the promised isolation? What about the stated refusal to collaborate? What about the continued retaliation? Can't they have a shred of integrity? Brother Xinghe is unaware that with your acquisition of the heavenly spirit mine, the exquisite spirit stones it yields are exceedingly scarce among all sections. They are all anxious about their inability to procure these precious stones from our Haotian sect, and thus, they dare not negotiate any terms with us, Chu Xinghe exclaimed, brimming with excitement. When the major sects united to isolate the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe had been deeply worried. What to do? Yet, he could never have imagined that Brother Xinghe had already orchestrated a masterful strategy, achieving victory from a distance. With the emergence of these exquisite spirit stones, the other sects were compelled to lower their heads. In the past, during collaborations, the other sects would present numerous conditions. Now, however, they were rendered powerless to negotiate, as the Haotian sect dictated the terms. For many years, Chu Xinghe had never engaged in such a smooth transaction. There was no need for deceit or excessive contemplation. The Haotian sect proposed conditions, and the other sects simply acquiesced. Chu Xinghe reveled in this ease, while Chu Xinghe seethed with frustration. Bad news continued to pour in. Igniting a fire within Chu Xinghe, gather all the exquisite spirit stones produced and bring them to me. I shall return to the sect and present them as gifts to everyone. Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth, declaring, you sects may forsake integrity, but you still wish to obtain exquisite spirit stones? Just wait. Rest assured, Brother Xinghe, all the exquisite spiritual stones from this batch have been meticulously packaged. For the various sects wishing to acquire these precious stones, it will be a matter of next year. Chu Xinghe grinningly presented a Qianquan ring to Chu Xinghe. Holding the ring and gazing at the resplendent spiritual stones within, Chu Xinghe felt a modicum of relief. After bidding farewell to the fortunate Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe took a day to rest. During this time, he also made a visit to the spiritual mine. He specifically instructed the miners not to neglect their cultivation while mining, emphasizing that the mine could always be excavated. but their cultivation was of utmost importance. The miners expressed profound gratitude for Brother Xinghe's advice. Just listen, this is our Brother Xinghe. While other sects worry about their miners shirking their duties, requiring them to complete tasks before attending to their cultivation, Brother Xinghe allows us to focus on our practice without excessive toil. In response to such a reasonable mentor, the miners vowed to ensure that their mining efforts would not falter due to their cultivation. With Brother Xinghe treating us so well, we must not let him down in the slightest. Subsequently, Chu Xinghe visited Wang Tiniu. Remarkably, within just a few days, Tiniu had made astonishing progress in the art of stone manipulation. His stone extraction rate had now reached an impressive 70%, comparable to the Shi family. Yet, Tiniu displayed no excitement. Instead, he repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with his slow advancement. Given the opportunities bestowed upon him by Brother Xinghe, he felt compelled to exceed expectations. He was determined to grow swiftly, surpassing the Shi family and making the Haotian sect stone manipulation the finest in the realm. Tiniu's efforts were not solitary. He had taken on about 10 disciples during these few days. These disciples, former companions, did not appear particularly astute. Yet Tiniu's dormant fortune had erupted spectacularly in this brief span. Among the disciples he chose, aside from a handful with lesser talents, each exhibited extraordinary aptitude in stone manipulation. Even the few with relatively poorer abilities were at least comparable to the Shi family's prodigies. Upon hearing Wang Tiniu's report, Chu Xinghe's irritation mounted. Indeed, Ling City was a veritable pitfall. Since his arrival, not a single good event had transpired. Thus, he resolved to depart from Ling City. Qin Xiangqian personally escorted Chu Xinghe and his companions to the teleportation array. Not only Qin Xiangqian, but all the senior members of the Haotian Merchants Association were present. Although Chu Xinghe's stay was brief, each of his contributions had been etched into the annals of the association's history. Despite his short tenure, the wisdom he imparted would serve as a lifelong lesson. Not only the senior members of the Haotian Merchants Association, but even the miners gathered to bid farewell to Brother Xinghe. Many miners, their eyes glistening with tears, urged him to visit often. Visit often? What a farce! In the midst of countless farewells, Chu Xinghe departed from Ling City, followed closely by Wan Lin, Ma Liang, and others, who eagerly discussed their intent to share the tale of this journey with every junior disciple, so that they might grasp the far-reaching vision of their esteemed senior, Xinghe. As Chu Xinghe endured another blow, the teleportation array, not far from Ling City, soon came into view. However, those responsible for its arrangement were still preoccupied, necessitating a brief wait. After instructing Qin Xiangqian to seek him out should any troubles arise, Chu Xinghe bid him farewell. Observing Qin's frequent glances back, Chu Xinghe could only shake his head in exasperation. Following the dismissal of Qin, the group settled to rest, awaiting the activation of the teleportation array. Just as Chu Xinghe reflected upon the missteps of his journey to Ling City, a sudden clamor of combat echoed from afar. "Senior Brother Xinghe, I shall investigate," exclaimed Ma Liang, ever eager for excitement. "Wait, I will go?" Chu Xinghe shot Ma Liang a glare. "You? Absolutely not. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Should there be a situation that threatens our sect, how could I act if you rush in first?" After ordering everyone to remain on standby, Chu Xinghe cautiously approached the source of the commotion. Soon, he discerned the chaos. There stood Zhengyu, ablaze with fervor, leading a throng of disciples from Wudi City against a cadre of cloaked adversaries. The latter, however, vastly outnumbered their opponents, and despite Zhengyu's formidable prowess, the assailants appeared overwhelmingly superior, encircling Zheng and his companions, poised for total annihilation. Senior Brother Xinghe. Amidst the fray, Zhengyu unexpectedly spotted Chu Xinghe, and his heart soared. The mere presence of Chu Xinghe signified that the members of Haotian sect were also nearby, igniting hope for salvation. Zhengyu, filled with joy, called out for assistance. Yet, the cloaked figures, upon noticing Chu Xinghe, were taken aback. Just as they began to fret over potential complications arising from his presence, Chu Xinghe bellowed, "I am merely passing through. Continue your skirmish. This matter bears no connection to Haotian sect." With that, he turned and fled without a backward glance. The cloaked figures stood in stunned silence. Zhang Yu was equally bewildered. What on earth was happening? Initially, the appearance of the Haotian sect had unsettled their adversaries, but now, witnessing their retreat while the disciples of Wudi City faced extermination left them utterly perplexed. Had they ever encountered such cowardice? Was this truly the Haotian sect they had known? Where was the promised unity and support? Zheng Yu, truly dumbfounded, had anticipated Chu Xinghe's aid, only to be met with the shocking reality of abandonment. Yet, in the moment of collective bewilderment, a man on the outermost edge of the black-clad group, who had remained passive until now, suddenly revealed his sharp gaze. Everyone, those who abandoned the martial Emperor city, seize him. He is Chu Xinghe of the Haotian sect. With this exclamation, the black-clad figure soared into the air, riding the winds in pursuit of Chu Xinghe. Flying on the wind, a seventh-rank martial sage. The seemingly cowardly Chu Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? You were engaged in a fierce battle with the martial Emperor city, and I was merely passing by. Yet you abandoned your fight to capture me? And what in the world is this seventh-rank martial sage business? However, Chu Xinghe could no longer afford to ponder these questions. All the black-clad figures had completely forsaken the people of the martial Emperor city, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Zhengyu. Disciples of the martial Emperor city? Thus, the individuals who were originally besieged were left behind, as everyone pursued Chu Xinghe. Tears welled in Zheng Yu's eyes, for it dawned upon him that Brother Xinghe was not fearful for his life. He had drawn the enemies away in this manner to protect the people of the martial Emperor city. Chapter 56. A major crisis unfolds. At this moment, Chu Xinghe felt utterly exasperated. He merely intended to witness the commotion and feign a semblance of cowardice. Today, it would be fortuitous if Zheng Yu were to perish here. For if any surviving disciple of the martial Emperor city were to escape and recount the events of today, the reputation of the Haotian sect would be irrevocably tarnished. They would not merely accuse Chu Xinghe of cowardice, they would brand the entire Haotian sect as craven and indifferent to the plight of its own, leading to a profound blow to the sect standing. Initially, Chu Xinghe had wished to inquire how he had been bested, but now he comprehended the situation. Why in the world had they all abandoned the martial Emperor city disciples to chase after him? What about that seventh-tier martial saint? Just moments ago, they had refrained from intervening against the martial Emperor city disciples, yet now they pursued him relentlessly. Though he felt speechless, Chu Xinghe was not foolish. At this juncture, he chose to flee towards the spirit city, reasoning that as long as he could reach its sanctuary, neither the seventh-tier martial saint nor even an eighth-tier martial venerable would dare to apprehend him there. However, mere moments later, he realized the naivety of his assumptions. The seventh-tier martial saint traversed the air with ease and, after a few graceful movements, had closed the distance behind him. The martial saint's eyes gleamed with a predatory fervor, gazing at Chu Xinghe as though a lecherous rogue had stumbled upon his long-desired goddess, laid bare before him. Chu Xinghe, there is nowhere left for you to run. The martial saint proclaimed, as his palm radiated dark energy, morphing into a colossal black hand that lunged towards Chu Xinghe. Do not engage. I surrender. As the black hand was poised to seize him, Chu Xinghe halted abruptly, much to the martial saint's astonishment, who, unable to halt his momentum, careened forward for several meters before finally coming to a stop. The other cloaked figures swiftly closed in, encircling Chu Xinghe in a heartbeat. Brave warriors, do not strike. I surrender. I surrender. Chu Xinghe pleaded, crouching down while cradling his head. This unexpected display left all the cloaked figures bewildered. They were members of the Shadow Demon sect, who had originally intended to ambush and capture Zheng Yu. Yet, to their astonishment, they had encountered an illustrious target in Chu Xinghe. In comparison, Zheng Yu seemed inconsequential. In recent times, Chu Xinghe's notoriety had spread far and wide, even reaching the ears of the Shadow Demon sect, who were now thoroughly acquainted with his exploits. To capture the renowned Chu Xinghe, the foremost talent of the younger generation from the Haotian sect, would indeed be a monumental achievement. The Shadow Demon sect had even prepared for a fierce resistance from Chu Xinghe. But what was this sudden act of surrender? Was this truly the same Haotian sect they had come to know? Was this truly the first among the younger generation? The seventh-tier martial saint, Meng Yong, found himself questioning the very essence of Chu Xinghe's character. How could someone of his caliber possibly exhibit such cowardice? Is this individual truly Chu Xinghe? After observing him closely from every angle for quite some time, Meng Yong confirmed it. The attire adorning Chu Xinghe, unmistakably that of a disciple from the Haotian sect, left no room for doubt. Moreover, due to Chu Xinghe's excessive brilliance in recent days, the Shadow Demon sect naturally possessed his portrait. After repeatedly comparing it with his own, Meng Yong was unequivocally certain that the person before him was indeed Chu Xinghe. Take him away. With a decisive command, a throng of cloaked figures surged forward, swiftly subduing Chu Xinghe, who was then encased in a burlap sack. Meng Yong hastily departed with the members of the Shadow Demon sect. Barely a minute after Meng Yong's departure, Zhang Yu arrived with the forces of the martial Emperor city. Witnessing the aftermath left by the retreating cloaked figures, Zhang Yu was struck with alarm. A grave situation had unfolded. Brother Xinghe had been captured. Faced with a 7th-grade martial saint, Brother Xinghe had no means of resistance whatsoever. Observing the direction in which Brother Xinghe had fled, Zhang Yu reached a realization at that moment. Brother Xinghe was not one to cower in fear nor a bystander in times of peril. He had deliberately drawn the Shadow Demon sect away from martial Emperor city. Initially, Zhang Yu and his companions had intended to return to martial Emperor city via the teleportation array. However, they had not anticipated encountering an ambush by the Shadow Demon sect upon their arrival, leading Zhang Yu to believe their fate was sealed. The defenders of martial Emperor city were fighting valiantly, but just as they were on the brink of collapse, Brother Xinghe appeared, ingeniously diverting the Shadow Demon sect's forces. The assertion that Brother Xinghe intentionally led them away rather than fleeing in fear stemmed from the direction of his escape. Had he truly been a coward, he would have fled towards the Haotian sect disciples. Yet, he was clearly heading towards Ling City, seeking aid. Unfortunately, given Brother Xinghe's cultivation level, he would scarcely have time to reach Ling City when confronted by a 7th-grade demon lord. Bang! Zhang Yu crushed the martial emperor token in his grasp. In an instant, countless streams of spiritual light soared into the heavens, signaling for assistance from martial Emperor city. Due to the ferocity of the battle, Zhang Yu had not even had the chance to shatter the token earlier. But now, he understood the gravity of the situation. Brother Xinghe had been captured by the Shadow Demon sect while trying to rescue them, and if anything were to befall him, Zhang Yu would bear an insurmountable burden of guilt. What has transpired? Soon, disciples from the Haotian sect, led by Ma Liang and Wan Lin, rushed over. Once the martial emperor token was shattered, the news would spread like wildfire, visible to all in the vicinity. Zhang Yu? Ma Liang recognized him. What is the matter? Brother Zhang Yu? Wan Lin inquired. A calamity has struck. Brother Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Demon sect. As Zhang Yu uttered these words, all the Haotian sect members stood in stunned silence. What on earth? Hadn't Brother Xinghe merely gone to assess the situation? How could he have been captured? But soon, they learned from Zhang Yu what had transpired. In the shadow of Wudi City, disciples found themselves besieged by the malevolent Shadow sect. Yet, amidst the chaos, Chu Xinghe exhibited unwavering courage, selflessly diverting the foe's attention. Regrettably, the presence of a formidable 7th-grade demon lord rendered him defenseless, leading to his capture by the Shadow sect. You. Zhang Yu. You. Wan Lin was nearly overwhelmed by the weight of Zhang Yu's words. Was it not the very essence of Xinghe's character that she described? Known for his righteousness, he had always been the protector of the helpless. Yet today he had sacrificed himself for the sake of Wudi City's inhabitants. Ma Liang, without uttering a single word, produced the disciple token from their sect and, without hesitation, shattered it in front of everyone. Not only Ma Liang, but every disciple of the Haotian sect followed suit, crushing their tokens as well. The disciple tokens possessed a means of communication with the sect, and with Ma Liang's decisive act, the sect would instantly be notified of the peril befalling its members. What has transpired? In Ling City, several streaks of light descended from the heavens. These were the individuals from Wudi City, and it was evident that other sects had also received the urgent news regarding the shattered Wudi token. A crisis had arisen, a monumental crisis. Xinghe had been captured by the Shadow sect. Zhang Yu, usually composed, was now in a state of complete disarray, as if he had lost his way. Countless powerful figures rushed from Ling City, and upon hearing Zhang Yu's revelations, darkness clouded their vision. A grave situation had indeed unfolded. How could there be anything more significant in Ling City than this? Who was Chu Xinghe? If the Haotian sect learned of this calamity, it would surely incite an uproar. Should anything happen to Chu Xinghe, the Haotian sect would be left in utter turmoil. Without a moment's hesitation, every powerful individual dispersed, united in a single purpose, to locate Chu Xinghe. They would rescue him at any cost. Qin Xiangqian also summoned the elite of the Haotian sect, hastening to Ling City. However, upon receiving the news, he was struck with despair, collapsing to his knees. Quickly, alert everyone in Ling City. Mobilize at once. No one shall live if we cannot find Master Xinghe. Qin Xiangqian's fervent command echoed throughout Ling City, plunging it into a state of chaos. What? Master Xinghe has been seized by the Shadow sect. The urgency spread like wildfire, prompting all to seek the whereabouts of their beloved mentor. The audacity of the Shadow sect to dare capture Master Xinghe was infuriating. Every disciple of the Haotian sect, without exception, sprang into action. Nothing was more pressing than the safety of Master Xinghe. Not only the Haotian sect, but upon learning of the incident, all from Wudi City also rallied together. Chu Xinghe had risked everything to save Zhengyu and the people of Wudi City, and now the citizens were grappling with disbelief. However, they understood that while they might remain indifferent, Wudi City could not afford to do so. If harm befell Chu Xinghe, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall upon them. Thus, every individual from Wudi City scoured the surroundings with fervor, while other sects were equally vigilant, for Chu Xinghe was no ordinary disciple of the Haotian sect. If today the Haotian sect were to suffer an ambush from the Shadow sect, resulting in the complete annihilation of an elite squad of disciples, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly be enraged and seek vengeance. However, should anything befall Chu Xinghe, the matter transcends mere retribution. The Haotian sect would likely pursue an unrelenting vendetta against the Shadow sect. The outside world reveres Chu Xinghe as the most exceptional disciple of the Haotian sect in 4 centuries, even surpassing the 10th generation Haotian emperor. The sect has meticulously groomed Chu Xinghe as the prospective leader of their future, a fact evident from the events that transpired upon his arrival in Ling City. The series of actions taken by Chu Xinghe, deemed reckless by many, were met not with disapproval, but with unwavering support from the Haotian sect, even at the cost of their own resources. What does this signify? It clearly indicates that the sect is investing its resources and enduring losses to provide Chu Xinghe with invaluable experience. Should he succeed, it would be splendid. Should he fail, the sect remains resolute in imparting wisdom at such a considerable price. Now, with Chu Xinghe captured by the Shadow sect, and particularly due to the circumstances surrounding Martial Emperor City, should misfortune befall him, it is plausible that Martial Emperor City itself would share in the repercussions. Given the Haotian sect's formidable nature, the entire Ling City would be thrown into chaos, with all matters set aside in the fervent quest for Chu Xinghe. If he remains unfound, the wrath of the Haotian sect would be a tempest to behold. It is not beyond reason that in their fury, the Haotian sect could lay waste to the entire Spirit Vein Mountain. Chapter 57. The dual orders emerge, shaking the world. The Spirit City has exploded. What mining? What business? At this moment, even a panting dog would receive a slap and be sent to search for Chu Xinghe. At Haotian sect. At this moment before the Haotian mirror, Ma Liang and others finally established contact with the sect due to the shattering of their disciple tokens. The sect master, Gu Mingqiao, reached out to Ma Liang through the Haotian mirror. However, upon hearing Ma Liang's words, Gu Mingqiao nearly collapsed to the ground. What did you say? Gu Mingqiao's eyes turned red. Sect master. Senior brother Xinghe was captured by the people of the Shadow Demon sect while rescuing those from the Martial Emperor City. His whereabouts are currently unknown, and his life or death is uncertain. Gu Mingqiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Sound the great bell. All elders and disciples of the Haotian sect gather at the Haotian palace. Gu Mingqiao could not attend to anything else, issuing the command in haste. The great bell of the Haotian sect rang 9 times. Regardless of their prior engagements, all disciples and elders rushed to the Haotian palace in a frenzy. Moments later, the entire Haotian sect had nearly congregated at the Haotian palace, with the main hall teeming with people. Everyone was fervently discussing what had transpired. As the sect master had rung the great bell, the Grand Elder and a group of elders stood in shock at the sect master's words. The Grand Elder nearly lost his footing and would have fallen had it not been for the quick reflexes of nearby elders who steadied him. Quickly, prepare the teleportation array. We must head to Spirit City immediately. The Grand Elder could scarcely consider anything else. Chu Xinghe is in trouble. How could this happen to Chu Xinghe? If anything were to happen to him, it would truly be catastrophic. The news swiftly spread from the Haotian Grand Hall, plunging the entire sect into chaos. What? Senior brother Xinghe is in trouble? Captured by the Shadow Demon sect? Damn Zhengyu. Let him die. But how could senior brother Xinghe be so reckless as to divert the enemies for the people of Martial Emperor City? Senior brother Xinghe was too impulsive. Do not speak so. I do not know about others, but do you not recognize the character of junior brother Xinghe? If you were not to assist today, I would find it truly strange. Indeed, junior brother Xinghe is admirable in every aspect, yet he is too benevolent and too eager to help. He would never turn a blind eye to others in peril. The Shadow Demon sect is utterly audacious. Enough talk. We must hurry to Spirit City to find senior brother Xinghe. Without much deliberation, Gu Mingqiao personally issued the order to set up the teleportation array. Except for a few elders left to guard, all the sect's experts set forth their target spirit city, determined to find Chu Xinghe and ensure his safety. Issue the Haotian order. We implore all factions to assist in the search for Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao commanded once more, and the elders nodded in agreement. The Haotian order. It had been a century since the Haotian sect had issued the Haotian order. When the sect eradicated the demonic sect, the Haotian order was proclaimed, and none dared to defy it. Yet, every time the Haotian order is issued, it signifies an earth-shattering event. In an unprecedented event in the annals of the Haotian sect, a decree was issued solely for one individual. Yet, no one questioned the command of the sect master, for it was none other than Chu Xinghe. The Haotian decree swiftly disseminated from the Haotian sect, reaching major sects across the realm in record time. Upon receiving the decree, various factions were shaken to their core. However, once the circumstances were unveiled, it became clear why the Haotian sect was driven to such fervor. Chu Xinghe was in peril. The shadow demon sect dared to lay hands upon him. Initially, their intentions were aimed at Zheng Yu of the martial emperor city, but to everyone's astonishment, the noble-hearted Chu Xinghe selflessly diverted the shadow demon sect's attention to rescue Zheng Yu. Alas, unbeknownst to him, a demon lord lurked among them, leading to his capture. Previously, rumors had circulated that Chu Xinghe was the unrivaled champion of the younger generation in martial arts, and his character surpassed even his martial prowess. I had my doubts, but it appears the tales hold truth. Heed my command. Elders of the sect, arise and seek out Chu Xinghe. With the issuance of the Haotian decree, the entire realm trembled. Yet soon, an even more staggering event transpired. The martial emperor decree was also proclaimed for martial emperor city. Zheng Yu promptly relayed the news, and upon hearing it, Chu Xinghe nearly lost consciousness. Nevertheless, Chu Xinghe understood that while Chu Xinghe was the one captured, the root of this calamity lay with the martial emperor city itself. As for this child, Chu Xinghe was at a loss for words. He was a source of both admiration and frustration. Admiration for such an exceptional disciple, whose prowess was unmatched and whose integrity shone brightly. Yet frustration arose from the lament that such a remarkable student was not from martial emperor city. Regardless, it was clear that the incident originated from martial emperor city, and they could not remain idle. Cheng Xiaodian issued the martial emperor decree, summoning all formidable warriors of martial emperor city to embark on a quest to find Chu Xinghe. Within a single day, the Haotian decree was proclaimed, alongside the martial emperor decree. The world was in upheaval. The issuance of these two monumental decrees for a single individual had never before occurred in the history of the Liyang continent. Countless powerful figures descended upon Ling City, instilling fear in its inhabitants. In times past, the sight of a 7th-grade martial saint would have left many in awe, but today, over a dozen martial emperors had traversed the void in mere moments. Among them were the esteemed sect master Gu Mingqiao of the Haotian sect and the city lord Cheng Xiaodian of martial emperor city. For the sake of one, the world resonated with turmoil. The name Chu Xinghe echoed far and wide. Zheng Yu had remained sleepless for an entire day and night, consumed by a singular thought. Should anything happen to Brother Xinghe, he would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life, a burden he could never absolve himself of. While the world was stirred by the actions of Chu Xinghe, far away, a luxurious estate in Tianrun City, 1,000 miles from Ling City, concealed a basement where Chu Xinghe was unceremoniously removed from a sack. Before his eyes stood the demon lord Meng Yong, who, oblivious to the tumult outside, gazed at Chu Xinghe with a beaming smile. I am Chu Xinghe, a disciple of the Haotian sect, and greetings to you, demon lord. With a single utterance, I left Meng Yong utterly bewildered. What on earth? Haha. Truly, the foremost of the younger generation possesses remarkable audacity. Many disciples of the shadow demon sect could not help but scoff at Meng Yong's remark. How did the demon lord perceive his audacity? Have you forgotten his instantaneous surrender? Initially, we believed we could capture Zheng Yu, yet unexpectedly, you have walked straight into our trap. Quite a delightful surprise indeed. Ha ha. Meng Yong was laughing so hard one could see his tonsils. Zheng Yu may be admirable, yet in comparison to Chu Xinghe, they are entirely different entities. Indeed, the demon lord speaks the truth. It is indeed a surprise. Meng Yong. What the hell? This fellow does not seem the least bit afraid. What is going on? With gritted teeth, Meng Yong continued. Chu Xinghe, it seems you are already aware of our identities. The Haotian sect has caused considerable disruption to our shadow demon sect over the years. Before Meng Yong could finish his sentence, Chu Xinghe interjected. The demon lord is quite correct. The destruction of the Haotian sect is our unequivocal duty. Meng Yong. Not only Meng Yong, but all the surrounding disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were dumbfounded. What on earth? According to the usual script, shouldn't he be pointing fingers at us, proclaiming that those who act unjustly must meet their demise, and declaring that we must eradicate the demon sect as our sacred duty? Why on earth are you openly declaring the destruction of your own sect? Moreover, judging by Chu Xinghe's expression of indignation, it appeared entirely genuine. In an instant, everyone began to question, is this truly Chu Xinghe? Surely, there must be some mistake. Of course, Chu Xinghe had not erred. He was no fool. Captured by them, if he were to shout for the protection of Haotian now, would they not devour him whole? While I wish to obliterate the sect, it does not mean I desire the death of my own kin. I, Chu Xinghe, possess my own principles. Collaborating with you demons, should this news leak, I would be pursued relentlessly across the world, even if I were to become a martial emperor. However, as the saying goes, when under a roof, one must play the part of an actor. When it comes to performance, I must fulfill my role with utmost clarity. Chu Xinghe, there is no need for such posturing. Since you have fallen into our hands, it would be wise for you to comply. Comply? I must indeed comply. Demon Lord, if you wish to know any secrets of the Haotian sect, I assure you I shall divulge everything without reservation. By the way, Demon Lord, I have here the latest tome of the stone transformation technique acquired by the Haotian sect. I humbly present it for your examination. As Chu Xinghe spoke, he presented the stone transformation technique, meticulously organized by Wang Tinyu, to Meng Yong. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with the child. Without showing some sincerity, how could one become a master of performance? Meng Yong. Yet before Meng Yong could comprehend, Chu Xinghe spoke once more. In addition to this, there are these. These exquisite spiritual stones are all from the Haotian sect, and I am greatly relieved to present them to the Demon Lord. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe relinquished all the Qin rings, jokingly. It was better to offer them now rather than risk losing everything later when they might seize them from him. As the Qin ring opened, countless boxes filled with gleaming high-quality spiritual stones and innumerable exquisite spiritual stones dazzled the eyes of all those from the Shadow Demon sect. Meng Yong's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the spiritual stones laid out before him. Could this truly be the Haotian sect? Is this indeed Chu Xinghe? So many spiritual stones. Not even a single demon lord has ever witnessed such a bounty. And this stone manipulation technique. A mere glance left Meng Yong nearly breathless. In his youth, he had dabbled in the art of stone manipulation, though he ultimately abandoned it due to his lack of talent. Yet, he possessed the discerning eye to recognize that the stone manipulation technique presented by Chu Xinghe undoubtedly deserved the title of divine art. Such a divine technique was simply otherworldly. However, Meng Yong found the true marvel to be the Chu Xinghe before him. What on earth was this? Was this lad truly so astute? According to the usual script, he should have been slowly tormented, with the boy gradually yielding under pressure. Yet here he was, presenting everything without even being asked. What could this mean? Meng Yong was utterly bewildered. While Meng Yong was lost in confusion, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed. Upon being captured, he had already come to a realization. This time, it was not I, Chu Xinghe, who willingly betrayed my sect. Rather, the demon sect was too ruthless. If I did not offer something, how could they spare me? Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to young Zhengyu and to the Shadow Demon sect for providing me, Chu Xinghe, with an opportunity to turn the tables on the sect's losses. The entire basement fell silent for a full minute, until Meng Yong finally broke the silence. Gazing at Chu Xinghe, What is your scheme? My lord, you jest. I am but a captive. My life and death lie entirely in your hands. What scheme could there possibly be? You may not be aware, but I have long harbored a deep yearning for the demon path. Joining the demon sect has been my lifelong aspiration. The so-called Haotian sect is merely a facade, now that the path of the demon sect lies before me. I am filled with longing, and my admiration for you, my lord, flows like an unending river. Do you know who I am? Meng Yong thought he was nearly swayed by Chu Xinghe's words. But did you know who I am? That is of no consequence. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my lord, I knew that if I did not follow you in this life, I would live with eternal regret. Thus, before you, I could not help but desire to betray the Haotian sect. I humbly request your indulgence. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, all the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were left in a state of utter shock. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Is this performance not a bit too far-fetched? Chapter 58. The Mirror of Truth. The Shadow sect has captured numerous individuals from esteemed sections, Among these captives, 5 out of every 10 resolutely refused to yield, enduring torture until death while uttering curses. Even those affiliated with the shadow sect cannot help but admire their tenacity. A trio may eventually divulge trivial information after enduring various forms of torment, yet the utmost secrets of their sect remain unspoken, safeguarded by their unwavering resolve. The remaining 2, whose willpower falters, may ultimately reveal everything, but such individuals typically hold low ranks and possess little of value to disclose. They have encountered stalwart warriors, those who succumb to pressure, and even traitors. Yet they have never encountered someone like Chu Xinghe, who surrendered everything in a mere second before any torment or interrogation even commenced. One might dismiss Chu Xinghe as a mere underling, but is he not the foremost among the younger generation? Is he not the illustrious Chu Xinghe of the Haotian sect? Has he no sense of dignity left? Could he not at least put up a semblance of resistance? They had not even questioned him, and he had already stripped away the very foundations of his sect's secrets, leaving nothing behind. In comparison, many disciples of the shadow sect felt that they appeared far more honorable than this despicable and shameless Chu Xinghe. You aspire to join the demonic sect? Meng Yong was equally perplexed. Indeed, it is my fervent desire to see the Haotian sect fall. That is my lifelong dream. Chu Xinghe replied with unwavering conviction. Wait, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Meng Yong was taken aback. Today, Meng Yong had prepared numerous strategies and questions. He had even braced himself for the possibility that Chu Xinghe would remain silent until death. Yet now, he found himself bewildered, unsure of how to proceed with this unexpectedly compliant individual. First, confine him. I need to ascertain whether the information he has provided holds any validity, Meng Yong commanded. Following his orders, the disciples of the shadow sect imprisoned Chu Xinghe and assigned guards to monitor him, wary of any potential schemes he might concoct. However, Meng Yong gazed at the items Chu Xinghe had produced, feeling disheartened. My lord, we have already verified that all the spiritual stones are indeed authentic. And this stone transformation technique is worth a fortune, reported one of his subordinates. Soon, further news arrived. In truth, even without the report, Meng Yong was already aware that the items presented by Chu Xinghe were beyond reproach. After all, they were placed right before him. What issue could possibly arise? Suji, what do you believe is the true intention behind Chu Xinghe's actions? Meng Yong inquired of his advisor, Suji. It is difficult to ascertain. This lad holds a significant position within the Haotian sect, and I have never encountered such spiritual stones in my lifetime. Furthermore, the stone transformation technique is truly remarkable. I suspect he seeks to temporarily placate us, concealing ulterior motives. His claims of wanting to annihilate our sect are nothing but nonsense. Meng Yong scoffed. My lord, I have heard that this lad has mastered the Haotian battle intent of the Haotian sect. You could leverage that as a point of negotiation. Did he not express a desire to join the demonic sect? If he refuses to relinquish the Haotian battle intent, then Suji's words sparked a glimmer of interest in Meng Yong's eyes. Without further ado, I led Suji to the basement. Greetings, Lord Demon Monarch. Cough cough. Well, Chu Xinghe, you claim to desire entry into the demon sect? You wish to obliterate the Haotian sect? Is that indeed the case? Very well. It has come to my attention that you have studied the Haotian battle intent. Since you wish to join the demon sect, why not use the Haotian battle intent as your token of allegiance? Meng Yong concluded with a sinister smile directed at Chu Xinghe. What a charade. You continue to play your part. Those spirit stones and the point stone technique, while immensely valuable, pale in comparison to your worth, Chu Xinghe. You are merely sacrificing those to save your own skin, and the Haotian sect will certainly not hold it against you. However, the Haotian battle intent is an entirely different matter. That is a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect. Let us see how you maintain your faade. Yet, just as Meng Yong anticipated that Chu Xinghe would be exposed by his demand for allegiance, Chu Xinghe burst into wild laughter. By heavens, truly, you are the demon monarch. I admire you greatly. While confined here, Chu Xinghe had been contemplating how to maximize his gains from this incident. Although he possessed a unique status and was privy to numerous secrets, disclosing them would not necessarily inflict significant damage upon those present. The notion that the Haotian sect is the foremost sect in the world is laughable. I would relish the idea of you attempting to seize resources from the Haotian sect. But do take a moment to reflect upon your own capabilities. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Thus, while he was troubled, it seemed that fortune had presented him with an unexpected opportunity. The Haotian battle intent. You were courting disaster, hoping to learn the Haotian battle intent? Do you truly believe it is something the demon sect can master? Since you were so determined to seek your demise, I, Chu Xinghe, shall generously assist you. The Haotian battle intent is an exceptional skill of the sect, and the complete version can only be passed down by the sect leader. I lack the ability to transmit it myself. However, I do possess an incomplete version, which is still a form of the Haotian battle intent. Yet, the consequences of practicing it may lead to unpredictable outcomes. Alas, if you, the demon sect, insist on learning it, I am not attempting to ensnare you. I am merely being overly eager. It would be ideal if all of you returned and commenced your training. I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. I am all in. Lord Demon Monarch, I shall now impart the Haotian battle intent to you. Mengyong, Suji. Both were left dumbfounded, perplexed by Chu Xinghe's antics. Subsequently, Chu Xinghe meticulously relayed his interpretation of a reckless version of the Haotian battle intent to Mengyong, even sharing some of his insights in clear detail. Then, Mengyong was utterly bewildered. Can someone please explain what is happening here? Is the Haotian battle intent a fabrication? Mengyong was certain it was false. Chu Xinghe, please remain calm. Allow me to ascertain the authenticity of the Haotian battle intent before we proceed. Lord Demon Monarch, please confirm quickly. If you are uncertain, it would be best to report it to the sect. If all else fails, disclosing the Haotian battle intent would be acceptable, although it is an incomplete version. If it were to be revealed, the sect's reputation would surely suffer, would it not? The incomplete version of the Haotian battle intent has leaked. This is a sure thing. Suji was left in astonishment. He speculated that Chu Xinghe harbored a deeper resentment towards the Haotian sect than he did. Mengyong and Suji departed from the underground chamber. Before leaving, Suji made arrangements. Be cautious tonight, but allow this young man an opportunity to escape, understood? What? The disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were taken aback. Follow my instructions. Once Suji had completed his arrangements, the disciples complied. Are you attempting to ascertain whether this young man will make a bid for freedom? Mengyong understood the strategist's intentions perfectly. I suspect this Haotian battle intent is a ruse, and rest assured, this young man will undoubtedly devise a means to flee under the cover of night. We shall see how he continues to feign innocence. Mengyong gave Suji a thumbs up, then sought a place to investigate the authenticity of the Haotian battle intent. That night, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, adhering to Suji's orders, intentionally left the prison door unlocked. A few even indulged in some drink, becoming tipsy, thereby granting Chu Xinghe an opportunity. Hey brother, your cell door is unlocked. Moreover, when guarding prisoners, you mustn't drink. What if the prisoner escapes? Look, I'll help you lock the door. Now I can't escape. The Shadow Demon sect disciple. Hidden in the shadows, Suji. Soon after, Suji witnessed a scene that defied belief. Chu Xinghe insisted on persuading the drunken disciples of the Shadow Demon sect to sober up, urging them to gather more people to keep watch over him. Don't give me a chance to escape. Escape? What a joke. I've worked hard to get in here. This is a prime opportunity to infiltrate the demon sect. I've come this far, and you expect me to leave without reaping the benefits? No way. Thus, Suji waited throughout the night, and as for Chu Xinghe, not only did he not flee, but he also slept soundly. As dawn broke, Suji rubbed his forehead, which was filled with question marks, beginning to doubt Chu Xinghe's intentions. However, before he could comprehend, a wave of terrifying energy suddenly emanated from the distance. It was from Mengyong's location, prompting Suji to rush over. Soon, he heard Mengyong's maniacal laughter resonating from within. Ha ha ha. The Haotian battle intent. This is the genuine Haotian battle intent. I have broken through. Mengyong soared into the air, and Suji beheld the imposing figure of Mengyong. His expression one of incredulity. He has broken through. The demon lord had indeed made a breakthrough, ascending from the 7th grade to the 8th. Becoming a demon sovereign? Could it be that the Haotian battle intent provided by Chu Xinghe is authentic? At this moment, if Chu Xinghe were to hear this, he would surely swear to the heavens, asserting that the Haotian battle intent he provided is undoubtedly genuine, beyond any doubt. Just consider whether this incomplete version of the Haotian battle intent qualifies as the Haotian battle intent. Do not be deceived by your swift breakthrough. You may meet a swifter demise. Mengyong descended from the sky, exuding the formidable aura of the 8th grade, overwhelming all present. Congratulations, Demon Sovereign. Countless disciples of the Shadow Demon sect knelt in reverence. Rise. With a wave of his hand, Mengyong lifted everyone from their kneeling position. Demon Sovereign. that Haotian battle intent is indeed authentic. At this moment, Meng Yong was imbued with an unparalleled confidence. He had initially presumed that Chu Xinghe would present a counterfeit version of the Haotian battle intent. However, upon returning to his training, he discovered that this Haotian battle intent was flawless, shattering the shackles that had bound him for years overnight. Truly, it was the unparalleled divine skill of the Haotian sect. Yet, as this realization dawned upon him, Meng Yong found himself at a loss for words once again. Why? Why on earth? Chu Xinghe had even divulged the Haotian battle intent. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that this fellow was speaking truthfully? Did he genuinely aspire to join the demonic sect? Though it seemed implausible. The fact that he had mentioned the Haotian battle intent made it seem too far-fetched to be mere pretense. While the loss of spirit stones and the point stone divine art might be tolerable for the Haotian sect, the Haotian battle intent, surely, that was beyond their capacity to bear. In a moment, Meng Yong was plunged into contemplation, and Suji was similarly absorbed in thought. Meng Yong learned that Suji had spent the entire night pondering, and that Chu Xinghe not only refrained from fleeing, but had also urged the guards to keep a vigilant watch over him. Upon absorbing this information, Meng Yong's contemplation deepened. Suji, do you think this lad could genuinely? Absolutely impossible. Suji ground his teeth. How could it be? Such an outrageous occurrence could not possibly exist in this world. Chu Xinghe must undoubtedly harbor a nefarious scheme. Undoubtedly. Yet, the Haotian battle intent had been revealed. This. Meng Yong found himself at a loss for words. Lord Demon Sovereign, in my humble opinion, this young man undoubtedly has a scheme. And what he has stated is assuredly a fabrication. To ascertain the truth, I have a method. What method? The truth mirror. Did this young man not claim he would destroy the sect? The veracity of his words can be unveiled before the truth mirror, and his lies will inevitably be exposed. The truth mirror, as Suji described, was a treasured artifact of the demon sovereign Meng Yong, capable of discerning the truthfulness of a person's words. Any deceit would be rendered powerless in its presence. Upon hearing Suji's words, Meng Yong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the truth mirror. With the truth mirror in hand, I shall witness how your lies, Chu Xinghe, will unravel. The two exchanged a knowing glance before making their way towards the dungeon together. Chapter 59. The first banquet in history within the confines of the prison. Chu Xinghe continued to share various strategies with the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect on how to prevent prisoners from escaping. All the disciples harbored a singular thought. Is this fellow truly out of his mind? Upon the arrival of Meng Yong, a collective sigh of relief swept through the disciples. They had never anticipated that guarding prisoners could be such an ordeal. No longer could they address him merely as the Demon Lord. He must now be referred to as the esteemed Demon Sovereign. Chu Xinghe expressed his excitement, congratulating the Demon Sovereign on reaching the 8th rank. It appeared that the ancient technique of Haotian battle intent had indeed been mastered, and a breakthrough achieved. Although the incomplete version of Haotian battle intent could easily lead to various side effects, its initial application was undeniably formidable. Esteemed Demon Sovereign, please continue your diligent efforts. At this rate of cultivation, in merely 6 months, you shall likely exhaust yourself entirely. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the disciples, who reverently acknowledged the esteemed Demon Sovereign while casting irritated glances at Chu Xinghe. Look at what you've accomplished. Xinghe. Who would have thought that Haotian battle intent was genuine? Your declaration of allegiance has been duly noted. But do you truly wish to join our sect and obliterate the Haotian sect? Absolutely. Chu Xinghe replied with a chuckle. If your intentions are sincere, the Shadow Demon sect will naturally welcome you. However, to ascertain the truth, you must undergo the scrutiny of the truth mirror. Do you dare? The truth mirror? Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Suji, noticing Chu Xinghe's dazed expression, was filled with elation. See, this guy's true colors will be revealed. He believed that facing the truth mirror would expose Chu Xinghe's facade. Suji explained the capabilities of the truth mirror in detail, convinced that this time Chu Xinghe would falter. Yet, as Suji finished speaking, Chu Xinghe responded, Esteemed Demon Sovereign, your actions deeply sadden me. Joining the sect has been my lifelong aspiration, and annihilating the Haotian sect is the desire of my heart. How can you doubt me? I am ready to accept the challenge of the truth mirror. What? Suji was left speechless. Meng Yong was equally perplexed, but he understood that the truth mirror would provide an unequivocal answer. Soon, the truth mirror emerged from Meng Yong's hand, a deep green reflection shimmering within it. Meng Yong first allowed Suji to undergo the examination, should he utter any falsehood. the mirror would instantly turn red. After Su Zhi's test, he looked at Chu Xinghe with excitement, eager to see how he would evade this challenge. Chu Xinghe, I now ask you sincerely, is your desire to join the Shadow Demon sect genuine? Not at the moment. Esteemed demon sovereign, you have wounded my heart. However, the destruction of the Haotian sect is indeed my lifelong goal, and regardless of the challenges ahead, I shall forge ahead resolutely. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Had I claimed a sincere desire to join the sect, I would have been instantly exposed. The truth mirror vibrated slightly, and then, it remained green. Is this real? Both Meng Yong and Su Zhi stood there, utterly dumbfounded. You. The two were left speechless, grappling for words. Does that mean there were no ulterior motives behind the items you previously surrendered? Meng Yong questioned in disbelief. Lord of the Demon Sect. All that I previously surrendered was done willingly. There exists no conspiracy. Buzz. Once again, it is green. Is it truly real? Silence. The entire cell is enveloped in stillness. Meng Yong fell into a contemplative silence, while Su Zhi descended into madness. How can you, a dignified disciple of the Haotian sect, the foremost among the younger generation, abandon your principles? Do not speak of principles. You have lost your very undergarments. With such thoughts of annihilating the Haotian sect, does your conscience not ache? Subsequently, Meng Yong posed several inquiries to Chu Xinghe, yet regardless of how he questioned, Chu Xinghe's response remained unwavering. I am sincere. The truth mirror revealed nothing but truth. Meng Yong even harbored doubts about the integrity of the truth mirror, conducting tests to elicit falsehoods from Chu Xinghe, only to find that the truth mirror functioned flawlessly, affirming the veracity of Chu Xinghe's statements. Time passed, and eventually, Meng Yong came to accept this reality. Yet, alongside his acceptance, he was filled with elation. Capturing Chu Xinghe had already granted him immense rewards, spirit stones, the stone god technique, and the martial will of the Haotian sect. And now, if Chu Xinghe were to join the Demon Shadow sect, if he infiltrated the Haotian sect, if he were to ascend to a position of high authority within the Haotian sect, perhaps even become its leader. Meng Yong dared not to imagine further. A disciple of the demon sect becoming the leader of the foremost sect in the world? Such outrageous tales are rarely spun, even in fiction. Yet, Meng Yong understood that should this come to fruition, the standing of the Demon Shadow sect would soar to unprecedented heights. He would seize the resources of the entire Haotian sect. What a terrifying prospect that would be. He would become a martial emperor, the preeminent figure in the demonic path of this realm. When all would learn that it was Meng Yong who discovered Chu Xinghe, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Bring Xinghe forth, arrange accommodations for him, Meng Yong commanded personally. Su Zhi wished to interject, but the truth mirror had verified everything. Could there be any doubt? However, Su Zhi resolved that even if Chu Xinghe were released, he would keep a vigilant watch over him, ensuring that no opportunity for malice would be afforded. At noon, Meng Yong ordered his subordinates to prepare an extravagant feast to welcome Chu Xinghe. Meanwhile, news from the outside world reached Meng Yong. What? The Haotian sect has issued the Haotian order? The Martial Emperor City has also dispatched the Martial Emperor order? Nearly all formidable figures across the realm are scouring for Chu Xinghe? Return to the Demon Lord. Indeed, the outside world has descended into chaos. Every location with potential news of Chu Xinghe is under scrutiny. Our sect has already suffered the loss of 4 halls to the Haotian sect, with disciples lost in droves. As the disciples of the Demon Shadow sect reported, their eyes involuntarily glared at Chu Xinghe with indignation. Bang! Yet, at that moment of fury, Chu Xinghe slammed the table and stood up. This is intolerable. How dare the righteous path pursue such merciless extermination? We of the demon sect cannot allow this to pass without retribution. My lord, in my view, we must retaliate at once. Let us directly assault the Haotian sect and eradicate the righteous path from the world. The entire assembly? The reporting disciples of the Demon Shadow sect were left dumbfounded. What in the world is this? What do you mean by being angrier than I am? Were they not acting out of a desire to find you? Su Zhi gritted his teeth. The righteous forces of the world have mobilized their strongest to seek you. Even someone from the Shadow Demon sect was astonished upon hearing this. After all, who would willingly join the demonic sect if they could enter a prestigious place like the Haotian sect? Su Zhi vowed that if the Haotian sect treated him in such a manner, he would never betray his own sect in this lifetime. And besides, to attack the Haotian sect and eradicate the righteous forces? What nonsense is this? If we had such capability, would we still resort to sneaking around to capture you? Meng Yong had also remained silent for a long time, having secretly activated the truth mirror earlier. which had provided an answer to Chu Xinghe's words about retaliation. Truly, Xinghe, calm down. The matter of retaliation requires careful deliberation. Meng Yong felt embarrassed at the thought of retaliating against the Haotian sect. What a joke. Although the Shadow Demon sect claims to be a leader among the demonic sects, its strength is nowhere near that of the Haotian sect. It is no exaggeration to say that a contest of strength between the Shadow Demon sect and the Haotian sect would only result in the former having its arm broken. Thus, talk of retaliation. Chu Xinghe could say it, but we must not take it seriously ourselves. Yet Meng Yong could not comprehend why Chu Xinghe was being treated with such importance by the Haotian sect. Is there truly someone in this world destined to be part of the demonic sect? Indeed, human nature is inherently malevolent. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre banquet in history. The demon lord of the demonic sect and the direct disciple of the righteous Haotian sect were joyously dining at the same table. During the meal, the disciple of the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe, slammed the table, cursing the righteousness for being so despicable and vile, attacking the demonic sect with reckless abandon, vowing not to rest until they retaliated. Meanwhile, the demon lord of the demonic sect was advising the direct disciple of the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe, to calm down and not let the unruliness of the righteous forces harm his health. Meng Yong had no idea how he managed to finish that meal. In any case, he had never felt so stifled in his life. According to the usual script, in such situations, it would have been him cursing while others cautiously advised him. But today, why should a direct disciple of the Haotian sect require my demon lord to offer counsel? Su Ji's mind was a muddled mess. He never dreamed he would witness such a mind-boggling banquet one day. This must be the most extraordinary banquet in history. After the meal, Su Ji personally arranged accommodations for Chu Xinghe. He scattered numerous hidden sentinels around, ensuring that Chu Xinghe would not cause any trouble. Yet, Su Ji was destined for disappointment. A day and night passed, and far from attempting to escape, Chu Xinghe had mingled with the surrounding disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, even discovering the positions of the hidden sentinels. In fact, Chu Xinghe had even provided some guidance to the sentinels on how to better conceal themselves without being detected. Su Ji was dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy is truly innately malevolent? Does he genuinely wish to join the demonic sect? But why? The Haotian sect is so splendid. What is there to gain from joining the demonic sect? How absurd. That night, Su Ji discovered that Chu Xinghe had been sleepless throughout the night, and he secretly wondered if this fellow was plotting something. Subsequently, Chu Xinghe emerged from the room and directly pulled Su Ji inside. Su Ji was taken aback, wondering if this individual harbored some peculiar inclinations. Should he acquiesce to him? Just as Su Ji's resolve wavered, Chu Xinghe produced a sheet of paper. Su Ji focused intently, and to his astonishment, it was filled with Chu Xinghe's meticulously devised combat strategies against the righteous sect. It even detailed perceived weaknesses and recommended points of attack. Staring at this, Su Ji was momentarily dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe, you hold us in far too high regard. While these areas you mentioned are indeed critical to the righteous sect, do you have any idea how many martial emperors and martial sovereigns are stationed there? Do you call this an offensive? I firmly believe this is nothing short of a suicide mission. Chu Xinghe was undoubtedly aware that the demon sect lacked such capabilities. Did he think this was a jest? His plans were the result of profound contemplation. What he had pinned down was not a strategy for warfare, but rather a blueprint for self-destruction. Brother Su, please expedite this information to the demon sovereign. It would be best to report it to the demon sect. We, as practitioners of the demon path, must unite against the righteous sect. Although my strategy may not completely annihilate them, it will certainly inflict substantial damage. Su Ji. Little did he know the pitfalls that lay ahead, orchestrated by Chu Xinghe. He only recalled a time when he had felt utterly cornered and joined the demon sect. Vowing to become a formidable figure within the demon path, determined to make those sects that once spurned him understand the meaning of regret, Su Ji harbored an unwavering belief that one day he would ascend to the pinnacle of the demon path. His heart had long been tainted by its darkness, leaving only shadows in his eyes. Yet today, Su Ji felt naïve beyond measure. Compared to Chu Xinghe before him, could he truly claim to be tainted by the demon path? Did he have the right to speak of darkness? In truth, he stood as a man basking in light. If he were to claim that only darkness dwelled in his gaze, then Chu Xinghe should be shrouded in the deepest shadows. If we were to speak of darkness, it was indeed you, Chu Xinghe, who embodied it. And truly, you are profoundly dark. Chapter 60, the third sword of the Haotian sword box, the suspended blade wings. In a fleeting moment, Su Ji contemplated ending the life of Chu Xinghe. Are you even human, Chu Xinghe? What has the Haotian sect done for you? How does the righteous path of the world regard you? If only I received even a fraction of the respect that the righteous path affords you, I, Su Xi, would vow to defend its dignity to the death. Tears welled in Su Xi's eyes. He had witnessed despicable acts before, yet he had never encountered a being as base and shameless as Chu Xinghe. To annihilate the righteous path, Chu Xinghe truly had no limits. There was no need for interrogation. He confessed everything outright. Are you still human? Su Xi thought. Such a contemptible wretch, even as a member of the demonic sect, made Su Xi long for a righteous retribution. My brother Su Xi, we must preserve these plans. The path to obliterate the Haotian sect is long and arduous. We cannot afford the slightest negligence. Chu Xinghe declared solemnly. Su Xi began to deliberate whether he should rid the world of this thoroughly corrupt individual. The demonic sect is truly fortunate to have you, Brother Xinghe. Su Xi forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Oh, Brother Su Xi, you jest. I am but a novice compared to the venerable figures of the demonic sect. Chu Xinghe replied, feigning modesty. Su Xi spat blood in disbelief. You have yet to become an initiate? The predecessors of our demonic sect are far more virtuous than you. When it comes to treachery, shamelessness, and filth, you, Chu Xinghe, are the epitome of the demonic sect's disgrace. I, as a member of this sect, feel sullied by your presence. Su Xi shook off Chu Xinghe's grasp and exited the room. He rushed to wash his hands vigorously, using 2 bars of soap until his skin nearly peeled. So filthy, so vile. How can such a despicable person as Chu Xinghe exist in this world? Su Xi thought, clutching the battle plan in his hands, wishing to tear it to shreds. Such a plan, he felt, was a disgrace to the demonic sect. Yet, after much hesitation, he ultimately stored it away, intending to show it to the demon lord, despite the slim chances of an offensive. As Su Xi approached the small building where the demon lord resided, he was about to enter when a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. In the next moment, a scream emerged from within the building. Su Xi and a group of disciples from the Shadow sect rushed inside, only to be forcefully repelled by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Demon Lord. Upon landing, Su Xi realized the situation. The demon lord, Meng Yong, was drenched in blood, his spiritual energy raging uncontrollably. Has he gone berserk? Su Xi's first thought was that the Haotian battle intent given by Chu Xinghe was flawed. The sudden commotion drew Chu Xinghe out of the room. What is happening? Could the Haotian sect have attacked us? Is their speed truly this formidable? No. I still have a series of plans to bleed the demonic sect dry. If I manage to infiltrate successfully, it would be my defeat if the Shadow Emperor does not exploit the demonic sect. Yet, upon emerging, Chu Xinghe was left in shock. There knelt the demon Lord Meng Yong, his spiritual energy wildly coursing out of control, piercing through his body like countless swords, rendering him a sieve. What in the world? Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. It cannot be so swift, can it? Even with the incomplete version of the Haotian battle intent. You ought to endure a while longer until I have managed to ensnare your demon sect before self-detonating. My plan has yet to be set into motion. And you choose this moment to explode? Is this how you repay my efforts? Even in death, you should have delivered the flawed Haotian battle intent, ensuring the demise of a few more from the demon sect. Yet, suddenly, Chu Xinghe appeared to recall something. When the sect leader had bestowed upon him the Haotian battle intent, there was a mention of a test regarding his physique. It seemed that certain peculiar physiques were incapable of cultivating the Haotian battle intent. Although it might seem promising at the outset, it would ultimately result in a backlash, leading to one's demise. Could it be mere coincidence? I sense something amiss, though I have indeed received the flawed version of the Haotian battle intent. Logically, it should not lead to such an immediate explosion. Now, a true calamity has befallen us. The treacherous Chu Xinghe, the demon, Lord Meng Yong, could only utter one last phrase before exploding into a mist of blood. The legendary demon lord, the first of his kind to cultivate the Haotian battle intent within the demon sect, and yet, he has met such a fate. The esteemed demon lord Su Xi's eyes turned crimson. Indeed, it is evident that this despicable Chu Xinghe harbors ulterior motives. He is the one who has brought about the demise of the esteemed demon lord. Chu Xinghe, you wretched cur. Everyone, hunt down Chu Xinghe. Su Xi bellowed, causing the eyes of all the disciples of the demon shadow sect to turn red with fury. Every one of them unleashed their spiritual weapons, converging upon Chu Xinghe with the intent to kill. Good heavens, if I were to claim this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chu Xinghe was utterly stunned. What could he say at this moment? What explanation could suffice? Sushi, bursting with spiritual energy, surged forth, embodying the peak of the fifth-tier martial spirit realm. Already standing before Chu Xinghe, treacherous cur, prepare to meet your end. Suji could no longer contain himself. Such a vile individual must be eliminated for the sake of justice. Lightning shadow, arise. With a flash of purple light emanating from his left arm, the lightning shadow soared from the Haotian sword box. In a flash of purple lightning, thunder descended from the heavens, enveloping Suji, who believed that, as a fifth-tier martial artist, eliminating Chu Xinghe would be effortless. Yet, reality proved him gravely mistaken. The peak of the fourth-tier cultivation summoned the lightning shadow. And in an instant, the lightning struck Suji, the terrifying force causing his head to explode like a delicate tofu. The cataclysmic thunder engulfed Suji entirely, reducing him to mere ashes. The sheer might of the lightning left countless disciples of the Demon Shadow sect in stunned silence. However, once the shock wore off, some began to rally. Kill him. Another fifth-tier warrior emerged from within the Demon Shadow sect's stronghold, although the only true powerhouse was the demon Lord Meng Yong. Several fifth-tier warriors were present, and they all surged forth to retaliate. Swarm them. At this moment, Chu Xinghe dared not hold back. All his painstaking efforts had been thwarted by the foolish Meng Yong, and if he wished to survive today, there was but one path forward, to fight his way out. However, without Meng Yong, do they truly believe this group can leave a mark of their own? As the locusts descended, a tempest of blades erupted. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the fourth tier, the locusts could now manifest 300 sword shadows, converging into a tempest of blades centered around Chu Xinghe. The blades swept forth, enveloping all who dared to charge in a terrifying storm of steel. Xinjian, go. With a resounding call, a shadow surged from his left arm. The third sword of the Haotian sword box, Xinjian. With his cultivation having ascended to the fourth-tier zenith, Chu Xinghe had unlocked the third sword of the Haotian sword box. The Thunder Shadow possessed immense power, its explosive lethality nearly unmatched. However, it required a cooldown, and at that moment, the Thunder Shadow was in recovery. During this interval, solely relying on the locusts would not suffice for self-preservation. Chu Xinghe, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed Xinjian from the Haotian sword box. It appeared as a rhombus, and as it flew forth, it swiftly transformed into two wings composed of countless diamond-shaped blades. These sword wings settled behind Chu Xinghe, and with a mere thought, they scattered into a myriad of blade flashes. The Xinjian wings. The spiritual weapon in the hands of a fifth-tier disciple of the Shadow Demon sect was instantly reduced to fragments upon contact with Xinjian. As Xinjian advanced, the terrifying wings left devastation in their wake, tearing the fifth-tier disciple into shreds. The tempest of blades held the periphery at bay, while the Xinjian shielded Chu Xinghe, unleashing his full combat prowess in that moment. With a flash of purple lightning, the cooldown concluded, and thunder fell once more, claiming another fifth-tier foe. Armed with Xinjian, Chu Xinghe plunged into the fray, where all who dared approach were shredded to pieces. The remnants of the Shadow Demon sect were truly astonished, the foremost of the younger generation. In recent days, due to Chu Xinghe's boundless audacity, many had forgotten that his fame was not born from deceit, but from his formidable strength. Countless whispers had circulated, questioning if Chu Xinghe was merely a product of inflated reputation. Yet, in this moment of bloodshed, he unequivocally demonstrated that the title of the foremost among the younger generation was devoid of any embellishment. With each step he took, he felled a foe, leaving no room for retreat. Each stride saw countless disciples of the Shadow Demon sect torn apart by his sword shadows. Blood, severed limbs, mangled flesh. Entrails. The courtyard transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The clash of sword light intertwined with the cries of the wounded, as flesh and blade danced in a macabre symphony. Chu Xinghe lost count of the lives he had extinguished, yet no one could stand in his path. Shadow Demon sect disciples. Kill. Fifth tier. Slay. He was a demon. A true demon. At last, someone broke down under the pressure. But the only response to his despair was the flash of Xinjian, as his head, still bearing a mask of terror, rolled lifelessly to the ground. When the last fifth-tier disciple of the Shadow Demon sect fell, the remaining minions lacked the courage to stay, scattering in all directions. Chu Xinghe carved a path through the courtyard, surrounded by a whirlwind of sword shadows as he made his escape. Uncertain of how far he had fled, Chu Xinghe felt his body grow weak. The fierce battle he had just endured had left him unaware of the number of lives he had taken. Yet his own body bore countless wounds. Though the fifth-tier disciples of the Demon Shadow sect were not exceptionally formidable, their desperate attacks had nonetheless inflicted numerous injuries upon him. With blood seeping from his wounds and his spiritual energy utterly depleted, Chu Xinghe could no longer support himself and collapsed beside a grand willow tree. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when an opulent carriage approached slowly. The carriage curtains were drawn aside, revealing a magnificently dressed lady who descended from the vehicle. Mississippi. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Is he someone who has just been pulled from a river of blood? Miss, we should not involve ourselves. Uncle Feng, if we leave now, he will surely perish here. We must take him back. If he proves to be a villain, we can simply drive him away once he awakens. Sigh. Miss you. Very well, very well. Uncle Feng knows your compassionate heart. Typically, she would not turn a blind eye to even a single life, let alone a dog. Yet, the sheer volume of bloodshed on this young man was alarming. Was he being pursued by enemies? It had been a tumultuous time lately. News had spread that the elite from the various sects had mobilized, relentlessly hunting down all forces of the demon sect. Countless of its members had been uprooted, and many lives had been extinguished, all seemingly because of someone named Chu Xinghe. Could this individual possibly be a disciple of the demon sect? If he were indeed a fugitive from the sect facing extermination, it could pose grave dangers to their family. Uncle Feng attempted to discern Chu Xinghe's identity from his garments, but they were already riddled with wounds and thoroughly soaked in blood, rendering it impossible to see clearly. However, with the lady's command, Uncle Feng had no choice but to comply. He lifted Chu Xinghe and placed him upon the carriage, then resumed his journey, driving away slowly into the distance. Chapter 61. Have we violated the heavenly laws? In the ethereal city, the esteemed Master Gu Mingqiao of the Haotian sect and numerous venerable elders had convened in a somber assembly. Each countenance bore a heavy pallor. It had been several days since the apprehension of Chu Xinghe, during which the Haotian sect had issued the Haotian order, summoning formidable warriors from various sects across the realm. In this brief span, countless demonic forces had been vanquished. Indeed, Master Gu himself had personally dispatched several beings of the demon sovereign caliber. Yet, not a whisper had emerged regarding Chu Xinghe's whereabouts. It was as though he had vanished from the mortal realm entirely. Despite the reluctance to voice their fears, the gravity of their situation compelled them to consider the most dire of outcomes. The search radius must be expanded. They had to uncover Xinghe's fate. Master Gu continued to issue commands. However, the elders remained silent, heads bowed in despair, with some harboring the grim notion that, given the time elapsed, the youth may have already fallen victim to nefarious hands. Everyone knew the character of the boy. Should he be captured by the forces of evil, his integrity would preclude him from betraying the sect. Thus, the methods of the demonic sect would undoubtedly resort to relentless torment. Even if he yet lived, after so many days, he would likely be rendered incapacitated. The Grand Elder gazed vacantly at the scene before him, visibly aged and weary over the past few days. It had become apparent to the others that he often stood alone, lost in thought. Having no progeny of his own, Chu Xinghe was akin to a son in the eyes of the Grand Elder, who had always treated him as such. The calamity befalling Chu Xinghe was an unfathomable blow to the Grand Elder. Though the other elders had made attempts to console him, their efforts proved futile. Just as the atmosphere thickened with despair, the door was abruptly flung open. Ma Liang burst into the room with fervor. At the sight of the unexpected intruder, Master Gu furrowed his brow, but before he could utter a word, Ma Liang's shocking announcement rendered him speechless. Master, I have news. What? The Grand Elder, almost instinctively, had already darted to Ma Liang's side, gripping him firmly. It concerns Senior Brother Xinghe. Not long ago, someone witnessed a flash of purple lightning in Tianrun City, which should be the thunder shadow of Senior Brother Xinghe. Tianrun City? Indeed. In a courtyard on the outskirts of Tianrun City. As soon as Ma Liang's words fell, the Grand Elder had vanished from sight in an instant. Seeing the Grand Elder so animated, Master Gu could no longer be concerned with anything else. In truth, he too was filled with excitement. Tianrun City, with a decisive command, he summoned all the might of the Haotian sect, their target set for Tianrun City. They arrived at the courtyard on the outskirts of Tianrun City, which was none other than the stronghold of the Shadow Demon sect, where Chu Xinghe was held captive. By this time, the Haotian sect had already established control over the area, and all disciples of the Shadow Demon sect present had been subdued. However, as the Haotian disciples entered, they were taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. What manner of courtyard is this? This is nothing short of a slaughterhouse of Azura. Limbs and severed arms are strewn about, and blood saturates every edifice here. The ground has been stained a deep crimson, and even the pond in the garden is now a vivid scarlet. What horrific massacre has transpired here? Countless disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, who believed they had survived the worst, are now entirely subdued. As they gaze at the frenzied individuals from the Haotian sect rushing in from all directions, confusion washes over them. In days past, encountering a 7th-grade martial saint was a monumental challenge. Yet, upon receiving news from the Haotian sect, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect have, in this brief span of time, witnessed the true might of the world's foremost sect. Each descending paragon radiates an oppressive aura capable of crushing the spirit. A martial venerable, another martial venerable. Good heavens, a martial emperor. Yet another martial emperor. Do martial emperors cost nothing anymore? Is this truly the strength of the legendary first sect of the world? Before long, when the leader of the Haotian sect, known as the world's #1, Gu Mingqiao, tore through the void and descended into the courtyard, all the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were rendered speechless. Is this the so-called #1 in the world? Is this Gu Mingqiao? Yet, before they could comprehend, one of the disciples was already seized by Gu Mingqiao. Speak. Did Chu Xinghe come here? The captured disciple, trembling in fear, lost control and wet himself. Silence, and you shall perish. Before this disciple could recover from his fright, an exceedingly wrathful voice rang out. In the next instant, the Grand Elder raised his hand and struck the disciple. Boom. All the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect witnessed the tempestuous surge of spiritual energy from the Grand Elder, and the disciple in Gu Mingqiao's grasp was instantly reduced to ashes. Indeed, a person who was lively just a moment ago was turned to dust with a single blow, scattering with the wind. Not even remnants of flesh remained. If Chu Xinghe were present, he would undoubtedly remark, Grand Elder, if you were to go to a crematorium, there would be no need for an incinerator. To reduce a person to mere dust with a single strike, such power caused several disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, with weaker constitutions, to faint on the spot. Before losing consciousness, they could only think one thought. Is this truly the righteous path? Far more ruthless than our Shadow Demon sect. The Grand Elder had already seized another disciple from the Shadow Demon sect, gathering spiritual energy in his palm as he spoke. Speak. Did Chu Xinghe come here? At this moment, all the Shadow Demon sect members observed the energy in the Grand Elder's hand, understanding that any hesitation would surely lead to their own obliteration. Yes, yes, yes. The disciple, caught by the Grand Elder, wept in terror, responding vehemently through his tears. At that moment, the only thought among the Shadow Demon sect was, have we truly transgressed against divine law? We are merely a group of ordinary disciples from the Shadow sect. To have so many martial emperors descend upon us, capable of reducing a person to dust with a single strike, is it truly necessary? However, upon hearing the response from the Shadow sect disciple, all members of the Haotian sect erupted in elation. Finally, there was news. Speak. Where is Chu Xinghe now, and what has transpired? The Grand Elder continued to gather spiritual energy as he inquired. Yet, the Shadow sect disciple in his grasp hesitated, only to be reduced to powder once more by the Grand Elder's hand. The Elder then seized another disciple. This time, the captured one was quick-witted, recounting all the events of the past few days without pause. As the Shadow sect disciple narrated, everyone gathered from the Haotian sect could not help but smile. This young man is exceptionally clever. When they learned that Chu Xinghe did not choose to resist fiercely but instead opted to surrender various spirit stones and techniques, Gu Mingqiao's face blossomed with joy. To be honest, what had everyone most worried these past few days? It was the fear that Chu Xinghe, once captured, would choose to die rather than submit. If that were the case, the likelihood of him being rendered powerless would be substantial. Yet, Chu Xinghe did not conform to their expectations of stubborn resistance. He chose to hand over resources and feign submission to buy time. Such actions prompted silent nods of approval from all. Look at that. This child, Xinghe, is truly clever. Resistance is futile. Preserving one's life is the ultimate path. As for the spirit stones and techniques, Chu Xinghe surrendered. Did the Haotian sect truly care? In comparison to his safety, those were of little consequence. The Shadow sect disciples continued their tale, revealing that Chu Xinghe feigned allegiance to win the trust of the Demon Lord, even producing the Haotian battle intent. At this revelation, many faces turned pale. The Haotian battle intent is no ordinary technique. How could this child possibly part with it? Just as they pondered this, the shadow sect disciple wailed. The Haotian battle intent Chu Xinghe surrendered was a fake. The demon lord perished upon attempting to cultivate it. Indeed, upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Who would believe that Xinghe would betray his sect? It turned out he aimed to outsmart the demon lord. And he succeeded, using the false Haotian battle intent to eliminate a demon lord. This was truly unexpected. Yet, amidst their joy, a sense of unease began to creep in. Having deceived and killed the demon lord, what would follow? At that moment, as they looked upon the scene resembling a slaughterhouse, they began to grasp the implications. However, when the words were finally uttered from the shadow sect disciple's mouth, everyone was left in shock. After Chu Xinghe had slain the demon lord, the shadow sect surged forth. And Chu Xinghe fought valiantly against all of them present. This scene of carnage was indeed orchestrated by Chu Xinghe himself. In this battle, nearly all the fifth-tier disciples of the shadow demon sect were utterly annihilated, with countless disciples falling to the blade of Chu Xinghe. Upon hearing this, all present from the Haotian sect were left in sheer astonishment. How could this child, Xinghe, have reached such formidable heights? The sect master. What meaning does his words hold? Allow me to employ the soul-snatching technique to vividly recreate the circumstances. As the Grand Elder's words resonated, everyone nodded slightly. While the members of the shadow demon sect were truly in despair. Are you genuinely a prestigious and righteous sect? The soul-snatching technique. It is a method that torments the soul. Even we, from the shadow demon sect, bear psychological burdens when wielding it. Do you possess no semblance of humanity? Yet at this moment, who cared for the grievances of the shadow demon sect? The Grand Elder's hands shimmered with a gray light, and in an instant, several disciples from the shadow demon sect were ensnared, their souls forcibly extracted. As their souls were detained, the soul-snatching technique commenced. In a flicker, all souls converged into ethereal shadows, replaying the events etched in their memories before the eyes of all present at the Haotian sect. The first scene revealed the demon lord's explosive demise, marking the commencement of the battle. Chu Xinghe unleashed the Haotian sword box, engaging in a solitary fight against the shadow demon sect. The tapestry woven from these intertwined souls was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Witnessing this bloody conflict with their own eyes, even the prepared members of the Haotian sect were left utterly astounded by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 62. Is the Haotian sect not considering it? We also have acquaintances in the martial emperor city. The demon lord perished in an explosion. Deceived by Chu Xinghe's false Haotian battle intent, the disciples of the demon shadow sect sought to eliminate Chu Xinghe, converging upon him in a furious onslaught. Within this courtyard, Chu Xinghe stood resolutely against the demon shadow sect. At this moment, the intertwining of souls manifested a vivid tableau, replaying the fierce battle with utmost clarity. The locust transformed into a tempest of blades, purple lightning flashing as it ruthlessly decimated fifth-tier warriors. The initial appearance of the suspended blade seemed akin to the hand of the Grim Reaper. Amidst the encirclement, Chu Xinghe fought valiantly, penetrating their ranks with relentless ferocity. Even fifth-tier martial spirits found it arduous to withstand his terrifying power. Bathed in blood, his own, yet predominantly that of his foes, he left all disciples of the Haotian sect in awe of their peer, the slaughterer of the battlefield. To their astonishment, their junior had achieved a breakthrough to the fourth tier. A fourth-tier cultivator slaughtering fifth-tier warriors like mere livestock. How utterly horrifying. 12. I counted. There were a total of 12 fifth-tier warriors. All fell by our junior. The wings formed from his blade must surely be the third divine weapon. The suspended blade from the Haotian sword box. 58 wounds. I just counted. Our junior bore 58 scars. Having slain 12 fifth-tier warriors, the casualties among those below fifth tier were incalculable. Despite the 58 wounds, he continued to carve a bloody path through the courtyard like a deity of death, transforming the entire demon shadow sect stronghold into a veritable slaughterhouse. As the vision of souls dissipated, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. This is Chu Xinghe, the terrifying lethality of the foremost individual of the younger generation. Yet amidst the shock, countless disciples of the Haotian sect began to voice their concerns. Bearing 58 wounds of varying severity, although Chu Xinghe had escaped, could he truly survive? All disciples of the Haotian sect dig 3 feet into the earth in Tianrun City to locate Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao commanded. Yes, all disciples of the Haotian sect mobilized. They began a frantic search along the route Chu Xinghe had fled, determined to uncover his whereabouts. The Grand Elder, observing Chu Xinghe's retreat marked by 58 wounds. Felt the joy of finding him evaporate in that instant. Many of those wounds appeared perilously fatal. With such a multitude of injuries, could this child truly endure? He had left behind all his medicinal pills and spirit stones, rendering him helpless to tend to his wounds. In such a state, could he withstand the ordeal? Grand Elder, have faith in this child. Fortune favors the virtuous. Gu Mingqiao was aware of the Grand Elder's concerns. Yet, despite his attempts to reassure him, he too could not escape the weight of his own worries. 58 wounds, they nearly covered his entire body. In this dire situation, dear child, you must endure. Countless disciples of the Haotian sect flocked to Tianrun City from all directions, having received a directive from their sect to scour the city thoroughly in pursuit of Chu Xinghe. Not only the Haotian sect, but also the martial Emperor city acted swiftly upon receiving the order. Martial Emperor Chu Xinghe promptly arrived at Tianrun City, mobilizing all disciples present to ensure that they locate Chu Xinghe at all costs. Zheng Yu, in a fit of urgency, raced towards Tianrun City. News about senior brother Xinghe finally emerged. Oh, senior brother Xinghe, you must hold on. As the entire world frantically sought after Chu Xinghe. In the grand estate of the Feng family in Tianrun City, Feng Yuyan listened intently as the housekeeper, Uncle Feng, delivered news. Miss, that fellow possesses an astonishing will to live. He bears 58 wounds, some of which are potentially fatal, yet he has managed to survive. Alive is he? Feng Yuyan replied with a slight nod. Is he awake? He has regained consciousness. Mississippi, shall I take you to see him? Following Uncle Feng, Feng Yuyan entered the temporary chamber where Chu Xinghe had been arranged to rest. Observing Chu Xinghe awaken from his stupor, she furrowed her brow. Uncle Feng mentioned 58 wounds. What on earth had he endured? Who is he really? Is he being pursued by enemies? If so, they are rather ruthless. Or perhaps he is a disciple of the demonic sect, hunted down by the righteous? You are awake? Feng Yuyan addressed Chu Xinghe. Thank you for saving my life. Once I recover, I shall repay this debt, Chu Xinghe replied, fully aware of how perilous his situation had been the previous day, had he not been rescued. Even with his enhanced physique from years of drug use and the protection of the Haotian sword box, he would have surely met his demise. Thus, it was indeed a matter of life-saving grace. No need for repayment. Who exactly are you? Feng Yuyan inquired, her brow slightly knitted as she scrutinized Chu Xinghe. A man who had endured 58 cuts could hardly be an ordinary individual. She almost suspected him to be affiliated with the demonic sect. Oh, my name is Wang Tiniu. Chu Xinghe refrained from revealing his true name. After all, he was still uncertain of his surroundings. Who knows if these individuals were connected to the demonic sect? Wang Tiniu, very well, since you prefer to remain silent about your circumstances, I shan't pry. You may rest here until your injuries stabilize, then you must depart, Feng Yuyan stated before turning to leave. Wang Tiniu, is it? You are in the Feng residence of Tianrun City, and you were saved by our Miss Feng Yuyan. She has a kind heart, and her demeanor is not typically so dark. She is merely troubled by family matters at present. Please do not take offense. Focus on resting, the housekeeper explained. However, Chu Xinghe did not take issue with the situation. After all, he had been saved, and a minor lack of warmth and attitude was hardly worth questioning. Although they claimed no repayment was necessary, Chu Xinghe understood the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Excuse me, Sir. Chu Xinghe called out to the departing housekeeper. Just call me Uncle Feng, the housekeeper replied. Greetings, Uncle Feng. I just overheard your mention of some troubling matters within the Feng family. Might you share what weighs on your mind? Perhaps I could offer some assistance? You should first tend to your own injuries, for you cannot aid in this matter. Nevertheless, it is hardly a secret. Indeed, Uncle Feng is quite the loquacious individual, perhaps a trait that comes with age. Our family is also a prominent clan in Tianrun City, and the young master possesses considerable talent. The young lady wishes to send him to the prestigious Yushu Palace, one of the top 10 sects, for cultivation. However, gaining entry to Yushu Palace is no simple feat. The young lady is currently troubled by this predicament. Yushu Palace? Of course, Chu Xinghe is aware of Yushu Palace, known among the disciples of Haotian sect as the gatekeeper of the top 10 sections. This so-called gatekeeping stems from the fact that Yushu Palace consistently ranks last among the top 10 sects, showcasing the weakest prowess. Yet, when considered externally, Yushu Palace stands as an unparalleled entity. The challenge to become an inner disciple there is indeed formidable. Is it that your young master's talent does not meet Yushu Palace's standards? Not quite. The young master's talent is exceptional. Although it may not match that of the prodigies, there remains a chance for ordinary admission to Yushu Palace. Alas, misfortune haunts our family. Uncle Feng, ever the conversationalist, shook his head and divulged the reasons. Tianrun City is under the jurisdiction of Yushu Palace, and a fellow named Lu Chong is responsible for managing affairs in this region. Lu Chong, an elite disciple of Yushu Palace, did not attain this status solely through unparalleled talent, but rather due to influential backing. His father serves as an elder within Yushu Palace, granting him control over this lucrative position. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yuyan's brother would undoubtedly gain entry into Yushu Palace. Yet Lu Chong has taken a fancy to the lovely Miss Feng. After numerous failed marriage proposals, Lu Chong resorted to despicable tactics, declaring that unless Feng Yuyan marries him, the young master of the Feng family shall never set foot in Yushu Palace. Must one truly enter Yushu Palace? Have alternative sects not been considered? Though Chu Xinghe holds Lu Chong in disdain, he understands that many disciples beneath the top 10 sects engage in unscrupulous deeds, some even resorting to coercion. Thus, he refrains from intervening. Yushu Palace is indeed one of the top 10 sects. Do you comprehend what it signifies to be part of such an elite group? Never mind. You wouldn't understand. There are no alternatives beyond Yushu Palace. Enough of this discussion. You should rest now. As Uncle Feng shook his head and departed, Chu Xinghe pondered. What of Haotian sect? I have acquaintances in Wudi City. A simple introduction would suffice to secure an elite disciple status with ease. However, Uncle Feng dismissed his words entirely. Haotian sect? Is this lad jesting with me? And acquaintances in Wudi City? Securing an elite disciple status with a mere introduction? Has he lost his senses? Uncle Feng shook his head in disbelief, realizing that Wang Tiniu not only bore 58 wounds, but likely sustained a blow to his intellect as well. Uncle Feng did not truly take Chu Xinghe's words to heart. In the following hours, while Chu Xinghe rested in the room, Uncle Feng made a special trip to deliver some medicinal pills for Feng Yuyan. Although these were the most rudimentary pills, Chu Xinghe felt immensely grateful. Despite his injuries being severe, the prolonged use of medicine in Lingyi Palace had not been in vain. Chu Xinghe's physique was far from ordinary. Thus, in a brief span, he was already able to rise and walk. As he stepped out of the room, Chu Xinghe bore the sharp pains within him, determined to leave the Feng residence. For establishing contact with his sect was of utmost importance. However, before departing, he intended to bid farewell to Feng Yuyan and address her concerns as well. What nonsense was this Jade Void Palace? What future could one expect from such a wretched place? Wasn't Haotian sect far more appealing? What did it matter if they had no ties to martial Emperor City? Yet, as Chu Xinghe arrived at the front courtyard of the Feng residence, he had not yet had the chance to speak with Feng Yuyan when a servant hurriedly rushed in from outside. Miss, Lu Chong has arrived. Upon hearing the servant's words, Feng Yuyan's brows furrowed, and an expression of disdain crossed her face. Casting a glance at the departing Chu Xinghe, she could only helplessly step out to greet him. Chu Xinghe said nothing further and followed her, eager to discover what manner of person Lu Chong truly was. Chapter 63, The Martial Emperor. Only martial emperors have arrived. A diminutive figure, no taller than 5'3" and resembling a toad, strode into the Feng family estate amidst a throng of admirers. This individual was Lu Chong. Upon seeing him for the first time, Chu Xinghe harbored grave suspicions that he might be the result of inbreeding. Miss Feng, have you considered our proposition? Lu Chong leered at Feng Yuyan. Young Master Lu, my family is willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as tribute to the Yushu Palace, hoping that Feng Yuxing may enter its ranks. Feng Yuyan replied through gritted teeth. This was the most substantial sum the Feng family could muster. However, upon hearing her words, Lu Chong's eyes brightened momentarily, only to swiftly reveal his dissatisfaction. Miss Feng, Yushu Palace is one of the 10 foremost sects. We do not regard such trifling spirit stones with any seriousness. Furthermore, you must understand that my intentions extend beyond this matter. Young Master Lu, I lost my parents at a young age, and with our family in decline, it is only my younger brother and I left. He wishes to join Yushu Palace, and I am bound to manage our family affairs, having resolved never to marry. I kindly ask that you do not put Yuyan in a difficult position. Remarkable. To reject Lu Chong, she declared her intention never to marry. Feng Yuyan, you should not overstep your bounds. Brother Lu has elder Lu backing him. Let me be clear, without young Master Lu's consent, Feng Yuxing shall never set foot in Yushu Palace. One of Lu Chong's sycophants interjected. Faced with this insult, Feng Yuyan's countenance darkened, yet they Being mere members of the Feng family lacked the standing to argue with Yushu Palace. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a voice emerged from behind Feng Yuyan. Can your Yushu Palace even afford a lily of the valley? And you, Lu Chong, have you even glanced at your own reflection? You resemble a toad. Even a female toad would likely find you repulsive. How dare you utter such words? Who dares to speak so boldly? Lu Chong was nearly driven to the brink of fury by this sudden outburst. The members of the Feng family all turned to gaze at the figure behind them. Wrapped up like a dumpling, Chu Xinghe, what are you staring at? It was I who spoke, and if you are displeased, then do enlighten us. Am I mistaken? With a physique as squat as yours, and a neck as thick as your waist, did your family not advise you to refrain from frightening others? You seek death. Lu Chong, enraged, felt blood rise in his throat. As a distinguished disciple of Yushu Palace, the son of an elder, he had never endured such humiliation. At that moment, disregarding all else, he lunged towards Chu Xinghe, his palms thrusting forward to strike at his head. Get lost. A surge of formidable battle intent erupted from Chu Xinghe. Although his injuries were not fully healed, his spiritual energy had largely returned. However, the sudden unleashing of such power aggravated his wounds. Accompanied by his single word, Lu Chong was sent hurtling backward, his form soaring through the air. With his peak third-grade cultivation, he posed no threat to Chu Xinghe. The latter needed not lift a finger. For merely the shockwave of his battle intent was enough to nearly incapacitate him. With a thud, Lu Chong crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. This scene threw the Feng family into disarray. Feng Yuyan stared wide-eyed at Chu Xinghe, astonished that Lu Chong, despite his considerable prowess, had been so effortlessly sent flying by this Wang Tianyu. Observing the swirling torrent of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Xinghe, glowing with an ethereal light, left Feng Yuyan speechless. What sort of technique was this? How could it be so fearsome? You dare to harm our senior brother Lu. You are courting death. An acolyte from the Yushu Palace, standing beside Lu Chong, abruptly crushed a disciple token in his hand. Was he calling for reinforcements because he could not handle the situation? Witnessing this unfold, Feng Yuyan was rendered dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that Chu Xinghe would engage Lu Chong in battle, let alone inflict such a severe beating on him. This was indeed a serious predicament. The opposing side represented the Yushu Palace. To strike a member of the Yushu Palace was tantamount to slapping the face of one of the 10 major sects, and the Yushu Palace would undoubtedly seek retribution. Who dares to injure a disciple of the Yushu Palace? A voice echoed from afar, and in the next moment, a figure soared through the air. A 7th-rank martial sage. The sudden appearance of this formidable figure left everyone in shock. Clad in the robes of a Yushu Palace elder, Lu Chong's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the newcomer. Father, this brat has insulted our Yushu Palace. His father had arrived. In recent days, due to the commotion caused by that Chu Xinghe, representatives from the 10 major sects had congregated in Tianrun City, almost turning the place upside down. Lu Chong's father had rushed over upon receiving the news. However, Lu Chong was aware that his father had not come to seek out Chu Xinghe, but had been thoroughly entertained by the courtesans he had arranged. Showing filial piety was Lu Chong's forte. Neither he nor his father had even glanced at a portrait of Chu Xinghe. How audacious of the Feng family to insult the Yushu Palace. As Lu Jinghe descended from the sky, his words faltered when he sensed the terrifying spiritual energy swirling around Chu Xinghe. Lu Jinghe was no fool like Lu Chong. He immediately recognized the exceptional nature of Chu Xinghe's technique. How could such a wild brat possess such remarkable skills? Was it possible he had stumbled upon a legacy from some ancient ruins? The thought thrilled Lu Jinghe. If he could acquire this technique, what potential lay ahead? With that thought, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. You, who have insulted our Yushu Palace, shall not escape death today. However, out of consideration for your youth and ignorance, I shall grant you a chance for survival. Surrender your technique and lose an arm, and I shall show you mercy. What nonsense was this? Did he covet his technique? Chu Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle. This old man had quite the discerning eye. He immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Haotian battle intent. Elder Lu, your insight is commendable, but as for this technique, I would gladly part with it, though I fear you may not dare to accept. This was indeed the Haotian battle intent? Was Lu Jinghe tired of living, coveting the Haotian battle intent of the Haotian sect? He must not know that our Grand Elder can reduce opponents to ashes with a mere slap. You insolent wretch! How dare you engage in a battle of wits with me? Today, I shall not spare you. Without uttering a word, Lu Jinghe prepared to seize the young man before him and take him back for a thorough interrogation regarding the martial arts techniques. In a swift motion, he appeared before Chu Xinghe. The aura of a seventh-tier martial sage surged towards Chu Xinghe like a vast ocean, while his spiritual energy coalesced into a chain, wrapping around Chu Xinghe with intent. This scene left the members of the Feng family, including Feng Yuyan, in a state of utter disbelief. How had the day turned so dramatically? With the commotion caused by Wang Tiniu, it seemed unlikely that his brother would ever gain entry to the Jade Void Palace. Yet, in the presence of an elder from the Jade Void Palace, a seventh-tier martial sage, the entire Feng family lacked the standing to voice any objections. Even Feng Yuyan found herself powerless to plead for leniency. In an instant, Lu Jingqua's spiritual energy chain ensnared Chu Xinghe. But just as Lu Jingque intended to tighten the chain to inflict some discomfort, it suddenly shattered. The broken links of spiritual energy scattered apart. In that fleeting moment of Lu Jingque's astonishment, he sensed an overwhelming pressure looming above him. A martial venerable? Or perhaps even a martial emperor? Lu Jingque, well-versed in the ways of the world, quickly recognized the presence of a martial venerable or even a martial emperor. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow of a hand descended from the heavens. Boom! The massive hand pressed down upon Lu Jingque, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The sound of cracking bones resonated as his legs nearly shattered under the force. The hand continued its descent, pinning him to the earth like a frog, embedding him into the stone-paved ground of the Feng family residence. This sudden turn of events rendered the entire scene silent. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from the sky, not riding the wind, but traversing the void itself. With each step, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was being torn asunder. A martial emperor had descended upon the world. Feng Yuyan grasped the hands of numerous Feng family members, and they all fell to their knees in unison. A martial emperor. This was a legendary being, one that the Feng family had never encountered in their lifetime. Lu Chong was also left in a state of shock. His seemingly invincible father was now being treated as if he were nothing more than a frog pressed into the ground by another. And the assailant was a martial emperor capable of traversing the void? Why would a martial emperor take action against his father? Before Lu Chong could grasp the unfolding events, another figure appeared in the sky. Once again, it was a martial emperor breaking through the void. Lu Chong's legs turned to jelly. Another martial emperor? Was there a wholesale of martial emperors today? Soon, a third, a fourth, and a fifth figure descended, each one a martial emperor from beyond. Lu Chong felt as though he were trapped in a dream. This was undoubtedly surreal. The first to arrive from the heavens, the one who had struck Lu Jingque down, was none other than the Grand Elder. To put it plainly, had it not been for the Elder's distinctive garb from the Jade Void Palace, Lu Jingque would have already been reduced to ashes by that last blow. Disciple Chu Xinghe, I pay my respects to the Great Elder. As Chu Xinghe bowed to perform the customary greeting, he was unexpectedly embraced by the Great Elder. At that moment, the entire Feng family stood in utter astonishment. Whether they were members of the Feng family or individuals from the Yushu Palace, all present heard Chu Xinghe declare his identity. He is indeed Chu Xinghe. The Haotian sect issued the Haotian order, and the Wudi city proclaimed the Wudi order, causing the entire world to descend into madness over a single individual. Countless formidable warriors traversed various regions in search of him. Ultimately, he materialized in Tian'an City, where the top 10 sects had nearly excavated the city to its very core over the past few days. And he is the very person everyone has been fervently seeking. Chu Xinghe. An innumerable assembly of martial emperors converged upon Tian'an City, solely for the purpose of locating one individual. At this moment, everyone stood in disbelief. Uncle Feng gazed in a daze at Chu Xinghe, who was cradled in the arms of the martial emperor Great Elder. In that instant, Chu Xinghe's words seemed to resonate in his ears once more. What about the Haotian sect? Have they not considered it? We also have acquaintances in Wudi City. Securing an elite disciple would be as easy as child's play. Chapter 64. Save one. Save the family. When Uncle Feng first heard Chu Xinghe's words, he believed that this fellow named Wang Tiniu must have suffered a blow to his head. Haotian sect? Wudi City? Familiar faces? Are you jesting with me? Who could enter the Haotian sect or Wudi City but the most extraordinary talents? And you have acquaintances? You're mingling with elite disciples as if it were a game? Are you mocking me? Yet, in that moment, Uncle Feng realized that Chu Xinghe was not jesting. His mind was entirely sound. He was indeed speaking the truth. For anyone else to claim entrance to the Haotian sect would entail layers of selection, let alone the inner sect. Merely entering the outer sect would be a monumental favor. However, for Chu Xinghe to mention allowing someone into the Haotian sect, that was merely a matter of words. Indeed, he had acquaintances in Wuti City, and that acquaintance was Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu, who had recently been referred to privately as the Little City Lord, had his life saved by Chu Xinghe just days prior. In saving him, Chu Xinghe nearly lost his own life. What kind of gratitude was this? Zheng Yu would likely remember the favor of Brother Xinghe for life. Arranging for an elite disciple would be nothing out of the ordinary. If Zheng Yu hesitated even for a moment, the outside world would surely condemn him as ungrateful. Thus, Chu Xinghe truly had connections. When he had berated the Yushu Palace earlier, everyone thought he had lost his mind. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? But now, looking at the frog-like Lu Jingque sprawled on the ground, everyone understood. It wasn't merely a matter of Chu Xinghe's insults. Even if he were to speak more harshly, what could the Yushu Palace do? Surely no one would expect that the Yushu Palace would dare to demand an explanation from the Haotian sect. If they were to entertain such an idea, they could no longer be called the Yushu Palace. They might as well rename themselves to Yugong Palace. This was indeed audacious. Xinghe, you are truly fortunate. Haraha. I knew this lad was blessed with great fortune. He single-handedly killed an 8th grade demon sovereign and escaped from the Shadow Demon sect. This boy is truly remarkable. At that moment, the Wuti from the Haotian sect and Wuti City had gathered at the Feng residence. Gu Mingqiao repeatedly examined Chu Xinghe. Although he was covered in wounds, Chu Xinghe's internal energy showed no signs of distress. It was purely external injuries. Come, this is a 7th grade healing elixir. The holy healing pill. Take a vial to recover from your injuries. When you return home, I will procure a few vials of 8th grade divine healing pills for you. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder produced a vial of 7th grade elixir. Upon hearing about the 7th grade holy healing pill, the onlookers' eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What is this? 7th grade holy healing pill. Is this not the miraculous herb said to bring back the dying as long as they have but a breath left? Each one is worth its weight in gold. What did this esteemed Wuti just say? Take a vial to recover from your injuries? Take a vial? And there are even 8th grade divine healing pills awaiting him upon his return? These are reputed to be capable of resurrecting the dead. Others might not see even a single one in their entire lives. Yet here the Haotian sect was offering them to Chu Xinghe by the bottle. Lu Chon was paralyzed with fear, having heard from the elders of his sect about the immense wealth and power of the Haotian sect. Yet he never anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. Xinghe, this incident arose from my Wuti City, and I, Cheng Xiaodian, feel profoundly guilty. Cheng Xiaodian spoke, and as his words echoed, the scene fell into a hushed silence once more. Cheng Xiaodian, the Lord of Wuti City, Cheng Xiaodian. The unparalleled powerhouse ranked 2nd on the heavenly Tao list. Cheng Xiaodian? Brother Xiaodian, there is no need for such concern. This child, Xinghe, possesses a nature such as his. If he were to stand by in the face of peril, that would indeed be unsettling. Gu Mingqiao chuckled from the side. Regardless of prior circumstances, the fact that Chu Xinghe remained unharmed was sufficient. Master Gu speaks wisely. This child, Xinghe, truly remarkable. Cheng Xiaodian sighed helplessly, lamenting that he was not his own disciple. However, their conversation left Lu Jingque, who had just emerged from the ground, kneeling in shock. Master Gu Mingqiao? The one ranked 1st on the heavenly Tao list. Lord Cheng Xiaodian of Wuti City. Master Gu Mingqiao of the Haotian sect. Each of them is a legendary figure. And today, they all stand before us. Besides these two, there were also the Grand Elder of the Haotian sect and other unparalleled powerhouses from various sections. Today, the modest courtyard of the Feng family might not shine with splendor, yet it undeniably brought honor to their lineage. This might well provide enough glory for the Feng family to boast for a millennium. You are from the Yushu Palace? The Grand Elder seemed to finally recall the presence of a frog upon the ground. Elder Lu from Yushu Palace. I have no interest in your name. Did you just attempt to harm Xinghe? The Grand Elder's temper was explosively fierce. What does your name matter to me? You are nothing but a frog. No. Lu the frog was already terrified to the point of tears. Had I arrived a moment later, Xinghe would have surely met his end at your hands. What a fine Yushu Palace this is. I, of the Haotian sect, have issued the Haotian order, commanding all sects to seek out the Yushu Palace Elder, yet you do not even recognize him and dare to strike? The Grand Elder's expression was so frigid it could freeze the ground beneath. Grand Elder, this Elder Lu had no intention of striking me. Chu Xinghe interjected. Lu the frog was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly bowed before Chu Xinghe. He merely sought the Haotian battle intent. Chu Xinghe stated calmly. Good heavens. At this, Countless murderous gazes turned towards Lu the Frog, leaving him utterly stunned. To claim that wanting to slay Chu Xinghe was a misunderstanding was one thing. But to express a desire for the Haotian battle intent, bang! The Grand Elder delivered a powerful kick to Lu the Frog's chest. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy instantly flooding Lu the Frog's entire being, shattering his chi and obliterating his cultivation in an instant. To covet the Haotian battle intent of my Haotian sect, how audacious. Yushu Palace, how audacious. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Spare his life, but let him return to Yushu Palace and demand an explanation from that old scoundrel Wang Daoquan from my Haotian sect. Should he fail to satisfy my Haotian sect, I would not hesitate to see the top 10 sects replaced. Gu Mingqiao spoke softly, yet upon uttering those words, it became evident to all that Yushu Palace was undoubtedly facing a monumental predicament. The ambition to covet the Haotian sect's war spirit? What intentions does Yushu Palace harbor? One may have encountered those seeking death, yet such a reckless pursuit of demise is truly unheard of. As for Lu Gafa's life, it was of no concern at this moment, for all were aware that he had been rendered incapacitated, and upon this news reaching Yushu Palace, Wang Daoquan would surely exact his vengeance upon him. Esteemed elder, I must express my gratitude to Miss Feng for her timely intervention. Had she not acted, I fear I would have awaited your arrival in vain. At this juncture, Chu Xinghe spoke, and as his words resonated, Feng Yuyan felt a wave of panic wash over her. To be candid, she had never before encountered so many eminent figures. When Chu Xinghe had mentioned repaying her, she had scarcely given it a second thought, as it seemed implausible that someone pursued so relentlessly could offer any form of recompense. Yet now, Feng Yuyan realized that this man before her was none other than the legendary Chu Xinghe. His gratitude, Feng Yuyan pays her respects to all esteemed ones. Without hesitation, Feng Yuyan knelt upon the ground. However, she soon felt a gentle force lifting her back to her feet. It was the elder who had extended his hand. Miss Feng, your contribution to the safe return of this child, Xinghe, cannot be overstated. On behalf of the entire Haotian sect, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. As the elder spoke, he actually bowed in salute to Feng Yuyan. At that moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. A martial emperor was bowing to her. Since the Feng family is situated in Tianrun City, from this day forth, let the Feng family manage Tianrun City, and no one from Yushu Palace shall interfere. Gu Mingqiao declared, and the members of Yushu Palace dared not voice any objections. Master, Miss Feng's brother possesses considerable talent. Why not recruit him into our Haotian sect? Chu Xinghe interjected from the side. Tears brimmed in Feng Yuyan's eyes. Her brother joining the Haotian sect? This was a dream she had never dared to entertain. Entering Yushu Palace had almost cost her everything. How could she contemplate the Haotian sect? The elder continued. When has the Haotian sect ever been ungrateful? Not only can Miss Feng's brother join our ranks, but from this day forth,